She opened the pesticide bottle, took a few sips, and then lay quietly on the bed, waiting for death to come to her. In a small mountain village at the end of the 1980s, 23-year-old Lu Hongying became a woman left behind. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the village, and many men admired her. Hongying's husband, Sha Zhu, was quite trusting to leave such a beautiful wife at home. Sha Zhu was not as foolish as his name suggested. He knew the men in the village well, from older men in their 50s to young men in their 20s, who wouldn't have thoughts about his wife. However, without going out to work and with the family being poor, it was hard to support such a beautiful wife. Hongying told Sha Zhu, "If I talk to another man, you will suspect me of having an affair. If this continues, I might really give you a reason to be jealous." This scared Sha Zhu, making him follow her closely. This annoyed Hongying. Why was he not thinking about earning more money instead of just watching her all day? The family was struggling. In this poor mountain area, besides their 2 acres of land, what else could they sell for money? Sha Zhu's father raised a pig, originally waiting for it to have piglets, but because Hongying wanted new clothes and Sha Zhu had no money and feared his wife would be upset, he decided to sell the pig secretly while his parents were at the market. At 1.3 yuan per pound, the pig weighed 210 pounds, and he sold it for over 200 yuan, all of which he gave to Hongying. When Sha Zhu's parents returned and saw the pig was gone, his father was furious and grabbed a grinding stick to hit him. His mother, also angry, cried and scolded, "You ungrateful child! You forgot your mother after marrying. Hit him hard." Sha Zhu ran around the yard, chased by his father, causing chaos. Meanwhile, Hongying was in the inner room, looking at her beautiful face in the mirror, yet she had married a man like Sha Zhu, who seemed useless. But don't think he was completely incapable. He just lacked skills in certain areas. For a long time, Hongying had her struggles, shedding tears many nights while looking at her husband, who slept soundly beside her. Sha Zhu was tall and strong, and although he was not particularly handsome, rural women prioritized strength and the ability to work when choosing a husband who would pay attention to looks. Hongying saw Sha Zhu's strength and thought marrying him would mean she wouldn't have to endure hardship. On the night of their wedding, Sha Zhu drank too much and made a mess. Lu Hongying was busy cleaning up after him. By the time she finished, he was already snoring, and she sat there alone until dawn. That important night was wasted, so the next day couldn't be the same. Lu Hongying shyly reminded Sha Zhu, "Don't drink tonight, or I won't let you in." Sha Zhu understood. Marrying such a beautiful wife meant he shouldn't drink anymore. That evening, Lu Hongying got ready for bed, smelling nice. It was a special day for her and Sha Zhu, and she felt both excited and nervous. However, Sha Zhu stayed at his parents' house for dinner and didn't come back. She couldn't just call him directly, so she pretended to have a stomachache and started to moan. Sha Zhu rushed over, asking, "What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts. It feels like my period is coming. Please get me some paper." Hearing this, Sha Zhu felt relieved and quickly brought a large roll of toilet paper from the other room. When he arrived with the paper, Lu Hongying smiled charmingly. "You should get some rest." Sha Zhu realized she seemed a bit anxious. It was unusual for a woman from the mountains to act like this. After some hesitation, he got onto the bed, but when he got close to her soft body, he instinctively pulled back. This young man was nervous. Even though he was tall, he felt like a child, trembling with anxiety. Seeing this, Lu Hongying thought to herself that he was useless and decided to move closer to him. At least they had made some progress. However, she found it strange. At home, she had heard her married friends talk about this, but it didn't feel the same. Sha Zhu was also confused, wondering, what's going on? Didn't they say that a bride would bleed? There's nothing happening. That night, both of them had their own thoughts. The next morning, before they even got up, Sha Zhu's mother called from outside, "Zhuzi, it's past 6. Why are you still sleeping? Get up and fetch some water." After that, she began to complain, "I've never seen someone so lazy. Don't you know there's work to do on the farm?" Lu Hongying realized that her mother-in-law was hinting at her. After all, She was a new bride, and her mother-in-law was setting rules right from the start. Sha Zhu quickly got up and dressed, heading outside. His mother scolded him for being useless, and then glanced back into the house, rolling her eyes. Is she still not up? Sha Zhu, feeling heavy-hearted, quietly muttered, let her sleep a bit longer. She was up late last night. Sha Zhu's mother put down her broom and leaned close to Sha Zhu's ear, saying, It's a girl, right? Is there any sign of her being with someone? Yes, there is a sign. It's a girl, Sha Zhu replied, feeling mixed emotions. It was from this moment that doubts began to grow in his heart. For several nights after that, Sha Zhu didn't show any interest in Hongying, and his attitude was indifferent. In his mind, Hongying was no longer pure. Hongying didn't understand what was wrong. Whenever she spoke to Sha Zhu, he would push her away in annoyance. This made Hongying angry, wondering if Sha Zhu had some hidden troubles. Thinking of this, Hongying gasped. If he truly couldn't, wouldn't that ruin her life? Not only was he unresponsive, but his attitude was also poor, leaving Hongying, as the new bride, feeling very wronged. While washing clothes by the village river, a group of young wives teased Hongying, including Dagen's wife. Dagen's wife had married a month earlier and quietly approached Hongying, asking, Hey, is your Sha Zhu strong? This question struck a nerve for Hongying, and she pretended not to understand, saying, What do you mean strong? Come on, you can't pretend with me. Look at these ladies. They all know what it's like. Dagen's wife blushed and said to Hongying, My husband is like a bull. I even avoid him now. Hongying felt a pang in her heart and continued washing her clothes downstream, trying to ignore the teasing from the other young wives, which was hard to listen to. Seeing Hongying move downstream, the young wives exchanged glances. What's wrong with Hongying? We haven't offended her. Why is she avoiding us? Dagen's wife said sarcastically, Maybe she's hungry, ha. The young wives burst into laughter, and Hongying, hearing this, felt tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Dagen returned from the fields and came to wash his hands and face by the river. He saw Hongying crying and recognized her as Sha Zhu's new wife. On the wedding day, he had helped out and thought to himself how lucky Sha Zhu was to have her. Dagen put down his and went to the river to wash his face and arms. Seeing someone approach, Hongying quickly wiped her tears. Dagen asked, Sister, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing, big brother. A gust of wind just caught me off guard, Hongying replied, glancing at Dagen and instinctively noticing his strong arms, causing her to blush and quickly lower her head. Big brother, your wife is washing clothes up there. You should go see her. Luo Hongying wanted to avoid misunderstandings, but Dagen didn't think much of it. It's broad daylight, and we haven't done anything. Why were you crying just now? Is something bothering you? At this question, Luo Hongying couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Dagen quickly washed his towel and handed it to her. This thoughtful gesture warmed her heart. Thank you, big brother, she said. She took the towel and wiped her tears. They accidentally locked eyes for a moment, then quickly looked away, creating a slightly awkward and tense atmosphere. Dagen, what are you doing over there? At that moment, Dagen's wife shouted, startling the ducks in the river. Dagen jumped in surprise. Dagen, come here. The other wives joined in teasing him, saying, Dagen, you're really bold to be here in front of your wife like this. Don't expect to sleep in the house tonight, haha. Big brother, you should go over there. These women can really talk. They'll make up stories that sound real, Luo Hongying said as she returned the towel to Dagen. Dagen took the towel and replied, These women can really chatter. Don't be upset, sister. Life has its ups and downs, just try to stay positive. After saying this, Dagen ran upstream to his wife. She threw a basin of clothes in front of him, saying, I see you're bored. Hurry up and wash these clothes. Another wife chimed in, Dagen, you've only been married a few days and you're already looking at other people's wives, huh? The other wives laughed along. Dagen took the basin and obediently started washing the clothes, grumbling, You women really know how to stir up trouble. Shut up, Dagen. Tell me honestly, who is prettier, me or Luo Hongying? Dagen's wife asked, feeling jealous. Dagen thought it was obvious. Luo Hongying had a great figure and face, and his wife couldn't compare. However, to avoid upsetting her, Dagen said, "Of course my wife is the most beautiful in the world. If any man dares to look at anyone else, I'll have to confront him." These words made his wife, who had been angry and jealous, burst into laughter. "Silly. I was thinking of not letting you in tonight, but since you're so sweet-talking, I'll let you off." One of the other wives interjected, "Dagen, you two should take it easy. Even the best buns can get boring if you eat them every day, ha." Listening to the people upstream joking by the river, Lu Hongying felt uneasy. After washing the clothes and returning home, her mother-in-law had a displeased expression and said, "Hongying, it took you so long to wash clothes. There's so much work at home, and you're just out there wasting time." Lu Hongying ignored her mother-in-law, went inside, grabbed a pancake, and started eating it with some green onions and pickles. Her mother-in-law slammed the iron bucket loudly while feeding the pigs and then hit one of the pigs with a stick, making it squeal. "You lazy pig, you don't do any work but eat plenty. Isn't that insulting herself?" Lu Hongying was already upset and couldn't help but throw her pancake on the ground, arguing with her mother-in-law, "Mom, are you scolding me? Have I not worked in the fields at home?"
What?
This daughter-in-law dared to talk back to her mother-in-law? That was outrageous. Her mother-in-law felt her authority was challenged and threw the pig-feeding scoop at Lu Hongying, splattering pig food all over her. After feeling frustrated by washing clothes by the river, she faced more bullying at home. Lu Hongying angrily argued with her mother-in-law, and her father-in-law, who was drinking in the main room, noticed the commotion. He staggered out to the yard, pointed at Lu Hongying, and shouted, "You wasteful daughter-in-law, how dare you talk back to my wife? I'll teach you a lesson." He picked up a broom to hit Lu Hongying. Seeing this, Lu Hongying quickly dodged. She knew her father-in-law had a bad temper and, when drunk, would hit not only her mother-in-law but also Sha Zhu. It was better not to confront him directly. "Dad, please calm down. It was my mother-in-law who scolded me first. I'm sorry, okay?" Lu Hongying pleaded while running into the house. Once inside, she cried, feeling wronged. She thought to herself, she had just married into this family a few days ago and was already facing so much hardship. How would she manage in the future? As Lu Hongying cried, Sha Zhu returned home. He saw the pig food on her and her swollen eyes. "Hongying, what happened? Who bullied you?" Sha Zhu asked anxiously. Lu Hongying told him everything that had happened. After hearing it, Sha Zhu was furious. However, being a big and strong man, he was a typical dutiful son who listened to his parents and was a bit afraid of them. "Dad, Mom, Hongying works hard every day. Why do you treat her like this?" Sha Zhu bravely spoke softly to his parents in the yard. Seeing their son stand up for his wife after marrying, his parents were taken aback. Sha Zhu's father threw a smoking pipe, and it hit Sha Zhu right in the eye. Sha Zhu cried out in pain, but didn't dare to retaliate. Angry, he went back inside, and Lu Hongying knew he had been punished. However, she felt a bit comforted knowing that her husband cared for her. Lu Hongying took out some eye drops from the drawer and applied them to Sha Zhu's eye. As Sha Zhu smelled the fragrance of Lu Hongying, he closed the door. But things were not going well. He couldn't understand why. Seeing his wife's disappointed expression made Sha Zhu feel guilty. He hugged his wife and apologized. "Hongying, I might be too tired from working in the fields at noon. Wait for me tonight." Lu Hongying smiled and said, "It's okay, Sha Zhu. As long as you treat me well, nothing else matters." However, that night, Sha Zhu made an excuse to go to his cousin's house in a nearby village and didn't come home. Lu Hongying realized he was avoiding her. Alone in bed, she stared at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face, wondering why she married into such a family. At that moment, she thought of Dagen and realized that if she were to find a man, it should be someone like him, tall, good-looking, and someone who knows how to treat his wife well. On the other hand, Dagen was not having an easy time either. At 25, he married a wife who was 4 years older. In the rural areas of the early 1980s, a 29-year-old woman was considered an old maid. Why did she wait so long to get married? Dagen's wife had a bad reputation in her family. It was said she often mingled with young men from other villages, frequently leaving on a motorcycle and returning late at night. People in the village whispered that she went out drinking and dancing with those men, and her reputation suffered greatly, making her undesirable for marriage and leading her to remain single for so long. The matchmaker thought of Dagen, a handsome young man with a tall stature and striking features, but his parents were disabled and the family was poor, so no girls wanted to marry into that family. At 29, the old maid had few options left and was immediately attracted to Dagen when they first met, leading to a quick marriage. Once she married into Dagen's family, she became quite popular. Despite her poor reputation, Dagen didn't mind. Even though she was 4 years older, she didn't ask for a bride price. On their wedding night, Dagen was inexperienced, but his wife seemed to have a lot of experience and quickly won him over. From then on, the daughter-in-law became the most important person to the general. He didn't let her work in the fields. She only needed to cook and do laundry at home. Compared to other women in the village, she was quite fortunate. In that small village, where resources were scarce, women worked like men, and men worked hard in the fields. After getting married, Dagen was full of energy. He could finish in half a day what others did in a whole day because he now had a family, a wife, and a purpose. Of course, there were some men in the village who laughed at Dagen behind his back for marrying a woman who had been with others before, yet he was happily treating her like a treasure. Rumors spread quickly, but Dagen didn't care. He remembered how hard life was before his wife came into his life, working all day, and then having to cook and take care of his disabled parents. After his wife arrived, he could come home to hot water and warm meals, and at night, he had her by his side. What a great happiness! Dagen felt content, but after seeing Lu Hongying by the river during the day, he realized there were even more beautiful women, soft-spoken, fragrant, and full of femininity. When he got home, Dagen was a bit distracted. That night, his wife was still angry about what happened during the day. She wanted him to comfort her, but instead, he said some harsh words. She thought he must have been enchanted by that other woman. No problem, she had a way to deal with him. In the past, when they had disagreements, if she kept him at a distance at night, he would always apologize and try to make up. But this time, Dagen lay down early, showing no intention of apologizing, and fell fast asleep. Sitting on the edge of the bed, his wife, frustrated, picked up a shoe and threw it at Dagen's face. He was deep in a dream, holding hands with Lu Hongying, running through the flowers and chasing butterflies. After they got tired, they lay in the flowers, looking at the clouds. Lu Hongying rested her head on Dagen's shoulder, and he enjoyed her scent, smiling happily. He saw the warmth in her eyes and reached out to hold her. But just at that moment, a loud smack from the shoe woke him up, and he felt a sharp pain in his face. Dagen opened his eyes to see his wife looking furious. Remembering the dream, he realized something was off. Taking advantage of his wife's trip to the bathroom, he quickly changed his clothes. The daughter-in-law returned from the bathroom and scolded Dagen. "What were you dreaming about just now? You were mumbling." Dagen felt a bit guilty and secretly complained about why his wife woke him up at that moment. Even a minute later would have been fine. The daughter-in-law questioned Dagen, "Did you see Lu Hongying during the day and lose your mind? I heard her husband isn't good enough. Are you thinking of taking advantage of that?" "What? The beautiful Lu Hongying's husband isn't good enough?" Hearing this news, Dagen felt a bit pleased, but then thought about how such a stunning woman had to endure such pain. From then on, Dagen started paying attention to Lu Hongying's life. Lu Hongying had a bad relationship with her mother-in-law. Her father-in-law was a drunkard who would start causing trouble after a few drinks, even scolding the chickens, ducks, and pigs they raised, let alone people. He used to scold his wife and son, and now he was also scolding his daughter-in-law. Lu Hongying endured it, thinking that once she had a child, her father-in-law would treat her better for the sake of the grandchild. But after a few months in this family, nothing had changed. Sha Zhu's mother, with her beady eyes, asked Sha Zhu, "Why hasn't your wife gotten pregnant yet?" The daughter-in-law from the Wang family has already had a baby, and they married later than us. If this goes on, we might end up with nothing." Lu Hongying heard her mother-in-law's words and felt wronged. "You know what kind of health your son has, yet you only blame the woman." Instead of explaining, Sha Zhu also blamed Lu Hongying for not being capable. Sigh. Who really is not capable. After the new year, the men in the village started going out to work. Lu Hongying wanted to go too, but Sha Zhu wouldn't allow it. "What would you do going out alone? Don't run off with some wild man. I can stay home, but you should go. At least earn a bit to help with the household expenses." "Look how poor we are," Lu Hongying said. "Dad drinks every day, and Mom is always causing trouble. We only have those 2 acres of land, just enough to eat." "Is just enough to eat not good enough? Have you forgotten what it was like to be hungry?" Sha Zhu didn't want to go out to work. He couldn't bear to leave such a beautiful wife at home. Lu Hongying couldn't argue anymore, so she let him have his way. In spring, they were busy planting. In this mountainous area, the land was scarce and thin, so Lu Hongying encouraged Sha Zhu to go clear some uncultivated land on the mountain. Sha Zhu didn't want to go. It was too tiring. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Lu Hongying took 2 buns, some pickled vegetables, and a bottle of water, and headed up the mountain herself. When she got to the mountain, she found many people were already clearing the land. There's no way around it. The land is scarce, and there isn't enough food. Cultivating the wasteland can help grow more crops. This work is very hard. After finding a good spot, Lu Hongying started by clearing stones and then dealing with weeds. Before long, her clothes were soaked with sweat. Lu Hongying sat down to rest and saw Dagen coming with aid to work the wasteland. Dagen found a spot next to Lu Hongying, whether by chance or on purpose. "Are you also working the wasteland, sister?" Dagen greeted Lu Hongying with a smile. "This isn't a job for women." "Where is your husband, Sha Zhu?" "Oh, Dagen, he's not feeling well, so I told him to rest at home." "It's fine. We are from the mountains, and we can work from the moment we are born." Lu Hongying continued to clear the weeds. Dagen felt mixed emotions watching this beautiful woman. If she lived in the city, she would likely have an easy life, enjoying comfort and luxury. Unfortunately, fate had not been kind. The 2 worked in silence. Dagen secretly admired Lu Hongying's slim waist and tall figure, unconsciously swallowing hard. Before they knew it, it was noon. Lu Hongying was sweating profusely, with sweat running down her cheeks and her hair sticking to her ears as if it had been washed. Her clothes were soaked, and she took off her outer jacket, revealing her perfect figure. Dagen felt a bit dazed, while the other workers began to eat lunch. He suggested to Lu Hongying that she take a break and eat something to regain her strength. Lu Hongying paused her work, sat down, and pulled out some dry food from her bag. The bread was a bit hard and crumbled easily, so she had to rinse it down with cool water from a bottle. Sigh. What kind of life is this for a woman? Dagen couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. Compared to Lu Hongying, his wife seemed to live a life of luxury. She slept in every day and didn't do any farm work. When they first got married, she said, "Dagen, I came to your family to enjoy life, not to suffer." Dagen remembered this and didn't want her to struggle. Looking at Lu Hongying, he realized how big the difference was between women. Seeing Lu Hongying struggling with her dry bread, Dagen offered her the steamed buns he had made that morning. "Sister, don't eat that bread. Have a bun instead. It's filled with cabbage and pork, just steamed this morning." Lu Hongying politely declined, knowing well the importance of reputation in their closed-minded, backward village. Plus, with her looks, she needed to be even more mindful of her character. Seeing that Lu Hongying refused, Dagen directly stuffed the buns into her bag without saying a word. Lu Hongying tried to return them, but after a few exchanges, she had to accept them and thanked him. At that moment, she felt a warm feeling inside. As the sun began to set, it was time to go home. Clearing land was hard work, especially for women, so Lu Hongying only managed to clear stones and weeds today, planning to turn the soil tomorrow. Looking at Dagen, who was strong and had already turned half the soil, she admired him a bit. A woman would feel very secure with a man like him. In contrast, her own husband, Sha Zhu, always listened to his parents. Although he treated her well, he didn't provide a sense of security. After a long day of work, Lu Hongying returned home, exhausted, and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. When she woke up, it was already midnight, and no one called her for dinner. Hungry, she got up to find something to eat and discovered there was nothing in the pot except for 2 pieces of dry pancakes. Her anger flared up. She went to the other room and slapped Sha Zhu, who was snoring. He was confused and thought he was dreaming. He turned over and fell back asleep. Lu Hongying stood alone by the window, silently crying at the moon. The next morning, Sha Zhu's father was already drinking with pickled vegetables and chili. Sha Zhu's mother was making shoes for his father. When Sha Zhu returned with water and saw Lu Hongying still in bed, he gently pushed her and said, "Wife, why are you still sleeping? It's already 7 o'clock. Be careful, or my parents will scold you. I worked all day yesterday, came home without eating, and woke up hungry in the middle of the night. You all didn't leave me any food," Lu Hongying complained. "What? No food left? I saved some for you." Sha Zhu opened the cupboard and found the bowl of cabbage he had saved was missing. "That's strange. Can the food fly away?" At that moment, Sha Zhu's mother shouted from the yard, "What time is it? Why aren't you up? The Wang family's daughter-in-law has already carried 2 buckets of water." Sigh. Being late always brings trouble. Lu Hongying ignored her. After getting up, she quickly cooked a bowl of noodles and made herself a fried egg pancake. She drank some cold water and headed up the mountain to continue clearing land. When Lu Hongying arrived, Dagen had already cleared half a plot of land. "Hey, why are you late today?" Dagen asked while working the soil. "I was too tired yesterday and slept in," Lu Hongying replied coolly. Luo Hongying was feeling down, and Dagen guessed it might be because of a disagreement with Sha Zhu, who still hadn't come today. Today, Luo Hongying focused on her work and didn't talk to Dagen. Dagen carefully watched her expression. When it was lunchtime, he called her to eat. Luo Hongying stopped her work, sat down, and took out a pancake to eat. Dagen brought her a big apple, saying, "Here, sister, my wife bought these at the market yesterday, and I took 2 but can't eat them all." Luo Hongying accepted it without hesitation, smiling as she said, "Dagen, your wife bought the apples, and you gave one to me. Aren't you afraid she'll find out and not let you sleep on the bed tonight?" Haha. After saying that, Luo Hongying smiled, and her smile was even more beautiful. Dagen usually saw her looking worried, but today, her smile was more beautiful than the flowers on the mountain. She doesn't know," Zhu stammered. "Sister, just enjoy it, it's fine." Luo Hongying took a bite of the apple. It was crunchy and sweet. Zhu poured her a cup of hot water, saying, "Sister, try to drink less cold water. It's not good for women." Seeing Dagen's gentle care, Luo Hongying felt a little touched, but she had her principles and couldn't let her heart stray. The sky changed suddenly, going from bright sunshine to dark clouds, and soon it started pouring rain. There wasn't enough time to run home. Dagen called out to Luo Hongying, "Sister, let's hide in the cave for a bit. Catching a cold would be troublesome." Seeing the rain getting heavier, Luo Hongying hurried into the cave without thinking much. This cave was a resting place for villagers when they took their sheep out, warm in winter and cool in summer. Once inside, Dagen gathered some dry branches to start a fire. Then he took off his jacket and handed it to Luo Hongying, saying, "Sister, don't catch a chill." Luo Hongying gratefully looked at him and put on the jacket. Outside, the rain continued to pour with no signs of stopping. In the glow of the fire, Luo Hongying looked particularly charming, making Dagen's heart race. "Sister, you warm up by the fire. I'll go check if the rain has lessened," he said, walking toward the entrance. To hide his nervousness, Dagen sat at the cave's entrance, looking outside. Luo Hongying quietly sat by the fire, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap startled Luo Hongying, and she screamed. She had always been afraid of thunder. Dagen, sitting outside the cave, heard her shout and rushed in, asking what's wrong. "Hongying, Luo Hongying suddenly rushed into Dagen's arms, holding him tightly. "Big brother, I'm scared. I'm afraid of thunder." This surprised Dagen, and he looked at the trembling Luo Hongying in his arms, unsure whether to hold her or let go, worried about offending her. Just then, the thunder stopped, and Luo Hongying calmed down. Her face turned as red as an apple as she lowered her head and returned to the fire. Dagen's heart raced. In his 25 years of life, apart from his wife, this was the first time he had been so close to another woman. This felt quite inappropriate. Luo Hongying felt the same way. Besides her own man, this was her first close encounter with another man. Dagen was strong, and when she hugged him, she felt a sense of safety from his muscular arms. The rain continued to fall, and just when they were at a loss, someone suddenly barged in. It was Manhwa from the village, known for being a troublemaker, nicknamed Ma the Rascal. He entered the cave with a few sheep and, upon seeing Luo Hongying and Dagen, his eyes showed surprise, greed, and cunning. "Hey, what are you two doing hiding in this cave? Are you up to no good?" Manhwa said, chewing on a piece of grass and leering at Luo Hongying from head to toe. "Ma the Rascal, stop talking nonsense. We were just taking shelter from the rain after working in the mountains. Watch your mouth, or I'll deal with you," Dagen said angrily, glaring at him. He knew Ma the Rascal was a scoundrel, and if he spread rumors, both he and Luo Hongying would be shamed in the village. "Oh, you dare threaten me? Do you think I won't shout from the mountaintop? The whole village will come to see what you're up to," Manhwa said, moving closer to the fire and taking off his wet clothes to dry them. Hearing this, Luo Hongying became very anxious. "Big brother, please, we really didn't do anything. We just came in to avoid the rain," she pleaded softly. However, Manhwa showed no sympathy and instead had a mischievous idea. He stared at Luo Hongying's figure, swallowed hard, and said, "I saw you two hugging outside just now. Don't pretend you didn't do anything." This was bad. Luo Hongying was trembling, not sure if she was more scared or anxious. Seeing this, Dagen pushed Manhwa away. "Get lost. Look how scared you've made her. Show some kindness. You can't even find a wife, and you're embarrassing your parents." These few sentences angered Malaisi, who said that I can do anything, but I cannot expose secrets. Am I not allowed to talk about my girlfriend? I just haven't found the right one, humph. Now that the rain has stopped, Malaisi is herding the sheep and getting ready to leave. He seems to remember something and approaches Dagen, saying, "Jen, if you want me to keep this matter quiet, give me 50 yuan as a hush money, or don't blame me for being rude." Being honest means not fearing shadows. Say whatever you want. Dagen is not afraid of him at all. Malaisi then walks over to Luo Hongying with a smirk and says, "Sister-in-law, if he doesn't agree, you have to agree with me, right?" "Agree to what?" Luo Hongying replies timidly. He, agree with me." As Malaisi speaks, he reaches out to touch Luo Hongying's hand. Luo Hongying is scared and pulls away, and Malaisi tries to touch her face, wanting to get a little too close. At that moment, he feels a kick from behind and barely avoids crashing into the fire. Furious, he gets up and points at Dagen, shouting, "You dare hit me? I'm going back to the village to tell everyone that you and Luo Hongying are up to no good on the mountain." After saying that, Malaisi covers his backside and limps away, forgetting his shirt hanging on a rock, running away like he's in a hurry. Luo Hongying, panicking, asks Dagen what to do. If he really spreads rumors, we will be in trouble. Dagen is also a bit worried. He comforts Luo Hongying, saying not to be afraid, he will handle it. After descending the mountain, Dagen quickly finds Malaisi and secretly gives him 50 yuan, instructing him not to spread nonsense. Seeing the money, Malaisi confidently promises, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." Dagen explains that there was nothing wrong to begin with. He just fears Malaisi's loose tongue. Malaisi looks around to make sure no one is watching and quietly asks Dagen, "Jen, since no one is here, tell me, isn't Luo Hongying very charming?" Seeing his lewd expression, Dagen, who usually has a strong personality, really wants to give him a good beating. But thinking of his fierce wife at home, he holds back. "Jen, tell me about Luo Hongying, okay? To be honest, I dream about her, Malaisi says, looking at the 50 yuan in his hand with satisfaction. It's real. Dagen tells Malaisi not to think too much. He and Lu Hongying are innocent. Innocent?
Come on.
If you were really innocent, you wouldn't be paying me to keep quiet, Malaisi laughs lewdly. Dagen thinks to himself that this little guy has found a way to hold something over him. Two people stood at the village entrance. Dagen's wife called him to come home for dinner. When she saw Malaisi holding 50 yuan, she asked, Malaisi, did you strike it rich?
Waving 50 yuan around like that.
He, Sister Jen, this money is. Dagen quickly coughed to stop Malaisi from speaking, almost revealing the truth. Malaisi quickly changed the subject. Sister Jen, this money is from my dad. He asked me to buy fertilizer in the town.
Hey?
Sister Jen, what happened to your neck? Malaisi pointed at the red mark on her neck, which looked like a mosquito bite or maybe like someone had grabbed her. Sister Jen blushed and said, Ask your brother Jen. He did it. Malaisi turned to Dagen and said, Oh, brother Jen, how could you hit your wife? Oh, I get it, you're tired of her. Look at how you grabbed Sister Jen's neck. TSK. That's not how a man should act. Malaisi scolded Dagen, leaving him speechless and making him look bad for hitting his wife. In just one day, Dagen's reputation was ruined because of Malaisi. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying returned home to find her husband, Sha Zhu, cooking rice porridge. Seeing Lu Hongying looking unhappy, he thought she was upset because he didn't go to the mountains with her. Noticing her clothes and hair were wet, Sha Zhu felt guilty and served her a bowl of rice porridge to warm her up. Sha Zhu's mother, watching their old black and white TV, saw it start to snow on the screen. Frustrated, she went up to the TV and started hitting it. Sha Zhu's father saw his wife about to break the TV and shouted, What are you hitting it for? If you can go buy a new one. Haha, what can an old woman do? The men don't even think about finding ways to earn money and blame the women instead. After being mocked by her husband, Sha Zhu's mother felt hurt. She saw Sha Zhu bringing a bowl of rice porridge and thought it was for her. But he turned and went to the north room. This made Sha Zhu's mother furious, and she yelled, What kind of rule is this? You made food, and the old lady hasn't eaten yet, but the daughter-in-law gets to eat first. Lu Hongying heard her mother-in-law scolding her again. This was always the case. Whenever her father-in-law scolded her mother-in-law, she took it out on Lu Hongying. She wondered who her mother-in-law vented her anger on before she got married. Sha Zhu said, She takes it out on me. That's just how she is, stubborn. Don't pay her any mind. His voice wasn't loud, but little did he know, Sha Zhu's mother was eavesdropping at the door. Seeing her son embarrass himself in front of his wife, she angrily kicked the door open and rushed inside. She snatched the bowl of rice porridge from Hongying and smashed it on the floor, shattering it completely. That wasn't all. The mother-in-law pointed at Hongying's nose and shouted, You useless hen. Ever since you came here, my son has been going against me every day. You may not have any other skills, but you sure know how to control men. Being scolded for no reason was exhausting, and Hongying's anger flared up. I'm a useless hen? Why don't you ask your son if he's capable?
What?
Both Sha Zhu and his mother were stunned. Sha Zhu felt embarrassed and angrily told Hongying to stop talking nonsense. This was the first time he had been harsh with her. On the other hand, his mother couldn't believe it and pulled Sha Zhu in front of Hongying. Look at him. This big guy with his strong arms and legs, and you say he's useless? That's ridiculous. Realizing she had hurt Sha Zhu's pride, Hongying fell silent. Their dog came in to eat the porridge from the broken bowl, but Sha Zhu's mother kicked it away, making it yelp. You lazy dog that only knows how to eat. What good are you? It would be better to feed a pig. At least we could sell it for some money. As she was scolding, she suddenly remembered the pig that Sha Zhu had secretly sold, which made her even angrier. She grabbed Hongying by the hair, demanding the money from the pig. The pig had been sold for over 200 yuan, and at that time, Sha Zhu had given all that money to Hongying as a newlywed gift. However, Hongying didn't want to spend it. She kept it as her secret savings in case things got tough, and she needed to leave. Now, with Sha Zhu's mother pulling her hair for money, Hongying didn't dare to fight back and cried out in pain. What was even more frustrating was that Sha Zhu not only didn't intervene but insisted that Hongying hand over the pig money. Sha Zhu's mother yanked out a large handful of Hongying's hair, making her scalp tingle. Sha Zhu's father and Sha Zhu stood by, watching the family gang up on her. Fine. I'm an outsider, right? I'll just leave. Hongying glared at Sha Zhu and went to pack her things in the inner room. Her mother-in-law blocked the doorway, saying, "You can leave, but first give me the pig money." It seemed she wouldn't be able to keep that money today. Gritting her teeth, Hongying pulled out a floral handkerchief from her bag, which was wrapped in 3 layers. From it, she took out 4 50-yuan bills and tossed them to Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu hurried over to pick up the money and handed it to his mother. Hongying tied her bag and walked out of the house. Sha Zhu chased after her, and Sha Zhu's mother shouted from the door frame, "Let her go. Once she leaves, she won't come back." Sha Zhu grabbed Lu Hongying's arm, but she forcefully shook it off, and with a loud, it seemed like her arm was broken, followed by unbearable pain and beads of sweat rolling down her face. Seeing Lu Hongying in pain, Sha Zhu shouted, "Mom, come quick. Hongying's arm is broken." Sha Zhu's mother was still cursing. When she heard Sha Zhu say Hongying's arm was broken, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "She deserves it." Now that they couldn't leave, they turned back, and Sha Zhu wanted the 200 yuan to take Lu Hongying to see a doctor. Sha Zhu's mother said there was no money. "I raised that pig, and the money for it should go to me. If you want to see a doctor, you need to pay for it yourself." Sha Zhu was at a loss, standing there in a daze while Lu Hongying cried out in pain, begging Sha Zhu to call the village doctor. "How can we afford a doctor?" "Hongying, just bear with it. Your bones will heal in time." Sha Zhu felt helpless, while Sha Zhu's mother seemed to take pleasure in it. Sha Zhu's father, who had drunk half a bottle of liquor, shouted at Lu Hongying, "Why are you so delicate? I once fell while drinking and my leg bled a lot, but I didn't complain and look, I'm fine now." As he spoke, Sha Zhu's father rolled up his pants to show his smelly foot to Lu Hongying, saying, "I have a big scar, and I didn't spend a dime." Tears streamed down Lu Hongying's face. She realized she couldn't rely on anyone in this family. Enduring the pain, she walked toward the village clinic without a penny. Sha Zhu wanted to follow her but turned back after a few steps, realizing it was pointless to chase after her without money. Lu Hongying looked back, hoping Sha Zhu would come after her, but there was no one behind her. She wiped her tears and arrived at the clinic. The doctor was out for lunch, so Lu Hongying waited at the door. At that moment, Dagen also arrived at the clinic and asked with concern, "Did you hurt your arm?" Lu Hongying nodded, and Sha Zhu said, "Wait here, I'll go get the doctor." After a while, the doctor came, examined Lu Hongying's arm, and said it was dislocated but would be fine after resetting it. The doctor quickly fixed her arm and said, 5 yuan. However, Lu Hongying had no money at all. Doctor, can I owe you the money?" Dagen noticed Lu Hongying's awkward situation and immediately took out 5 yuan to give to the doctor. Then he asked the doctor to prescribe some pain relief medicine for Lu Hongying. What else could she do but feel grateful? After leaving the clinic, Lu Hongying asked Dagen why he came to the clinic. Dagen slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot. My wife said her stomach hurts, so I'm going to buy her some pain relief medicine." He told Lu Hongying to go home first while he went to get the medicine for his wife. How different their lives are. Dagen's wife is so lucky to have such a caring man. Lu Hongying sighed, feeling a hint of jealousy in her heart. When Lu Hongying got home, she hesitated at the door for a few minutes before pushing it open. Inside, the family of 3 was happily having dinner. She glanced at the food: rice porridge, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a small bowl of fried salted fish, all served with corn cakes. It seemed that while she was away, they were enjoying a better meal. Seeing Lu Hongying return, her in-laws didn't even lift their eyes. However, Sha Zhu was considerate and quickly stood up to help Lu Hongying sit down. He served her a bowl of rice porridge and handed her a pair of chopsticks. After a tiring day of work, Lu Hongying's stomach growled with hunger. She didn't care about her pride anymore and picked up a corn cake, took a piece of salted fish, and sipped the rice porridge. Ignoring her mother-in-law's disapproving look, she thought that in a home lacking love, it was more important to love herself a little more. After eating, she returned to her room, too lazy to wash the bowl. She knew her mother-in-law would scold her again, but Lu Hongying didn't care. After enduring so much, she didn't even get a smile in return, so she decided to let it go. Once inside, Sha Zhu followed her in and asked with concern how her arm was. Lu Hongying replied indifferently that it was fine, just dislocated. Sha Zhu sighed in relief, but thought about how Lu Hongying had said she was not capable in front of her parents. This was something he could tolerate, but not for long. Tonight was the time to prove his manhood. Sha Zhu had cleaned up today and even brushed his teeth like the city folks. The toothbrush and toothpaste were from when they first got married. Lu Hongying had insisted he be hygienic, but he thought it was a waste of money. His parents had never brushed their teeth, and their teeth were fine. At the time, when they were newlyweds, Lu Hongying had commanded him not to come near her if he didn't brush his teeth, saying his breath could knock her out. So, Sha Zhu bought a toothbrush and toothpaste, but after using it once, he tossed it aside, claiming the toothpaste was bitter and spicy, definitely toxic. But tonight, he took the initiative to brush his teeth, scrubbing thoroughly until the smell of smoke faded. When he returned to the room, Lu Hongying was already asleep. Sha Zhu quietly turned off the light and lay down next to her. He placed his hand on her waist, but she was already fast asleep. What should he do? After this village, there won't be another shop, so proving one's strength is essential tonight. Sha Zhu woke up Lu Hongying, who was dreaming sweetly. She was annoyed and slapped him without thinking. Sha Zhu was surprised that his usually gentle wife would hit him. Why was she acting like a fierce tiger tonight? However, the slap made him feel deflated. Realizing she had hit him, Lu Hongying quickly pretended to be asleep again. Sha Zhu, however, couldn't sleep. He had always been a pampered child, and now his cheeks stung from the slap. He felt wronged and wanted to cry. Whether Lu Hongying hit him by mistake or was pretending to sleep, he felt the need to teach her a lesson. That slap had hurt his pride. So, he raised his fist toward the sleeping Lu Hongying, pretending to strike. But then he thought better of it and decided to let it go this time. Still upset, he went to his parents' room. His father, a heavy drinker at 55, had enjoyed half a bottle of liquor and was having fun with Sha Zhu's mother, who was 52. In their small village in the late 80s and early 90s, being over 50 made one seem quite old, especially with all the hard work. But Sha Zhu's mother was lazy. Her life motto was, do less work whenever possible. Thanks to this philosophy, she looked much younger than her peers, appearing to be in her early 40s because she loved to dress up. Sha Zhu didn't think much about it and barged into his parents' room, only to witness an awkward scene. If he had any sense, he would have left quietly. But instead, he shouted, "Dad, Mom, how old are you to still be doing this? Isn't it embarrassing?" His parents, caught off guard by the unexpected interruption, were momentarily speechless. Sha Zhu's mother quickly pushed his father down, trying to explain, "Son, don't misunderstand. We were just playing around." But his father was not in a good mood, grumbling, "You little rascal. You ruined my fun.
Get out."
"Humph. I'm not leaving. I'm here to sleep with Mom," Sha Zhu declared, climbing onto the bed and telling his mother about the slap he received from Lu Hongying, which still hurt. Silly Zhu's mother was very angry and shouted, "What is wrong with you? You're so big and strong. Why don't you fight back?" Silly Zhu replied that he didn't want to hit her because she was so pretty. What if he scared her away? "Don't worry, if she runs away, I'll find you someone else who can have children," his mother said. Then she suddenly remembered, "Hey, Zhu, on your wedding night, was there really blood on the sheets? I purposely put on a white sheet for you, so don't try to fool me." Thinking about this made Silly Zhu upset. He said no because everyone said a new bride would have blood, so why didn't Lu Hongying? She must not have been a before marriage. When Silly Zhu's mother heard that Lu Hongying didn't have blood on her wedding night, She scolded Lu Hongying in front of her son and told him to divorce her and marry a proper girl from a good family. They were so confidently misguided. Just look at their family. A father who drinks too much, a lazy mother, and a son who is too dependent on his mom. How did Lu Hongying end up marrying into this family? They should really thank the matchmaker. Lu Hongying was tricked by her smooth talking. Sha Zhu's mother spent a lot of money on this matchmaker. She was well known in the area, and it was said that her success rate for matchmaking was over 90%, though she often faced criticism. The matchmaker went to Lu Hongying's family and praised her, saying, "Oh my, look at your daughter. She's beautiful and has everything. Let me find her a good husband." Lu Hongying's mother was very money-minded, and the matchmaker quickly gave her 200 yuan as a meeting fee, saying there would be a big reward if the match was successful. Then she exaggerated about Sha Zhu's family, saying, "I've found a great family for your daughter. The son is an only child and will inherit everything. They raise pigs, and his parents are healthy. He's 1.77 meters tall and very handsome." The matchmaker's flattery convinced Lu Hongying's mother to agree to a meeting. When they met at Sha Zhu's house, Lu Hongying felt disappointed. The matchmaker's words were too unreliable. Forget about the family situation. Although Sha Zhu was tall, he didn't look very appealing. Lu Hongying immediately said she wasn't interested. But Sha Zhu fell in love at first sight. He didn't want anyone else but her. The matchmaker then used her best tricks. The matchmaker knew Lu Hongying's mother liked money, so she told Sha Zhu's mother to offer money to ensure the marriage would happen. Offering money can work, but you need to have some to give. The matchmaker received 200 and gave 200 to Hongying's mother in advance. This money was from selling ginkgo trees, and now the family has just over 100 left. The matchmaker's eyes darted around and noticed the ring that Sha Zhu's mother was wearing. Sha Zhu's mother said that was not acceptable, as the ring was a keepsake from her mother. "Do you want a daughter-in-law or a ring?" The matchmaker threatened Sha Zhu's mother. "It's not that I look down on you. Don't you know your own family's situation? Look at that beautiful girl. Do you think she can marry into a family like yours without some sacrifice?" In the end, Sha Zhu's mother reluctantly took off the ring she had worn for many years, which later became one of the reasons she disliked Hongying. The matchmaker gave the ring to Hongying's mother and whispered, "This ring is a family heirloom. It shows that we are interested in your daughter. Otherwise, who would give it up?" This moved Hongying, and she put on the ring, deciding on the marriage despite Hongying's objections. Later, Hongying caused a scene, but when her mother threatened to harm herself, Hongying was too scared to resist and had to agree to the marriage. Hongying deeply resented the matchmaker and even thought about throwing rotten eggs at her house. After marrying Sha Zhu, she realized she had made a mistake, but there was nothing she could do. She just had to accept her fate. Before returning to her family, Hongying had a crush on a young man who was a college student teaching in her small village. They dated for a while, but fortunately, nothing serious happened, and when he returned to the city, their relationship ended. Compared to her previous boyfriend, Sha Zhu seemed very simple. At first, she looked down on him, but later, realizing she couldn't change him, she tried to accept him and live a good life. Unfortunately, he was neither good-looking nor capable. She swallowed all her grievances, hoping for a stable life, but things were not peaceful. After hearing her son say that Hongying had lost her charm, Sha Zhu's mother felt cheated, thinking about her shiny ring being exchanged for a second-hand car. Since then, she felt more and more dissatisfied with Hongying, often stirring up trouble to make Sha Zhu and Hongying argue, complaining about spending so much money on a second-hand bride. Initially, Sha Zhu treated Hongying well, but he couldn't stand his mother's constant nagging. Over time, he began to see himself as a fool and often imagined Hongying with other men, which only made him angrier. One night, while Hongying was asleep, Sha Zhu shook her awake, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and asked her who that man was. This conversation left Lu Hongying confused, and after muttering about being crazy, she turned over and went back to sleep. This action provoked Sha Zhu, who grabbed his wife's arm and lifted her to the bed as if she were a small chicken. Lu Hongying woke up, exclaiming, Sha Zhu, are you out of your mind? Yes, I am. If I weren't, would I marry someone like you? Lu Hongying was taken aback by Sha Zhu's words. Feeling both angry and wronged, she got up from the floor and kicked him. This only made him angrier. He threw Lu Hongying onto the bed and began to hit her repeatedly. Sha Zhu was strong and could hit hard, while the delicate Lu Hongying couldn't withstand his blows. She covered her head and cried for help. In the next room, Sha Zhu's parents heard the commotion. Sha Zhu's father wanted to intervene, but his wife stopped him, saying, let them handle their own issues. Sha Zhu's mother seemed to take pleasure in the situation, saying, they deserve it. Lu Hongying's desperate cries alarmed half the village, and the dogs began to bark. However, no one came to help, as everyone believed it was better to stay out of it since it was a family matter. Dagen also heard the noise and felt pain in his heart. He wanted to check on them but feared what others might say. Sha Zhu was like an angry lion, and Lu Hongying was defenseless against his attacks, numbly enduring the punches and kicks. Eventually, Sha Zhu grew tired and collapsed, breathing heavily. Lu Hongying leaned against the wall, her hair disheveled, feeling empty and lifeless, unable to feel any pain. After a while, Sha Zhu realized he had done something terrible and crawled over to Lu Hongying. Seeing her bruised and battered, he slapped himself in frustration, saying, Hongying, I lost my mind. Please forgive me. Lu Hongying looked at him expressionlessly, not saying a word or shedding a tear. Sha Zhu panicked, grabbing her hand and repeatedly apologizing. He offered her a pipe, saying, you can hit me back, Hongying. Go ahead, hit me hard. Lu Hongying forcefully pulled her hand away, slowly stood up, fixed her hair and clothes, looked around their once-shared home, and then walked out without looking back. The village was unusually quiet at night as Lu Hongying walked alone on the road. She didn't know where she was going or what the future held, but she knew she could no longer endure that kind of life. As she walked, Lu Hongying arrived at a small river outside the village. She stood quietly by the river, watching the water flow swiftly. Under the moonlight, her figure appeared incredibly lonely and desolate, yet her heart felt calm. Sha Zhu got dressed and went out to look for Lu Hongying, only to find she had already disappeared. He felt scared, worried that he had scared away his beautiful wife. Sha Zhu's mother, hearing the commotion, pretended to come over to mediate but soon realized her daughter-in-law was nowhere to be found. She scolded, if you hit her lightly, of course, she can run away. You should have hit harder. Sha Zhu searched around the village, but apart from the barking dogs, there was no sign of Lu Hongying. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying was struggling with her inner turmoil, feeling hopeless in life, with nothing going her way, making it hard to continue living. She sat there in a daze for a long time before standing up, fixing her clothes and hair. The river was over 2 meters deep. She looked back, thought of her greedy mother, and jumped into the river without any hesitation. The river water was cold on a spring night. After jumping in, Lu Hongying regretted her decision. She was still young and didn't want to leave like this. So, she cried out for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she swallowed water. After struggling in the river for a while, filled with fear and despair, she was about to sink when a pair of strong hands caught her. At that moment, Lu Hongying had lost consciousness from the water. Those hands lifted her to the shore and, seeing she was unresponsive, quickly began to perform first aid. He pressed on her chest until she coughed up some water and began to breathe again. Lu Hongying opened her eyes and saw her rescuer, whose tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. This man was Dagen. That night, Dagen had also heard Lu Hongying's cries for help. He wanted to go help her, but feared upsetting his wife and worried about what the villagers might say. Unable to stay away, he waited until his wife fell asleep and quietly went to Lu Hongying's house. Seeing the door wide open and no noise inside, Dagen felt uneasy and hurried to the riverbank. Just as he arrived, he saw Lu Hongying jump into the river. Dagen dove in and quickly rescued her. Heaven had given Lu Hongying a second chance, and her savior was Dagen. She felt grateful, but had no way to repay him. Dagen told her not to worry about repayment, just to live well. In this small mountain village, many people have it worse than you. Look at Liurniu. He can't see, but still works hard in the fields every day. Dagen choked up as he spoke. Compared to them, at least you are healthy.
Why do you feel this way?
Luo Hongying hugged Dagen and cried loudly. After she finished, she wiped her tears and said seriously, Dagen, don't worry. I won't belittle myself anymore. Worried about causing trouble for Dagen, Luo Hongying urged him to go home quickly so his wife wouldn't suspect anything. What's there to suspect? We are innocent and above board. At that moment, Dagen just wanted to stay with her a little longer. Even a few comforting words were very important to Luo Hongying. Go home. Dagen, I've learned something from this. It's better to live poorly than to die well. After Luo Hongying insisted, Dagen went home, reminding her to return quickly. When Luo Hongying got home, it was already past 2 in the morning, and her in-laws were asleep. She entered the living room and saw Sha Zhu sleeping fully clothed. She covered him with a blanket, feeling neither love nor hate. Then she changed out of her wet clothes, washed her face, and took a blanket to the grain room. Luo Hongying spread a plastic bag over the corn stalks in the grain room and decided to sleep there for the night. She couldn't fall asleep because of the rats and bugs, staring blankly out the window until she finally dozed off just before dawn. In the morning, Sha Zhu woke up and noticed Luo Hongying was gone. He cursed. This woman has no sense of responsibility, staying out all night.
Who knows which man she's with?
When Sha Zhu's mother woke up and saw Luo Hongying was still not home, she encouraged Sha Zhu, Zhuzi, I think this woman is getting too bold. If she doesn't come home at night, we shouldn't keep a daughter-in-law like her. You should divorce her. Divorce? Who's going to give Sha Zhu money to remarry? Have you looked at what kind of son you have? Sha Zhu's father started pouring himself some liquor. Despite being a drunk, he still had some awareness. Sha Zhu's father quickly silenced Sha Zhu's mother with a few words. Yes. What were their conditions? If they divorced, Sha Zhu would be left single. What do you suggest we do? A woman who doesn't come home at night? What can we do? If she misbehaves, just punish her and see if she dares to run away again. Sha Zhu's father had some bad ideas. At this point, he remembered something. Zhuzi, Luo Hongying said you're not capable. Tell me, is it you or is she the problem? Could Sha Zhu admit to something like that? He insisted it wasn't him. He was perfectly capable. Now Sha Zhu's father felt more confident. I knew it. You're my son. I'm over 50, and I can still manage. My son can't be incapable. You old man, how can you shamelessly share everything with Zhuzi? Sha Zhu's mother felt a bit embarrassed. Zhuzi, if your wife is really not capable, you need to pay attention. If there's someone better, we can find another one. We can't let our family line end. Zhuzi's father took a sip of wine and bit into a green onion, feeling very happy. Dad, if that's the case, I should find someone better before I let her go. What if it all goes wrong? Zhuzi replied. Zhuzi's mother added, exactly, we need to find someone good first. If we really can't, then we have to make do. This family thought that Luo Hongying hadn't come back all night, so they weren't worried and didn't go looking for her. Meanwhile, Luo Hongying, who was in the grain room, overheard everything clearly and felt completely disheartened, losing any affection for this family. At that moment, the grain room door opened, and Zhuzi's mother came in to get corn to feed the chickens. She saw someone lying in the grain room and screamed, "There's a ghost." What ghost is there in broad daylight? Zhuzi followed her in and recognized that it was Luo Hongying. Zhuzi and his mother exchanged glances and instinctively took a step back. I heard everything you just said. If you think I'm incapable, then go ahead and find a capable daughter-in-law, Luo Hongying said as she struggled to sit up, feeling dizzy. Hongying, don't misunderstand. We were just talking, Zhuzi explained.
So, what if you talked?
It's all true. You've been married to this family for over 6 months with no progress, and you say it's not because of you, Zhuzi's mother said angrily. Why are you here in the grain room scaring everyone when you have a perfectly good bed? Luo Hongying didn't respond. She felt weak and cold, possibly running a fever. She swayed as she stood up and forced herself to walk to the village clinic. Zhuzi wanted to accompany her, but she pushed him away, saying she didn't need it. At that moment, Zhuzi's father had gone back to drink, and nothing could stop him from doing so. Lu Hongying arrived at the village clinic, where the doctor took her temperature and found she had a fever of 39.2 degrees Celsius. He quickly gave her an injection and prescribed medicine. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Hongying said, "Doctor, can I owe you the money?" "I don't have any right now." The doctor smiled and said, "Someone has already paid for you." He said he would cover the cost if you came to see the doctor. Lu Hongying knew it must be Dagen. A flood of emotions rushed over her. Why was Dagen so kind to her while her own husband was like that? It felt unfair. After resting for 2 days, Lu Hongying gradually recovered. Zhuzi did something a bit thoughtful. He killed an old hen to provide her with some nutrition, knowing he didn't want to remain single. However, this upset Zhuzi's mother, as that old hen was still laying eggs. "You killed it, and now it can't lay eggs." What a harsh thing to say. Lu Hongying's chicken soup had hardly any meat. Her in-laws took all the meat. They said the nutrition was in the soup, so we just had to make do with a little meat. What a peculiar and unfeeling family. Being young, I recover quickly. I thought about the piece of land on the mountain that still needed to be worked on, but Sha Zhu, the young master, was unwilling to help. "If we don't finish it, all our hard work will be for nothing." Lu Hongying took some food and water back up the mountain. She hoped to run into Dagen and properly thank him. To her surprise, when she reached the barren land, an amazing scene unfolded. The remaining part of her land had been cleared by someone else, all neat and tidy, just waiting to be planted. It was him again, Dagen, always secretly helping her. How can I repay this kindness? Lu Hongying sat for a while before heading back down. She didn't want to keep struggling. If the main worker wasn't helping, why should she, a woman, push herself? On her way down, she ran into Ma Lizi. "Sister Hongying, done for the day already?" "Oh, I'm not feeling well and can't work." Knowing Ma Lizi wasn't a good person, Lu Hongying didn't want to engage with him. But he came closer with a smirk, drooling as he said, "I saw it. Dagen cleared your land, yet you say you two have nothing going on? I don't believe it. Sister, can we talk about something?" Ma Lizi looked around, and when he saw no one, he changed his tone and said in a way, "Sister Hongying, let's go to the top of the mountain to cool off." Knowing he had bad intentions, Lu Hongying replied that it wasn't hot in spring, so there was no need to cool off, and tried to walk down the mountain. But Ma Lizi blocked her and threatened, "If you refuse, I'll tell everyone about you and Dagen." "Ma Lizi, you really have no shame. You took Dagen's money and now threaten me? Aren't you afraid he'll beat you up when he finds out?" "I took his money, not yours. Besides, if you two had nothing going on, why would you give me money? Sounds guilty to me." Ma Lizi moved closer to Lu Hongying. "So tempting. Sister, your Sha Zhen is lazy and greedy and even hits you. Just leave him and come with me. I promise you'll live a good life." Seeing his disgusting face made Lu Hongying feel sick. At that moment, Ma Lizi grew bolder and took advantage of her distraction, pinching her cheek. Lu Hongying, furious and embarrassed, slapped him hard. "Pervert." After being slapped, Ma Lizi covered his face and cursed, "What are you pretending for? Why can Dagen be with you and not me? He's married, and I'm still a young man. Tell me, what makes him better than me?" Lu Hongying ignored him and pushed him aside as she walked down the mountain. Ma Lizi watched Lu Hongying's graceful figure, swallowing hard as he cursed, "Humph. Just wait, I'll show you. The toad wants to eat swan meat." Lu Hongying is indeed like a white swan in the village, but her fate is unfortunate. After being disgusted by Ma Lizi, Lu Hongying returned home. Sha Zhu and his father had gone to the vegetable garden, while Sha Zhu's mother was next door, helping Aunt Wang make tofu. Feeling unwell after her trip to the mountain, Lu Hongying went to the inner room to lie down and soon fell asleep. While she was sleeping soundly, she heard someone talking in the yard. It was a man, not the voices of Sha Zhu or his father. Lu Hongying peeked out the window and saw a puzzling scene. Her mother-in-law was talking to a man in the yard, and they had closed the door during the day. Lu Hongying looked closely at the man and realized it was the village head, Old Song. What was he sneaking around her house for? Old Song was over 60 years old and had been the village head for decades. He was respected and well-regarded in the village, always smiling and approachable. Curious, Lu Hongying continued to observe. She saw Old Song take a bottle of cream from his black bag and hand it to Sha Zhu's mother. I went to a meeting in the town today and bought this at the market. The city women are all so fair and smooth because they use this. Sha Zhu's mother was as happy as a young girl, taking it and smelling it. It smells so good. You're so thoughtful, always thinking of me. If I don't treat you well, who will? Without you, I wouldn't be here, Old Song said, holding Sha Zhu's mother's hand with deep affection. Remember that winter over 20 years ago when I got drunk and lay on the road? If you hadn't pulled me home in that cart, I would have frozen to death. As he spoke, Old Song even shed a tear. Sha Zhu's mother sighed. What a pity. We were both married back then. If I had known I would meet someone so wonderful, I would have married later. But aren't we doing well now? It's been over 20 years. Even if we can't live together, we still care for each other. Old Song suddenly remembered something and said angrily, Does your husband still hit you? He doesn't hit anyone now, he even hits his daughter-in-law. After drinking, he doesn't know what's right or wrong anymore. I think you should just leave that drunkard. I can support you. I have enough savings now, so I won't treat you poorly. What are you saying? I'm over 50. What will happen to me if I really leave? You can't leave either. It would just make people talk behind my back. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and looked up at the sky, saying, You should go quickly. They will be back soon. With that, she opened the yard gate, peeked outside, saw no one, and urged, Hurry up. Seeing this, Lu Hongying gasped in shock. Oh my! She had accidentally stumbled upon a huge secret about her mother-in-law. What should she do? After sending off the village head, Mrs. Sha Zhu washed her face in a basin and came to check on Lu Hongying, who was so scared that she crawled under the bed. Seeing that no one was home, Mrs. Sha Zhu felt relieved and went next door to help Aunt Wang make tofu. Only then did Lu Hongying dare to crawl out from under the bed. In the past, Lu Hongying felt sympathy for her mother-in-law, as her father-in-law often hit her. Now she realized that her mother-in-law had been in a relationship for over 20 years. It seemed her father-in-law was the one who was truly pitiful. At noon, Sha Zhu's father and Sha Zhu returned from the vegetable garden and saw no food prepared. Sha Zhu's father started to get angry, saying, What good are two women at home if they don't cook? For some reason, Lu Hongying felt a bit sorry for her father-in-law. Seeing him angry, she quickly washed her hands and started cooking, deciding to stir-fry some cabbage. Just as the cabbage hit the pan, Mrs. Sha Zhu came back with 2 large pieces of hot, fragrant tofu that Aunt Wang had given her. Sha Zhu's father took a piece of tofu, crushed some dried chili in a mortar, added a bit of soy sauce, and dipped the tofu in it. What a great snack to go with his drink. This brought a smile to his face. Mrs. Sha Zhu salted the remaining piece of tofu to prevent it from spoiling, as there were no refrigerators in the countryside back then. During dinner, Mrs. Sha Zhu seemed particularly happy. As long as there was wine, Sha Zhu's father was content. He didn't care if others were happy or not. Mrs. Sha Zhu chatted endlessly about the village gossip, clearly enjoying herself. Sha Zhu's father focused on drinking, not saying a word. However, Sha Zhu was quite cooperative. His mother laughed, and so did he. Women understand women better. Lu Hongying knew why her mother-in-law was so happy. To be honest, she felt a bit envious of her mother-in-law. Although it was a bit shameful, her mother-in-law had someone who truly cared for her. Sha Zhu's mother was busy sharing today's funny stories when she suddenly remembered that the man and son from Aunt Wang's house next door had returned from working away. They brought back over 2,000 yuan. It was said they worked on a construction site in the provincial capital, building buildings. Sha Zhu, you and your dad should go too. We can earn some money to renovate our house. Upon hearing this, the lazy Sha Zhu didn't want to go. Mom, just because others are doing it doesn't mean I have to. I prefer staying home where there's hot soup and meals. Sha Zhu's mother tapped his head with her chopsticks and scolded him for being useless, just like his father, who would never earn money. Sha Zhu's father was surprised by his wife's words. Instead of getting angry, he agreed. Your mother is right, Sha Zhu. It's time for us to go out and explore. Look at our village, more and more people are working away. He took a big sip of his drink and glared at his wife. I don't want to live a useless life. This made Sha Zhu's mother feel guilty, so she quickly changed the subject. This tofu smells great. Let's pick some chives tomorrow and make dumplings. Sha Zhu's father grunted and continued drinking, while Lu Hongying observed quietly, thinking that her father-in-law must know something. As for Sha Zhu, he was oblivious and only focused on eating. Aunt Wang's husband and son had gone out to work again, but Sha Zhu's father hadn't mentioned anything since he first brought it up. Sha Zhu's mother knew he was just talking and wouldn't actually go through the trouble. Seeing that Aunt Wang's family was doing better and planning to build a new house in the spring made Sha Zhu's mother feel both envious and jealous. When she was in a bad mood, she took it out on her daughter-in-law. Ever since this woman entered their home, things had not improved at all. She blamed her daughter-in-law for their poverty, not realizing that they had been poor for a long time. The main issue was her disdain for Lu Hongying, who hadn't given birth to a son or daughter, allowing the village gossipers to point fingers. Lu Hongying had grown used to her mother-in-law's difficulties and cold stares. After discovering her mother-in-law's secret, Lu Hongying thought to herself that if her mother-in-law pushed too far, she would reveal it and see who would be embarrassed. Sha Zhu's mother had run out of her face cream, and surprisingly, after using it, her skin felt a bit softer. She wanted to ask the village chief, Old Song, to buy her another bottle. While going to the vegetable garden to pick beans, she happened to run into Old Song. The moment she saw him, a sweet feeling rushed over her. However, this time was different. Old Song's wife was with him, and Sha Zhu's mother felt a twinge of jealousy. Seeing her, Old Song deliberately spoke in an official tone. Oh dear. Sha Zhu's wife, your crops are looking great. What fertilizer are you using? Sha Zhu's wife thought to herself. You know very well what fertilizer I'm using. Didn't you bring it to me on your motorcycle? Village chief, the fertilizer was bought by Sha Zhu's father. I don't know the brand, but I see your sister-in-law is looking younger every day. The village chief's wife sneered and said with a hint of sarcasm. Oh really? Maybe it's because of the good fertilizer at home, haha. Sha Zhu's wife, if you want, I can lend you some. Just don't steal mine. These words deeply upset Sha Zhu's wife. She thought, what does that mean? Humph. Even if your fertilizer is good, I've been using it for over 20 years. Poor woman. Always showing off. Feeling bold, Sha Zhu's wife shot back. Oh sister, I don't need to steal fertilizer. I have plenty delivered to my door. If you can't use it all, just keep it for yourself. The village chief's wife, who was watering the crops, threw her bucket into the well, splashing water all over Old Song. Old Song scolded. What's wrong with you? The village chief's wife sat down on the ground, rolling her eyes in anger. I'm not sick. I didn't steal anything. You're the one with the problem. Old Song fell silent, focusing on pulling weeds. Sha Zhu's wife felt a sense of victory, noticing a few onlookers in the vegetable patch, all waiting for the drama to unfold. No wonder they can be village leaders. Seeing the situation worsening, Old Song tried to play the good husband role, pulling his wife up. Come on, go home and rest. I can finish this little work myself. The village chief's wife shrugged off his hand, muttering, I don't need your fake kindness. You just want me to go home, so I won't be in your way. Old Song was too scared to say anything more, fearing his true colors would be revealed. Sha Zhu's wife picked beans while glancing at Old Song, hoping to see them argue, but instead, they were getting along well. Feeling jealous, she picked more beans and left with her basket. Old Song thought, great, I've upset another person. I'll have to deal with this for days. The onlookers were a bit disappointed. Just when the drama was about to start, it fizzled out. They returned to their work. Feeling frustrated, Sha Zhu's wife returned home to find her husband drinking again. She had tolerated it for a lifetime. She stepped forward and threw his wine jug into the yard. shattering it. Drink, drink, drink. All you do is drink. What else can you do? Other people's husbands go out to work or do business, but look at us, we're the poorest and still have the nerve to drink. This was the most assertive moment for Sha Zhu's mother in her life. She felt wronged. If her husband had any ambition, she wouldn't have that kind of relationship with old Song and wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. Sha Zhu's father was confused. Why was his wife so fierce today? He felt a bit scared, quietly cleaned up the wine jug, put away the wine barrel, and left with A. Seeing his mother angry made Sha Zhu nervous too, so he took the and followed his father out. Only Lu Hongying and Sha Zhu's mother were left at home. Sha Zhu's mother glanced at Lu Hongying, who was feeding the chickens, and said irritably, "Stop feeding them. They aren't laying eggs anyway. It's a waste of food." Noticing her mother-in-law's sarcastic tone, Lu Hongying shot back, "You can't just blame the chickens for not laying eggs. Mom, maybe the chicken feed is the problem." After saying that, Lu Hongying scattered the corn for the chickens, turned around, and went back inside, ignoring her mother-in-law. Today was truly unlucky. She faced trouble outside and at home. Sha Zhu's mother closed the door and cried under the blanket. While she was crying, she heard someone shouting in the yard. "Is anyone home?" Lu Hongying peeked out the window and saw it was the village head. Why was he coming here so openly? However, Lu Hongying pretended not to hear. A moment later, Sha Zhu's mother came out and, seeing her old acquaintance, was startled and signaled him that someone was home. "Oh, it's the village head. What brings you here?" The village head had come after seeing Sha Zhu and his father leave, not expecting his daughter-in-law to be home. He said he came to check on the grain tax, noting that only a few families, including theirs, hadn't paid yet. After exchanging formalities for a while, Lu Hongying wisely stepped outside to greet the village head. "Uncle, you're here. Please have a seat." As she spoke, she brought out a small stool for him. The village head, old Song, took the stool and said, "Yes. I came to discuss something with your father-in-law, but it seems he's not home." Lu Hongying picked up a water bucket and walked outside. Once she left, old Song took out 5 10-yuan bills from his bag and handed them to Sha Zhu's mother. "Quick, take this. It's the money I got from selling mountain rabbits. Don't let the old lady know. Use it to buy yourself some new clothes." Sha Zhu's mother, who had just been angry, smiled widely as she accepted the money and tucked it into her pocket. "You rascal, I was just upset. In the vegetable garden, your wife said that to me and you didn't say a word. How could I speak up? There were so many people in the vegetable garden watching. What if it got exposed?" "Well, it's already exposed. I see everyone knows about it, and we thought we were keeping it a secret." "All right, let's not talk about that." Lao Song looked around and signaled to Sha Zhu's mother to close the door quickly. "Let's have a chat." Sha Zhu's mother felt a bit scared, worried that Lu Hongying would come back with water and catch them. She said to Lao Song, "I can't do that. Let's wait a few days. Her grandfather and father might go out to work soon. That could take forever." "I can't wait." Lao Song pouted like a child. Despite feeling scared, Sha Zhu's mother was also curious, so she nervously closed the door. Lu Hongying was carrying a water bucket to the spring when Aunt Wang next door saw her and smiled mysteriously. The smile seemed to suggest she knew something but wouldn't say it. Aunt Wang asked Lu Hongying, "Hongying, what is your mother-in-law doing at home?" Seeing Aunt Wang's nosy expression, Lu Hongying replied a bit angrily, "She's making steamed buns." "What's it to you, Aunt Wang? Do you need something from her?" "I wouldn't dare ask. Your mother-in-law has quite a presence. She's a cadre's family." Realizing she had said too much, Aunt Wang stopped mid-sentence. Lu Hongying ignored her, thinking how her mother-in-law treated Aunt Wang like a good neighbor and sister, often helping her family. Now it seemed like just a fake friendship. Before reaching the spring, she ran into Sha Zhu, who was carrying a home. Lu Hongying asked why he was back so suddenly. Wasn't he supposed to be working in the fields? Sha Zhu replied he didn't know what he ate but had a stomachache and was going home to rest. Oh no, her mother-in-law and the village chief were still at home discussing matters. If Sha Zhu barged in, it would be the talk of the village by morning. Sha Zhu, come with me to get water. There's none at home, and I think I'm about to start my period. My back hurts. Hongying handed the water bucket to Sha Zhu, who reluctantly took it, his mouth pouting. Hongying didn't know why she was doing this. Her mother-in-law was so harsh to her. Why should she help? But as a woman, she also felt sorry for her mother-in-law. There was no love or warmth in their home. Slowly, she and Sha Zhu carried the water back home. From a distance, she saw the door was open and sighed in relief, realizing the village chief had already left. Once inside, Sha Zhu's mother was sitting by the stove, her gaze empty and lost in thought, as if she had something on her mind. Hongying opened her mouth and called out, "Mother, I poured the water into the tank." After Sha Zhu put down the water bucket, he went to lie down in the room. Sha Zhu's mother looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Ingzi, today." Hongying felt mixed emotions and deliberately changed the topic. "Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Sha Zhu's mother replied that they would have steamed buns and suggested she go rest in the house for a while. This was the first time Hongying felt her mother-in-law's kindness. Worried about making her mother-in-law uncomfortable, Hongying strolled out of the yard. She saw Aunt Wang from next door chatting with Aunt Zhao from the east side of the village, glancing over at Sha Zhu's house, as if discussing something secretive. Hongying thought these two must not be saying anything good. As she approached them, she heard Aunt Wang whisper, "Sha Zhu's mother must have something going on today. She spent half the day with the village chief. Everyone knows about their relationship." Aunt Zhao motioned for Aunt Wang to keep her voice down, saying, "Maybe Sha Zhu's mother is looking for a new wife for Sha Zhu. It's been a while since Hongying came in, and nothing has happened. Who wouldn't be anxious?" Aunt Wang smirked and replied, "Oh please, do you think the village chief cares about this? You don't know. He comes around often. Everyone in the village knows about their relationship. Even Sha Zhu resembles the village chief a bit." Aunt Zhao quickly covered Aunt Wang's mouth, saying, "Don't say that. If it reaches the village chief's wife, we'll be in trouble." Hongying was startled to hear this. It turned out everyone was gossiping about her family. She suddenly coughed, startling the two gossipers. Seeing it was Hongying, Aunt Wang awkwardly smiled. "Oh, it's Hongying. I was just talking with Aunt Zhao about something. You can talk, but gossiping isn't good. We are neighbors, Aunt Wang. You have a good relationship with my mother-in-law, so why speak poorly of her behind her back?" Aunt Wang rolled her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I didn't say anything. If you want to pick words to hear, that's not my problem." Aunt Zhao sensed the situation was getting tense, laughed awkwardly, and left. Just then, Sha Zhu's father returned from the fields and saw Hongying and Aunt Wang standing there, asking what they were discussing. Aunt Wang forced a smile and said, "I saw something unusual and was telling Hongying about it, but she didn't believe me."
Oh.
"Hongying, that's where you're wrong. Who in the village doesn't know Aunt Wang is like a village reporter? She just lacks a certificate. Most things she says are true." Sha Zhu's father then asked Aunt Wang what unusual thing she saw, wanting to hear more. Aunt Wang sneered and said nothing, walking back to her yard with a sway. When they got home, Sha Zhu's mother had already placed the steamed buns on the table, made some rice porridge, and sliced some pickles. Sha Zhu's father, seeing this, praised her, saying, "What's the occasion today?" It's known that Sha Zhu's mother usually cooks just enough to feed the pigs, so this meal being so well prepared was quite surprising. During dinner, Sha Zhu's mother remained gloomy, as if she had something on her mind. Hongying noticed, but didn't say anything, while Sha Zhu's father was very happy. Unusually, he didn't drink and confidently told Sha Zhu's mother, "Dear, I've decided that Sha Zhu and I will go out to work." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Sha Zhu's mother's dull eyes. "Really?" Sha Zhu's father nodded and said, "Look, all the strong laborers in our village have gone out to work, and some have even built new houses. If we don't go out to earn money, in a year or two, our family will be the poorest in the village." It made sense, and although Sha Zhu was very reluctant to go, he felt he had no choice but to agree, fearing his father's anger. Sha Zhu's mother went to the market and bought a pig's head, carrying it to Aunt Wang's house next door. When Aunt Wang saw the pig's head, Her face lit up with joy. Sha Zhu's mother asked Aunt Wang if she could help find work for Sha Zhu's father and Sha Zhu, since both her husband and son were working in the city. Aunt Wang looked troubled and said that the construction sites in the city weren't hiring right now. If they really wanted to go, they would need to give a gift to the foreman, at least 500 yuan.
What?
They haven't even started earning money yet, and now they have to spend it? We don't have that. Sha Zhu's mother felt a bit disappointed. Since the deal wasn't working out, she decided to leave with the pig's head. Seeing the pig's head about to be taken away, Aunt Wang quickly changed her mind. Sha Zhu's mother, how about this? I'll have my husband speak to the foreman and see if he can help arrange some work for you. Seeing a chance, Sha Zhu's mother sat back down, put down the pig's head, and thanked Aunt Wang profusely. Aunt Wang said she needed to make a phone call, but they would have to cover the phone bill. In the early 1980s, phones weren't common, and villagers had to go to the village chief's house or to the town to make calls. In reality, Aunt Wang wanted to get more money from Sha Zhu's mother. It wasn't necessary to give gifts to get into the city construction sites, as there were many jobs available at that time. Sha Zhu's mother readily agreed and took out 2 yuan from her pocket to give to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang took the money and went to the village chief's house. About half an hour later, she returned, excitedly telling Sha Zhu's mother, my husband managed to persuade the foreman. Your husband and son can go tomorrow. Silly Zhu's wife felt both happy and touched as she hung the pig's head on Aunt Wang's door frame. Aunt Wang, a bit unhappy, said, but my husband says that inviting the foreman to dinner will cost at least 100 yuan. Who will pay for this? Seeing Silly Zhu's wife hesitate, Aunt Wang quickly encouraged her. You don't know how it works out there. You need to spend money to ask for favors. Think about it, if we spend 1 or 200 today, they will earn it back later. Silly Zhu's wife thought about it but realized she had no money. She said she would think of a way. Aunt Wang pulled her aside and whispered, when I called the village chief earlier, I saw him take out a big stack of money for his wife. You should borrow from him. He will definitely help.
What do you mean, Aunt Wang?
The village chief and I are not close. Why would he lend me money? Please don't say such things again, Silly Zhu's wife replied, feeling a bit frustrated. Aunt Wang didn't say more. Some things didn't need to be so obvious. After leaving Aunt Wang's house, Silly Zhu's wife felt uneasy. This old woman always hinted at things. Did she know about the village chief? She usually kept things private. As luck would have it, just as Silly Zhu's wife was thinking about asking her old friend for money, the village chief happened to come from the east. She quickly approached him, saying, Can you lend me 100 yuan? I need it urgently. Without hesitation, the village chief took out 10 yuan bills from his bag and handed them to her, asking what it was for. Silly Zhu's wife explained that Aunt Wang was helping her husband find a job. The village chief was very pleased and asked if 100 was enough. If not, he could give her more. Silly Zhu's wife said it was enough and took the money to Aunt Wang. Sure enough, that evening, Aunt Wang came to tell Silly Zhu's wife that the job was arranged, and they would leave early the next morning. She also gave her the address and phone number. Silly Zhu suddenly felt a bit reluctant to let his wife go. She was such a beautiful woman, and there were many eyes in the village watching. But if he didn't go out to earn money, he wouldn't be able to keep her. That night, Silly Zhu brushed his teeth and washed his feet, wanting to make the most of their last night together. As they lay down, he leaned closer to his wife, resting his hand on her belly. She pushed him away, telling him to rest well since they had to get up early. Silly Zhu worried that his wife might not be able to handle it, so he insisted on being intimate. To help him feel better about going to work, his wife reluctantly went along with it, even though she was not willing. To be honest, after being married for so long, Silly Zhu and his parents' actions had already left her feeling very disheartened. So, she felt a strong resistance in her heart and body toward Sha Zhu. However, since they were married and he was going out to earn money the next day, she had to pretend today. But Sha Zhu, despite being tall, seemed either nervous or lacking confidence, failing time and again. Hongying was frustrated and suggested that Sha Zhu should rest early and stop fidgeting. The word stop fidgeting triggered Sha Zhu, who tightly grabbed Hongying's arm, his eyes red, saying, Ingzi, I'm leaving tomorrow, so you need to behave at home and not cause any trouble. Lu Hongying forcefully pulled away and turned her back to him, ignoring him. That night, neither Lu Hongying nor Sha Zhu could sleep. Sha Zhu worried about his wife being unfaithful, while Lu Hongying thought about her difficult life, feeling trapped in a marriage with a man who couldn't do anything right. At just over 20, did she have to endure this for a lifetime? The next morning, at dawn, her mother-in-law came to wake Lu Hongying, asking her to steam some buns for the two men. The mother-in-law seemed in a good mood, humming a little tune. After they steamed the buns and prepared a pack of pickled vegetables, they made egg tea for them. Sha Zhu and his father got up, and after breakfast they took a hired tricycle to the village, then transferred to another vehicle to the county, and from there to the provincial city. At parting, Sha Zhu felt a bit reluctant, and his father also seemed troubled. He said to Lu Hongying, "Daughter-in-law, we're going to earn money, and you'll have to take care of everything at home. Your mother-in-law isn't well, so please pay extra attention." In her memory, it was the first time her father-in-law spoke to her so politely since she married into the family. Lu Hongying agreed, and then her father-in-law pulled her aside and quietly said, "Daughter-in-law, if any outsiders come to the house, keep an eye on things so they don't steal from us." Lu Hongying understood there was more to his words and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sha Zhu was also speaking to his mother, saying, "Mother, we'll be gone for several months. Hongying is young and pretty, so please watch over her and make sure no strange men try to get close. Don't worry. With me at home, she won't dare to misbehave. You and your father work hard to earn money, and after a few years, we can build a new house." Sha Zhu and his father left on the tricycle, each of the four with their own thoughts. Lu Hongying and her mother-in-law returned home, and the mother-in-law gave Lu Hongying a lesson, saying, "Hongying, while the men are out earning money, we women need to keep the home front secure so they can work without worry." Mother-in-law took a sip of water and continued, "You're so young and good-looking. Be careful around the single young men in the village. Don't let anything bad happen." Lu Hongying knew her mother-in-law was trying to assert her authority. She thought to herself, "You should take care of yourself instead." "Don't worry, mother. I still have some sense of shame," Lu Hongying replied, which made her mother-in-law stop talking. Lu Hongying went to the kitchen to cook, while her mother-in-law returned to her room for a nap. Today's meal was easy to prepare. The steamed buns were ready, and she boiled a few salted eggs, so breakfast was sorted. While eating, Lu Hongying mentioned to her mother-in-law that she wanted to plant buckwheat on the mountain. Her mother-in-law picked up a bun, took big bites with the salted egg and green onion, and didn't have time to respond. After finishing, her mother-in-law said, "Hongying, you can go plant the buckwheat yourself. I'm too old to climb the mountain. You're young and strong, but just stay away from those single men while you work." Her mother-in-law had lived a clear life, afraid of tiring herself out. When her husband was alive, she could pretend to be busy, but now she was in charge and could do as she pleased. After lunch, Lu Hongying took A and headed up the mountain to the open land. Coincidentally, Dagen was also planting buckwheat. When he saw Lu Hongying, a hint of tenderness crossed his eyes, while Lu Hongying felt a bit awkward and lowered her head to work. "Hongying, I heard your husband went out to work. If you need help at home, just let me know," Dagen offered. "Thank you. General, I still owe you money from my last doctor visit. I'll pay you back when my husband earns some money. You're not in a hurry, are you?" Lu Hongying said while scattering buckwheat seeds. "Hongying, let's not talk about that anymore. It's not much money. Are you feeling better now?" Dagen asked with concern. "Much better, thanks to you. General, you're a good person. I envy your wife." After saying that, Lu Hongying realized it wasn't appropriate and quickly added, "My husband is also good. He says he will buy me pretty clothes and build a big house for me." Dagen suddenly laughed. "Hongying, I grew up with your husband. I know him well. If he really makes money, guess what he will do first?" "What?" "He will definitely find someone else outside. Do you believe it?" Lu Hongying smiled and said she didn't believe it. "My husband is very obedient. Besides, he doesn't have that." She thought better of it and decided to keep family matters private. Luo Hongying deliberately kept her distance. With the man not at home, she didn't want anyone to gossip. These heavy tasks were a bit tough for a woman. After working hard all day, she had only planted less than half. Looking at Dagen, it didn't take long for him to finish planting half a basket of buckwheat. Dagen was sweating all over, probably because it was too hot. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Luo Hongying glanced at him and quickly looked away, her face turning red. Dagen, you should put your shirt back on. It's not good for people to see. What's wrong with that? We haven't done anything, Dagen said with a grin, coming over to help Luo Hongying plant the buckwheat. No need, Dagen. You can head down the mountain once you're done. Without waiting for her response, Dagen took the work from her hands, insisting she take a break. This was men's work. With Dagen's help, they finished planting the buckwheat at Luo Hongying's home. They sat down to rest, and in the distance someone was herding sheep, singing, "I live on the Lust Plateau, where the strong wins." After finishing the song, he started whistling. Luo Hongying felt something was off and stood up to adjust her clothes, ready to leave. For some reason, Dagen instinctively pulled her back, and she accidentally sat on his lap. Both of them felt a jolt of electricity. Dagen, what are you doing? Didn't you see that shepherd? He's been watching us, Luo Hongying said, almost crying from worry.
Dagen was sweating nervously.
He liked Luo Hongying, but that moment felt too forward. Perhaps it was hard to control his feelings. He stood up, put on his shirt, and took his tools down the mountain. The shepherd in the distance started whistling again, and soon he was heading towards Luo Hongying, getting closer. Before long, he brought his sheep to the edge of Luo Hongying's buckwheat field, and she recognized him as Wang Sanma from the village. Wang Sanma asked Luo Hongying if Dagen had been bothering her.
Who? Don't talk nonsense, she replied.
I saw it all. You were sitting on his lap. He just wanted to take advantage of you, since your man isn't home. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you, Wang Sanma said. Luo Hongying looked at Wang Sanma. Just keep an eye on your sheep and don't let them into our buckwheat field.
See?
You say there's nothing between you two, but you call it our buckwheat field. Wang Sanma, with a face full of freckles, was known to have a wife who didn't want to eat with him. Luo Hongying took a close look at him today and almost felt sick.
Ah.
Sister, look at my old you. She's pregnant and keeps calling out, making the rams jealous. Wang Sanma was lewdly laughing and making inappropriate comments. You say that yous are in heat, let alone people, right, sister? Luo Hongying ignored him, packing her things to head down the mountain, regretting not leaving with Dagen earlier. Sister, don't rush to leave. I know your man isn't home. If you're in a hurry, I can help you. Wang Sanma, if you say another word, I'll tell your wife. Luo Hongying's face turned bright red with anger. She didn't want to argue with him, and turned to leave. But Wang Sanma followed her with his sheep, mumbling inappropriate things. At that moment, Dagen suddenly returned, worried about Luo Hongying. He shouted at Wang Sanma, Wang Sanma, if you bother Luo Hongying again, I won't hold back. Wang Sanma, sensing trouble, quickly ran away with his sheep. Dagen approached Luo Hongying, lowering his head, and said, Hongying, I'm sorry. It's my fault for causing you trouble. Luo Hongying sighed softly. Dagen, it's not your fault. It's just that there are always gossips like Wang Sanma in this village. We need to be careful in the future. When Luo Hongying returned home, she found the courtyard gate had been closed from the inside again. Luo Hongying knew her mother-in-law was up to something again. Her husband had just left, and she couldn't wait to get started. It was surprising for someone in their 50s to be so shameless. Thinking about it made Luo Hongying feel sad. Her youthful 20s seemed less than her mother-in-law's 50s. Feeling extremely unbalanced, she kicked the door twice and shouted, Mom, open the door. Why are you closing it in broad daylight? Her mother-in-law responded from inside, Hongying,
my stomach is hurting.
Can you go to the village clinic and get me some medicine? Mom, I need money to buy medicine. I don't have any on me. Luo Hongying knew her mother-in-law was trying to send her away on purpose, but she refused to leave. After a while, her mother-in-law slowly opened the door, pulling out 5 yuan from her pocket and handing it to Luo Hongying while pretending to hold her stomach in pain. Luo Hongying thought she was faking it and suspected someone was hiding inside. Should she check? After some hesitation, she barged into her mother-in-law's room, saying she would get her some water before the medicine. Once inside, she found no one there, just some blankets scattered on the bed. It seemed her mother-in-law really did have a stomachache. "Mom, why are you closing the door in the daytime? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were hiding someone." Luo Hongying joked. "You mischievous child. At my age, what do I have to hide? I closed the door during the day because I was scared being alone at home." Luo Hongying almost believed her mother-in-law's words, but then she suddenly saw a foot under the bed. To avoid embarrassing her mother-in-law, Luo Hongying took some money to buy stomach medicine for her. On the way, she ran into the village chief's wife, who was chatting with someone else. "My old husband is never home. I make dinner and call him, but he doesn't come." Zhao Dezhao, who was chatting with the village chief's wife, said, "Oh, he's the village chief, the one in charge. If anyone has a problem, they have to find him. Just look at that gold necklace around your neck. You should be grateful." "True, my husband's song recently got some news that he might get promoted to the county. Then I'll be a county person, haha." While they were talking, they saw Luo Hongying approaching. The village chief's wife asked if she had seen Old Song. Luo Hongying stammered that she hadn't seen him, saying her mother-in-law's stomach was acting up, and then she hurried away, feeling guilty. The village chief's wife called after her. "Why are you running, child?"
I won't bite you.
Zhao Dezhao joked. "She's not afraid of you. Look at her run. Her little waist is all twisted up." Zhao Dezhao felt jealous of Luo Hongying because her husband always praised her beauty. "Men are always looking around, aren't they?" The village chief's wife advised Zhao Dezhao to let it go. "Men are like that. Just keep an eye on their money, and as for the rest, who really needs them?" The village chief's wife had learned this from experience. Her husband had been the village chief for over 20 years, and every girl in the village had been cared for by him at some point. One good thing about the village chief is that he likes new things but still treats his wife well. He shares his earnings, but of course, he has his own little savings. When Luo Hongying returned home with a stomach medicine, her mother-in-law was sitting in the living room drinking hot water. Luo Hongying handed her the medicine, but her mother-in-law grumpily said she didn't need it. She was already feeling better. Luo Hongying wondered if her mother-in-law was upset with her for discovering her secret. She unconsciously looked under the bed, but the foot was gone, and the person had left. Her mother-in-law's expression changed, and suddenly, she clutched her stomach in pain, beads of sweat rolling down. "Oh no, my stomach hurts so much." She started to act again, and I must say, this time she was really convincing, sweating profusely. Luo Hongying handed her the medicine and poured some water. Her mother-in-law said it wouldn't help. It was her lower abdomen that hurt, probably because her period was coming. "Go make me a cup of brown sugar water."
What?
The over 50-year-old mother-in-law surprisingly still has her period. No wonder she looks so young. Luo Hongying always felt her mother-in-law was different from other elderly women in the village. While others in their 50s looked like they were in their 60s, her mother-in-law appeared to be in her early 40s, with a nice figure and rosy skin. It seems that love really does keep a person youthful. Thinking about this, Luo Hongying couldn't help but feel envious of her mother-in-law. After drinking some brown sugar water, her mother-in-law lay down, and Luo Hongying busied herself cleaning up the yard, sweeping away the droppings from the chickens and sheep. Once she finished, she took the waste to the pig pen. This was good fertilizer for the fields, saving money and being environmentally friendly. While she was sweeping, Aunt Wang from next door brought good news that Sha Zhu and his father had found jobs and started earning money. Luo Hongying was very happy and casually invited Aunt Wang to stay for dinner. She didn't expect Aunt Wang to accept so readily. This put Luo Hongying in a tough spot since there was no meat left at home and not much food to serve. With no other choice, she had to make do. She found a few wilted stalks of celery and 2 sprouting potatoes, which she peeled and sliced to stir-fry. In the countryside, people aren't too picky. After some effort, she prepared 4 dishes: stir-fried celery with black fungus, stir-fried potato slices, scrambled eggs with green onions, and a spicy pepper salad with pickled vegetables, served with steamed buns. When the food was served, Aunt Wang looked displeased. "Hongying, is this all? There's no meat at all?" It seemed she was unhappy with the meal. Lu Hongying quickly explained, "Aunt Wang, we don't have any meat at home right now. Just make do for now, and I'll buy some at the market in a few days to cook for you." Aunt Wang took a big bite of the bun, her face still long, and started picking at the food, complaining that some dishes were too salty, others too bland, and some were dry. Despite her complaints, she didn't eat any less, finishing 2 big buns and cleaning her plate. With a satisfied burp, she said, "Hongying, your buns are really delicious. I can't make them like this." Lu Hongying replied, "There's a trick to steaming buns. You can't use cold water to mix the dough. It should be half cold water and half hot water." Before she could finish, Aunt Wang impatiently interrupted, "Don't teach me. I won't be able to do it anyway. Just give me a few instead." So that was her intention, always looking for a freebie. Although Lu Hongying felt angry inside, she forced a smile and packed her some buns. After giving her 6 big buns, Aunt Wang finally smiled and left happily with her food. Lu Hongying wasn't a stingy person. She just couldn't stand Aunt Wang's attitude. The mother-in-law had rested enough and came out, noticing that a large portion of the buns was gone. Lu Hongying said Aunt Wang had come by, taking and eating some. Sha Zhu's mother cursed, "That old witch. I've already given her so many benefits.
Does she want to take from me for a lifetime?"
Nights without men are incredibly lonely. When Sha Zhu was home, even though they didn't talk much, it felt secure just having him nearby. Now, with the space beside her empty, Lu Hongying felt empty inside too. She put on her clothes and stood by the window, looking at the bright moon, but her thoughts were not of Sha Zhu. They were of Dagen. It was 11 at night. Dagen should be asleep with his wife, or maybe they were still awake, playing their own games. Thinking of this made Lu Hongying feel a pang of sadness. She realized she might truly have feelings for Dagen. But what could she do? Having feelings felt like putting on shackles. It was absolutely not allowed. Yet, can emotions really be controlled? Lu Hongying cried, tears streaming down her face. The thought of Dagen being with another woman hurt her heart. How wonderful it would be if he were her man. That night, Lu Hongying couldn't sleep, her eyes red from crying. The next day, her mother-in-law asked her to go to Dagen's house to borrow some sesame seeds. A few days ago, Sha Zhu's mother mentioned wanting to plant sesame but had no seeds, and Dagen's mother said she had some. Lu Hongying didn't want to go to Dagen's house, but seeing her mother-in-law's sharp gaze, she had no choice but to go. When she arrived at Dagen's house, the door was slightly ajar. Lu Hongying knocked a few times but received no response. She then called out from the yard, "Is anyone home? My mother-in-law sent me to get sesame seeds."
"Who is it?"
A woman's voice came from inside. It was Dagen's wife. When she saw Lu Hongying, a flash of hostility crossed her face, but she quickly smiled. "Oh, it's Sister Hongying. What a rare visitor. Come in." "Sister, my mother sent me to get sesame seeds." "Is your mother home?" "My mother just stepped out. She'll be back soon." "Come inside and wait a bit." Saying this, Dagen's wife pulled Lu Hongying into the house. Dagen was still in bed and asked from the inner room who she was talking to. His wife laughed. "How can you still ask? What time is it, and you're still in bed? Not getting up is your fault. You're taking advantage and still blaming me?" Hearing their playful banter made Lu Hongying uncomfortable. She stood up, wanting to leave, but Dagen's wife held her back. "Sister Hongying, sit a bit longer. I'll go find the sesame seeds for you." Luo Hongying had no choice but to wait. At that moment, the door to the inner room opened, and Dagen, who was tying his belt, came out. When he saw Luo Hongying, he was startled and quickly retreated, closing the door. After a while, Dagen came out dressed neatly. "You're here. I didn't know we had guests at home," Dagen said awkwardly. "Oh, I'm not really a guest. I'm just here to borrow something," Luo Hongying replied. Dagen's wife went to the north room and found a bag of sesame seeds to hand to Luo Hongying.
Here you go, Sister Hongying.
My mother prepared this in advance.
Take it back.
Luo Hongying thanked her, but what Dagen's wife said next almost made her lose her composure. Sister Hongying, if the sesame seeds aren't enough, come back for more. We have plenty at home.
But
Dagen's wife glanced at Dagen and then at Luo Hongying, smiling as she continued, you can borrow sesame seeds since we have a lot, but borrowing other seeds isn't allowed. Other seeds? Luo Hongying didn't immediately understand. As soon as she heard not allowed, she regretted it. Dagen's wife was hinting at something. When she mentioned other seeds, was she referring to Dagen? Luo Hongying's face flushed, and she hurriedly left Dagen's house. After she left, Dagen complained to his wife about her inappropriate remarks, saying everyone could see through her little thoughts. Why are you so upset? Are you worried about her? Do you have other ideas? Dagen's wife pressed. Dagen ignored her and went to brush his teeth and wash his face, thinking about how wronged Luo Hongying looked earlier. He felt uncomfortable and deliberately made a loud noise with the water scoop to express his frustration. At that moment, Dagen's mother returned from borrowing some green onions from the neighbor, saying she wanted to make a dish with green onions and tofu. Let's keep things clear. But Dagen, why are you making such a fuss? Dagen's wife rushed over to her mother-in-law with the green onions. Mom, we should be straightforward in life. Don't hold on to thoughts all the time. It will only lead to trouble. Even eating green onions leads to so much talk. Who's not straightforward? My Dagen is honest and has nothing to hide, Dagen said, tossing his towel into the basin as he went inside. What's going on today?
I've never seen you so angry.
Our Dagen is a sincere and honest person, his sister said. Mom, you're wrong. Dagen may seem honest, but who knows what he's hiding inside? Just now, Luo Hongying came to borrow sesame seeds, and I made a joke, not knowing it hit a nerve. Daughter-in-law, that's not fair. I know Dagen better than anyone. Don't you see how he feels about you? Dagen's mother smiled mischievously and said, Don't think that just because the door is closed, I can't hear you. You two in your room, and he still has time to think about someone else. Dagen's wife blushed and replied, What are you saying, Mom? It's your son who won't leave me alone. She turned and went back inside. Dagen's mother laughed and scolded lightly before going to prepare a dish. Dagen sat inside, feeling upset, still thinking about Luo Hongying's sad expression from earlier, almost in tears. He secretly blamed his wife for being narrow-minded. Luo Hongying was all alone and pitiful, yet she treated her that way. After a while, Dagen's wife came back in. Seeing Dagen sulking and silent, she felt a bit scared. She had never seen him like this. Dear, I was just joking earlier. She might not have understood, but you should keep your distance from Luo Hongying in the future to avoid gossip in the village. Dagen huffed. She's not foolish. How could she not understand? During breakfast, the atmosphere was heavy. Dagen's mother noticed but said nothing, knowing her son might really be troubled. After the meal, Dagen couldn't help but want to check on Luo Hongying. He made an excuse to go outside and headed to her neighborhood to gather pig grass. There was a small grove of trees to the west of her house, filled with grass. He happened to see Luo Hongying in her yard drying sesame seeds, her eyes red as if she had just cried. Dagen's heart ached. He stood outside the wall and softly called, Hongying, can you come out for a moment? I want to talk. Luo Hongying looked up and saw Dagen, forcing a smile. Dagen, you can say whatever you need to from there. Dagen apologized and explained that his wife was just straightforward. Luo Hongying thought to herself that being straightforward meant speaking without consideration for her feelings. Dagen claimed to be apologizing, but he was really just defending his wife. Thinking back to the playful banter between the couple at Dagen's house made Luo Hongying feel even worse. She ignored Dagen and went inside, leaving him standing by the wall. At that moment, Dagen's wife spotted the scene from a distance, her expression changing as she hurried over. Dagen thought to himself that trouble was brewing again. Dagen, what are you doing here? His wife asked angrily, ready to scold him. I'm just gathering pig grass. Gathering pig grass on someone else's wall? Why don't you just climb over? Fearing that his wife would cause a scene and attract neighbors, Dagen grabbed the pig grass basket and ran. His wife chased after him, throwing small stones at him as she ran. One hit Dagen on the ankle, and blood immediately began to flow. Dagen stopped in pain, crouched down, and pressed some dirt on his wound. His wife only wanted to scare him, not really hurt him, but he was so unlucky. When she caught up and saw his leg, she felt a mix of sympathy and fear. Dagen's face looked very pale. After stopping the bleeding with dirt, Dagen sighed, didn't even glance at his wife, and picked up the pig feed basket to leave. His wife stood there, unsure of what to do. Honestly, she didn't have much going for her and was several years older than Dagen, so marrying him felt like a stretch. She was lucky to be in this family, where the men and in-laws spoiled her. She didn't have to do hard work, and her mother-in-law cooked for her, so she only had to help a little. Looking at Hongying, who worked hard every day and wasn't appreciated by her in-laws, she felt like she had landed in a lucky spot. However, like Hongying, she hadn't had a child after more than a year of marriage. If Dagen got angry, what would happen if he wanted to leave her? No, she had to cheer him up quickly. She had a clever way to do it. She knew how to keep Dagen happy. But for the past few days, no matter what she tried, Dagen ignored her. She had no choice but to pull out her big plan. She went to the local store and bought a beautiful set of underwear, planning to wear it for Dagen that night. She put on the underwear without even washing it first. That evening, after a long day of work, Dagen came home and was pulled into the room by his wife. She turned in front of the mirror, saying, "Honey, do you like my outfit?"
What do you call me?
Honey. That's what city women call their husbands, and they dress like this too. Just tell me if it looks good, she said, acting cute. Dagen found it hard to look at her. Honestly, while his wife thought she looked beautiful in the underwear, it was a bit the eyes, and there was an unpleasant smell. He didn't have that kind of figure or charm, and trying to imitate city women felt a bit off. But his wife thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. She twisted and walked back and forth, showing off her charm in front of Dagen. Dagen stared, thinking that if Hongying wore it, she would look great. She was tall, had a nice figure, and was pretty. Seeing Dagen staring, his wife thought he was captivated by her and hugged his neck, sweetly calling him honey. Dagen impatiently pushed her away, asking her to speak properly. He didn't like the terms of endearment. It sounded unpleasant, and he preferred her to just call him by his name. After that, Dagen started washing his hands to eat, leaving his wife standing there. The daughter-in-law felt very wronged and began to cry. The mother-in-law heard this and realized that the young couple was having a disagreement. She picked up a rolling pin and scolded her son. "When you marry a wife, you should treat her well.
How could you make her cry?
Do you want to stay single?" Having been unfairly punished, the son grew more resentful towards his wife, and the couple began to drift apart. With the mother-in-law backing her up, the daughter-in-law relentlessly accused her husband of being unfaithful and having feelings for another woman. When the mother-in-law heard this, she joined in the insults, calling the other woman a seductress. The two of them shouted so loudly that even a dog would be upset. The son remained silent and did not defend himself, allowing them to insult him for half an hour. Eventually, the two women grew tired and went inside to cook noodles, while he lost his appetite and went to bed without eating. For the first time, he felt the exhaustion that marriage brought him. In truth, he and his wife had no emotional foundation. He only knew that since she married him, he should treat her well. But now, she was becoming increasingly difficult, draining him both physically and mentally. He felt like he had married someone who only demanded care without contributing to their home. At that moment, he couldn't help but compare his wife to the other woman, who seemed to embody the qualities he desired in a partner. That night, he dreamt that he was married to her, and when he woke up, he felt a sense of loss upon realizing it was just a dream. The next day, his wife confronted him, saying, "What's wrong? Didn't seeing her during the day satisfy you? You dream about her at night. You can wash the sheets yourself. I don't have time for that." He didn't want to argue. He felt a bit guilty. Although it was just a dream, it felt so real, and he felt bad for his wife. He went to his room, changed the sheets, and quietly took them outside to wash. His mother saw this and laughed, saying, "What are you two always fussing about? It's been a year, and you haven't even had a child. What a waste of effort." The daughter-in-law, who was tending to the fire, turned red. This was her weak point. "Tell me, daughter-in-law, why haven't you gotten pregnant? Is it your fault or my son's?" "I don't know. Mom, your son doesn't even touch me anymore. How can I get pregnant? How can he not? Look, he's changing the sheets every day. Ask him why he's changing the sheets." "I'm too embarrassed to say why," she replied, her face a mix of anger and embarrassment. The mother was confused and turned to look at her son, who was washing the sheets. Dagen felt a burning sensation on his face and quickly explained, "Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just looking for trouble." Dagen's mother approached him and quietly asked, "Son, what's going on? Did you do something to upset your wife?" Dagen sighed helplessly. "Oh, Mom, I just had a dream." His mother, understanding the situation, lightly hit him and said, "You silly boy, why are you thinking about such things? No matter how nice someone else's wife is, she belongs to someone else. You can see her, but you can't touch her." Dagen lowered his head, feeling uneasy. At that moment, his wife started crying in another room. His mother went inside to comfort her. "Daughter-in-law, Dagen didn't do anything wrong. He just had a dream. Dreams can't be controlled. You two should focus on your life together. Keeping your husband's heart is more important than just crying." His wife sobbed, "Mom, he doesn't care about me at all. I don't look as good as others. I feel like a fly trying to climb over a wall. He used to pay attention to me every night. But now? It's been days since he's shown any interest. We've only been married for a short time, and the excitement is gone." In her frustration, she expressed her feelings. Dagen's mother told him to spend time with his wife tonight. If she was still upset with him tomorrow, she would deal with him. Dagen's mother gave him a task, to make her a grandchild tonight. Seeing his wife cry sadly made Dagen feel guilty, and he wanted to make it up to her. He went to comfort her and apologized, and after a while, she calmed down. Dagen suggested she wear the new set of clothes he bought, saying he liked it, and the couple reconciled. This year's harvest wasn't good due to drought, and the grain yield was halved. Seeing others go out to work, Dagen wanted to join them, feeling unproductive at home, but his wife wouldn't allow it, fearing he might learn bad habits. Her worries were not unfounded. She had seen the son of old Lu from the west side of the village, who had worked for 3 years and then wanted to divorce his wife, claiming he didn't understand love when he was young and married in a rush. Now he had found his true love. He worked as a chef in a city restaurant and got involved with a waitress, deceiving her into thinking he was single, while he actually had 2 children. He spent all his earnings on the waitress, who insisted on marrying only him. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He stumbled to the door of Lu Hongying's house. It was already past 11 at night, and the whole village was asleep, so knocking on the door was not an option. So, Ma Lizi climbed up the wall like a monkey. Even though he was drunk, he was still quite agile. This was related to his profession. Ma Lizi often did sneaky things, and climbing walls was easy for him. He easily jumped into Lu Hongying's yard, feeling very excited. Just as he was about to enter her room, the door suddenly opened. Startled, Ma Lizi hid behind a stone mill. The person who opened the door was Sha Zhu's mother, and he thought she was just going out to the bathroom at night. But wait, why was there a man coming out? Ma Lizi stayed quiet behind the stone mill and saw a man walking out, adjusting his clothes. Sha Zhu's mother came to the yard to see him off, and the man quietly said, "Go back, it's cold outside. I'll buy you some clothes when the market opens." Sha Zhu's mother laughed and replied, "Don't buy me any more. I have enough clothes. You might as well just give me the money." All right, you little money lover. In these 20 years, have I ever shorted you on money? Haha. Yes. Thanks to you, I've been doing better. If I had to rely on my dead husband, I would have starved long ago, Sha Zhu's mother said, adjusting the man's clothes. Then she quietly opened the yard door, and the man left. Hiding behind the stone mill, Malaisi recognized the man. It was the village head, Old Song. So the rumors in the village over the years were true. Malaisi thought to himself, "Village head, you really know how to have fun. I've run into you several times. Was the person I met when I sneaked into Lu's house last time you? You really are someone who enjoys new things and old ones alike." After Old Song left, Sha Zhu's mother closed the door and went to sleep. Only then did Malaisi get up from behind the stone mill. He had unexpectedly gained some interesting information tonight, but he was a bit too pleased with himself and made some noise, which startled the dog in the yard. This dog was a big guard dog. When it saw a stranger sneaking around, it started barking loudly at Malaisi. Its barking set off other dogs in the village, and Malaisi broke out in a cold sweat. Even though the dog it jumped and tried to lunge at him. Fearing that the barking would attract attention, Malaisi panicked and thought about jumping the wall to escape. Just then, a light turned on in Sha Zhu's house, and she shouted, "Dahe, stop barking. If you keep it up, I'll kick you out." Hearing his owner's voice, Dahe gradually quieted down but still kept a watchful eye on Malaisi. Under the moonlight, Mrs. Sha Zhu saw someone in the yard and shouted, "Help! There's a thief." Malaisi pleaded with her not to shout, saying, "Aunt, it's me." Seeing it was Malaisi, Mrs. Sha Zhu frowned and asked, "Malaisi, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Malaisi stammered for a while, "Aunt, I got drunk and came to the wrong door." "Wrong door? When did you come?
Did you see anything?"
Noticing Mrs. Sha Zhu's panic, Malaisi felt less afraid and boldly said, "I saw everything." Mrs. Sha Zhu was startled. "Quick, tell me what you saw." She suspected Malaisi might have discovered a secret. "I saw a man come out of your house. That man is the village chief, Old Song," Malaisi said, his eyes darting around. Mrs. Sha Zhu was frozen in fear. She told Malaisi to come inside and not let her daughter-in-law hear. Once inside, Mrs. Sha Zhu poured Malaisi a glass of water and sweetly said, "Nephew, you must have seen wrong. The person who left was my cousin, who came to discuss something with me."
"Huh?
"A cousin visiting you at midnight? Who are you trying to fool?" Mrs. Sha Zhu realized she couldn't hide this anymore and said sternly, "Malaisi, if you dare to tell anyone about this, you won't have a good life. You know what kind of person Old Song is. But if you keep quiet, there will be rewards for you." Hearing this, Malaisi eagerly nodded in agreement. "What kind of reward? If it satisfies me, I'll keep this to myself." Mrs. Sha Zhu went to the back room and brought out 10 yuan for Malaisi, but he scoffed at it, saying it was too little. She offered another 10, but he still refused. Frustrated, Mrs. Sha Zhu asked what he wanted.
Malaisi grinned lewdly.
Mrs. Sha Zhu understood immediately. She was older and knew his intentions.
You
can't be serious. I'm much older than you." Malaisi replied, "What are you thinking? Do I have such poor taste to be interested in an older woman?" He then winked towards Hongying's room, and Mrs. Sha Zhu realized he was eyeing her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Sha Zhu could not agree to this. It would bring shame to her son. "Fine, if you don't agree, that's okay. But tomorrow morning, there will be posters of you and the village chief all over the village. If his wife finds out, just wait and see what happens to you." After Malaisi finished speaking, he stood up and pretended to leave. Sha Zhu's mother called out to him, and after a moment of painful struggle, she bit her teeth and said, "Go ahead, but you must promise me not to tell anyone about my situation." Malaisi could hardly believe his ears. She actually agreed. Poor Lu Hongying had such a mother-in-law. With Sha Zhu's mother's permission, Malaisi swaggered into Lu Hongying's room. Lu Hongying had a habit of leaving the door open at night since it was just her and her mother-in-law at home. Closing the door was inconvenient, just in case something happened. This time, it gave Malaisi an opportunity. He pushed the door open and easily entered the room, where Lu Hongying was sleeping soundly. Malaisi stood by the bed, drooling. Just as he was about to make a move, Lu Hongying suddenly sat up, staring straight at him, chanting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, all gods, please show your power." Hearing this, Malaisi was frightened and stepped back. What was happening? Lu Hongying continued, waving her hands in the air as if trying to drive something away, shouting loudly, "Evil spirits, only looking for bad people to bite. Run away." Ma Lizzie felt a chill and stammered, "You. Lu Hongying, are you having a nightmare?" Lu Hongying's eyes widened even more, her voice turning eerie. "I see darkness all over you. It's full of sins." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Ma Lizzie's neck. Terrified, Ma Lizzie's legs turned to jelly, and he tried to run. But Lu Hongying wouldn't let him escape easily. He had bullied her more than once. She quickly jumped out of bed and grabbed his shirt. Ma Lizzie, having drunk alcohol that night and now scared, fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Hongying made strange sounds. "Whoa, bad person, don't run, come with me too." Ma Lizzie pushed Lu Hongying away. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call for help. Aunt, come save me. Lu Hongying has gone mad." He shouted while running, panicking and crashing into the doorframe, crying out in pain. Finally, he rolled and crawled out of the room, still shouting, "There's a ghost. There's a ghost." Lu Hongying stood at the door, quietly watching him with a chilling gaze. Just that look was enough to give Ma Lizzie nightmares for days. As she watched him leave, she couldn't help but laugh, clapping her hands before going back to sleep. In another room, Sha Zhu's mother heard the commotion and came to see what was happening, finding Lu Hongying sitting there drinking water. "Hongying, did someone just come in?"
Yes.
"I scared him away," Lu Hongying said while drinking water, then coldly looked at her mother-in-law. "Mom, is this how mother-in-law should act? Letting other men bully your daughter-in-law? If Sha Zhu finds out, he will hate you." I didn't do anything. "Mom, I heard everything you said to that man. Don't deny it." It turned out that Lu Hongying had gotten up to check after hearing noises outside. First, she saw the village chief, Old Song, coming out of her mother-in-law's room. Then she spotted that man hiding behind the stone mill. Lu Hongying was startled, realizing he was after her, but with her mother-in-law around, she felt safe. However, what happened next completely shocked her. To protect herself, her mother-in-law actually agreed to let that man take advantage of her daughter-in-law. Lu Hongying was furious and panicked, needing to find a way to protect herself while dealing with that man. Suddenly, she had an idea to scare him. This tactic worked well because, despite his tough demeanor, he was afraid of ghosts and spirits due to childhood experiences. After Lu Hongying scared him, he lost all his courage, and that night, he came home and developed a high fever. His father was furious, shouting, "Did you go steal someone's chickens again and get chased off? I told you something bad would happen, and you should be thankful they didn't break your legs. How can you still scold him when he's like this? Aren't you his father?" His mother, who usually spoiled him, had raised him to be quite helpless.
"Ghost. Ghost.
"She's coming. Quick, close the door," he shouted, hiding in his mother's arms. At that moment, the village barefoot doctor came, checked on him, prescribed some medicine, and left. After taking the medicine for 2 days, the fever went down, but he still seemed lost. What was wrong with him? His mother cried, asking her husband to think of another solution. With no other options, his father called for the village shaman to help. Seeing a chance for business, the shaman closed her eyes, calculated, and said that a spirit had possessed their son. To drive it away, they would need money. The shaman held up 5 fingers. "At least this amount. 50? Not 50, 500. 50 isn't even enough for a single incense offering to the spirit." His father thought it was too expensive and refused. The shaman threatened, "Do you want your son or your money?" His father replied that he certainly wanted his son, but he just didn't have the money. The fortune teller squinted and fixed her gaze on the jade necklace worn by the father of the boy, saying, "Do you know why your son is not doing well and why you are having conflicts?" "I don't know. Please help me, fortune teller," the father replied with a forced smile. "It's because of that jade necklace. You can't keep it. If you want your son to improve quickly, you must give this necklace to someone destined for it." The fortune teller closed her eyes and counted on her fingers. The father was stunned. This necklace was passed down from his mother and had been in the family for generations. How could it be causing trouble? Seeing him hesitate, the fortune teller added, "I see dark energy around you. It seems you might face a great disaster." This frightened the father, who was already anxious and fearful. He immediately asked the fortune teller to help him. The fortune teller shook her head, saying, "This has drained a lot of my energy. To avoid disaster, you must part with something you cherish." Sighing, he realized he might have to let go of this ancestral item. If it wasn't meant for him, what use was it? Resolutely, he took off the jade necklace and handed it over to a stranger, something he had never done for his wife despite her many requests. The fortune teller greedily admired the necklace, even though it had a slight odor. She recognized it was valuable. After getting the necklace, she asked the father to bring her a bowl of water, tossed in 2 sewing needles, lit 3 incense sticks, and began to chant. Once she finished, she told the father, "In 3 days, your son will be better, and you will receive great news." Gratefully, he sent the fortune teller away and waited for good news in the next 3 days. 1 day passed, then 2, then 3, but there was no news. Instead, he received bad news. His son suddenly started foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The father quickly took him to the hospital, where doctors found he had a fever from shock and exposure. If they had arrived any later, it could have been life-threatening. The doctor scolded the father for delaying treatment, asking why he waited so long. The father explained about the fortune teller, receiving a harsh reprimand for believing in such nonsense, which almost cost him his child. Reflecting on everything, the father felt something was wrong and grew angry and anxious about the jade necklace he had been tricked into giving away. After a few days in the hospital, Malaizi's fever went down, and he gradually felt better, so he could be discharged. The first thing Malaizi's father did after leaving the hospital was to go to the shaman's house to demand the jade necklace. The shaman refused to give it back, wearing it around her neck and insisting she wouldn't take it off. In a moment of desperation, Malaizi's father tried to grab it, but the shaman fiercely protected it and shouted, "Help! Someone's trying to rob me." Her cries attracted the neighbors, and as more people gathered, Malaizi's father, out of breath and angry, told everyone, "Don't believe this shaman. She tricks people for money and delayed my son's treatment. If anyone is sick, go to the hospital." Seeing that Malaizi's father was threatening her livelihood, the shaman, in a fit of anger, blew a whistle, and a strong man, her son, came out of the house. He immediately punched Malaizi's father in the face, causing blood to flow. Malaizi's father felt intimidated but thought of the jade necklace and bravely fought back against the shaman's son. However, he was no match for him and was quickly knocked to the ground, bleeding, while the onlookers murmured in shock. Seeing that Malaizi's father could no longer defend himself, the shaman became even more arrogant, saying, "I have divine protection. How dare you go against me? You're asking for trouble. Now get lost, ha ha ha." Many villagers had been tricked by the shaman before, and seeing her so pleased after hurting someone made one villager speak up for Malaizi's father. The shaman's son then tried to attack that villager. This sparked public outrage, and villagers began to voice their complaints against the shaman's actions. Realizing the situation was turning against her, the shaman tried to retreat into her house, but the villagers blocked her and demanded she return the jade necklace to Malaizi's father. The shaman refused, and with a signal, her son charged forward, knocking down the leading villager and shouting, "Let's see who else dares to interfere. They'll end up like these two." The villagers were stunned, thinking this would intimidate them, while the shaman and her son felt even more confident. At that moment, the villager who had been knocked down stood up and shouted, "Fellow villagers, this shaman and her family have been deceiving and harming us for years. It's time to teach them a lesson. Are we going to keep putting up with this? No more. No more." As they shouted, the villagers united and gave the shaman's son a good beating, causing him to cry out in pain and plead for mercy, completely losing his earlier bravado. The fortune teller was so scared that her legs trembled, quickly returning the jade necklace to Malaizi's father. Grateful for getting back his beloved item, Malaizi's father thanked the villagers for their help and urged everyone not to believe the fortune teller anymore, If they were sick, they should go to the hospital. The fortune-teller's family was furious, but could not express their anger, resenting Ma Laizi's father deeply. After failing to flirt with Lu Hongying and falling ill, Ma Laizi no longer dared to pursue her. However, this incident created a deeper rift between Lu Hongying and her mother-in-law, and she wanted to wait for Sha Zhu to return to tell him about it. Although Ma Laizi didn't gain anything from Lu Hongying, he held a grudge against her and planned to use others to deal with her. One day, after eating well, Ma Laizi wandered around the village and saw Lu Hongying approaching from a distance. An idea struck him, and he called over a group of children, giving each of them 50 cents to buy candy. He taught them a rhyme to sing when they saw Lu Hongying. The children accepted Ma Laizi's money, bought candy, and began to practice. In the village, there's Lu Hongying. While the men go out to work, she's shameless and causes trouble, making her mother-in-law furious. Ma Laizi's rhyme was quite catchy. The children quickly learned the song and began to sing it around the village. When they saw Lu Hongying, they surrounded her and sang. Lu Hongying questioned the children, "Who taught you to sing like this?" The children continued singing without answering, and the angrier Lu Hongying got, the more they sang. Soon, the song spread throughout the village. Not only the children sang it, but some adults joined in as well, leaving Lu Hongying feeling helpless and in tears. One day, the children surrounded Lu Hongying again, singing to humiliate her. Just then, Dagen passed by with firewood and loudly scolded the children to stop, threatening to tear their mouths if they sang again. The children scattered in fear. Seeing Lu Hongying with red eyes, Dagen didn't know how to comfort her and simply said, "Go home and have dinner." Dagen actually felt sorry for Lu Hongying and knew who was behind the trouble. However, both sides had families, and no matter how much he cared, he felt he had no right to protect her. Noticing that Dagen was trying to keep his distance, Lu Hongying understood that their flirtation had been cut short. She let out a sigh of relief, feeling strangely lighthearted. It was better to be like strangers from then on. The catchy rhyme continued to spread in the village, and Lu Hongying became known as a loose woman in everyone's eyes. Men drooled over her, thinking they had a chance, while women viewed her as a rival. Whenever Lu Hongying dared to speak to any man, the other women would start shouting insults. "Who damaged my reputation?" Lu Hongying thought of Ma Laizi. It must be him. She went to Ma Laizi's house, and when his mother saw Lu Hongying, she splashed her with water while washing her face. Lu Hongying was drenched before she could say a word. She argued with Ma Laizi's mother. Ma Laizi and his father came out and laughed at Lu Hongying's messy appearance. Ma Laizi said it was a great splash and that it made her cry out. "Did you teach the kids those mean rhymes about me? So what if I did? You were trying to scare me. Ma Laizi, you are truly terrible. Give me back my reputation and restore my name," Lu Hongying said, choking with anger. Ma Laizi's father stepped forward and spat. "You still care about your reputation? A woman like you lost hers long ago. My son almost got ruined because of you." He even pushed Lu Hongying a little. Lu Hongying stumbled and nearly fell, grabbing onto a small tree. Ma Laizi laughed even harder. Ma Laizi's mother joined in. "You dress up so flashy and flirt with everyone, and now you blame us." She shouted to the crowd, "Come see this shameless woman causing trouble at our home." Soon, several villagers gathered. This small village always had people eager to watch drama. With tears in her eyes, Lu Hongying shouted, "I have never done anything shameful. You are all slandering me and Ma Laizi." She wanted to mention the night Ma Laizi broke into her house, but she held back, fearing it would involve her mother-in-law. Ma Laizi grew bolder, knowing Lu Hongying wouldn't dare retaliate. He exaggerated to the onlookers about how she tried to flirt with him, claiming he was too good for her. Lu Hongying found it hard to defend herself, and no one believed her. Ma Laizi's family continued to insult her. Feeling hopeless, Lu Hongying turned to leave this place of trouble, hearing their triumphant laughter and the villagers' whispers behind her. Ma Laizi spat on the ground, feeling satisfied with his revenge. Back home, Lu Hongying cried under her blanket. Her mother-in-law walked in, looking coldly at her without a hint of sympathy. Instead of comforting her, she scolded, "Why did you provoke Malaisi? Now, everyone in the village thinks you are that kind of person." "I'm not the one who provoked him. He bullied me," Lu Hongying said, crying. "He kept teasing me, and if I hadn't pretended to be a ghost that night, he would have ruined me. You're not a young girl anymore. Letting him sleep with you won't cost you much. Haven't you heard the saying, better to offend a gentleman than a petty person?" "Mom, are you serious? I'm your daughter-in-law. What's wrong with what I said? We're both women, and it's hard to be a woman, especially one who's both beautiful and poor. If the men in the family aren't capable, it makes things even harder." At this point, Lu Hongying's mother-in-law started to cry. "If there were a man to support us, we would suffer much less. Do you want me to be like you?" "What do you mean by that, Hongying?" "Nothing much. I've never met a mother-in-law like you. Aren't you afraid that Sha Zhu will come back and confront you?" Lu Hongying didn't directly criticize her mother-in-law, as she was an elder and wanted to save face. After some commotion, things gradually calmed down. The villagers had plenty of farm work to do, and new events happened every day. Lu Hongying's life returned to normal, but the emotional scars remained. The young men in the village often made crude jokes when they saw her. Even more frustrating was a 59-year-old man in the village, known for his unpleasant appearance, who had unrealistic fantasies about Lu Hongying. One day, when Lu Hongying went to the mountain to check on the buckwheat, she ran into him. She politely greeted him. "Uncle, have you eaten?" He replied, "Yes. I came up to see if I could clear some more land. There's not enough to plant." They chatted casually, and Lu Hongying treated him like an elder. However, he noticed her strong and attractive figure and started to think differently. Hongying, can I discuss something with you?" he asked. "Uncle, feel free to say anything. I'll help if I can," Lu Hongying replied with a smile. Her smile was misunderstood by him. He thought she had feelings for him. "Oh, dear. This is quite the misunderstanding. Hongying, sit down. Let's talk about something personal." Lu Hongying found this awkward, thinking, what could I possibly discuss with an old man? Still, out of politeness, she decided to listen. He looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "With Sha Zhu not home, it must be tough at night, right? Being so young and alone, I know how that feels." Luo Hongying pulled her face. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, I have work to do." "I have something to say, Hongying. I want to be good to you. Name your price, 10, 20, even 30 or 50, I'm willing to pay." Before the man could finish, Luo Hongying grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it in his mouth, nearly choking him. "Do you dare to talk nonsense again? I respect you as an elder, but you are trying to take advantage of me." The man cleared his mouth of dirt after a long struggle and angrily said, "Your business is spreading in the village. Why pretend to be serious? If you don't agree, just say so. Why resort to violence? If I don't stand up for myself, more people will bully me. You, who are already close to the end of your life, still have such thoughts. It's truly disgusting." After scolding him, Luo Hongying hurried down the mountain. On her way down, she met Dagen, who asked her how the buckwheat was growing. Luo Hongying gave him a glare and continued down the mountain. All the way, Luo Hongying felt hopeless. Even this disgusting old man was harassing her, and with no one to support her, she couldn't stay in this village any longer. When she got home, she told her mother-in-law that she wanted to go out to work, but her mother-in-law flatly refused. "If you leave, what will I do alone at home? Let the men work and earn money. We women should take care of the home. But I can't hold my head high in this village. People are spreading rumors about me, and you don't stand by my side." Luo Hongying felt wronged. She hadn't done anything. "Who told you to be pretty? With the men away, it's normal for those old bachelors to be interested. If you are upright, you have nothing to fear." Luo Hongying's plans to go out were stopped. A few days later, something strange happened in the village. A man named Ma Lizi was drinking in town and, on his way back, was pushed into the river by someone wearing a hat and a mask. This person threatened Ma Lizi, quickly explained to the villagers that Luo Hongying is innocent. "You must apologize to her in front of everyone, or I will hit you every time I see you. Please spare me. I'll go back and clear Luo Hongying's name right away. Just pull me up. You wouldn't dare play tricks, the masked man said as he pulled Ma Lizzie up and kicked him. Back home, Ma Lizzie was shaken, wondering who that man was. Could he be Luo Hongying's secret admirer? Angry, he didn't take that man's words to heart about making me apologize to Lu Hongying in front of the whole village. That was impossible. Ma Lizzie didn't care much about it. A few days later, he went to the village to drink with his friends. This time, he was smart and brought a companion, thinking that if he ran into that man, they could handle him together. However, he miscalculated. His friend left after half a drink due to an urgent matter. On the way home, Ma Lizzie was alone again, pedaling his bicycle as fast as he could. Just when he was pedaling vigorously, the chains suddenly broke. In this remote area, Ma Lizzie felt scared. It was already 7 p.m., completely dark, and there was no one on the country road. Coincidentally, it was by the same river. What a coincidence! Last time, he was pushed into the river here and almost drowned. Now, his chain broke again. Feeling guilty, he picked up his bicycle and ran. After a few steps, he heard footsteps, looked around but saw no one. Where were the footsteps coming from? Just then, a masked person appeared. This person's height and build were just like the one from last time. Please spare me. I won't bully Lu Hongying again. I'll apologize to her in front of the whole village, Ma Lizzie pleaded. It's too late. I warned you last time. You tricked me, and this time I won't let you go, the masked person said, lifting Ma Lizzie as if he were a small chicken, ready to throw him into the river. It was autumn, and the river water was icy cold. Falling in would be terrible. Ma Lizzie was so scared he wet his pants and trembled. Please, I won't act foolishly again. If you throw me in, I'll freeze. Please let me go. The masked person paused. You are slick and untrustworthy, bullying others. I can't let you off. Ma Lizzie quickly replied, You're a good person. If you spare me this time, I promise I won't bother Lu Hongying again. I'm just a fool. Let me go, and I'll not only apologize in person but also bring her a basket of eggs as an apology. The masked person couldn't help but laugh. You think a basket of eggs will solve everything? Ma Lizzie looked sad. I'm very poor. That basket of eggs is a lot for my family. The masked man listened to this and thought for a moment before putting down the troublemaker. All right, I'll trust you this time. If you dare to bully Lu Hongying again, I won't go easy on you next time. You must apologize to her tomorrow. With that, he disappeared into the darkness. Ma Lizzie sighed in relief, mumbling, I finally escaped a disaster, and awkwardly carried his bicycle home. The next morning, around 6 o'clock, Ma Lizzie went to the village office and asked the village chief to use the loudspeaker because he had something urgent to announce. The village chief, not wanting to upset him, allowed it. Attention, villagers! Please gather at the village office at 8 o'clock today for an important announcement. Everyone must come. Those who don't will have their work points deducted at the end of the year, he said. This tactic worked well. Before 8, all the villagers gathered at the village office, including Lu Hongying and Sha Zhu's mother. Seeing everyone was present, Ma Lizzie called Lu Hongying to the front and bowed to apologize in front of all the villagers. Sister Hongying, I have offended you before. Please forgive me for my past mistakes. Although Lu Hongying was a bit confused, she accepted the apology. Then, Ma Lizzie continued, the rumors about Lu Hongying were all made up by me. Don't believe them. Sister Hongying is a good woman, and being beautiful is not her fault. After Ma Lizzie's speech, the villagers began to see Lu Hongying in a new light. However, some women in the village still viewed her as a rival. As a gesture of apology, Ma Lizzie gave Lu Hongying a basket of eggs. She refused, but Sha Zhu's mother took them, saying, This is what she deserves. Our good daughter-in-law has been bullied enough. This matter was settled. Afterward, Ma Lizzie was puzzled about who the man who hit him was. He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. With the autumn harvest approaching and the work piling up, Lu Hongying and her mother-in-law were left to manage. Her mother-in-law, used to a comfortable life, didn't want to help. With the corn almost ready to be harvested, Lu Hongying had to hire someone for help. She asked a young man named Shi Liang, an orphan who grew up eating at different families in the village. At 28, he still hadn't married, not only because he was poor but also because he had no parents to help him. Shi Liang was quite handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a strong build. In the cool autumn, he wore only a tank top, showing off his muscles, making the young women blush when they saw him. Lu Hongying chose him for help because he was honest and hardworking, never cutting corners. Secondly, Shi Liang is all alone without family ties. The women in the village see Lu Hongying as a rival, so how could they let their men help her family with work? When Lu Hongying approached Shi Liang, he readily agreed. To be honest, he had always felt sympathy for her. The villagers' prejudice had caused her a lot of suffering. Lu Hongying is both beautiful and hardworking, much better than those village wives who have men to protect them. Those wives are lazy and greedy, always complaining. Shi Liang was referring to Dagen's wife, who has a good temper, but if it were someone else, they would be scolded repeatedly. Shi Liang helped Lu Hongying with the autumn harvest, and she promised to pay him 10 yuan a day and provide 3 meals. Shi Liang smiled sheepishly, showing a row of white, even teeth, his smile very charming, somewhat like the current star Du Chun. Hongying's sister, I don't need the pay. Just feed me. Besides, I have plenty of strength. How can I take money for helping my neighbors? Lu Hongying had a good impression of this young man. Even though he was 5 years older than her and called her sister, it showed he respected boundaries and understood things well, unlike the men in the village who always had ulterior motives. With Shi Liang's help, they quickly finished harvesting 2 acres of corn and brought it home. Seeing him covered in sweat and his shirt soaked, Lu Hongying handed him a towel. During mealtime, they cooked a big rooster in a large pot, surrounding it with cornmeal pancakes, the aroma spreading throughout half the village. Some people, after finishing their work, chatted under a big tree at the village entrance. Smelling the delicious scent from Lu Hongying's house, they remarked sarcastically, "Look, she's even cooking a big rooster for the worker. She's really spending a lot." Another replied, "I think their relationship is unusual. Lu Hongying is only about 23 or 24, and Shi Liang is just 28. With no man at home and Shi Liang looking good, he must be working all day and staying there at night." Oh, the things people say. Shi Liang heard the gossip but didn't care. He knew the villagers too well. "Hongying's sister, I've worked for many people, but your food is the best. You work so hard for my family and don't take any money, so of course, I have to give you good food," Lu Hongying replied with a smile. She had also heard the villagers' whispers, but was used to it and let them talk. With most of the work at Lu Hongying's house done, Shi Liang went up the mountain to help her harvest the buckwheat. By coincidence, while harvesting buckwheat, Dagen and his wife ran into Hongying and Shi Liang, who were also there. Seeing Hongying and Shi Liang together, Dagen felt a bit unhappy. His wife noticed and shot him a sharp look, making Dagen quickly lower his head to work.
Wow.
"Hongying, if I didn't know better, I would think you two were a couple. You look so good together from afar," Dagen's wife teased. "Sister-in-law, why did you suddenly come up the mountain to work today? You're so lucky. Dagen doesn't want you to struggle like us hardworking women," Hongying replied. "My husband cares for me and doesn't let me work in the fields, but we should also understand how hard men work. I came to keep him company, so he doesn't get distracted by the wildflowers and wild fruits all around," she said. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. No wildflower or wild fruit could catch Dagen's eye," Hongying replied. "That's true, but you know how men are. If something is offered to them, they'll take a bite no matter what," Dagen's wife said. The two women exchanged playful banter, while Dagen focused on his work, unaware of his feelings at that moment. Shi Liang, unable to hold back, asked Hongying, "Sister-in-law, did you brush your teeth this morning?" Hongying looked puzzled. "Yes, I did." "Why do you ask?" "Because someone didn't brush their teeth. It smells really bad." "Ha ha ha," Shi Liang joked. Hongying caught on and smiled without saying anything. Dagen's wife realized the joke was on her and said, "Who are you calling smelly? I brushed my teeth this morning too." Realizing she had fallen into their trap, Dagen's wife turned her frustration toward her husband. "Dagen, my feet hurt. Come over and massage them." Dagen replied, "But I'm working." "You haven't done any work since you came up the mountain. Why do your feet hurt?" "I just do." "Hurry up," she insisted. Dagen put down his sickle and came over to help her. As she sighed in relief, she said, that feels so good. There's nothing like a husband who knows how to help. Borrowing someone else's help isn't real skill." "Hongying, has your husband ever massaged your feet?" "No, I have good health. My feet have never hurt." "Sister-in-law, if your feet hurt, maybe you're lacking calcium? We farmers shouldn't just stay indoors. Come up the mountain and get some sun." Hongying took the opportunity to tease Dagen's wife again. "Only women who aren't cared for have to work in the fields." "Humph. Yes, yes, yes. Look at all the women on this mountain. None of us are cared for like you, sister-in-law. If you were truly lucky, you would have married into the city to enjoy a better life, not stay here in this poor mountain valley eating simple meals."
You.
"Lu Hongying, are you jealous of me? I have a man who cares for me and a mother-in-law who loves me. What do you have? A useless man and no one who cares for you. I really feel sorry for you as a woman. What does it matter if you're pretty?" These words deeply hurt Lu Hongying. The daughter-in-law of Dagen was right. Every word struck home. "What do I have? I have nothing." Lu Hongying fell silent, and this made Dagen's wife even more pleased as she flaunted her love and presence. Tears welled up in Lu Hongying's eyes, and she struggled to hold them back. There are so many happy people. Does it really matter if there's one more? Qi Liang quietly observed Lu Hongying's expression, feeling a bit sorry for her. He invited her to sit and rest, saying that there was enough work for both of them. Lu Hongying felt a little better and sat there, watching Qi Liang work. At that moment, Dagen's wife was ready to stir things up again. "Liang, you're almost 30. Why aren't you looking for a wife and starting a family?" "I'm poor. No girl would want me. My cousin is 27 and works at the supply and marketing cooperative in the village. Let me introduce you." "Forget it, Sister General, she works for the government."
Why would she be interested in me?
Qi Liang replied, while working. Dagen's wife wanted to say more, but Dagen interrupted her, asking why she wasn't helping with the work instead of just sitting there. What kind of wife sits around when there's work to be done? This was the first time Dagen expressed frustration with his wife for being lazy. Indeed, she was unusually lazy. They were all from the countryside, and if she wasn't working or having children, what was the point of marrying her? Feeling embarrassed after Dagen's remarks, Dagen's wife started to cry. Lu Hongying and Qi Liang exchanged glances and found it amusing. By noon, they finished harvesting the buckwheat, and Qi Liang and Lu Hongying headed down the mountain. Dagen stared at their retreating figures, lost in thought. Dagen's wife leaned in and said, "Those two definitely have something going on. Just wait and see." Qi Liang looks at Lu Hongying like there's a story there. "I tell you, all you men are the same. How could you all be enchanted by her?" Dagen felt a mix of emotions. Qi Liang helped Lu Hongying carry the buckwheat home and then quietly left, not even stopping for lunch. He just wanted to help this poor woman as much as he could. The mother-in-law cooked noodles for herself and finished them all, leaving no broth behind. Then she told Lu Hongying, "This afternoon, I'm going to stay at your uncle's house for the night. Make sure to lock the door and don't let any strange men in." Hearing this made Lu Hongying unhappy. Where are the wild men? Her mother-in-law never behaves properly, but always stands on a moral high ground to control her. "Hongying, find that box of good wine at home for me. I'll take it to your uncle. Also, buy a few pounds of peach crisps and 2 pounds of fruit. Your second uncle loves them. Mom, every time you go to my uncle's house, you take the best things from her home. How do they treat us? My aunt feels bad if she eats a little and doesn't even provide meals. My second aunt only takes from us. We visited them 5 times, and they've only come to our house once, taking 2 pounds of noodles. This has caused my dad and you to argue for a lifetime. Lu Hongying poured out her feelings, making her mother-in-law very unhappy. When your dad was home, he controlled me. Now that he's gone, you come to control me. No matter how bad they are, they're still my family. I can give my things to whoever I want. Ignoring Lu Hongying's objections, her mother-in-law took many delicious foods back to her family. Once her mother-in-law left, Lu Hongying was alone in the yard, feeling quite scared. She quickly closed the door, cooked a bowl of noodles, and added 2 eggs. With her mother-in-law gone, she decided to treat herself. After dinner, Lu Hongying went to bed early. To be honest, she felt a bit scared, especially since there was a power outage that night, leaving everything dark, and a dog was barking nonstop somewhere. Lu Hongying lit a kerosene lamp to sleep, not daring to it out, as it provided some light. In the middle of the night, she vaguely heard noises in the yard. Lu Hongying was startled awake, quickly put on her clothes, and peeked out the window but saw nothing. Strangely, she clearly heard a sound.
Was she dreaming?
Lu Hongying lay back down, but soon the noise came again, as if someone was gently pushing the door. Her heart raced, and she grabbed the rolling pin by her bed, quietly getting out of bed. In the faint moonlight, she saw a shadow groping at the door. Lu Hongying felt a chill run down her spine and mustered the courage to shout, "Who is it?" The shadow paused for a moment, then a familiar voice replied, "Hongying, open the door, it's me." The voice sounded somewhat familiar.
Who are you?
Don't worry about who I am, just open the door and you'll find out. From these few words, Lu Hongying recognized who it was. Is that you, village chief Old Song? Lu Hongying asked. Yes. Hongying, it's your Uncle Song. Now you recognize me. Hurry and open the door. It's very cold outside and I'm freezing. Uncle Song, did you come to the wrong house? My mother-in-law's house is the northern one, and she isn't home tonight. You silly child, can't you see? I'm here to find you. Open the door, I have something nice for you. Lu Hongying understood that this old man had his own intentions. He knew her mother-in-law was not home, and that she was alone. Humph. Lu Hongying sneered and said, Uncle Song, what are you bringing at this late hour? I can't accept anything from you. Please leave. If others see you, it won't look good. Old Song, however, persisted and lowered his voice. Hongying, as long as you don't say anything, who will know? In the future, if there are good things in the village, I'll think of you first, and I can even arrange an easy job for your husband. Lu Hongying spat and shouted, if you don't leave, I'll go find your wife and let her handle you. At your age, you shouldn't be doing such sneaky things. Old Song panicked and quickly said, Hongying, I was just joking. I came to find your mother-in-law, but since she's not here, I thought I could. Lu Hongying was furious. This old man was trying to take advantage of her. She was already troubled about her mother-in-law's situation, and now he wanted to take advantage of her too. Feeling a surge of anger, Lu Hongying picked up the foot bath water and opened the door to splash it on Old Song. He couldn't dodge in time and got soaked. Lu Hongying scolded, You old fool. You've crossed the line. Today, I'm going to stand up for my father-in-law and Sha Zhu. With that, she grabbed a broom and swung it at Old Song. Old Song covered his head and begged, Please, I was wrong. I won't do it again. After she finished, Lu Hongying warned him, If you dare to say a word about this or have such thoughts again, I'll spread the word throughout the village. Let's see how you can still be village head. Old Song ran away in defeat, and Lu Hongying closed the door, feeling a sense of relief. After that encounter, Lu Hongying couldn't sleep. Alone in bed, memories flooded her mind, and she felt a deep sadness. At just 24, how had she become a woman left behind, living a lonely life? She thought of Dagen and his wife, whose rosy cheeks showed they were cherished by life. Then she looked at herself, pale and lacking vitality. Though her features were delicate, she lacked the softness of a woman. Dagen's wife may not be as beautiful as her, but she had a loving husband. At that moment, Dagen must be holding his wife, drifting into a peaceful sleep. Never mind, she thought. There's no point in longing for him. He's someone else's man now. Luo Hongying thought of Qi Liang again. He was really a good man. If she weren't married, she would definitely marry him. What if he was poor? As long as they had hard-working hands and worked together, they wouldn't have to worry about not having a good life. The more she thought about it, the harder it was to sleep. So, she decided to stay awake. They say insomnia is caused by appearing in someone else's dreams. So, who would Luo Hongying be in the dreams of? That's right, Dagen dreamed of her. Ever since he saw Luo Hongying and Qi harvesting buckwheat together, looking so handsome and beautiful, he felt a surge of jealousy. He liked Luo Hongying and even regretted marrying too early. He wished he had met her sooner. Did he still love his wife? He couldn't say for sure. Maybe it was just a sense of responsibility, or perhaps he married her because he had no other choice. Luo Hongying was the ideal woman for the men in the village, but most of them only wanted to possess her without truly loving her. Dagen was different. He loved her, which made him suffer. Every day, he could only date Luo Hongying in his dreams. Qi also thought of Luo Hongying, but now it was only sympathy. He couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman wasn't cherished by men. If he had a wife like her, he would treat her like a treasure. Perhaps the early stage of love is just sympathy and heartache. Sleepless, Luo Hongying sat in the yard, where the moon shone brightly, making the yard as bright as day. On such nights, she felt even more lonely and desolate, and tears streamed down her cheeks. As the rooster crowed, dawn broke. People in the small village began to rise early, some going to work in the fields, others fetching water, each busy with their own tasks. Luo Hongying picked up her water bucket and was about to step outside when suddenly everything went dark and she lost consciousness. When Luo Hongying woke up, she found herself in a hospital. As she slowly opened her eyes, everything around her was white and her head throbbed painfully. Luo Hongying thought she had arrived in heaven and felt a wave of panic. Was her life really ending like this? She hadn't enjoyed life, experienced love, or tasted the happiness of being a woman. As she mourned the thought of her short life ending, someone spoke beside her. "You're awake?" Luo Hongying jolted, realizing she hadn't gone to heaven after all. That was a relief. She forced her eyes open and saw a strong face. "Qi, where am I?" "Redding, I passed by your house while working in the fields and saw you lying on the ground. I quickly rented Erdan's tricycle from the village to take you to the hospital. The doctor said you were exhausted from working too hard and were also malnourished, which caused your low blood pressure. You need to receive nutrition for a few days." Hearing that she was alive, Luo Hongying sighed in relief and thanked Qi, who also covered her hospital expenses, leaving her feeling a bit guilty. After 2 days in the hospital, Luo Hongying insisted on going home. Qi took her to her doorstep and left to avoid any misunderstandings. Back at home, Sha Zhu's mother had returned from her family and was sulking inside. When she saw Luo Hongying, she exploded. "Where have you been?" "I came back last night and the house was empty. I asked Aunt Wang next door and she didn't know." "Did you go off with some man?" Luo Hongying weakly replied, "Mom, I was sick and stayed in the hospital for 2 days. "What? What was wrong?" "The doctor said I was malnourished and overworked." "That's not a real illness. The doctor just wants your money." "How much did it cost to stay 2 days?" "Not much, just over 40 yuan. "Over 40 yuan is a lot. That's enough for us to eat bread and vegetables for a month." "You're wasting money. When Sha Zhu comes back, I'll have him divorce you." Sha Zhu's mother had been upset after visiting her family, where she felt weak. Now, she took out all her frustration on Luo Hongying, saying all sorts of hurtful things. After venting her anger, Sha Zhu's mother felt a bit better. She finally found an outlet for the stress she had endured at her family's home. "Mom, were you angry at Uncle's house again?" Sha Zhu's mother wouldn't admit it. That was her family. However, she had indeed been having a tough time lately, especially after bringing so many gifts but not receiving a warm welcome. She first went to her older brother's house, bringing him a box of liquor and 2 pounds of peach pastries. Her sister-in-law looked at the gifts and seemed unimpressed, sarcastically saying, "Sister, don't buy this kind of liquor again. No one drinks it, and it's bad for your health. You can take it back when you leave." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sha Zhu's mother sat there as her sister-in-law washed a plate of cherries and ate them with her daughter, not offering any to her. As noon approached, her sister-in-law showed no intention of cooking. Sha Zhu's mother, with her stomach growling, reluctantly got up to leave, saying she would go visit her second brother. Seeing that Sha Zhu's mother was going to Urge's house, the sister-in-law pretended to be concerned and said, "Oh dear, I was just about to cook, and now you're leaving? Do you really see me as an outsider? Isn't this your family home?" "It's not like that, sister-in-law. Urge said he cooked and invited me to eat at his house," Sha Zhu's mother quickly explained, fearing the sister-in-law would get upset. "In that case, go ahead and eat at Urge's house. I won't keep you here," the sister-in-law said as she stood up to see her off. Feeling disappointed, Sha Zhu's mother arrived at Urge's house only to find that they had already finished eating. When the sister-in-law saw her, she asked, "Did you eat, sister?" Sha Zhu's mother shook her head. "What's wrong? Didn't they invite you to eat?" "Well, my sister-in-law is the kind of person who would make a big deal out of sharing a meal." The sister-in-law was also unhappy. Every time guests came, the sister-in-law would send them to her house. Now that everyone was struggling, food was something to be valued. The sister-in-law began to criticize the sister-in-law for being unkind and taking advantage of others. "Besides, sister, you always bring the most gifts when you visit your sister-in-law. This time, just go to her house, and if she doesn't offer you food, take your gifts back." It seemed the sister-in-law also didn't want to provide meals anymore. Sha Zhu's mother felt wronged and cried. With her parents gone, she only had her two brothers left. She tried hard to please them, hoping to have a family to return to, but now it seemed she might lose that too. At her sister-in-law's house, she felt unwelcome. The sister-in-law hinted that Sha Zhu's mother always brought gifts for the eldest brother's family, but came to eat at the second brother's house, which would annoy anyone. Feeling sad, Sha Zhu's mother left her sister-in-law's house and took a detour to her aunt's house to share her experiences of being treated coldly. Her aunt advised her, "Dear niece, once we women marry, we lose our family home. The road back to our family is paved with money. If you have money, you are treated like a sister, but if you don't, you become a stranger." Her aunt was right. After staying at her aunt's house for a night, she was given 2 pounds of brown sugar when she left. Returning home with a lot of pent-up frustration, she wanted to take it out on her daughter-in-law, but to her surprise, she wasn't home, which drove Sha Zhu's mother crazy. That night, she went to find the village head, Old Song. What was going on with him? Why was he so distant? He must have found someone new. As the village head, Old Song held a high position in the village.
He would treat those he liked well.
To be honest, after all these years with Sha Zhu's mother, the excitement had faded as they both aged. Now, Sha Zhu's mother felt older, and men often preferred younger women. However, even though Sha Zhu's mother had aged, she was sincere and focused on her family. Two people have been together for many years, and there are still feelings between them. So, Old Song feels a sense of family and responsibility toward Sha Zhu's mother. Old Song is just over 50, and as he slowly loses his hormones, he starts to focus on his daughter-in-law, Lu Hongying. This is indeed not a good move. After being with the mother-in-law, he now wants the daughter-in-law. Old Song feels guilty about it, so he decides to put this aside for now. After all, he is not lacking in attention, and he has started a relationship with Lu Er's wife from the east side of the village, which began over a few pounds of eggs. Lu Er's wife is in her early 40s and is a left-behind woman. Her husband works away from home and only returns once a year. Their son is studying at university in the provincial capital, so she is alone at home, feeling lonely. This gives Old Song an opportunity. One day, when the village was collecting grain, Lu Er's wife was walking with a load of grain. Although she does not have an extraordinary appearance, she loves to dress up. She wore a green blazer, black pants, and a pair of black cloth shoes, with a pink scarf around her neck. In the rural areas of the 1980s and 1990s, this outfit was quite fashionable. Old Song's eyes lit up. thinking that this young woman could look good with a little effort. So, he asked the accountant to keep the records and went to Lu Er's wife to offer help. "Oh, sister, the grain is so heavy, let me help you with that." Lu Er's wife blushed and playfully replied, "Brother Song, you shouldn't trouble yourself. You're the village leader." Old Song took the load from her, saying, "It's nothing. I'm here to serve the people." He even intentionally brushed his hand against hers, making her pull back as if shocked. After weighing the grain, the accountant smiled at Old Song and said, "Village leader, Lu Er's family's grain is short by 20 pounds. What should we do?" Old Song replied that it was fine. They could make up for the shortfall another day. However, after this incident, he didn't insist on Lu Er's wife making up the grain, as he had his own plans in mind. From then on, Old Song frequently visited Lu Er's wife, bringing her vegetables one day and meat the next. The most generous gesture was when he brought her 5 pounds of lamb ribs, leaving her so touched that she didn't know how to respond. As time went on, their relationship became more delicate. One time, after having a few drinks, Old Song went to Lu Er's wife's house, saying he wanted to see if she was asleep. Lu Er's wife could tell what he was thinking. She brought him a glass of water, and suddenly, Old Song held her hand, softly saying, "Sister, I feel for you being alone. Let me keep you company." Lu Er's wife said hesitantly, "Song, you can't do this. I value my reputation." Old Song felt a surge of happiness inside. He saw an opportunity. He knew he just needed to complete the final step. He understood women very well. He took out 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Er's wife. "I know it's not easy for you at home. Take this money and buy some clothes at the market tomorrow. I'll give you more when you run out."
Who could resist that?
Lu Er's wife had been alone for years, and suddenly a man was caring for her and giving her money. She was so touched that she almost cried. Lu Er was working away from home and rarely sent money back. With her son needing tuition and living expenses, she had been saving every penny and hadn't bought new clothes in years. "Thank you, brother," Lu Er's wife said, choking up, and Old Song took the chance to hug her. That night, Old Song returned home at 2 in the morning. He lied to his wife, saying he was at the village office checking accounts because the higher-ups would come to audit soon. Old Song's wife scoffed, knowing the truth but keeping quiet. After all these years, she was used to it. She realized her husband had a new target, and he would likely be busy with accounts more often. Old Song's wife reached out for money, saying she wanted to buy new clothes for their grandson. Old Song searched his pockets but couldn't find any money, saying he would give it to her in a couple of days. This upset Old Song's wife, and she cried, "Song, you're getting older, and while I can't control what you do, you can't take our money to help someone else." Old Song felt guilty and promised he would give her money in 2 days, and maybe even more. Since Old Song started seeing Lu Er's wife, he rarely visited Sha Zhu's mother. After all, how could a 50-year-old compare to a 40-year-old? Besides, he was so caught up with Lu Er's wife that he forgot everything else. Sha Zhu's mother felt neglected and lamented her fate, like someone who had lost in love. Time passed, and Lu Er and the old man had been working away for 8 months without a single phone call or a penny sent home. Meanwhile, the neighbor Aunt Wang's son had sent back over 1,000 yuan. Without the village chief's support and affection, Sha Zhu's mother struggled to make ends meet. She went to the village office to call her husband for money. When she arrived, she found Old Song in a meeting. He froze for a moment, thinking he was in trouble since he hadn't paid attention to her lately. He signaled to Sha Zhu's mother to not cause a scene and to give him some face. Sha Zhu's mother ignored him and, in front of everyone, said, "Village chief, can I use the village office phone? I need to call my husband who is working away to ask for money. We can barely afford food at home." Old Song felt relieved and replied in an official tone, "Go ahead, but Sha Zhu's mother, using the village phone will cost you." Sha Zhu's mother didn't respond and picked up the phone to make the call. After some effort, she finally reached Sha Zhu's father at the construction site. She immediately started scolding him, saying they had no conscience for not calling or sending any money after being away for so long. On the other end, Sha Zhu's father was indifferent and took a long time to respond. I haven't earned much, and Sha Zhu has picked up a gambling habit. I'll try to send some money back to you soon. Then he hung up. Fuming, Sha Zhu's mother returned home and told Lu Hongying about the situation. Lu Hongying was very disappointed. If Sha Zhu got into gambling, it would be a disaster. She wanted to talk to Sha Zhu, but he wouldn't answer her calls. The man had been away for over 8 months, and their bond was fading. Lu Hongying felt this couldn't go on and decided to go to the city to see him. She had saved a bit of money from selling crops, and after paying back the medical expenses she had covered for Dagen, she had a little over 100 left, which would be enough for a trip to the city. After discussing with her mother-in-law, Lu Hongying took a bus to the city. Following the address given by Anwang next door, she finally found the construction site where Sha Zhu and his father were working. When she arrived at the site, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lu Hongying walked in and asked the workers where Sha Zhu and his father were. One of the workers pointed to a group of people in the distance, saying they were over there. She hurried over but saw Sha Zhu in the middle of a group, playing cards and shouting, with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing the cards laid out in front of him, Lu Hongying was furious. She noticed the onlookers, including Sha Zhu's father, who not only didn't stop him but looked relaxed. Feeling dizzy, she called out Sha Zhu's name. Everyone looked up at her. Sha Zhu was startled at first, but then continued playing cards as if nothing happened. Sha Zhu's father pulled Lu Hongying aside and asked what she was doing there. Lu Hongying replied, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what you were doing out here." After saying this, she broke free from her father-in-law and rushed to the card table, flipping it over. Sha Zhu, embarrassed and angry, shouted at Lu Hongying, "Are you blind? I was about to win." He raised his hand as if to hit her. Lu Hongying widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sha Zhu's father came over and held him back, urging him to be more sensible. What would happen if he drove his wife away? Sha Zhu stubbornly shouted, "What do you want? Are you here to watch me fail? I don't need you here, just go home." Lu Hongying's tears streamed down her face. She knew that this family was falling apart, and she couldn't find any warmth or hope with Sha Zhu. She thought sending them out to work would improve their lives, and that it was okay for her to struggle at home, but now it was like this. Lu Hongying was unwilling to accept it. She found a small hotel to stay in, hoping to persuade Sha Zhu again, but what happened next shattered her beliefs. She had a total of 110 yuan and spent 20 on transportation. She found a small hotel for 15 yuan and ate a bowl of noodles for 5 yuan, but she was still hungry. Lu Hongying had a few dozen yuan left and needed to go back. She had hoped Sha Zhu would give her some more money. By evening, Sha Zhu should have finished work, but he still hadn't come to find Lu Hongying. This man hadn't seen his wife for so long, and when she came to find him, he wasn't eager to see her. Feeling helpless, Lu Hongying went to the construction site, where a coworker told her that Sha Zhu had gone out drinking at a small restaurant called Red Flower Restaurant. Lu Hongying was very angry and happened to run into her father-in-law coming back from the cafeteria. He told Lu Hongying to keep an eye on Sha Zhu because he was going down the wrong path. Then, he asked her to wait a moment while he went back to the dormitory to get 200 yuan to give to her, so she could pass it on to Sha Zhu's mother. Lu Hongying took the money, and her father-in-law still cared for his wife. Just then, a woman in her 50s approached, not noticing Lu Hongying, and spoke to Sha Zhu's father. "Sha Zhu's dad, I made dumplings. Do you want to come eat, or should I bring them to you?" Sha Zhu's father looked a bit flustered and said to the woman, "Oh, Wang Jie, that's not necessary. I just had my meal at the cafeteria. Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Lu Hongying." The woman then noticed the young lady standing nearby, and her expression changed slightly, but she quickly smiled and said, "Oh, so this is your daughter-in-law. She's really pretty. Sha Zhu is lucky to have her." Lu Hongying smiled politely and glanced at her father-in-law, who seemed a bit evasive, and quickly added, "Wang Jie is very kind and always looks after this old man. She takes good care of me and the other workers at the site too." Luo Hongying smiled and said to Aunt Wang, "Thank you for taking care of my father-in-law. Then she turned to her father-in-law and said, "Dad, since Aunt Wang made dumplings, you should try some. Eating in the cafeteria every day gets boring." Sha Zhu's father quickly waved his hand. No, I don't want to trouble Aunt Wang." Luo Hongying felt more certain that something was off. She understood her father-in-law. After all, he had been with her mother-in-law and old Song for over 20 years. Did he really not know? Judging by his attitude towards her mother-in-law, he probably had an idea, but just didn't say anything. Thinking this, Luo Hongying felt a bit sorry for her father-in-law. If he really found someone who understood him, she would be willing to keep it a secret for him. After saying goodbye to her father-in-law and Aunt Wang, Luo Hongying went to the restaurant her co-workers had told her about to find Sha Zhu. This restaurant was specifically for workers, and most of the customers were construction workers from nearby sites. The place was noisy, with people playing games and some even fighting, making Luo Hongying feel anxious. She found Sha Zhu's small private room and peeked through the door. Inside were 5 big men and 2 women. One of the women was sitting close to Sha Zhu, and they were flirting with each other. The woman raised her glass, and with the encouragement of the others, she and Sha Zhu toasted. Sha Zhu was smiling sweetly. He took out 10 yuan from his bag and slipped it into the woman's clothing. Outside, Luo Hongying was so angry that she trembled. While she worked hard at home, Sha Zhu was out pretending to be a big boss. She kicked the door open. Sha Zhu, caught up in the moment, didn't even look up when he saw his wife. He stammered, "What are you doing here? This isn't a place for women." Luo Hongying widened her eyes and angrily said, "Sha Zhu, I waited for you at the hotel, and here you are, having fun with another woman. Have you lost your conscience?" Sha Zhu scoffed. "What do you know? Everyone is just having a good time here. I work hard all day. Can I relax a little?" At that moment, the woman leaned closer to Sha Zhu and sweetly said, "Hey, don't be angry. Your wife cares about you." Seeing this, Luo Hongying shouted, "Shameless." The woman shot back, calling Luo Hongying shameless too, saying she couldn't even control a man and that her pretty face was useless. Furious, Luo Hongying stepped forward to grab the woman's hair. Sha Zhu stood up to protect the woman and loudly scolded Luo Hongying, "Don't make a scene. I'm telling you now, I won't go to your hotel tonight. I'm going to drink with this girl." Luo Hongying seemed not to recognize the person in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. "You silly Zhu, how can you act so big after earning just a little? Fine, go be with her. Let's get a divorce." After saying this, Luo Hongying rushed out of the private room. She thought Zhu would chase after her, but after waiting outside the restaurant for a few minutes, she didn't see him at all. Feeling utterly hopeless, she returned to the small inn, closed the door, and cried loudly. The small inn was old and poorly soundproofed, and her cries disturbed the people in the next room. They shouted angrily, "What are you howling about in the middle of the night? If you can't sleep, get out and don't disturb others." Luo Hongying covered her mouth, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Early the next morning, she checked out of the inn and bought a ticket to go home. Just as she left, Zhu hurried to the small inn, only to be told that Luo Hongying had already checked out. He was stunned. He had gotten drunk the night before and ended up at the woman's apartment without remembering how. When he woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Looking at the woman lying next to him, he tried to recall what had happened the night before. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing he was in big trouble. He got up to get dressed, but the woman hugged him tightly, saying, "Hey, are you leaving? Stay a bit longer." Zhu pushed her away in disgust and finished getting dressed. The woman blocked the door, asking, "Are you really just going to leave like this?" Zhu pretended not to understand and said he wasn't staying to live here. The woman reached out her hand, clearly asking for money. Zhu understood and searched his pockets, finding only 50 yuan. He gave her 30, but she complained it was too little, calling him cheap. She took all 50 yuan from him, and feeling angry, Zhu left and rushed to the small inn, but he was too late. Luo Hongying had already left, feeling sad and disappointed. Zhu felt a pang of guilt, realizing he hadn't given her a single penny this time. What he didn't know was that Luo Hongying had completely lost faith in him and wanted to plan her life anew. She believed men were unreliable and that to change her fate, she had to rely on herself. She couldn't continue living in poverty. Back home, exhausted, Luo Hongying fell asleep immediately. Just as she was sleeping soundly, her mother-in-law woke her up, asking how much money her father-in-law and Zhu had brought back. Luo Hongying handed her the 200 yuan her father-in-law had sent back. Her mother-in-law didn't believe it, saying, "Is that all? No way." Aunt Wang next door got over 2,000 from her husband and son.
Mom, stop dreaming about that.
It doesn't matter if we get the money back. The real issue is whether the men will come home. Lu Hongying felt frustrated. She was already exhausted, and her mother-in-law woke her up. The people in this family lacked emotions and were selfish. Was there any reason to stay here? What do you mean, Hongying? Are the men out there being unfaithful? Mom, I didn't say that. At least Dad left you 200. This time, I'm going to find Sha Zhu. He's alone at the hotel, not even going out, just drinking with another woman. Lu Hongying explained everything to her mother-in-law. She thought her mother-in-law would be angry and scold her son. Instead, she said it was no big deal. Which man wasn't like that as long as he came home? This family's values were truly baffling. Lu Hongying reminded her mother-in-law to treat her father-in-law better. He is a man and deserves respect. Sha Zhu's mother scoffed. Haven't I treated him well? I've served him for half my life. But does he treat me like a person? Mom, no matter how bad Dad is, he is still your husband. He will share his earnings with you. Other men's money only goes to their wives and children. Lu Hongying couldn't help but retort. Her words made Sha Zhu's mother uneasy. Hongying, have you heard something? I tell you, those are all rumors made by others. Lu Hongying said she didn't know anything, just that if she didn't want the family to fall apart, she should treat her father-in-law better. Sha Zhu's mother remained noncommittal. After so many years, she had gotten used to it. If her husband had been good enough, she wouldn't have acted that way. But she also carried a burden in her heart for many years, fearing that one day the truth would come out, and then she would be finished. Lu Hongying only brought back 200 yuan from the city. Sha Zhu's mother thought she should have at least brought back 1,000 or 800. She was sure Lu Hongying kept some money for herself. At the village market, Sha Zhu's mother waited for a ride at the village entrance. The village was over 5 kilometers from the town, and walking took an hour. After waiting for a long time, she saw Zhu Dahu riding a brand new bike coming over. Sha Zhu's mother stopped him, smiling widely, and said, "Brother Zhu, that bike looks really nice. It must be expensive." Zhu Dahu got off the bike, eager to show it off. "Oh, sister-in-law, it's not expensive, just 180 yuan. The key is it's convenient. A few pedals, and I'm in town." Sha Zhu's mother flattered him a bit more, and then asked if he could give her a ride for a bit. Zhu Dahu didn't want to take her, saying the bike had a flat tire and with 2 heavy people, what if it burst? Sha Zhu's mother said with an unhappy face, "If you don't want to take me, just say so. Don't make up strange excuses." Zhu Dahu replied, "Sister-in-law, the village chief is riding his fancy motorcycle to the market. It would be great for you to ride with him, considering your relationship, right? Just go away." "What relationship do we have?" Zhu Dahu rode off on his bicycle, humming a tune. Sha Zhu's mother continued to wait for a ride. After 5 minutes, she saw the village chief, Old Song, coming on his motorcycle. She waved to stop him and was about to get on the back seat when she noticed Lu Er's wife was already sitting there. Sha Zhu's mother felt jealous. That seat was meant for her, not anyone else. "I'm going to a meeting in the town and happened to pick up Lu Er's wife on the way to the market," Old Song explained. Sha Zhu's mother frowned and gave Old Song a look, signaling for Lu Er's wife to get off so she could take her place. Old Song pretended not to see. Lu Er's wife was his new interest, and that excitement was something Sha Zhu's mother couldn't compete with. Lu Er's wife looked pleased, as if she had just been favored by royalty, casting a smug glance at Sha Zhu's mother, filled with mockery and disdain. "Song, let's go. You're going to be late for your meeting," Lu Er's wife said playfully. Old Song obeyed and sped off, leaving Sha Zhu's mother behind. She sensed something was off between the two. Sha Zhu's mother felt a storm of emotions inside her. Old Song was her entire emotional support, and she couldn't let anyone take him away. But she felt old and unattractive compared to Lu Er's wife, who was in her prime and quite alluring. Thinking of this made Sha Zhu's mother heartbroken. She felt like she had lost love. She lost interest in going to the market and was about to head back when she saw Li Gizi coming on his tricycle. He kindly offered her a ride. As she sat in Li Gizi's tricycle, tears streamed down her face. Just the thought of Lu Er's wife hugging Old Song made her heart ache. On the way, she noticed Old Song's motorcycle parked by the roadside, but he was nowhere to be seen. What were they doing? Sha Zhu's mother asked Li Gizi to stop. This road was a small path close to the market, but not many people used it. Sha Zhu's mother got off and quietly approached the motorcycle. She could hear voices coming from the nearby reeds. "Song, do you think this flower is pretty?" It was Lu Er's wife's sweet voice. Pretty, but not as pretty as you," Old Song replied in a low voice. Sha Zhu's mother was so angry that she was sweating. She pushed through the reeds and saw Old Song with some grass leaves on his face, trying to put a wildflower in Lu Er's wife's hair. It looked both funny and infuriating. Lu Er's wife acted shy. Sha Zhu's mother couldn't help but shout, "What are you two doing here? Aren't you afraid someone will see you?" "Nothing. We weren't doing anything. Just resting here." Old Song thought to himself how this woman just wouldn't leave him alone. Lu Er's wife casually replied, "Oh, this road isn't yours, so why do you care so much?" Sha Zhu's mother wanted to argue more, but Li Gizi shouted from the roadside, asking if they were getting on the bus. "If not, I'm leaving." Yes, Li go. I just need to use the restroom." Sha Zhu's mother glared at the two of them and turned to get on Li Gizi's vehicle. Li Gizi, being smart, had already guessed what was happening. He advised Sha Zhu's mother to let it go, saying, "He's not your man, and you have no right to control him. If you meddle too much, he might just kick you out." Sha Zhu's mother told him to be quiet. "Look, it's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good heart. He's giving rides to others but not you, and you still scold me after I tried to help." Soon they arrived at the market. Sha Zhu's mother got off the vehicle, arranged a time to return with Li Gizi, and went to shop with her 200 yuan. She was in a bad mood and wanted to spend all of it. After shopping for a while, Sha Zhu's mother bought a scarf, a pair of black pants, and a deep red cotton jacket. Winter was coming, and this jacket would make her look young and pretty, better than Lu Er's wife. She spent all her money, but strangely, she didn't see Lu Er's wife at the market. Worried, she went to the village office to see if Old Song was there for a meeting, but when she arrived, the door was locked and Old Song was nowhere to be found. Anxious, Sha Zhu's mother hurried back to the market, asking acquaintances if they had seen Old Song, but everyone said no, which meant Old Song and Lu Er's wife hadn't come to the market at all. Where could they be? Sha Zhu's mother remembered that Old Song had once taken her to a place when they came to the market. It was a house not far from the town, which Old Song had recently bought, saying it was for his son to live in one day. Sha Zhu's mother rushed to Old Song's new house in town. The door was closed, but the lock was open, indicating someone was inside. She pushed the door hard, but it wouldn't budge. Peeking through the gap, she indeed saw Old Song's motorcycle parked in the yard. Sha Zhu's wife was so angry that she felt dizzy and shouted, "That Old Song! How many women did you bring here?" Thinking about how she had been with him for decades, and now that she was older, he didn't care for her anymore, her anger grew. But she knew that knocking on the door now would only cause trouble and ruin her chances for the future. She decided to teach this shameless couple a lesson. Losing her temper, she saw some children nearby and gave them $1 to buy candy. The kids were happy and then, as she instructed, went to the local police station to say someone was misbehaving at home. Soon, a group of kids arrived at Old Song's door with 2 police officers. Sha Zhu's wife hid in a nearby alley to watch. The 2 officers knocked on the door hard for about 7 or 8 minutes. Finally, Old Song opened the door, looking startled as he adjusted his clothes. "Officers, what's the matter? I'm just an honest man." The officers showed their badges and said they received a report about misbehavior happening here. "That's nonsense. This is a private home. How could anything like that happen? Old Song protested. The officers entered the house but found no one else. They checked the rooms and saw there were no other people. Old Song said, looking upset, "Officers, someone must be playing a prank." The officers called the children over to ask questions. "Did you see it yourself, or were you told to come?" The children replied honestly, "A lady gave us $1 to buy candy and told us to find the officers." The officers scolded the children and apologized to Old Song before preparing to leave. At that moment, Sha Zhu's wife couldn't hold back and rushed out of the alley, shouting, "Officers, don't go yet. There must be a woman in there." The officers looked at her, puzzled. Old Song, seeing her, realized what was happening and angrily pointed at her, saying, "So, it was you causing trouble. You crazy woman. I'm just tired and resting here. There's no woman." Not believing him, Sha Zhu's wife searched the room, looking under the bed, behind the curtains, and in the closet, but found nothing. She felt a bit relieved. At least Old Song hadn't done anything wrong. After scolding Sha Zhu's wife, the officers left, and Old Song yelled at her too, even suggesting they break up right then and there. The silly woman kept apologizing, saying she cared too much about Old Song. "After all these years with you, I may not have done much, but I have endured a lot." As she spoke, she cried and said she couldn't live without Old Song because she loved him so much. Old Song lit a cigarette, glanced inside the house, and said, "We can stay together, but you need to stay out of my business. Even my wife doesn't interfere, so what right do you have?" The silly woman bit her lip and nodded, agreeing, "Fine, I won't interfere." "Then hurry up and leave." Under Old Song's scolding, the silly woman left quietly. He then closed the door, locked it, and called out to the cupboard, "Come out, everyone is gone." At that moment, the cupboard door opened, and Lu Er's wife stepped out, her face flushed, and then she began to cough heavily. She had been holding it in for a while. Lu Er's wife glared at Old Song and cried in frustration. Seeing her in tears made Old Song feel sorry, and he quickly hugged her to comfort her. But mere words of comfort weren't enough. Lu Er's wife knew this was a good opportunity to ask for money. With a pitiful look, she said, "Before I met you, I was a respectable woman. Because of you, I've become someone everyone looks down on, hiding in the cupboard like a thief. If this gets out, how will I live?" After saying this, she started crying again, and Old Song told her to keep her voice down so the neighbors wouldn't hear. Lu Er's wife glanced outside and said, "If they hear, they hear. You aren't worried about your reputation, so why should I be?" Seeing that simple words of comfort weren't enough, Old Song took out 50 yuan from his bag and handed it to her, telling her to buy some clothes at the market.
Huh.
"You give that silly woman over 100 at once, but I only get a few tens. Am I worth less than her in your eyes?" Old Song sighed and took out 5 10-yuan bills for her, which finally made Lu Er's wife smile through her tears. It's strange. He didn't mind giving money to the silly woman, but he felt a little pain parting with it for his young wife. Maybe he had developed feelings for the silly woman and considered her family. Old Song actually had a sense of responsibility. This little drama ended with Old Song giving a bit of money. Since being with Old Song, Lu Er's wife often received small favors from him, which she appreciated. What he gave here meant less spending there. The silly woman felt neglected lately, and Old Song hadn't visited her. She was lost in thought every day, and Lu Hongying noticed this and comforted her mother-in-law, saying that at least Old Song still cared for her. She originally wanted to use this opportunity to improve her relationship with her mother-in-law, but her mother-in-law was ungrateful and told her to speak less and mind her own business. Forget it. In this family, no one has any feelings. At least her mother-in-law has money to spend. Lu Hongying wanted to earn some money herself and thought of a good idea. She was good at handicrafts, especially making insoles. She liked to embroider various flowers, birds, and fish on the insoles, making them very beautiful and lifelike. When Lu Hongying went to the city, she saw someone selling insoles by the roadside and immediately thought of her handmade insoles, believing they would be popular in the city. However, making handmade insoles was quite troublesome. She could only make 2 pairs a day at most. Over the years, She had saved up quite a few since she was young, and now she had over 100 pairs of insoles. In the countryside, when winter came, there was no work in the fields, and people who had been busy all year began to rest. Lu Hongying spent her time making insoles, and over the years, she made more than 100 pairs, some of which she gave away, and some she kept for herself. She would give 2 pairs to anyone she had a good relationship with, and to express her gratitude to Qi Liang, she also gave him 2 pairs. Qi Liang treasured the insoles as if they were a treasure. They were simply too beautiful to use. So, he kept the insoles Lu Hongying gave him in a drawer and took them out from time to time to admire them. Although Qi Liang was 4 years older than Lu Hongying, she regarded him as a younger brother. In her eyes, Qi Liang was still a young man since he wasn't married, while she was already a housewife. Lu Hongying told Qi Liang about her plan to sell insoles in the city, and he fully supported her. To escape poverty, she needed to find a way. She couldn't rely on Sha Zhu for psychological, physical, or financial support anymore. Without hesitation, Lu Hongying packed the insoles she had saved over the years into a large nylon bag, totaling about 120 pairs, mostly women's size 38 and men's size 42. Carrying the nylon bag by herself and bringing some food along, she had only a little over 20 yuan left. If she couldn't sell the insoles in the city, she wouldn't even have enough money to return home. To be safe, Lu Hongying borrowed 20 yuan from her mother-in-law, but her mother-in-law said she had no money left, as the 200 yuan her father-in-law gave her was all spent. It was clear she didn't want to lend her any money. Lu Hongying didn't push it and set off with her little over 20 yuan. When she got to the village entrance, she tried to catch a ride but waited for a long time without success. Feeling helpless, she had to ask Qi Liang for help. Qi Liang happily agreed. His second-hand bicycle, although it had a bell that didn't ring, was still in good condition. As Qi Liang rode with Lu Hongying to the town, Dagen, who was fetching water, felt very uncomfortable seeing them together, as if something of his had been taken away. Dagen liked Lu Hongying, but he was afraid to act on his feelings because his wife had noticed. He had to hide his feelings for her. Watching Qi Liang and Lu Hongying laugh and talk, Dagen thought they were a good match. Lu Hongying needed a man like Qi Liang. Jealousy consumed him, and he lost focus on his work, throwing down the water bucket and sitting angrily on the ground. Meanwhile, Qi Liang took Lu Hongying to the town and boarded a bus to the county. Just as the bus was about to leave, Qi Liang quickly ran to sit next to Lu Hongying. "What are you doing?" Lu Hongying asked, confused. "I'm going with you." "It's not safe for a woman to be alone," Qi Liang said with a warm smile that brightened Lu Hongying's lonely heart. "Aren't you worried about what others will say?" "I'm not worried. I'm alone too and don't plan to get married," Qi Liang replied with a wry smile. Who would marry a lonely person? They both understood each other well, and Lu Hongying didn't refuse. Honestly, it was her first time going out to do business, and having Qi Liang with her made her feel much more secure. After a 2-hour ride to the county, Lu Hongying and Qi Liang searched for a place to set up their stall. She nervously followed Qi Liang, feeling a bit scared and shy. Qi Liang, being a man, was bold and calm. Finally, they found a suitable spot by the roadside outside a farmer's market. "This place has a lot of foot traffic. Let's try selling here first. We can move if it doesn't work out," Qi Liang said as he set down a nylon bag. Lu Hongying spread a plastic sheet on the ground, and together they arranged the shoe insoles, which looked like little works of art and quickly attracted attention. People gathered around to look, and a few inquired about the price. When they heard it was 2 yuan a pair, they lost interest and just watched. At that moment, an ant with a basket of vegetables squeezed into the crowd, saw the insoles, and eagerly pulled out 10 yuan to buy 5 pairs. They finally made their first sale, and both Lu Hongying and Qi Liang were excited. But just then, someone shouted, "Who allowed you to sell here?"
Did you pay?
2 people looked over and saw a man in a checkered suit, big and strong, weighing about 200 pounds. His suit looked like it might burst from his size, and he stood there with a fierce expression. Lu Hongying immediately felt scared and instinctively hid behind Qi Liang. Qi Liang calmly stepped forward with a smile and said, "Big brother, we just came from the countryside and don't know the rules. Please show some kindness and give us a chance." The man snorted. "This is my territory. If you want to set up here, you need to pay a 10 yuan management fee." Qi Liang glanced at Luo Hongying, who shook her head. "Big brother, we only sold 2 pairs and don't have money for protection fees. We are just poor people from the countryside, and we came to the city to earn a living. Please make an exception." "I can't make exceptions. If you don't pay, pack up and leave quickly." With no other choice, they had to pack their shoe insoles back into a nylon bag and look for another spot. They searched several places, but each time they were chased away for not paying. Luo Hongying felt defeated and wanted to go back to the village. Qi Liang encouraged her to hang in there since they had come all this way. Finally, around noon, they found a suitable spot at the entrance of a park where no fees were collected. Many people passed by, and they quickly sold several pairs. Soon more and more people came to buy the insoles. These insoles were popular among young people, and they sold well. By the end of the day, they had sold 120 pairs and only had 10 left. It was already past 6 in the evening when they finished selling, and there were no more buses back to their town, so they had to stay overnight and return the next day. Luo Hongying and Qi Liang searched several inns, but found no available rooms. Exhausted and hungry, they first went to a noodle shop to eat before continuing their search. Finally, they found a cheap inn with 1 room left. It was already past 8 in the evening, and both were tired. But with only 1 room left, how would they manage? The innkeeper looked at them and asked, "Aren't you two a couple?"
Luo Hongying replied no.
"Oh, what a pity. You two look like a couple and seem very well matched," the innkeeper said regretfully. "Actually, you're right. We are a couple, but we came out in a hurry and didn't bring our marriage certificate." Qi Liang signaled to Luo Hongying to stay quiet. The innkeeper cheerfully said it was fine, and they could stay. Her small inn didn't have many rules. In the end, Qi Liang and Luo Hongying rented the room for 20 yuan a night. Once in the room, Luo Hongying felt troubled about how they would sleep. The room was old and had only 1 bed. Qi Liang said, "You can sleep on the bed. I'll sit on the chair for the night." "That's not fair. You are tired today too, helping me sell insoles. You should take the bed," Luo Hongying replied. "It's fine. I'm a man and in good health. Besides, it's right for a man to take care of a woman. Don't fight me for the chair, haha." Looking at the gentle and caring Qi Liang, Luo Hongying felt a mix of emotions. She had felt this way with Dagen before, a sense of being cared for and valued, which was both beautiful and helpless. Luo Hongying accepted Qi Liang's kindness. By the way, she wanted to check how much they had sold today. She opened her small cloth bag and poured the money onto the bed, calling Qi Liang over to count it together. They happily counted the money, which totaled 232 yuan. "Wow, that's like half a year's income from farming at home."
Qi Liang, we've struck it rich.
Qi Liang smiled at Luo Hongying, his eyes full of joy. "Yes, if this keeps up, our future will definitely get better." Hearing him say "our," Luo Hongying felt a strange sensation. Our. When will it become we? After counting the money, they fell silent for a moment. Qi Liang returned to the chair and told Luo Hongying to rest early, suggesting they sell the remaining insoles tomorrow. Qi Liang, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have sold the insoles. Please take this 50 yuan as your reward for your hard work." "Redding, what do you take me for?" "I helped you because I admire your character and sympathize with your situation, not to earn your money," Qi Liang said, a bit upset. "I'm sorry, big brother, but I don't know how to thank you." "No need to thank me. I've been alone my whole life, facing disdain and bullying. You treated me like a person and I appreciate that. I genuinely want to help you." They talked a lot and Luo Hongying learned about Qi Liang's background. He was also a child of misfortune. His mother passed away when he was 3, having drunk pesticide under pressure from his grandmother. Qi Liang could have hated his grandmother, but she had also cared for him well. After his mother died, his father remarried quickly. After his stepmother gave birth to a younger brother, she encouraged Qi Liang's father to send him to his grandmother's house. From then on, Liang lost his father and relied solely on his grandmother. When he was 9, the only person who loved him, his grandmother, also passed away, and his grandfather, like his father, found a new partner. Thus, Liang became a homeless child at the age of 10. Although he still had a father and a grandfather, they both had new families, and Liang felt like an extra person. At 10 years old, he was sent by his father to an old house that was about to collapse, struggling to survive. Often, he had no food to eat, no clothes to wear, and no blankets to cover himself with. It's easy to imagine how much he suffered while growing up. Fortunately, neighbors helped him out, giving him a bowl of porridge here and a bun there, patching up his clothes, and he wore shoes that left his toes exposed in the cold winter. Meanwhile, his grandfather and father were warm inside, enjoying good food. Hearing this made Liang's eyes wet, and Lu Hongying felt heartbroken. She wanted to hug this poor man. They talked until after 11 at night. The room was a bit cold, and Liang sat in a chair. Lu Hongying suggested he sleep on the bed, saying they could each take one side. Liang refused, saying it's okay, you must be tired too, so go to sleep. Lu Hongying invited him several times, but he kept declining. He felt a woman's reputation was important, and besides, he was young enough to sleep in a chair. Unknowingly, Liang soon began to snore, while Lu Hongying found it hard to sleep. She got up and covered him with a blanket, while she used her coat for warmth. But when she woke up in the middle of the night, she found the blanket was now on her. It was warm and very touching. Before long, morning came. Lu Hongying woke up and went outside to buy soy milk and buns, also getting a scarf for Liang. They had breakfast and then went to the same spot as yesterday to set up their stall, quickly selling the remaining pairs of insoles. This trip to the city for business was very rewarding. To show her gratitude, Lu Hongying bought Liang a pair of winter boots, and this time he did not refuse. When they returned to the village, rumors began to spread. In just one day, there were several stories about Lu Hongying and Liang. Some said they had eloped, others claimed they went to the city for a date, and some suggested Lu Hongying was trying to take advantage of Liang, who was such an honest young man and hadn't even found a wife yet. Wasn't she putting him in a difficult position? Lu Hongying didn't care. She was used to it. What worried her was Liang, hoping he wouldn't be affected by the rumors. When she got home, her mother-in-law scolded her, saying someone had seen her with Liang. Yes, I went to the city with Liang, but we didn't do anything wrong, she replied. How can you say that? A man and a woman went to the city together and didn't come back all night, and you claim nothing happened? You must be kidding. How shameless. Her mother-in-law scolded sharply, pointing a finger at Lu Hongying. Who is really shameless? Dear, don't think that I don't know about your dirty deeds. Everyone in this village knows about your affair with Old Song. You're slandering me. Sha Zhu's mother turned as purple as an eggplant. Since I married into this family, I've worked so hard. Your son was nice to me when we first got married, but now, when I go to the city to find him, he hugs other women right in front of me. That's because you can't give him a child. If you had a baby, he wouldn't look elsewhere. Have a baby? You should check if your son is capable of that first. Lu Hongying didn't want to argue with her mother-in-law anymore. Back in the inner room, Lu Hongying happily counted her money. This trip to the city for business was worth it. She should continue buying colorful threads and making shoe insoles. Lu Hongying ignored the gossip from the villagers. If you are upright, you don't fear shadows. However, her calmness sparked strong discontent in two people, Dagen and a single woman from the village named Fat Fish. Fat Fish got her name because of her round face and big eyes. At 26, due to her looks and high standards, she insisted on marrying someone with a stable job. In those days, having a government job was very desirable, with a monthly salary far better than farming. But those with government jobs weren't foolish. There were many pretty girls with stable jobs. Why would they choose someone like Fat Fish? Fat Fish had a strange confidence, often comparing herself to Yang Yuhuan, claiming that if she lived in the Tang dynasty, she could be a favored concubine, saying that a plump wife brings good fortune. Matchmakers came one after another, but whenever young men met her, they ran away, saying they couldn't afford to support a big wife. After many matchmaking attempts, almost all ended with the other party rejecting her. Fat Fish's mother felt embarrassed. It seemed her daughter might be left unmarried, so she lowered her standards, saying any man would do. This was easier to manage, and the matchmaker returned with exciting news. There was a young man from the neighboring village, only 24 years old, good-looking, and his family owned an orchard, which was quite a good condition in rural areas. Fat Fish's mother was puzzled. Why would such a good catch be interested in her daughter? The matchmaker smiled and suggested they meet first to see what the two kids thought. On the day of the matchmaking, Fat Fish took an immediate liking to the young man, and he didn't clearly oppose her either. The matchmaker clapped her thigh. This match was a success. They should discuss a good wedding date. The chubby girl couldn't wait any longer. At almost 30, she had been teased by the villagers for years, but now she finally had a chance to prove herself. Wait, something feels off. Her father noticed something strange. The young man seemed perfect on the surface, but he sensed there was an issue. He quietly went to the young man's village to inquire and was shocked by what he found out. The young man was seriously ill, and the hospital said he had at most 3 months to live. Someone suggested to his parents that he should marry a girl to bring him good luck. In this day and age, really? The young man's desperate parents set their sights on the chubby girl who couldn't find a husband. Once the truth was revealed, the engagement fell apart. The chubby girl was heartbroken, feeling like she might never find love, and locked herself at home for several days, refusing to eat. She started to lose weight, and her family became worried. They wanted to find her someone better and more handsome. After searching, they realized there was a handsome young man right in their village. Why go to another village when they had a good match nearby? Her mother said, "Sweetheart, we have a handsome young man in our village." Upon hearing handsome, the chubby girl stopped crying and asked with wide eyes, "Who is he?" "Chiang," her mother replied. The chubby girl thought for a moment and smiled shyly, saying, "Okay, Mom, I'll trust your judgment." From then on, she considered Chiang her boyfriend. In her eyes, being interested in him was of luck from a past life. In terms of family background, character, and looks, he was out of her league. She urged her parents to talk to Chiang and let him know that his good days were ahead if he treated her well. Her mother confidently contacted a matchmaker and waited for news, but Chiang refused. What? He didn't even want her? The chubby girl was furious. Chiang was an orphan with nothing, and she didn't mind his poverty, but he rejected her because of her weight. Where was the fairness in that? Determined, she decided to confront Chiang, thinking he shouldn't turn down such an opportunity. When she arrived at Chiang's house, she found him just finishing a bath. Don't misunderstand. He was just drying off with a towel. His strong physique and well-defined muscles exuded a strong masculine presence. The chubby girl was taken aback, nearly drooling. Chiang turned around in surprise. "You chubby girl, how come you didn't make a sound? You scared me to death." Chiang, why do you look down on me? Am I not good enough for you?" Fat Fish questioned. Chiang frowned and put down the towel. "Fat Fish, you can't force feelings." "I don't have any feelings for you." Fat Fish puffed her cheeks in anger. "Is it because I'm fat? Let me tell you, I may be a bit chubby, but I'm kind-hearted and my family has money. If you marry me, you'll be rich." Chiang sighed helplessly. "Fat Fish, it's not about money or weight. I already have someone in my heart." Fat Fish's eyes widened. "Who? Is there a girl in our village better than me?" Chiang just wanted to make Fat Fish give up, so he lied about having someone he liked, but Fat Fish wouldn't let it go, insisting that Chiang would eventually be hers. Chiang had a rumored girlfriend that Hongying had never heard of. Now, with rumors of Hongying and Chiang dating in the city, this rumored girlfriend showed up at Hongying's house. When an unexpected guest arrived, Hongying asked Fat Fish what she wanted. Fat Fish put her hands behind her back, glaring at Hongying with eyes full of anger. "How dare you flirt with my man?" "Your man? Who is your man?" "Chiang, he is my man." "Huh, when did Chiang become your man?" Lu Hongying laughed, which only made Fat Fish angrier, her eyes bulging even more. What to do? It seemed like she couldn't outtalk Lu Hongying, but thankfully she was prepared. Fat Fish suddenly revealed what she had hidden behind her back, startling Lu Hongying, who thought it was a dangerous weapon. All she saw was a long white object, and Fat Fish swung it at Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying couldn't dodge in time, and the object hit her on the head. This was it. She thought she was done for. Lu Hongying felt wronged, thinking this time it was going to end badly. Wait. It didn't hurt much, and there was no blood. Realizing what had happened, Lu Hongying grabbed Fat Fish, who was about to attack again, and discovered she was holding a green onion. What was going on? Why was she using a green onion? Seeing she couldn't win against Lu Hongying, Fat Fish simply sat down on the ground and started crying loudly. The sound was deafening, scaring half the village's dogs into barking. Sister Hongying, I'm begging you, please give Qi Liang back to me. You're so beautiful. Can't you find a man who suits you? Is it easy for me to find a good man? Fat Fish cried, her face wet with tears and snot. A group of onlookers gathered outside, putting down their work to watch the scene unfold. Lu Hongying had to pull Fat Fish up and repeatedly promised not to compete for men with her. Only then did Fat Fish struggle to stand up. She brushed off the dirt from her clothes, unsure if she was hungry or just tired, and picked up the green onion used to hit Lu Hongying, taking big bites. Lu Hongying kindly offered her a steamed bun, and Fat Fish walked away while eating. After Fat Fish left, the crowd dispersed. Only then did Sha Zhu's mother come out, frowning as she scolded Lu Hongying. You've embarrassed me. If you don't behave, when Sha Zhu comes back, I'll make sure he divorces you. Mom, do you live in ancient times? It's called divorce now, not casting off a wife. Besides, who knows who will leave whom? Oh, you little troublemaker, do you really think you're a modern woman? Let me tell you, in this society, especially in the countryside, divorced women struggle to find new husbands, and you can't go back to your family. Sha Zhu's mother was right. Back then in the countryside, if a daughter got divorced, her family would lose face in the village. Families with brothers would not allow her to return home, claiming it brought bad luck. This is why such traditions exist. Because of this custom, Sha Zhu's mother was not afraid of Lu Hongying getting divorced. She probably wouldn't dare, as she would have nowhere to go if she did. Lu Hongying was indeed worried about this issue. Who would want to live with such a family? If they had a child, what if the child inherited their traits? That would be a disaster. At the same time, the rumors about Qi Liang and Lu Hongying were spreading wildly in the village, but neither of them cared. However, one person was restless about it, Dagen, who felt a sense of crisis. In terms of looks, Qi Liang and Lu Hongying actually made a good match. One sleepless night, Dagen was disturbed by his wife's snoring and, feeling frustrated, he put on a coat and went outside. He then opened the door and, almost without thinking, found himself standing outside Lu Hongying's house. It was strange. Even at 1 a.m, why was there still light in Lu Hongying's room? Was she secretly meeting Qi Liang again? Dagen instinctively picked up a stone from the ground, ready to throw it if a man came out. He stared blankly at the light in Lu Hongying's room when suddenly the door opened. Lu Hongying stepped out to use the restroom, stretched, and looked up at the sky. Dagen sighed in relief. There was no man hiding in her house. But why was she still awake at this hour? Luo Hongying was busy making shoe insoles, which was a labor-intensive task done entirely by hand, taking a long time. She had only made 10 pairs, which could sell for 20 yuan. To earn a little more money, she stayed up late every night. Dagen was fascinated and took a couple of steps forward, but suddenly felt a sharp pain as he stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a mouse trap had caught his foot. Dagen's shout startled Luo Hongying in the yard. Who's there? Luo Hongying asked, terrified. Hongying, don't be scared. Keep your voice down. It's me, Dagen.
Dagen.
Why are you outside my door in the middle of the night? I couldn't sleep, so I came to see you. Hongying, please come out for a moment. I just want to ask you a few questions. Since the last time Dagen's wife insulted her, Luo Hongying had been deliberately avoiding him. She urged Dagen to go home and said they could talk tomorrow, but Dagen seemed determined to stay, threatening that he would wait if she didn't come out. Reluctantly, Luo Hongying opened the door. Hongying, is it true what's going on between you and Qiliang? What does it matter to you? Dagen, I appreciate your help in the past, but we both have families and we shouldn't meet alone anymore. I want to hear the truth. Did you and Qiliang have something going on? Dagen was losing control. To make him give up, Luo Hongying gritted her teeth and said, "Go home and spend time with your wife. Stop watching other people's wives. What if I do like someone else's wife?" Dagen's eyes burned with intensity as he stepped closer to Luo Hongying, grabbing her arms tightly as if he wanted to crush her. His breathing became rapid, and Luo Hongying struggled, but she was no match for his strength. The more she fought, the harder he held on. "I only opened the door because you seemed like an honest person. I didn't expect you to be like this. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Luo Hongying whispered, fearing the neighbors would hear. "Yes, I came to take advantage of you," Dagen replied, his eyes blazing. He pulled Luo Hongying into his embrace, wrapping his strong arms around her. The masculine scent of sweat mixed with tobacco surrounded her, and Luo Hongying panicked, pushing Dagen away. "Don't do this, Dagen," she said, her voice trembling with tears welling up in her eyes. She never expected Dagen to act so impulsively. "Dagen, you're crazy. Be careful your wife doesn't see you." Dagen seemed to suddenly wake up and slowly let go of Luo Hongying. "Hongying, my heart hurts. Why are you with him?" Luo Hongying adjusted her clothes. "Dagen, just live your life. My relationship with Qiliang is not what you think. I just want you to stop bothering me." Dagen was stunned and took a long time to respond. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I'm serious. But there can't be another incident like today, or it will be embarrassing for everyone." After saying this, Luo Hongying turned to go back inside. Just then, a flashlight beam shone on Dagen's face. It was his wife looking for him. Seeing the two of them together, Dagen's wife immediately started shouting, "Shameless couple. Out in the middle of the night trying to flirt? Why don't you freeze to death?" Dagen pulled his wife away, telling her to save her words for home. Upset, his wife yelled, "Everyone come see. Luo Hongying is cheating. Look at this shameless woman." Suddenly, lights in the village began to turn on one after another. Luo Hongying ignored them and quickly walked inside, shutting the door. Dagen took his wife's hand and led her home, while she continued to shout, making sure the whole village could hear. Back in her room, Luo Hongying cried into her blanket, confused about why the villagers treated her this way. What had she done wrong? Was it just because no one protected her in her in-laws' house? Luo Hongying cried all night. The next morning, when she opened her yard door, she found that someone had smeared feces on it, and the whole yard smelled terrible. To make matters worse, there was an old pair of shoes hanging on the door. Angry, Luo Hongying took the shoes down and threw them into the toilet, shouting, "Who did this? If you have the guts, come at me openly instead of doing this behind my back." Sha Zhu's mother heard her and came out, gagging from the smell. She scolded Luo Hongying, saying it was her fault and that she needed to clean it up. "What kind of sin have I committed to marry someone who causes so much trouble? Being bullied by outsiders and even by her own family. Was there no way out?" After cleaning all morning, Luo Hongying finally finished. She wanted to rest, but Sha Zhu's mother came over, eating sunflower seeds, and seriously told Luo Hongying to sit down. It was the first time her mother-in-law spoke so calmly, and Luo Hongying sensed that something was wrong. "Hongying, you have been in this house for over a year, but since you arrived, when has our home ever been peaceful?" "Mom, it's not my fault. I haven't bothered anyone. They keep causing trouble for me." Hongying felt wronged. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Just a moment ago, Sha Zhu's mother was calm, but suddenly she threw the sunflower seeds on the ground and scolded Hongying, saying, "If you didn't attract attention, would anyone's wife come looking for you? Why doesn't anyone come to me?" After saying this, Sha Zhu's mother fell silent, feeling guilty. "Mom, others bully me and accuse me, and I don't mind, but you are my family. Why would you join outsiders to bully me?" Hongying cried. They pick on me because they know I have no one to support me. Sha Zhu's mother impatiently interrupted her, telling her not to make excuses. What do you want to do? After a pause, Sha Zhu's mother said, Hongying, why don't you go back to your parents' home for a while, lay low, and come back later? The mother-in-law wanted to send her back to her family, which was fine since there was nothing to miss here. Without saying a word, Hongying went to pack her things, taking 2 changes of clothes, some thread, and insoles, wrapping them in a bundle, and heading out.
Wait.
Sha Zhu's mother called her back, came over, and opened the bundle, finding 150 yuan inside. You can take everything else, but leave the money.
Why?
I earned this money selling insoles in the city. Why should I leave it? Money earned in your in-laws' house should belong to the in-laws. Sha Zhu's mother paced back and forth, being unreasonable. Hongying refused, needing the money to buy thread and cardboard for insoles and to sell in the city, but facing a stubborn mother-in-law, she feared Hongying would use the money to support her family. The two were at a standstill, one insisting on taking it, the other refusing. Finally, the mother-in-law said to leave 100 yuan and she could take 50 yuan, otherwise, she would never return to this house. Hongying held the bundle close, sadly stating that if she wouldn't return, then so be it. This home had no warmth. Everyone was cold and selfish. If she had the ability, she should find Sha Zhu a new wife. With that, Hongying left. After leaving her in-laws, Hongying hesitated about whether to return to her parents' home, knowing she might not be welcome there either, but if she didn't return, she had nowhere to go. After walking for 40 minutes, she reached her parents' home. She opened the door to find her father sitting in the living room weaving a bamboo basket, while her mother was in the kitchen cooking, with smoke swirling around. Her parents looked at her with indifferent expressions, making it hard to tell if they were happy or upset. "Why are you back?" her father asked while weaving a basket. "I couldn't stay at my in-laws. They bullied me," Lu Hongying said softly, hoping to share her troubles with her parents and feel a bit lighter. Her mother came out from the kitchen, dusting off her hands. "Humph, you must have done something wrong for them to treat you like that." Lu Hongying felt very wronged. "Mom, I haven't done anything wrong. I have a clear conscience. My father-in-law and Sha Zhu went to work, and my mother-in-law believed lies and kicked me out." "You always make excuses. What mother-in-law would kick out her daughter-in-law for no reason?" Her mother turned and walked back inside, not wanting to hear her explanation. Her father continued weaving the bamboo basket in silence, as if her return didn't matter to him. Lu Hongying stood there, tears welling up in her eyes. She thought her family would be her last refuge, but instead, she was met with indifference. Looking at the simple house, she felt a deep sadness, unsure of where to go next, feeling abandoned by the world, silently enduring her parents' cold treatment. Lu Hongying sat on a stool, tears streaming down her face. After a while, her mother finished cooking lunch, serving 2 bowls of stewed cabbage. Her parents began eating without even asking if she wanted some. At that moment, Lu Hongying was too weak from hunger to protest, and took a bowl for herself. Her mother shot her a glance and said, "Take less. Save some for your brother." Suddenly, her father threw down his chopsticks, staring wide-eyed at her. "A married daughter is like spilled water. You were sent back by your in-laws. What will people think of us?" Lu Hongying remained silent, quietly taking a piece of flatbread and eating it with tears. Seeing this, her father said, "That bread costs 10 yuan. If you want it, you need to pay." "Enough, old man. Stop talking nonsense," her mother scolded him. Noticing Lu Hongying choking, she went to pour her a glass of water. Lu Hongying took the water and drank a few sips, finally managing to swallow the bread that had stuck in her throat. Then, she put down the bread and silently poured the bowl of cabbage back into the pot, taking out 10 yuan from her bag and handing it to her father.
"Here for the bread."
Her father hesitated for 5 seconds before taking the money and putting it in his pocket. Her mother scolded him, saying he only cared about money. At that moment, her brother returned home and was surprised to see her. "Why are you back?" When he noticed that Hongying didn't respond, he looked around and said, "You came back empty-handed." "I'm not criticizing you, Hongying, but since you got married, how many times have you come back? You can count them on one hand. Our parents are getting old. How much can they eat from you? Her brother continued to scold her. Hongying lowered her head and took out 40 yuan from her bag to give to their father. At that moment, their parents' and brother's expressions softened a bit. Hongying often felt unfortunate. Since childhood, her parents favored her brother. He always got the best food and clothes first, and she only received what was left over. In her memories, she always wore her brother's old clothes, patched up boys' outfits. Because of this, the kids in the village looked down on her and isolated her, calling her a child without a mother. When her brother hit her, she would go to her parents for help, but her mother would say, "You deserved it. Why didn't he hit someone else?" Once, her brother stole money from their father to buy soda and blamed it on Hongying. Without understanding the situation, their father beat her badly, leaving her bruised and even kicked her in the stomach. No matter how much Hongying explained that she didn't take the money, her parents didn't believe her, and her brother took pleasure in her suffering. Afterward, he warned her, "If you ever say I stole money again, Dad will beat you to death." From that point on, Hongying accepted all her grievances without defending herself, because no one was on her side. She hoped that when she grew up, she would marry a good man who would care for her. But reality dealt her a devastating. Her life felt so hard. At night, in her parents' home, she still felt lonely. It was very cold, and she only had a thin blanket. Although they had just bought a new cotton quilt, her mother said it was for her brother's future wife. Unable to sleep from the cold, Hongying felt utterly hopeless. She was cold, the weather was cold, and her heart felt even colder. There was nothing left to hold on to in this world. Her eyes fell on a bottle of pesticide behind the door. Hongying slowly stood up and walked to pick up the bottle. She opened the cap, and a strong, unpleasant smell made her feel nauseous. Her gaze was blank as she thought about having nothing left to care for, no one to love. At just 24, she had faced so many hardships and bullying. Without any support to keep her going, she thought, maybe it's time to end it all. However, a few warm memories flashed through her mind. For example, Chiang, who always helped her without complaint, and Dagen, who had also lent her a hand when she was in trouble. For example, her grandmother was the only one who loved her the most since she was little. However, her grandmother left when Hongying was 10 years old. From then on, the person who loved her the most went to heaven. "Grandma, wait for me. We will see each other again soon and never be apart." Hongying held a bottle of medicine, tilted her head back, and let the liquid flow down her throat. She immediately felt a sharp pain, thinking that relief would come soon. She quietly brushed her hair, put on her prettiest clothes, returned to bed, and covered herself with a blanket, solemnly saying goodbye to the world. Hongying closed her eyes, as if she could see a place filled with fairy tales and flowers. There, she could sing and dance freely. There was no prejudice, no bullying, only joy and peace. She must have reached heaven, but why couldn't she see her grandmother? Suddenly, she heard a commotion around her. Hongying struggled to open her eyes. A group of people stood by her bed, her parents, her brother, and neighbors, who all scolded her for being foolish and not valuing her life at such a young age. Her mother cried and yelled, "You heartless girl. If you want to die, at least do it somewhere else and not come back to trouble us. How will your brother find a wife?" At that moment, the village doctor arrived with a medicine bag. He looked at Hongying and told her family to take her to the clinic for a stomach wash. With the help of neighbors, Hongying was taken to the clinic, and after emergency treatment, she was saved. Her parents continued to blame her, saying if she wanted to die, she should do it at her in-laws' house. Her brother smoked in silence and finally said, "Don't come back to this house." After that, he left the hospital. They hadn't even paid the medical bills, and her parents said they had no money and that she should figure it out herself. Seeing that their daughter was no longer in danger, her parents also left, and the hospital staff came to collect the fees. Lying in the hospital bed, she felt hopeless. In the face of life and death, her closest family only thought about their own interests. If they disliked her so much, why did they save her? The reason they saved her was that they worried about what the villagers would say if something happened to her at home. They also feared that her in-laws might use it against them, so her parents decided to send her back to her in-laws once she recovered. Everyone left, leaving Lu Hongying alone in bed. A nurse handed her the bill, telling her to pay it quickly, or her treatment would stop. Holding the bill, Lu Hongying felt like crying but had no tears. Who could she turn to? Who could help her? She struggled to sit up and went to the hospital corridor, sitting there in a daze. She felt angry at her parents for saving her, but not caring for her. A gust of wind blew, and she sneezed. She felt cold, both in body and heart. Other patients had company, but she was all alone. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she couldn't remember how many tears she had shed throughout her life. When her grandmother was still alive, she would hold her close, wipe her tears, and softly comfort her, saying, "Hongying, don't cry. Grandma is here. No one will bully you." Looking at her grandmother's kind face, Lu Hongying felt secure in her embrace, which eased all her grievances. She promised that when she grew up, she would buy her grandmother new clothes and treats. Her grandmother smiled and said, "Then I must live well to wait for you to take care of me." But her grandmother broke that promise. Why did she leave so early? It was her departure that made Lu Hongying experience the hardships of life too soon. Her grandmother treated her and her brother equally, perhaps even favored her because she felt Lu Hongying didn't receive warmth from her parents. When her grandmother passed away, Lu Hongying was the only one who cried deeply. Her brother and parents acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Hongying resented them and felt no affection for her parents. As she thought about it, tears flowed silently, wishing she could see her grandmother again. Now that fate had given her a second chance, it meant her life was not meant to end. Didn't they say that surviving great hardships brings future blessings? Lu Hongying wiped her tears, looked up at the sky, and shouted, "Lu Hongying, don't be afraid, don't give up. Since you're here, live your life fully before you go." People around her looked at her strangely, but some applauded, encouraging her to live fully. Lu Hongying felt the kindness of strangers and smiled back. Then she took her bill and went to the director's office. "Director, I don't have money to pay for my hospital stay. Please give me a few days, and I will pay you back with interest," Lu Hongying said confidently. The director was moved by her attitude and agreed to her request. After checking her account, he delivered surprising news. She had no outstanding fees. Her hospital bill had just been paid. What was going on?
Who paid for it?
The director said he didn't know, but the billing nurse mentioned it was a man who paid. Lu Hongying returned to her room, eager to find out who had covered her expenses, hoping that person would come to visit her. But she waited all day, and the person who was supposed to help her with the payment never showed up. After leaving the hospital, Lu Hongying stood at the entrance, unsure of where to go, as nowhere felt like home. With no other choice, she returned to her parents' house. When she arrived, her family was having dinner. They were eating dumplings. Her brother and father ignored her coldly, but her mother brought her a stool, a plate of dumplings, and a bowl of soup. Despite everything, she was still their daughter, and her mother asked how she was feeling. While eating, she replied that she was fine. "You can't do something so foolish again. Your father and I worked hard to raise you," her mother said. Lu Hongying agreed, appreciating this rare moment of kindness from her mother. After dinner, her mother helped her back to her room to rest. "Mom, did you pay for my hospital fees?" she asked. "No, we don't have money for that," her mother replied. Lu Hongying then told her that the fees had already been paid, but she didn't know who had helped her. Her mother said she must have met a good person, and that life wouldn't be so hard for her in the future. As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. Honestly, she felt guilty for how she had treated her daughter over the years. That night, Lu Hongying slept soundly. After this experience, she realized the value of life. From now on, she wanted to live well for herself. The next morning, her mother called her to get up for breakfast. It was surprising, as her mother had never treated her this way before. Lu Hongying got dressed and washed up, feeling like her mother's little baby, loved and cared for. They had boiled noodles for breakfast, and there was a fried egg in her bowl. She felt touched. It was nice to be remembered, and she enjoyed her meal, even drinking the soup. Hongying, after breakfast, you should go back to your in-laws. You've been away for several days, and they haven't even checked on you, her mother said, glancing at her husband and son. It seemed they had come to an agreement. Later, your father and brother will take you back. You can't just stay here forever. The warmth that had just ignited in her heart was suddenly extinguished. No wonder her mother was being so nice. She wanted her to leave. But it was okay. She would go back. After breakfast, her father and brother rode a tricycle to take her back to her in-laws. After returning to her in-laws' home, Lu Hongying found that Sha Zhu, who had been working away, was back. When Sha Zhu saw Hongying return, he smiled broadly and said, "You're back. I was planning to pick you up these past few days, but I was too busy." Lu Hongying coldly asked, "Busy with what?" Sha Zhu was left speechless. At that moment, Sha Zhu's mother came out of the house, pretending to be friendly, and invited Hongying's brother and father inside while making tea. She knew these visitors were not here with good intentions. Hongying's brother glanced at Sha Zhu and pulled out a box of matches. Sha Zhu, sensing the tension, handed him a cigarette. After lighting it, Hongying's brother exhaled a puff of smoke and took a sip of tea. "Brother-in-law, you didn't come to pick her up, so I brought her back. Whether Hongying is doing well or not is her fate, but I don't want to see you pushing her back to her family all the time." Yes, big brother, it's not about pushing her away. I just thought Hongying might miss home and wanted her to visit. Hongying's brother didn't say anything more. Sha Zhu's mother brought out 2 bags of candied fruit for Hongying's father and brother to take home. She also prepared a feast with good food and drinks. In truth, she felt guilty because news of Hongying taking medicine at her family home had spread to the village. Sha Zhu's mother was a bit scared, worried that her in-laws would cause trouble. Even when Sha Zhu returned from working in the city, she didn't go to pick up her daughter-in-law, fearing her son might get hurt. After eating and drinking, Hongying's father and brother were ready to leave. Before they left, her father advised her, "Live well here. Take care of your in-laws and your husband, and stop thinking about unnecessary things." And then he walked away without looking back. As soon as her father and brother left, Sha Zhu's mother's expression changed from sunny to gloomy. She began to throw things around. Sha Zhu, who hadn't seen his wife for a long time, wore a serious face, and no one asked about Lu Hongying's health or recovery. Hongying, feeling indifferent, went back to her room and lay down, filled with sadness. She remembered the moments of despair when she was taking medicine at her family home, and now back at her in-laws, there was still no kindness shown. That night, Sha Zhu entered the room and sat silently on the edge of the bed. Lu Hongying glanced at him and said, "Sha Zhu, can we continue living like this? If not, let's get a divorce." Sha Zhu scratched his head and said, "Hongying, did you hear something? I'm telling you, don't believe it. It's just rumors." Lu Hongying looked coldly at Sha Zhu, who couldn't meet her gaze. "I haven't heard anything. Don't be nervous. If you really have the ability to bring another woman home, then I would be free." Sha Zhu sighed with relief and chuckled. "I'm not capable, so no woman would look at me. I believe that. No woman wants to be alone," said Lu Hongying, which hurt Sha Zhu's pride. Tonight, he wanted to regain his dignity as a man. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and even washing his feet, Sha Zhu got into bed and held his wife, but Lu Hongying, feeling unwell, turned him down. "Then you can't say I'm not capable. I tell you, wife, after working in the city for a year, I've learned a lot about that side of things. The big hospitals in the city are impressive." Lu Hongying scoffed and said she didn't believe him. Without saying a word, Sha Zhu turned Lu Hongying onto her side, a bit roughly, but she didn't resist. At just 24, she was in her prime and had been alone for too long. Lu Hongying's breathing quickened as she responded to Sha Zhu, who was trying hard to fulfill his role as a husband. But what was happening? Why wasn't it working? Sha Zhu was confused. He had been confident with other women in the city. Why was it different with his wife? During his year working away, he had taken a lot of medicine for this issue. It all started when he and his coworkers want to have some fun, and he felt inadequate, leading to a girl mocking him. In anger, he hit her, and she brought some men to beat him up. That's when Sha Zhu realized he might really have a problem. With the help of his coworkers, he visited the hospital a few times and surprisingly got better. Once he was healed, he returned to the same place looking for that girl, intending to get back at her. He thought, "Last time you laughed at me. This time, I want you to beg for mercy." Indeed, Sha Zhu took out his frustration on her. After that, he visited her a few more times, and they surprisingly grew closer. Sha Zhu was thankful to her because if it weren't for her humiliation, he wouldn't have sought treatment. Whenever he got paid, he would go see her, to the point where he had no money for Lu Hongying and didn't spend time with her. His money and energy were all spent elsewhere. But tonight, wanting to show off in front of his wife, he unexpectedly faced disappointment, leaving Lu Hongying very upset. The next day was market day in the village, and Lu Hongying felt much better. Her mood had been poor lately, and she asked Sha Zhu for money to go to the market. Feeling guilty about the failure of last night's actions, Sha Zhu generously gave Lu Hongying 100 yuan. Lu Hongying went to the market and bought herself a beautiful peach-colored coat, which made her feel much better. When she returned home, Sha Zhu's mother saw it and sarcastically said, "You have the heart to buy new clothes, but you don't know how to work harder. My son's money doesn't come easily. You're really wasteful." This time, Lu Hongying didn't stay silent. She stood up and looked at Sha Zhu's mother, saying, "I am a person too, not your family servant." Sha Zhu's mother was left speechless. Sha Zhu spoke up for his wife, saying, "Mom, you should treat Hongying better. I'm leaving in a couple of days and won't be back until the new year. You two shouldn't fight all the time." After being married for over a year, it was the first time Sha Zhu spoke so firmly to his mother. That night, Sha Zhu went to bed early, resting his arm under Lu Hongying's head. The couple talked for a long time. Lu Hongying shared her grievances, and Sha Zhu apologized, promising to change. Then he started to get a little affectionate. "Sha Zhu, don't push yourself too hard. It doesn't matter if this happens or not," Lu Hongying said. Sha Zhu felt touched by her words, but he was struggling physically. He needed to find a way. Closing his eyes, he recalled moments with a woman from the city. She had been very enthusiastic, and as he thought about it, he found himself reacting, imagining Lu Hongying as that woman. He succeeded. He finally succeeded. For the first time, Lu Hongying felt the love of a man. Sha Zhu had finally awakened, but little did she know, he could only perform by imagining her as someone else. After this, Lu Hongying began to enjoy being a woman and developed feelings for Sha Zhu. However, Sha Zhu had other matters to attend to. He heard about a famous old doctor in the neighboring village who specialized in various difficult illnesses. The woman from the city had a serious gynecological issue that many medications hadn't resolved. Sha Zhu had heard about this old doctor before. He had treated Sha Zhu's mother and helped her recover with just a few doses. The woman from the city was involved in a questionable line of work, degrading herself. Yet, Sha Zhu didn't mind. She was sweet-talking and provided emotional support, which made him very attached to her. However, she had an embarrassing illness. This time, Sha Zhu returned specifically to get medicine for her. He came back and gave his wife 100 yuan. He spent a lot on his girlfriend. As soon as he got paid, he would go to her, but when he had no money, she wouldn't pay him any attention. He brought home 300 yuan, gave his wife 100, and kept 200 to buy medicine for his girlfriend and cover other expenses. This foolish man was a perfect lover, but he wasted his feelings. He went to an old Chinese doctor and explained the situation. The doctor looked at him strangely and asked, "The patient didn't come in person?" "No," he replied. "Then how can I treat her? We need to see the patient to diagnose properly. You can't just come without her." "Doctor, the patient is my friend. She works in the city and somehow got sick. Please help her out. I'll pay anything," he pleaded urgently. But no matter how much he begged, the old doctor insisted he couldn't help. Frustrated, he insulted the doctor, claiming he was just pretending to be knowledgeable. Angry, he left, and the doctor shook his head, muttering, "Oh, this boy is in trouble. If he doesn't change, he might be in serious danger." After failing to get help, he took out his frustration on his wife when he got home. Lu Hongying was in a good mood that day. She had waited for him to return late and had warmed up his meal. In the evening, she kindly brought him a foot bath, but he was upset about not being able to explain to his girlfriend. As Lu Hongying placed his feet in the basin, the water was too hot, causing him to yell in pain. In his anger, he instinctively kicked her, hitting her in the stomach. She fell to the ground, clutching her belly in pain and sweating. He had changed. Although he had some flaws before, he had treated Lu Hongying well. At the beginning, he had secretly sold his mother's pigs to buy her clothes, and that had been a happy time for her. But over time, he had become different, even violent. Lu Hongying, in pain, looked at him with anger and sadness. With nowhere else to vent his anger, he shouted at her, "Are you trying to boil my feet? This is a human foot, not a pig's. You must have bad intentions to make the water so hot." After saying that, he started blowing on his feet, cursing without any remorse. Lu Hongying stood up and said, "I'm sorry. Just wait a moment, and I'll add some cold water for you. This is more like it. If you had understood this earlier, could I have kicked you?" Sha Zhu said proudly. Lu Hongying, holding back her pain, picked up a basin, tested the water inside, and then went to the woodshed to get a fresh basin of water. "Sha Zhu, come here, try the water temperature this time." Sha Zhu, not looking up, stretched out his foot and suddenly felt a sharp pain. Oh no. Lu Hongying had replaced it with even hotter water. She pushed his foot into the basin, and Sha Zhu cried out for his mother, begging for mercy. Lu Hongying pretended nothing was wrong. "So, how's the water temperature this time? If you're tough, go ahead and kick me again." Sha Zhu pleaded, "I won't do it again. Please let me go. My foot is burning." Seeing his foot turning red and purple, Lu Hongying finally released him. Sha Zhu sat on the ground, holding his injured foot and crying. Lu Hongying felt a sense of satisfaction, but knew this couldn't escalate. "Today is a lesson for you. If you dare to act up again, it won't just be about burning your foot," Lu Hongying said, crossing her arms. Sha Zhu sniffled and muttered, "Why have you become so harsh? You're getting bolder." It's all because of you. I used to tolerate everything, but you keep pushing your luck and treating me like I'm nothing," Lu Hongying replied, her eyes reddening. Just then, Sha Zhu's mother called from outside. "What are you two arguing about? The noise is so loud that the whole alley can hear it. It sounds like you're slaughtering pigs." Lu Hongying opened the door and briefly explained what happened. Sha Zhu's mother shook her head. "Goodness, Lu Hongying, you're so cruel. You burned Sha Zhu's foot until it's purple, and now you're playing the victim." Hearing his mother defend him, Sha Zhu stood up and complained about his wife, leaving out the part about her burning his foot. Sha Zhu's mother looked at her son's swollen, red foot and felt sorry for him, immediately encouraging him, "Divorce her. We don't need her. With our conditions, we can find a better woman." "Mom, do you even know our situation? Just because we've had a few good meals doesn't mean we're wealthy," Lu Hongying retorted. "Check your pockets and see how much money you really have before saying that." Sha Zhu's mother was left speechless by Lu Hongying's response. Through this incident, Lu Hongying realized that with people like Sha Zhu and his mother, simply tolerating their behavior would only bring her suffering. Sometimes, she needed to stand up for herself. Sha Zhu's foot got burned by Lu Hongying, causing blisters. He went to the village clinic for treatment and walked with a limp. The village kids mimicked his walk and laughed at him, saying he looked like a duck with a broken leg. Frustrated, Sha Zhu tried to chase them to scold them, but his injured leg slowed him down, and they teased him even more. Sha Zhu was very angry with Lu Hongying. After finishing at the clinic, he went to the village office. He called his girlfriend in the city to tell her he couldn't help her with her request. When he arrived at the village office, he saw the village head, Old Song, on the phone. Upon noticing Sha Zhu, Old Song quickly hung up and greeted him with a warm smile. urging him to sit down. Sha Zhu, what happened to your foot? Sha Zhu grunted and explained how Lu Hongying burned him. Old Song's eyes widened in anger as he said, that Lu girl is really cruel. You're such a big guy, and you can't handle her? If you give her a good beating, she'll behave. Sha Zhu, you can't spoil women. If you do, they'll take advantage of you. He gently patted Sha Zhu on the shoulder. Then Old Song turned to his cabinet and took out some peach pastries, offering them to Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu, you've had a tough life with a father who's a drunk. You and your mother have suffered over the years. But don't worry, if you face any difficulties in the future, just let me know, Old Song said. Sha Zhu was a bit puzzled. The village had always been kind to him, and he thought Old Song had a good heart. As Sha Zhu ate the snacks, he felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. Old Song hesitated several times before finally saying with a smile, Sha Zhu, try to stay away from the city. There are plenty of opportunities in our village now. I'll help you find a job. Sha Zhu agreed, not realizing that Old Song was hiding a big secret. He thought the village head was just in a particularly good mood today. However, he didn't want to stay in the village. The city was much better with its bright lights, high salaries, and his girlfriend by his side. Thinking of his girlfriend, Sha Zhu picked up the office phone and called her. After a long wait, she finally answered, scolding him. Can't you check the time before calling?
I'm busy.
Hearing that she was busy made Sha Zhu feel jealous, but he didn't dare to get angry. He lowered his head and said he couldn't find the herbs, and the old doctor said the patient had to come in person. His girlfriend impatiently replied, I don't have time to run over there for you. You can't even handle this simple task. Sha Zhu quickly apologized, asking her not to be upset, and even scolded himself a little. While they were talking, a man's voice came from the phone. What's going on? Hurry up and come here. The person on the other end quickly replied, I'm coming right away, Brother Wang. Oh, it's my dad calling to ask for money for medical expenses. Come quickly, and if you serve me well, money will be easy to discuss, said the man again. Without hesitation, the person hung up the phone, leaving Sha Zhu in shock, listening to the busy signal, still saying hello, while the other party had already gone off to enjoy themselves. Sha Zhu, feeling lost, hung up the phone and really wanted to cry. The village head, Old Song, noticed something was wrong and came over to pat him on the shoulder, saying, Zhuzi, did you find a woman in the city? Sha Zhu nodded. Old Song laughed heartily, saying, You really are like me. Let me tell you, I've lived my life well. That woman. At this point, Old Song suddenly realized he had said too much and stopped, telling Sha Zhu not to be sad. With skills and money, there are plenty of women. This was truly a case of bad influence. Sha Zhu wanted to give Old Song some money for the call, but Old Song refused and pulled out 200 yuan from his desk drawer. Take this, Zhuzi. Go buy something good to eat and get a warm coat since it's getting cold. Uncle Song, why are you so nice to me? You're nicer than my dad, Sha Zhu said, feeling very touched. Old Song hesitated, wanting to say something but only mentioned that he simply liked him. Sha Zhu casually glanced at the desk and noticed a large stack of money in the drawer, at least 1,000 yuan. Old Song must be quite wealthy. Uncle Song, why do you have so much money in your drawer? Old Song looked a bit flustered and said, It's the poverty alleviation funds allocated by the higher-ups at the end of the year. I plan to help your family with some. Sha Zhu happily took the money home, forgetting about the earlier phone call incident. He shared Old Song's unusual behavior with his mother. Sha Zhu's mother was taken aback at first, then said, You can keep this money. You deserve it. Mom, what do you mean? I have no relation to Uncle Song. I shouldn't take it. Sha Zhu's mother lowered her head and stopped talking. Some things were better left unknown to her son. After staying home for a day, Sha Zhu hurried back to the city, lying to Lu Hongying that there was an urgent matter at the construction site. Lu Hongying didn't want him to leave and asked, What urgent matter could a worker like you have? Sha Zhu impatiently said not to worry about it. That night, he didn't sleep in Lu Hongying's room, but went to the granary instead. Lu Hongying asked Sha Zhu what he meant by that. Silly, Zhu said it was nothing special. He just wanted to wake up early tomorrow, afraid of disturbing your rest. Clever Lu Hongying could see through his tricks. She went to bed alone. A woman like her, beautiful and charming, was not meant to be treated like this. The next morning at 5, Silly Zhu woke up early and took a bus back to the city. The first thing he did after getting off was rush to his girlfriend's rented room. He used the 200 yuan given by the village chief, Old Song, to buy her a pair of leather shoes, eager to make her smile. When he arrived at the rental, the door was closed, but the outside lock was open, indicating she was home. Silly Zhu knocked on the door. "Yanzi, open up. It's Silly Zhu. Look what I brought you." There was no response, so he went to the window to peek inside. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and through a small gap, he saw a man lying on the bed. Silly Zhu felt a storm of emotions inside. He had been faithful to his girlfriend, yet here she was with another man.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Overcome with anger, Silly Zhu lost his mind and kicked the door hard. Inside, he heard shouting, and soon the door opened. His girlfriend stood there, disheveled, hands on her hips, pointing at him and scolding, "Are you crazy? You're wasting my time. Yanzi, I beg you, please stop this. I really like you. It hurts me to see this." Silly Zhu was close to tears, hoping that his heartfelt words would reach her. Instead, she laughed and said, "You really are as silly as your name. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Look in the mirror at yourself." With that, she shut the door again. Silly Zhu, unwilling to accept this, kicked the door open, went inside, and dragged the man off the bed, giving him a good beating. His girlfriend yelled at him to stop, but Silly Zhu was beyond reason. After releasing his anger, he finally felt some relief. Looking at the beaten man, who was now barely conscious, a neighbor called the police. Uncle had arrived at the scene, took the injured man to the hospital, and brought Silly Zhu and his girlfriend back to the station. At the station, Silly Zhu finally came to his senses and regretted his impulsive actions. His legs felt weak. His girlfriend was let go after a lecture, but Silly Zhu remained there. Uncle had informed his father, and soon Silly Zhu became known at the construction site for fighting over jealousy, having seriously hurt another man. This is the part that Sha Zhu worries about the most. He prays that the man is okay. If something happens to him, he can't afford it. Uncle Mousy brings good news that the man only has minor injuries and is not seriously hurt, but he demands compensation. Without 3,000 yuan, there's no chance of settling. Sha Zhu doesn't even have 300 right now. Once he hears the man is fine, he becomes bold again and says if they want 3,000, they can just keep him locked up. Sha Zhu values his life less than money, so he thinks he might as well stay inside. Sha Zhu's father is very worried. After all, he is his son. He tries to borrow money from his co-workers, but 3,000 is a lot. After asking around, he only manages to borrow 500. Sha Zhu's father is so worried he can't sleep. Suddenly, he thinks of someone and that makes things easier. He asks the foreman for leave and goes back home. He tells his wife about Sha Zhu's situation. They need 3,000 yuan to get him released, or he'll have to stay locked up. Sha Zhu's mother is shocked and cries. Lu Hongying is furious, thinking, "Sha Zhu, you've only been out for a few days, and you've already learned this. The urgent task is to get the money to get Sha Zhu out." Sha Zhu's mother cries desperately, wondering how to get so much money. Sha Zhu's father takes a puff from his pipe, taps it, and whispers a few words in her ear. Sha Zhu's mother cries and says they have no choice but to do it this way. That night, Sha Zhu's mother dresses up nicely and goes out. "Dad, where did Mom go?" Lu Hongying asks. Sha Zhu's father sighs and says, "She went to get money." Lu Hongying doesn't ask further. It concerns the family's dignity. Sha Zhu's father drinks alone, occasionally looking outside. His wife has been gone for over an hour. During that time, he drinks half a bottle of liquor. Lu Hongying advises him to drink less since he is getting older and needs to take care of his health. Suddenly, Sha Zhu's father throws the bottle into the yard, shattering it with a loud crash. Lu Hongying is scared and doesn't dare to speak. In the past, when her father-in-law drank too much, He would break things and hit people. Sha Zhu once said he was often beaten by his father, sometimes even thinking he was adopted, as no real father would hurt his son so badly. After the bottle breaks, Sha Zhu's father suddenly starts crying loudly, as if he has suffered a great injustice. This frightens Lu Hongying, and she thinks, I hope my mother-in-law comes back soon. This is too scary. After crying for 2 minutes, Sha Zhu's father says to Lu Hongying, daughter-in-law, you don't know the pain in my heart. For so many years, I have been so angry. Lu Hongying realizes that he must know about her mother-in-law and the village chief, and he has known for a long time. Dad, if you're facing any difficulties, just tell us, and we can think of a solution together. It's hard to say, child. You probably know a bit already. I'm just not capable. Luo Hongying realized that although her father-in-law seemed rough and angry, he was actually feeling very frustrated inside. She quietly cleaned up the broken glass and poured him a glass of water. Just then, her mother-in-law returned and, upon seeing her husband like this, felt extremely displeased. How did it go? Dad Sha Zhu asked, squinting. Mom Sha Zhu signaled for Luo Hongying to go back inside, then pulled out a thick stack of money from a plastic bag and slammed it on the table. Seeing this, Dad Sha Zhu suddenly became more alert and started counting the money. Not too much, not too little, exactly 3,000. Why didn't he give us a bit more? Dad Sha Zhu grumbled. Mom Sha Zhu shot him a glare. Are you still complaining? It took a lot of effort to get this. How did it take so long? Humph. Dad Sha Zhu scoffed. Does he think this little amount can satisfy us? Do you not realize how much he has taken advantage of us? Luo Hongying listened to their conversation from inside and began to understand the situation better. She used to dislike her father-in-law's roughness, but now she felt a bit sorry for him. Suddenly, Dad Sha Zhu stood up abruptly. No way. I'm going to find the village chief and ask for more. If he doesn't give it, I'll expose everything he's done. Mom Sha Zhu panicked and quickly grabbed him. Are you crazy? If you let this out, how will we show our faces in the village? Dad Sha Zhu shook off her hand. I don't care. I've put up with this for so many years, and I don't want it anymore. This time, Dad Sha Zhu was emboldened by the alcohol. He wouldn't have dared before. Mom Sha Zhu tried to stop him, but Dad Sha Zhu pushed her hard, causing her to bump into the wooden door and hit her head, leaving a big bump. She felt dizzy and fell to the ground, while Dad Sha Zhu staggered out, leaving his wife crying for him to come back. In another room, Luo Hongying peeked through the door, thinking there might be an interesting scene to watch tonight. Dad Sha Zhu stumbled to the village chief's house, courage fueled by the drink. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a noise in the yard and quickly hid behind a stack of corn stalks. He saw the village chief sneakily peek out, and after ensuring no one was around, he escorted a man carrying a briefcase out. Boss Wang, don't worry. That piece of land will definitely be approved for you, said Old Song. The man nodded, smiling with satisfaction. Thank you, Village Chief Song, he said, handing the village chief a bulging envelope, promising a reward once the deal was done. Old Song took the envelope, peeked inside, and his eyes were filled with greed. Sha Zhu's father stared wide-eyed, thinking, Old Song, you've been greedy all these years. You've been secretly doing this kind of thing. Sha Zhu's father felt pleased, thinking, today I've caught you. I've endured so much humiliation over the years. Just as he was about to rush out to confront him, he accidentally knocked over a corn stalk. The village chief, alert, shouted, Who's there? Sha Zhu's father realized he couldn't hide anymore and stepped out. When the village chief saw him, his expression changed. What do you want? Sha Zhu's father pointed at the village chief and shouted, You, village chief, take bribes behind our backs while pretending to be righteous. Today, I will seek justice for the whole village. The village chief sneered. What evidence do you have? Don't slander me here. Sha Zhu's father recalled what he had just seen and shouted, I saw everything. You can't deny it. As they argued, the man with the briefcase sensed trouble and hurriedly left. The village chief felt a bit uneasy. He feared the situation would escalate. He decided to calm Sha Zhu's father down and changed his tone, saying, "Brother, let's go inside and talk this over, okay?" As his goal was almost achieved, Sha Zhu's father steadied his emotions and looked at the envelope in the village chief's hand, asking, "What's inside?" The village chief turned pale. Old Song stuffed the envelope into his pocket and nervously said it contained letters. What else could an envelope hold? Sha Zhu's father didn't believe him and snatched the envelope. To his surprise, it was stuffed with cash, at least 2,000 yuan. Laughing, Sha Zhu's father made the village chief uneasy. Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, the village chief said the money was given by Mr. Wang, who wanted him to help secure land in the village for a factory. "Brother, this is a great opportunity." Sha Zhu's father replied, "Building a factory is good, but you're filling your own pockets at the villagers' expense. That's illegal. Old Song, I will report you." Old Song was terrified of the word report. He wanted to calm Sha Zhu's father down, so he pulled him into the house, saying they could discuss it. Once inside, Old Song told his wife to hurry and make tea and get apples, so he could have a good talk with Sha Zhu's father. The village chief's wife was busy eating seeds and watching TV, ignoring the two men. She glanced at Sha Zhu's father and sneered, "Brother? More like a ninja turtle. No matter how much I can endure, I can't compare to your patience. The village chief has worked day and night for the men, women, and children of this village, and you certainly have played your part, madam." Sha Zhu's father shot back at her. Hearing that this guy was hinting at something, the village chief's wife threw down the sunflower seeds and went to the west room with a huff. Old Song quickly smiled and said, "Women often have long hair but short understanding, so don't take her too seriously." Sha Zhu's father went over and grabbed some sunflower seeds from the table, saying, "Old Song, don't talk about my wife like that. All these years, you've been swimming in comfort, thanks to her managing your household." Old Song was furious inside. He thought, "You old schemer, I've kept you down for years, and now you dare to challenge me? Just wait and see." Though he was angry, he forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, making him look unsettling. Sha Zhu's father didn't want to play games and directly stated his demand. If Old Song wanted to silence him, he needed to give him 2,000 yuan right now. Old Song replied, "I'm very poor. Where would I get 2,000? How about 500? 500? Are you kidding? Didn't that boss just give you money? Brother, don't be too greedy. Your wife just took 3,000 from me tonight, and now you're asking for 2,000?
Ania gold mine.
Old Song was a bit angry, his face showing a dark expression. "Ha ha ha, village chief Song, that 3,000 was to save Sha Zhu. Shouldn't that money be taken?" "It should, but Sha Zhu is your son, not mine, so don't use that to pressure me. I'm not arguing about the son issue right now. I want 2,000. Will you give it to me? If not, I'm leaving." Old Song thought for a moment, then pulled out the envelope the boss had given him and handed it to Sha Zhu's father, saying, "Here, take it. There's exactly 2,000 inside." Sha Zhu's father happily took the money and counted it. It was exactly 2,000. This money hadn't even warmed in Old Song's hands before he handed it to someone else, planting the seeds of hatred in his heart. Old Song's wife saw this scene and shouted, "What's going on? The wife just came to get money, and now the man is coming for it too. Are you robbing us? Sister-in-law, who is really robbing here? Get your facts straight before you speak." Sha Zhu's father left the village chief's house, swaying and humming a tune. Old Song glared at his back, gritting his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with rage. "Look at the trouble you've caused. Can we still support his whole family?" Old Song shot a glance at his wife, telling her to be quiet. She cried in grievance, "I've been silent my whole life, and now that they come into our home, you want me to be quiet?" "He won't be jumping around for long," Old Song said as he picked up a teacup from the table and smashed it on the ground. That night, two men, one smashed a wine bottle and the other smashed a teacup, expressing different feelings and lives. It was the first time for Dad Sha Zhu to see so much money. After all these years, he finally felt a sense of relief. Happy, he returned home to find Mom Sha Zhu lying in bed, holding her head in pain. Seeing her husband come back, she quickly asked, "Are you okay? Did he hit you? Hit me? Does he dare?" Dad Sha Zhu raised the envelope in his hand. Not only did he not hit me, but he also gave me so much money. Now I can have a better life. Dad Sha Zhu was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He woke up early and went to the village store, but it wasn't open yet. He knocked loudly on the door, saying, "Open up. I want some good wine." The store owner opened the door, looking sleepy and annoyed. "Still want that cheap stuff? Who drinks that? It burns the throat. Today, I want the most expensive and the best. Also, give me 2 pounds of meat, 3 ounces of peanuts, and 2 pieces of stinky tofu."
All right.
Dad Sha Zhu, you must have made some money working out there. The store owner joked. "I didn't make a fortune, just a little bit. Thanks to my good wife," Dad Sha Zhu replied with a self-deprecating smile. After buying the wine and meat, he hummed a tune on his way home. The sun was warm on his back, just like his happy mood. He felt he had found the way to wealth and forgot all about his son's issues. When he got home, Mom Sha Zhu had a gloomy face and scolded him for drinking too much, saying he would drink himself to death one day. Dad Sha Zhu replied, "Better to drink myself to death than to die from anger." Ignoring Mom Sha Zhu's scolding, he sat at the table and began to eat and drink, enjoying his meal. Mom Sha Zhu was so angry she gritted her teeth. Just then, laughter came from outside. It was Aunt Wong from next door, chatting with a few other elderly ladies. They were gossiping about how Dad Sha Zhu suddenly had money and bought good wine and meat. They thought he must have done something shady. Aunt Wong said to the others, "You don't know, but that Sha Zhu went to the city and got into trouble. He hurt someone over a woman and is still locked up." The other ladies gasped, saying he had always been honest as a child. How could he change like this? Aunt Wong remarked that a bad example leads to bad behavior, and they all laughed knowingly. Dad Sha Zhu overheard this and was furious. He put down his drink and rushed outside. "You group of women, your mouths are worse than a toilet. This money is what I deserve. Besides, my son was wronged. Once I go back, I can get him out." The women laughed. "Do you really think you can do that? Stop bragging. Your son did something terrible and even hurt someone. He'll probably spend the new year in there." Sha Zhu's father wanted to argue but felt powerless. He was frustrated, and the effects of the alcohol were wearing off. Remembering he had important matters to attend to, he decided to return to the city early the next morning. Sha Zhu's mother gave Sha Zhu's father the 3,000 yuan she got from Old Song, asking him to make sure to rescue their son, as they were counting on him to support them in their old age. Sha Zhu's father spat and said, "Who knows who will be supporting whom?" The next morning, Sha Zhu's mother woke up early, cooked a bowl of noodles for her husband, and added 2 fried eggs. She knew that they needed to keep her husband happy to help with their son's situation. Sha Zhu's father returned to the city and made peace with the injured man, who forgave him. Since the injury wasn't serious, Sha Zhu was released quickly. He was grateful to his father. During his time in there, he missed home and his wife, Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying was feeling hopeless and disappointed about Sha Zhu's situation. She needed to find out who had paid for her medical expenses. Such a big favor couldn't go unpaid. With only 2 months until the new year, the weather was getting colder, and the forecast predicted heavy snow. They hadn't bought coal yet, which was essential for heating in the countryside. But Lu Hongying had no money, and her mother-in-law wouldn't help. She had made over 40 pairs of insoles, which could sell for more than 100 yuan in the city. Looking at the beautiful insoles, Lu Hongying felt hopeful. She thought of Qi Liang, whom she hadn't seen in a while. It was strange that they lived in the same village, but she hadn't seen him recently. Worried, she went to Qi Liang's house and found the door locked. She asked a neighbor where he had gone. The neighbor told her, "This young man suddenly disappeared 7 days ago without telling anyone." Lu Hongying felt a chill of unease. The neighbor added, "After Qi Liang left, a young woman came looking for him. She waited at the door all day and left in tears when he didn't show up." Lu Hongying was even more confused. Qi Liang didn't know any woman. She felt very lost, looking at the gray, gloomy sky. Lu Hongying thought she had lost the most precious thing. By chance, she went to the hospital to ask who had paid for her stay. At first, the staff said they had forgotten. Suddenly, Lu Hongying knelt down, startling a young girl.
Oh.
He told me not to tell you, but seeing how worried you are, I guess I can share. The staff began to search through the documents and finally found it. She handed the list to Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying excitedly took the list, and in the payment section, she saw a familiar name, Qiliang. Tears streamed down her face. It was Qiliang again. He always quietly helped her. They were not related, so how could she repay him? Now that she wanted to, she couldn't even find him. Qiliang, where have you gone? I just want to thank you in person. Lu Hongying had lacked warmth since childhood, and she was grateful to everyone who treated her well. She returned to her village, asking around for Qiliang's whereabouts. A young man who was usually friendly with Qiliang shared a clue about why he had left home. The young man said that a girl named Fatfish kept bothering Qiliang, insisting on being his wife. Once, she used her strength to pin him down, making it hard for him to breathe until he finally broke free. Fatfish, feeling embarrassed and angry after failing, said, "You just like Lu Hongying, right? Don't think I can't see that." Sure, Lu Hongying is pretty and has a good figure, but she already has a man. You're just being greedy. Qiliang ignored her. To him, Fatfish was not a normal woman. She was obsessed with men. However, her words stung him a little, and he realized he had started to care for Lu Hongying. To escape Fatfish's harassment and his own feelings, Qiliang decided to leave. No one in the village cared about him, but what he didn't know was that a suffering woman was also thinking of him. Lu Hongying asked the young man if he knew where Qiliang had gone. He said he didn't know. Qiliang had said nothing when he left, only that he wanted to start a new life. But he paid my medical bills. Lu Hongying felt very sad as memories flooded back. Throughout her life, Qiliang had been the kindest person to her, aside from her grandmother. How could she ever forget him? The young man said to Lu Hongying, "Sister Hongying, the medical expenses were paid by Qiliang, and that was all his money. He even borrowed money from me for his travel when he left." Qiliang. "Oh Qiliang, I, Lu Hongying, have already faced death once. If you were braver, I would follow you even if it cost me my life." Lu Hongying was feeling sad when she happened to see Dagen and his wife coming over. They were bringing tofu to their aunt in the village. Seeing Lu Hongying, Dagen's wife, with a hostile expression, mockingly said, "I thought it was someone important, but it's just our village beauty, Lu Hongying." "Who is the village beauty?" "There is no village beauty here," Lu Hongying replied, not wanting to engage. "Aren't you the village beauty? The dream girl of all the men in the village, just like this tofu. White, tender, and fragrant. Everyone wants a taste. I don't like tofu. It has a strong smell. I prefer black jujubes. They may look ugly and dark, but they're sweet." Lu Hongying subtly compared Dagen's wife to the black jujube, since she compared herself to tofu. Dagen's wife caught on to Lu Hongying's words and deliberately linked arms with Dagen, asking, "Dagen, do you prefer tofu or black jujubes?" Dagen, being oblivious, casually replied, "I like tofu, especially when it's freshly made, warm, and dipped in chili sauce. I can eat 3 pancakes in one sitting. Don't you like black jujubes?" Dagen's wife pressed on. "What's good about black jujubes? They fall all over the mountain, and no one picks them up. They aren't worth anything." Lu Hongying wanted to laugh, but held it in. Dagen's wife, frustrated, splattered the tofu on Dagen's face, saying, "Fine, I'll make sure you get enough." Tofu smeared all over Dagen's face, sliding down his cheeks, with a few pieces dangling from his eyebrows, making him look quite silly. Lu Hongying couldn't hold back any longer, and burst out laughing. The more she laughed, the angrier Dagen's wife became, grabbing the fallen tofu and trying to shove it into Dagen's mouth. Dagen pushed his wife away, scolding, "What are you making a fuss about? You've ruined 2 nice pieces of tofu. How will we explain this to Aunt?" As he spoke, he even licked some tofu residue off his hand, trying to waste as little as possible. While they were arguing, Dagen's aunt approached. She had been waiting for the tofu to cook with the cabbage, but hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Seeing her aunt, Dagen's wife felt relieved and asked, "Aunt, which is better, tofu or black jujubes?" Aunt was confused by the question and blurted out, "Tofu is delicious. My cabbage is almost cooked, but your tofu hasn't arrived yet." "Aunt, the tofu is right here." Dagen pointed to his face and explained the situation. Aunt complained that her niece-in-law was too impulsive and wasted food, as the white tofu was now smeared on his face. "It's fine, Aunt. I'll bring you some more when I go home. We made plenty this year, and we can't eat it all." The daughter-in-law knew she was in the wrong and shot a glance at Lu Hongying. "Anyway, tofu isn't that valuable, so wasting a bit isn't a big deal." Lu Hongying, not wanting to argue, turned and left. In winter, the days are short and the nights are long. By 5 in the afternoon, it was already dark. Lu Hongying was making shoe insoles under the electric light, while her mother-in-law was in another room, lost in her thoughts, occasionally sighing. Perhaps she was reflecting on her own hardships. As a woman, Lu Hongying understood her mother-in-law's misfortunes, but the mother-in-law transferred her own unhappiness onto Lu Hongying, being both a victim and a perpetrator. On this long and lonely night, the two generations of left-behind women each pondered their worries, lamenting the unfairness of fate. The insoles were embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water, and Lu Hongying had never given up on her dream of a better life. Gradually, the small village became quiet, with only the occasional sound of barking dogs. The quieter it became, the lonelier she felt. Since the last time Sha Zhu left home, he hadn't called or written. Lu Hongying became distracted and accidentally pricked her finger with a needle, causing it to bleed. She wrapped the injured finger with a cloth. Suddenly, she heard a noise in the yard, a voice belonging to someone. Lu Hongying glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:35. Her mother-in-law was already asleep, and someone pushed her room door, making a sound. "Who is it?" Lu Hongying asked nervously, calling out several times with no response. It might just be the wind. 2 minutes later, there was a soft knock at the door. Lu Hongying tiptoed to the door and heard a breath, somewhat hurried.
Who are you? What do you want?
"If you don't speak, I'll call for help." "Don't shout, Hongying, it's me. I just wanted to come and talk to you for a moment, then I'll leave." Upon recognizing Dagen's voice, Lu Hongying sighed in relief, knowing he wouldn't harm her. But she refused to open the door and insisted he leave. Dagen wouldn't budge, stubbornly saying that if she didn't open the door, he would wait outside. "Then you can wait in the cold. I won't open the door." Luo Hongying continued her work, counting the insoles. There were 63 pairs, which could sell for over 100 yuan. Suddenly, the yard fell silent. Dagen must have left. Luo Hongying felt a bit urgent, having forgotten to bring the chamber pot inside tonight. In winter, people in the mountain village often keep a chamber pot in their homes because it's too cold to go outside to the restroom. After confirming no one was in the yard, Luo Hongying quietly opened the door and went to the restroom. She quickly returned and shut the door. It was already midnight. Yawning, she prepared to sleep. She first took off her thick cotton coat and red jacket, revealing a pink thermal top and pants that nicely highlighted her curves. Luo Hongying admired her body, but felt a wave of sadness. Such a beautiful woman, in the prime of her youth, yet she could only keep company with a lonely lamp every night. She lay down on the bed and covered herself with a blanket, longing for a warm embrace. Tossing and turning without feeling sleepy, Luo Hongying thought of Qi Liang and how nice it would be if he were there. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a cough, a man's voice, seemingly from inside the room. Startled, Luo Hongying sat up. Who's there?" She turned on the light and scanned the room, noticing a pair of feet peeking out from behind the curtain. Her heart raced, and she grabbed the scissors from the table, trembling as she shouted, "If you don't come out, I won't hold back." At that moment, the person behind the curtain slowly stepped out. It was General Dagen. "How did you get in here?" Luo Hongying exclaimed, both surprised and angry. Dagen scratched his head and said, "I knew you would come out to use the restroom, so I sneaked into your woodroom to hide. I waited until you went to sleep before quietly coming here." Luo Hongying's eyes turned red with anger. "What do you think you're doing? Breaking into a woman's room in the middle of the night?" What will people say about my reputation? Dagen quickly apologized. Hongying, I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk to you. I wouldn't do anything to you. Hearing this, Luo Hongying felt mixed emotions and slowly lowered the scissors, sighing, Dagen, just go. For the times you've helped me before, let's pretend this never happened. No, I won't leave. Hongying, do you know how much I'm suffering? Luo Hongying noticed the smell of alcohol. Dagen had been drinking. Hadn't he said before that he never drank? I was feeling down and took a few sips. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to do this. What about your wife? She went back to her parents' home. Luo Hongying thought, no wonder. With his wife away, no one was watching, and he came over to bother me. Dagen looked at Luo Hongying's attractive figure, his eyes filled with desire. His breathing became rapid, and the alcohol inside him began to take effect. Seeing this, Luo Hongying quickly put on her thick coat and urged Dagen to leave. In the struggle, Dagen pulled Luo Hongying into his arms, holding her tightly, and she couldn't break free. She felt his strong presence and became flustered. With no strength to resist, Dagen's breathing grew heavier. At that moment, he lost control and leaned in to kiss her blushing face. Luo Hongying felt dazed, her mind blank, responding to his advances. Dagen took off her coat and lifted her in his arms, placing her on the bed while she closed her eyes. Just then, a dog barked outside. Luo Hongying suddenly snapped back to reality and pushed Dagen away with all her strength. Her face flushed. She pointed to the door and whispered harshly, "What was I thinking? Have I gone crazy? You need to leave now." Dagen's intoxication faded a bit as he realized his mistake, looking ashamed.
I'm sorry, Hongying.
I really like you and think about you every day, so much that I can't sleep. Dagen, we can't do this. You have a wife, and I have a partner. Your partner is useless. Everyone in the village knows about the things he does in the city. Even if he's not great, he's still my partner. Besides, you and your wife seem to be doing well. Why do you keep bothering me? Do you want to take advantage of me like those other men? Luo Hongying choked up. No, Hongying, I am sincere. I just wanted to comfort you. If you don't want this, I won't force you. I lost my composure earlier, and I'm sorry. Dagen tried to calm himself. If we really have a chance and you aren't happy, I would be willing to divorce. This surprised Luo Hongying. She realized Dagen truly liked her. She was torn. Being with him might bring happiness, but she couldn't hurt another innocent woman. Luo Hongying firmly rejected Dagen, saying, "We can never be together. I don't like you, and I have no feelings for you. Dagen said you are lying, that you like me and have feelings for me, and I felt it just now." Luo Hongying replied, "Don't get carried away. That's just a natural reaction. You like Qi Liang, right? You have him in your heart and want to stay loyal to him, right?" Luo Hongying was speechless and didn't want to explain. "Hongying, Qi Liang won't want you. You should give up on him. He won't come back to this village." "What do you mean? Is Qi Liang's leaving related to you?" Faced with Luo Hongying's question, Dagen avoided a direct answer and simply asked, "Can I hug you again?" He came over to hug her, and Luo Hongying did not resist. At that moment, they heard Aunt Wang's voice from next door. "Hongying, my dog has been barking at your house. Is something going on?" Luo Hongying straightened her clothes and forced herself to sound calm, saying, "It's nothing, Aunt Wang. There are mice in the house, and I'm dealing with them." Aunt Wang, hearing this, didn't notice anything unusual and went back inside. Once Aunt Wang returned to her house and there was no noise from her mother-in-law's place, Luo Hongying urged Dagen to leave quickly. Dagen nimbly climbed over the wall and left. Luo Hongying closed the door, breathing heavily, her mind racing with thoughts. She was both angry at Dagen's impulsiveness and unable to shake the strange feeling from their earlier embrace. Meanwhile, Dagen ran home, and once there, he slapped himself several times in frustration, regretting his actions and unsure how to face Luo Hongying in the future. He thought everything was unnoticed, but little did he know, Aunt Wang hadn't gone back inside. She was hiding around the corner, eavesdropping. She saw Luo Hongying open the door to let a man out and watched as he climbed over the wall. Aunt Wang spat and muttered, shameless. It's true that not all families belong together. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo is something else. If Aunt Wang found out about this, the whole village would know. She was the head of the village's gossip and rumor mill. Dagen's mother noticed something was off. Her daughter-in-law had just returned to her family, and her son was sneaking out at night. Humph! He must be meeting that little Lu Hongying. She went to Dagen's room and found him lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Son, even though you are my child, I won't take your side. Just because your wife left, you can't control yourself? Dagen turned over, already feeling very annoyed. His mother continued to nag, and he sat up in anger, saying, Mom, stop talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. Then Dagen brought his wife home and complained to his mother about her strange behavior. He said, This lazy woman only knows how to eat and takes advantage of your love to bully me. Mom, I don't understand. I am your son. So why do you always favor her? Dagen's mother sighed and replied, It's just that finding a good wife is hard. If we treat her well, maybe she'll give us a big grandson next year. Dagen responded, I doubt we'll have a grandson anytime soon. She's so overweight, and it's been a year and a half since we got married, yet there's no sign of anything happening. His words reminded his mother that they often joked about how Lu Hongying was like a chicken that wouldn't lay eggs. They had been married 2 months longer than her, yet they also hadn't had any children. Dagen's mother began to wonder, whose problem was it really? Dagen wrapped himself in a blanket and said, Don't look at me. I'm perfectly normal. If you have questions, ask your dear daughter-in-law. It had been 7 or 8 days since she went back to her parents' home, and Dagen's mother asked him to go pick her up. How could they continue living like this? Dagen rode his bicycle to his mother-in-law's village. As he entered the village, a group of older people whispered and stared at him as if he were a strange creature. This made Dagen angry. Why did every village have such a group? Feeling anxious, he didn't greet anyone and rode past them, only to hear laughter behind him. When he arrived at his mother-in-law's house, she was the only one home. Seeing Dagen, her eyes lit up with surprise. Dagen, you're here?
Come in.
Mom, where's my wife? Dagen placed some fried dough sticks on the table. What? My daughter didn't come with you? What was going on? His wife had clearly gone back to her parents' home and had been gone for 7 or 8 days, yet his mother-in-law said she hadn't returned. Dagen started to panic. What was she up to? Where had she gone? So, Dagen explained everything to his mother-in-law, and she became worried too. She hasn't been back at all. This was serious. Dagen and his mother-in-law began asking around the village and learned from a local informant that a few days ago, his daughter had returned to the village, but then left again. When they asked who she left with, the informant wouldn't say. Dagen went to a nearby shop and bought 2 boxes of cigarettes to give to the informant. The informant accepted the cigarettes with a smile and whispered, She left with a guy named Guai Shi from the village. It seems they went to the county town.
Who is Guai Shi?
Dagen felt nervous. The old man was about to speak when he was interrupted by the mother-in-law, who accused him of slandering her daughter over 2 packs of cigarettes. She insisted that her daughter had never come back and then dragged Dagen away. Dagen was confused and felt uncomfortable. Looking at the mother-in-law's flustered expression, he realized that his wife and this strange man had a close connection. To calm the mother-in-law, Dagen pretended not to believe the old man's words. After having a bowl of noodles at her house, he said he needed to return home because there was a lot of work to do. He asked her to let him know if there was any news about his wife and for her to come home quickly. Before he left, the mother-in-law advised him, Don't listen to those people spreading rumors. I know my daughter. She is a good girl. Dagen replied, I don't believe them. We've been married for so long, and I know her character. The mother-in-law nodded in satisfaction and saw him off at the village entrance. After watching him ride away, she returned home. However, Dagen did not go far. He waited by a small road outside the village until it got dark, then found out where the old informant lived. The old man had accepted Dagen's cigarettes at noon but hadn't helped him, and he felt guilty when Dagen showed up. He warmly invited Dagen inside and then stepped out to check for anyone else, making it feel a bit like a secret meeting. Once he was sure it was safe, the old man said seriously, "Ah, young man, you have a tough fate." Dagen was puzzled by the old man's words. "Sir, if you have something to say, just say it."
I can handle it.
The old man opened a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and looked meaningfully at the general. He said, "Your wife has a bad reputation in our village. Several young men have been involved with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be an old maid no one wants."
Dagen felt dizzy.
On their wedding night, his wife had acted very experienced, and there was no sign of anything unusual. He had questioned her about it, and she claimed it was because she was tired from working on the farm. At that time, Dagen was naive and believed her. Plus, his wife knew how to be charming, which made him completely devoted to her. Now, when she said she wanted to visit her family, Dagen offered to take her, but she insisted on going alone. He didn't think much of it at the time. Now it all seemed like a joke. "Sir, do you know how long she has been involved with that man named Guaishi?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "It must be 3 to 5 years. Guaishi is already married with children. This girl used to cry and say she wanted to marry him, but he ended up rejecting her and married the daughter of the village secretary instead." Hearing this, Dagen remembered something. On the night of their wedding, his wife had called out a strange name while they were together. Dagen had asked her who she was calling, and she quickly changed the subject. Now it seemed that marrying him was her way of getting back at that person. An older man said he had seen them riding a motorcycle together. The man's wife was in confinement after giving birth, so he must have been feeling restless and had invited Dagen's wife to the county for a date. Dagen clenched his fists, his face turning pale. He couldn't believe that the wife he had treated so well had deceived him like this. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. "Thank you for telling me this. It helps me understand her true character," Dagen said as he turned to leave the village. When he got home, his mother asked why he didn't bring his wife back. "Mom, don't mention that shameless woman. She has deceived me and you all." Dagen painfully recounted what had happened that day. His mother fainted upon hearing it. She had treated his wife like a treasure since she came into their home, not expecting her to be so reckless. When Dagen's mother regained consciousness, her first words were to tell him to get a divorce. "We would rather have you single than be with such a woman." Dagen said that even if he divorced her, he needed evidence of her betrayal. Seeing that his mother was okay, he decided to go to the county to confront his wife directly. The older man told Dagen that they had gone to the county and suggested he check into a hotel. There were many hotels in the small county, and it would be hard to find them. He also mentioned that before they were married, they often visited a place called the Friendship Inn. This inn was owned by a friend of the man, who had boasted about staying there for free. With this lead, Dagen bought a ticket and arrived at the Friendship Inn. The place didn't look very fancy, but he gathered his courage and approached the front desk, where a plump woman greeted him warmly. "Hello there. Looking for a room?" Dagen nodded and chose the cheapest option, a large dormitory room for $5 a night, which housed 7 people. Dagen's goal was to find his wife and the man. He noticed that across from the 7-person room was a 2-person room, where it was very likely that the man and his wife were staying, since this was the only 2-person room in the entire inn. The biggest drawback of staying in a dormitory is that it is messy and dirty. There are people snoring, talking in their sleep, sleepwalking, and playing cards, making it impossible for Dagen to sleep. Frustrated, he shouted, "Can you keep it down? What time is it? And you're still not asleep." The 3 men playing cards exchanged glances, then put down their cards and quietly turned off the lights to sleep. In the middle of the night, Dagen felt a chill on his back and opened his eyes to see a man holding a fruit knife against him, looking threatening. Just as Dagen was about to scream, the man covered his mouth. Dagen was frozen in fear, sweating cold. Then another man approached, and Dagen recognized him as one of the card players from earlier. The man leaned close and whispered, "Listen, kid, be smart and hand over your money, or we won't be nice." Realizing he was facing robbers, Dagen's eyes widened in anger, and he shook his head. He was brave and wouldn't let these 3 thieves intimidate him. Seeing that Dagen refused to cooperate, One of them kicked him in a sensitive area, making him want to scream, but someone covered his mouth tightly. Another man lit a cigarette and threatened to burn Dagen's hand with a cigarette tip, asking, "Will you give us your money? If not, your life is in danger." Not wanting to take unnecessary risks, Dagen nodded and pulled out a small cloth bag from his underwear. One of the men snatched it away, counted the money, and cursed, calling him a poor fool for having so little. Then they signaled for the third man to let Dagen go and ordered him not to shout. Earlier, when Dagen was attacked, another traveler in the dorm had looked up but didn't help, choosing to pretend to sleep instead. After all, when traveling, no one wants to get involved in trouble. After letting Dagen go, the three men went to search another traveler's bag. This traveler was a young man, around 20, looking like a student, and they targeted him as well, noticing he had money in his backpack, likely his parents' hard-earned money for tuition. The three men approached the student using the same method. One held him down while another woke him up, threatening him for money. The young man woke up startled and began to cry, pleading for mercy. Having successfully robbed Dagen, the thieves grew bolder and were no longer afraid. They demanded the student hand over his money. At that moment, the other four travelers in the room woke up and exchanged worried looks. Logically, 4 against 3 should have been manageable if they worked together, but no one stepped forward. The young man claimed he had no money, and the three men grabbed his backpack from his arms. The young man saw this and knelt before the three robbers, saying, "Uncles, please, this money is what my father borrowed from relatives to pay for my school fees. Please have mercy." The three men noticed that the young man's tuition was quite a sum, and their eyes gleamed with greed. One of them punched the young man in the nose, causing blood to flow. No matter how much he pleaded, the three men remained unmoved, robbing him of all his tuition without leaving any living expenses. After robbing the young man and another person, the three looked at the other two travelers. One robber said, "Forget it, let's go. Those two look like they have nothing." As the three robbers prepared to leave, the young man suddenly grabbed one of their legs and shouted, "Help! Someone is robbing us." This shout startled the robbers, who began to beat the young man. At that moment, the other person stood up and shouted to the two in the room, "Everyone, please help. We can't let the bad guys get away. Think of it as doing a good deed." After he shouted, the other two, who had been pretending to sleep, came over to help. The situation was now 4 against 3, and with the earlier commotion, other guests from nearby rooms also came to watch. The young man picked up a broom from behind the door and swung it at one robber's head, then kicked another in the stomach. What was the young man good at? He had been working hard since he was little and was very strong. That kick knocked one robber down, who cried out in pain and lost the will to fight. With one dealt with, the remaining two were easier to handle. At that moment, one traveler poured a pot of boiling water over the robber, who was still being held by the young man, shouting, "Who are you calling poor? If you weren't poor, you wouldn't be doing this." The scalding water drenched the robber, who fell to the ground, crying out in agony. In just a few minutes, they had defeated 2 robbers, but the last one was tougher because he had a weapon. During the fight, he had already injured the young man's arm and hurt his face. Seeing that he was cornered, the robber grabbed the young man as a hostage, holding the weapon to his neck and demanding that the others step back. At that moment, the onlookers outside suddenly disappeared. The robber, taking the young man with him, started to walk out the door, not forgetting to stuff the stolen money into his pockets, a clear sign of valuing money over life. The 2 robbers lying on the ground shouted, "Big brother, don't leave us behind." The robber with the weapon ignored his shouts and ran away. Just as he was about to escape, someone came around the corner of the hallway. Taking advantage of the robber's surprise, the person tripped him with a sweeping kick. Then 3 or 4 others came in and subdued the robber. It turned out that Uncle had arrived, and someone had quietly called the police. The 3 robbers were taken away, and the stolen money was returned. It was truly a thrilling night. The hotel owner brought alcohol and bandages to help the young man, and in general, once things calmed down, Dagen remembered the purpose of his trip. Oh no, after all this commotion, he worried that Guishi and his wife might have seen everything. Dagen went to the front desk, where the plump woman was still there. He asked her if a man and a woman had checked in. He described his wife's appearance. The woman thought for a moment and said that a woman fitting that description had indeed come a few days ago. She had noticed her because the man with her was someone she recognized as her husband's childhood friend, but the woman was not his friend's wife. The plump woman seemed eager to talk and mentioned that her husband's friend was quite irresponsible. Even though his wife had just given birth to a big baby boy, he was out having fun with another woman. And then, where did they go?
Dagen preset.
The woman replied, they stayed at my hotel for 4 days without paying a dime. They took advantage of their connection to my husband to eat and drink for free, and I eventually had to kick them out. Was that man named Guishi? Dagen asked. The woman nodded and said yes. He was quite wealthy, but very stingy. As for where they went, she didn't know, but they were probably at another small hotel. He wouldn't want to stay at a good one. Just then, the plump woman's husband returned, who was also Guishi's childhood friend. She told him, "Honey, this traveler is looking for your friend Guishi." "Why are you looking for him?" he asked. "Oh, I'm friends with Guishi. He has an urgent matter at home and asked me to find him in the county," Dagen lied. Guishi's friend looked Dagen over and, seeing his honest face, didn't suspect anything. He then told Dagen where the two were. It turned out that after being kicked out by his friend's wife, Guishi and the woman had stayed at the hotel for free. Feeling guilty, the friend had paid for them to stay at another hotel just down the street. With the address given by Guishi's friend and feeling angry, Dagen went to that hotel and stood outside their room. He hesitated at the door for a long time, wondering whether to knock or not. If he knocked, he would be unable to return to his wife. If you don't knock and pretend not to know, you can continue living your life, even if it feels frustrating. He raised his hand and then let it fall gently. Dagen decided to let himself off the hook. Finding a wife is not easy, and he could muddle through life. As he turned to leave, he heard voices coming from inside the room. "Guishi, you have ruined my life. I've been married to Dagen for 1.5 years, and he is eager for a child, but I can't tell him that I can no longer have kids." Dagen's mind went blank. He recognized the woman's voice as his wife's.
"Oh,
if you can't have kids, then you can't. It's not my fault you were careless," said a man's voice. "How is it my fault? You promised to marry me, and that's why I followed you. I even got pregnant and was 3 months along when you forced me to terminate it. That was when I completely lost the chance to be a mother," the woman said, starting to cry. The man inside began to comfort her. "I didn't bring you out just for fun. I even bought you clothes." You're just using me as a substitute because your wife is resting after giving birth." "Don't say that, sweetheart. I just miss you. Don't you miss me too? Otherwise, why would you trick your husband into coming out with me? Is he not as good as I am?"
Ha ha ha.
"Guishi, Dagen treats me well, and I feel a bit guilty towards him, but I can't help it. I love you. Why don't you just get a divorce, and we can be together?" "What nonsense are you talking about? I already have a son. How could I get a divorce? Isn't our situation fine? Besides, your husband seems to treat you well. What good does that do? I love you, and that man may seem honest, but he has his own tricks. He has his eyes on Lu Hongying from our village." Dagen listened to their conversation clearly. His heart sank completely. Before hearing this, he was willing to make things work, but now he had made up his mind. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard strange noises from the room. He covered his ears and turned to leave. He didn't knock or disturb the couple. He left the hotel feeling humiliated and hopeless. Dagen sat on the bus home, lost and despondent. On the bus, a big man was crying loudly, drawing everyone's attention. They say men don't cry easily, but for a strong man like Dagen, who rarely cried since childhood, today he was truly hurt. A kind woman next to him handed him a handkerchief and encouraged him to look on the bright side, saying that even the biggest problems can be overcome, and sometimes bad things can turn into good things. Dagen thanked her, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and said, "Auntie, I have no home anymore. My wife ran off with someone else." The woman comforted him, saying, "Then she is not truly your wife. You two just didn't have a strong bond. Sometimes you have to let go of the bad to make room for the good." Her words brought Dagen some comfort, and he suddenly felt less sad. After getting off the bus and returning home, his mother anxiously asked, "Did you see your wife? Why didn't you bring her back?" Dagen's tears flowed down as he collapsed into his mother's arms, like a hurt child. His mother patted his shoulder, knowing he must have gone through something very difficult to be crying like this. Once he stopped crying, Dagen decided to tell his mother everything he had seen and heard. "Mom, your daughter-in-law is not coming back. She is having fun with a man at a hotel in the county." He then recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, his mother cried heartbrokenly.
Why?
She had no daughter, and after welcoming her daughter-in-law into the family, she treated her like a daughter. Now, she felt betrayed, and seeing her son in pain made her even sadder than him. After they both cried, his mother asked what his plans were. Dagen said he couldn't keep this woman and wanted a divorce.
My son.
Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, don't you like Lu Hongying? It's not easy to find a wife. If she changes, we can continue our lives together. His mother truly cared for this daughter-in-law. But Dagen disagreed, saying, "Mom, have you thought about it? If we don't divorce, you may never hold a grandchild in your arms, and our family line could end." His mother fell silent. In the following days, Dagen continued to work in the fields. Winter was approaching, and he needed to harvest the cabbage and radishes, as they would rely on these vegetables during the cold months. In the garden, everyone was busy gathering vegetables. An ant asked Dagen why he hadn't seen his wife for several days. Dagen smiled and said she had gone to her family's home for a while. Lu Hongying was also busy pulling up cabbage, but she was alone in the field. Looking at other families working together, he noticed that everyone else was either a family team or a couple working side by side, while he and Lu Hongying were alone. Suddenly, Dagen found this scene beautiful. Perhaps it was a sign of fate. However, Lu Hongying didn't pay much attention to Dagen. Since the last time he entered her home at night and hugged her, she felt a bit embarrassed and also somewhat angry. There were many workers, and the cabbage was quickly harvested. As night fell, only Dagen and Lu Hongying remained. He came to her vegetable field and immediately started helping her, without saying a word. "No need, Dagen, you haven't finished your own cabbage," she said. "All the good cabbage has been ruined by the pigs," Dagen replied, looking at her. "Hongying, you are such a wonderful woman. Why would you marry that foolish Zhu?" "It's just fate," Lu Hongying said as she packed the cabbage into a basket. "Good men don't meet good women. Hongying, I want a divorce." Lu Hongying was startled and dropped a cabbage. "Dagen, why?" "You two seemed fine together," she said, a hint of panic on her face. Dagen stepped closer, picked up the cabbage, and said seriously, "Hongying, I know this isn't the right thing to say, but ever since I saw you cry that night, my heart has been troubled. My wife deceived me. It's better to part ways. And you shouldn't have to suffer with that foolish Zhu." Dagen repeated the story about his wife to Lu Hongying. She lowered her head, biting her lip, and said, "Dagen, please don't let me distract you. It wouldn't sound good if this got out, and besides, I don't feel that way about you."
No, you do.
"That night when I held you, I felt your heartbeat, your breath, and your warm body." Lu Hongying replied that her heart belonged to someone else. Dagen smiled. "I don't mind. I just know you're not happy, and it pains me. I'm saying this now. If you ever want to, Dagen, will treat you well." Lu Hongying's heart skipped a beat as she looked into Dagen's sincere eyes, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Dagen's mother approached. Seeing her son in Lu Hongying's vegetable field, she surprisingly didn't interrupt. The sky gradually darkened. It was only 5 o'clock, yet it felt like night. Lu Hongying still hadn't finished picking the cabbage. She was alone in the garden, and there was a large graveyard to the east, which terrified her. She needed to pick at least 2 more loads of cabbage, but she was worried they would freeze if left outside, and her mother-in-law wouldn't help. She was very particular. Lu Hongying was anxious, picked up her basket, and was about to leave when suddenly a flame appeared from the graveyard. Lu Hongying felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be the rumored ghost fire? Help! She wanted to scream but couldn't. She wanted to run, but her legs felt weak and wouldn't move. Gradually, the ghost fire got closer, and just as Lu Hongying was about to faint from fear, the ghost fire stopped in front of her. Don't scare me. I haven't done anything wrong. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Hongying, don't be afraid. It's me. It turned out to be Dagen, who had rushed over with a lantern. Dagen approached Lu Hongying and, seeing her terrified expression, said with concern, I knew you would be scared alone here. This graveyard is too frightening at night. Lu Hongying calmed down and sighed with relief. Dagen scratched his head. I came to help you carry the cabbage home. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm sorry.
He took the basket from Lu Hongying's hands. Let's go. I'll help you carry the cabbage back. It's freezing out here, so be careful not to slip. Lu Hongying felt a bit touched and followed Dagen. The two walked in silence until they reached Lu Hongying's home. Dagen set down the cabbage and was about to leave. Lu Hongying called out to him, Dagen, thank you, but please don't help me in the future. I can manage on my own. Dagen stood there, looking at Lu Hongying meaningfully and said, Hongying, I know you might be annoyed with me. From now on, I'll treat you like a sister. It's really tough for you to be alone. Whether it's tough or not is my business. You just take care of your own life. Lu Hongying closed the yard gate, and her mother-in-law peeked out, asking whom she was talking to. Seeing Lu Hongying ignore her, the mother-in-law slammed the door hard, making a loud noise. Lu Hongying was already tired and was startled by the ghost fire. Her mother-in-law, not working and showing a bad attitude, ignited Lu Hongying's anger. If you slam the door, then I will too. Lu Hongying slammed the door even harder, startling the dog next door. Sha Zhu's mother didn't expect her daughter-in-law to have such a temper and dared to slam the door at her. She got up, put on her padded coat and pants, and stormed into Lu Hongying's room to scold her loudly. What do you think you are to slam the door at me? Don't think I didn't hear that a man helped you carry the cabbage home.
How can you say that?
Your own cabbages are almost frozen in the field while you lie at home eating seeds every day. Lu Hongying stood her ground. The mother-in-law continued to scold Lu Hongying for not being a proper wife, saying she was flirting and that when Sha Zhu returned, they would. Mom, you're the one who should be careful. Don't think I don't know about your affairs. I haven't said anything to save you some face. You're over 50, have some dignity for the children. After a heated argument, the mother-in-law's face turned red and white, and she was left speechless, sulking back into the house. Lu Hongying, we are now enemies. What Lu Hongying said tonight completely exposed the mother-in-law's secrets, and their conflict was now set in stone. That night, the mother-in-law was so angry that she couldn't sleep. She felt unfairly treated, having endured her husband's temper for a lifetime and now facing her daughter-in-law's anger. She couldn't let this go. Otherwise, there would be no peace in the house. So, the mother-in-law took out some needle and thread, along with some fabric, and quickly made a small doll resembling Lu Hongying. Then she began to poke it with a needle, muttering angrily as she did so. Lu Hongying noticed that the light in her mother-in-law's room was still on and thought she was waiting for old song. Quietly, she got out of bed and tiptoed to her mother-in-law's window. The old curtains made of paper and plastic didn't block the view well. Lu Hongying peeked through a gap and saw her mother-in-law holding the doll, poking it while muttering, I'll get you, I'll get you. Lu Hongying was puzzled. Who did her mother-in-law have such a grudge against? Listening closely, she realized her name was being mentioned. Is it really necessary? After all, we are family. Lu Hongying felt both sad and angry. But then she thought, does being upset help? No, it doesn't. She quietly returned to her room, tossing and turning in bed until she suddenly came up with a clever idea. The next morning, Lu Hongying caught her laying hen and a rooster. She quietly placed the 2 chickens at her mother-in-law's door, tying their feet together and securing the other end to the bed leg. Since the mother-in-law had stayed up all night, She was still in bed by noon. Suddenly, the rooster crowed, startling her awake. She jumped out of bed to chase the rooster, which flew around the room, scattering feathers everywhere. The hen, desperate to lay eggs, jumped onto the mother-in-law's head, leaving her exhausted. Hongying heard the commotion and pretended to rush in to help, saying, "Mother, how did these chickens end up here? If they're making noise together, it must mean something strange is happening in your room. There must be something unclean in there." The mother-in-law, feeling guilty, turned pale and stammered, I keep my room very clean." Then, Hongying deliberately started chatting with the neighbors in front of her mother-in-law, mentioning that it seemed something unclean had entered their home. Otherwise, why would someone be secretly cursing and poking dolls? She suggested they might be in for some bad luck. The mother-in-law felt increasingly guilty. After returning home, she secretly threw away the doll she had made into the firewood pile, and the commotion finally came to an end. After this incident, Hongying felt no affection for her mother-in-law. However, the mother-in-law also changed. She sighed daily, and Aunt Wang next door whispered that the silly Zhu's wife had lost her love. These women in their 50s finally waited for this day. People are like this. We are all ordinary, so why should you be close to the village chief, who even gives you money? They forgot that the silly Zhu's wife had once saved the village chief's life, creating both emotional and grateful ties. This might explain why the village chief had always kept a place for her over the years. Recently, however, it seemed that she encountered a strong rival. Old Song hadn't visited the silly Zhu's wife for a long time, and even when they met on the road, his attitude was lukewarm. When she confronted him about why he was ignoring her, Old Song replied casually, "No, I'm not ignoring you. I just didn't see you." The silly Zhu's wife clearly sensed something was wrong. He wasn't around, and the money was gone too. What she didn't know was that Old Song had given all his affection and money to someone new, who was Lu Er's wife. As mentioned before, Lu Er's wife was also a left-behind woman in her 40s, with her son studying at a university in another province and her husband working away. If we talk about experience, Lu Er's wife was quite seasoned in this situation. After getting involved with Lu Er's wife, Old Song began to lose interest in the silly Zhu's wife. First of all, Lu Er's wife was 10 years younger than her, in her 40s and full of energy, which kept Old Song busy. His wife even complained, leaving him with little time or energy for the silly Zhu's wife. Lu Er's wife told Old Song, "You need to visit me every 3 days. If you don't come, I will find someone else." Old Song was so enchanted by her that he felt he had to comply. What if she really did find someone else? In addition to this, Lu Er's wife was also financially draining Old Song. One day he had no money for coal, the next day no money for flour, and soon he was struggling to provide for his son's living expenses. In just a few months, she had taken 1,000 yuan from him, which was a lot of money in the late 1980s. Old Song found it hard to manage and had to cut back on his spending for the silly Zhu's wife. After over 20 years of relationship, things were on the verge of breaking apart due to Lu Er's wife's interference. The silly Zhu's wife was aware of everything and resented the woman for taking away her love, wanting to confront her. One time, the two women ran into each other at the village entrance, a spot where villagers gathered to chat and enjoy the sun during the winter when there was no work. It was a coincidence that Old Song also showed up there. This love triangle. Everyone is watching and waiting to see how the three will handle it. You can't say that Old Song isn't capable of being the village leader. This situation is nothing for him. He casually chats with others and sits down to play cards, pretending not to notice the two women, remaining calm and collected. But the two women are not so calm. First, there's Sha Zhu's wife, who moves closer to Old Song, finds a stone slab to sit on, and looks at his cards, even giving him advice. It's clear to anyone that she is marking her territory. Then there's Lu Er's wife, who is no pushover either. If Sha Zhu's wife sits on the right, then I'll sit on the left. So, Old Song is flanked by these two women, and he ends up losing several rounds of cards, clearly feeling anxious inside. Seeing Old Song lose, Lu Er's wife immediately complains. It's all your fault. Why did you suggest that? You ruined a perfectly good game. She shoots a glare at Sha Zhu's wife. Sha Zhu's wife is not pleased and stands up with her hands on her hips, saying, "Oh, what's wrong? I'm just trying to help, which is better than some people who just sit there doing nothing and causing trouble." Lu Er's wife stands up defiantly, puffing out her chest. Humph, some people just have no shame, always trying to get close to men. Aren't you embarrassed? What about your own husband? Sha Zhu's wife's face turns bright red. I have a husband. Don't you have one too? Unlike some people who act like greedy cats, only wanting money. This hits a nerve with Lu Er's wife, and she points at Sha Zhu's wife, shouting, "Say that again." Sha Zhu's wife stands her ground. I said you act like a greedy cat, always taking others' money to fill your own pockets. Their argument escalates, and it seems like they might come to blows. Old Song, stuck in the middle, feels torn between his old flame and his current partner. He scratches his head and helplessly says, "Stop arguing. Aren't you both embarrassed? Look at your ages." But neither woman listens to him, while the villagers around them watch with great interest, some even whispering and adding fuel to the fire. Finally, Old Song can't take it anymore. He puts down his cards, stands up awkwardly, and smiles at the crowd, saying, "You all keep playing. I have to go for a bit." He quickly leaves. Sha Zhu's wife and Lu Er's wife exchange glances, and both get up to follow him. Old Song walks ahead, with the two women trailing behind, drawing the attention of many children in the village who follow to see the commotion. Old Song stops and turns to them, saying helplessly, "Can you both stop making a scene? What will happen if this continues? What will the villagers think of me? I still have to live here." Silly Zhu's mother snorted and said, "You think you can just leave me? After all these years, you think you can just cut ties? Is that pushing you to do this?" Lu Er's wife refused to back down. "Old Song, you can't go back on your promise. You said you would always treat me well, and that's why I agreed to be with you." Old Song signaled for the two women to lower their voices, so no one would hear. But what he didn't know was that as soon as he left, the villagers started gossiping, saying there was trouble brewing between the two women, and they were eager to see how Old Song would handle it. What could he do? Run away? These two women were determined to cause trouble. It was terrifying. Just then, the village accountant rushed over, panting, and shouted, "Old Song, someone from the commune is here to discuss next year's farming plans with you." Old Song felt like he had found a lifeline and quickly ran toward the village committee, leaving Silly Zhu's mother and Lu Er's wife staring at each other, temporarily halting their argument. After being humiliated, Silly Zhu's mother returned home, but Lu Hongying was not there. Angry, she took out her frustration on a chicken. When a rooster crowed at her, she was furious. "What? Am I being bullied outside? And now I have to deal with you too." She grabbed a broom and swung it at the rooster, which jumped onto the wall, defiantly staring at her. "Oh, you think you're tough?" Silly Zhu's mother yelled, picking up a small stone and throwing it at the chicken. She missed, but outside, a loud scream was heard. When she went outside, she saw that the stone had flown over the wall and hit Lu Hongying on the forehead, causing blood to flow. Seeing this, Silly Zhu's mother sighed in relief. Luckily, it hit her daughter-in-law. If it had hit someone else, it would have been a real problem. Lu Hongying covered her forehead, tears and blood streaming down her face. Silly Zhu's mother said, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a little scrape. Why are you so sensitive?" After saying that, she went back to the yard. Lu Hongying thought her mother-in-law was going to get a cloth to bandage her up, but after waiting a long time, she still didn't come out. When Lu Hongying went inside, she found her mother-in-law engrossed in reading a comic book, laughing heartily. Furious, Lu Hongying snatched the comic and tore it to pieces. "You wicked old woman. When you get old and can't move, don't expect me to even look at you or bring you a glass of water. When I'm old, I'll have a son and a partner. I won't rely on you," mother-in-law proudly said. "Besides, whether my son stays with you or not is a different matter." Lu Hongying was speechless. She quickly grabbed a cotton ball to cover her forehead and went to the village clinic for a bandage. On the way, she ran into Dagen, who looked dazed, carrying a basket, his legs wobbling as he walked. Hongying thought to herself, his wife must have returned. Seeing Hongying, Dagen asked what happened to her forehead. My mother-in-law hit me. Why did she hit you? That old woman is truly terrible. Hongying didn't respond and simply asked, so, your wife is back, right? Dagen hesitated to speak. Hongying didn't press further and headed straight to the clinic. At the clinic entrance, a few elderly women were chattering about something. Hongying overheard a few sentences, seemingly about Dagen's wife. Dagen's wife is back. She said she visited her family. Dagen went to look for her, but couldn't find her. I heard she went to the city with another man. Really? How shameless. After she married into the family, Dagen's family practically worshipped her. How could she do this? I heard she came back the day before yesterday. Dagen didn't let her in, and she knelt outside for half the night. Dagen, feeling sorry for her, finally opened the door. After saying this, the elderly women burst into laughter. When they saw Hongying listening, they stopped talking and dispersed. Now, Dagen's family had become the topic of gossip in the village. After Dagen finished working in the field and returned home, his wife had already prepared dinner. The sun was setting in the west. She used to wait for her meals. Now, she was cooking to please him, hoping he wouldn't dwell on her past mistakes. Could a man's dignity really be restored just by cooking a meal? Thinking back to the day she returned, Dagen and his mother were having dinner. His wife came back, dragging her tired body, and casually smiled. Mother, Dagen, I'm back. I stayed at my family's for more than half a month. Did you miss me? Dagen and his mother ignored her. What's wrong? Dagen, don't you recognize me? I'm your wife. She put down her bag and sat next to Dagen, leaning into him. Dagen instantly stood up, causing her to fall onto the chair. Seeing Dagen and his mother's strange expressions, she awkwardly got up, a hint of panic in her eyes, but still tried to act calm, saying, Dagen, what's going on? Dagen gritted his teeth and said slowly, Stop pretending. What were you doing in the city? Were you with another man? The daughter-in-law's face turned pale, and she stammered, And no, that's not true. General, we've been married for so long. Don't you know me? Enough. Don't try to explain or make excuses. Someone said you went to the city. Dagen glared at her. The daughter-in-law suddenly knelt down and cried, Dagen, I went to the county to see if there was work. Our family is poor, and everyone else has gone to work. I know I was wrong to leave without telling you, but I really didn't do anything bad. Dagen's mother scoffed. Who would believe your nonsense? What kind of job could you possibly have? The daughter-in-law quickly pulled out some money and bills from her bag, holding them up and saying, Mom, Dagen, look. This is what I earned from working in the city. It's not much, but it's a start. Dagen and his mother exchanged glances. Dagen grabbed the money and threw it back at her face. This is what you earned? Do you think I'm foolish? What kind of job pays this much in just half a month? The daughter-in-law picked up the money from the ground, angrily saying that he didn't appreciate good intentions. I don't appreciate good intentions? You're giving me money you got from fooling around with someone else. Isn't that humiliating? Dagen said coldly. Let me tell you the truth. I went to your mother's house looking for you and even checked small hotels in the county. I know everything about you and that other guy. The daughter-in-law was terrified and sat on the ground. Realizing her mistake, she hugged Dagen's leg, begging for forgiveness and saying she was tricked. Dagen coldly said 3 words, Let's get a divorce. Of course, the daughter-in-law refused to leave. Where would she find a man as good as Dagen? So, she turned to her mother-in-law for help. Dagen's mother pushed her hand away, saying, I think you're dirty. Besides, I want grandchildren. You can't have children, so why bring trouble to our family? The daughter-in-law was left speechless. In the following days, no one spoke to her again, and Dagen moved to the storeroom to live. The daughter-in-law tried hard for a long time, but Dagen still wouldn't forgive her. After all, who could forgive something like this? Seeing no hope for forgiveness, the daughter-in-law finally agreed to the divorce, but had one condition. She wanted 2,000 yuan. Dagen's mother scolded. You really have no shame. You made my son suffer so much, and you still want money? In the end, Dagen, feeling some sympathy, gave her 1,000 yuan, and they went to get divorced. Dagen became single again. After the divorce, the daughter-in-law didn't return to her mother's house, feeling too ashamed. It was said she went to the south to work. After the divorce, Dagen's mother started looking for a matchmaker for him. After all the trouble, Dagen lost faith in marriage. He liked Lu Hongying, but she didn't feel the same way. He didn't want to force it anymore. Living on his own was fine too. When Lu Hongying learned that Dagen was getting a divorce, she felt even more hesitant to be alone with him. She didn't want to end up like Dagen's ex-wife. With the new year approaching in a month, Sha Zhu brought back news that the men would return home in 10 to 15 days. However, Lu Hongying wasn't as happy as the other women in the village. Her marriage with Sha Zhu felt empty. A marriage has 3 main values: emotional, physical, and financial, and they had none of these. Lu Hongying had given up on her marriage but hadn't considered ending it. After all, in that rural era, divorce was shameful. Plus, if she did leave, she had nowhere to go. She couldn't return to her family, and at least here, she had a place to stay. On the 8th day of the 12th month, a small passenger car arrived in the village, bringing back the men who had been working away. Families rushed to greet them, their faces filled with longing and joy. Lu Hongying and Sha Zhu's mother also went, having heard they would return that day. Many from the same worksite were back, and the boss had arranged a car to take them home. Aunt Wang was undoubtedly the happiest person. Her family earned the most money. She arrived early at the village square, looking well-dressed in a new red coat and a green headscarf, excited to welcome her husband and son back. When Aunt Wang saw Sha Zhu's mother, she remarked sarcastically, "Oh, Sha Zhu's mother, your son and his father are sure to bring back a lot of money this time." Sha Zhu's mother felt embarrassed, but didn't want to lose her pride, replying, "No matter how much money they bring, as long as it's enough to get by." Aunt Wang didn't like that response, and said with her hands on her hips, "These days, you can't get by without money. My family plans to build a new house next spring. And my son is quite popular on the worksite. The boss praises him and says he might get promoted." Sha Zhu's mother could only smile and say, "We're just farmers. Having a warm meal is enough for us. We don't have such big ambitions." Aunt Wang scoffed but was about to say more when the bus slowly drove into the village. Everyone immediately gathered around, and Aunt Wang forgot about Sha Zhu's mother, standing on tiptoe to look for her husband and son. Sha Zhu and his father got out of the car. Sha Zhu looked downcast, like a wilted plant, and ignored Lu Hongying, possibly out of embarrassment. Sha Zhu's father also spoke coldly to his partner. Looking at other families, everyone was cheerful, hugging, holding hands, and showing warmth and love. But in Sha Zhu's family, they seemed to treat each other like enemies. Lu Hongying watched from the side and sighed. Aunt Wang's partner and son had also returned. The son happily ran to Aunt Wang and hugged her, spinning around a few times. Then he took out a handkerchief from his bag, saying, "Mom, this is my earnings from this year. Dad has more, and next spring we can build a house with red tiles." Aunt Wang happily accepted her son's earnings. Then her partner came over and handed her a small cloth bag, saying, "Dear, you've worked hard at home this year. Tomorrow, take this money and buy yourself some clothes." Aunt Wang smiled at her partner with affection. Holding her son in one hand and her partner in the other, she said tenderly, "Oh, look at your hands, rough and calloused. You must have worked so hard." The 2 men shook their heads, saying they were happy no matter how hard they worked. Aunt Wang suggested they go home to eat dumplings made with pork, cabbage, and green onions, which smelled delicious. The 3 of them walked home hand in hand, a picture of happiness. Suddenly, Aunt Wang seemed to remember something and turned back to Sha Zhu's mother, saying, "How did Sha Zhu's father and Sha Zhu do this year?" Sha Zhu's mother felt annoyed that Aunt Wang had come back to show off. "Oh, they did okay. It's not as much as your family, but we spend less. Your son still doesn't have a wife. When he finally looks for one, your savings will be gone." These words struck a nerve with Aunt Wang. Yes, her son was already 25, considered old for a bachelor, and still hadn't found a wife. It was not something to be proud of. Sha Zhu's mother. We just haven't found the right one. With our conditions, what kind of girl could we attract? Unlike your Sha Zhu, who's been married for over a year. But why is there no news of a baby? These comments hit Sha Zhu's mother hard. She ignored Aunt Wang, who took her son and partner and hummed a tune as they went home. Frustrated, Sha Zhu's mother took her anger out on Sha Zhu's father, asking, "Where's the money?" "What money?" he replied. "Your earnings from working outside. I spent it all on drinks. Ask Sha Zhu if he has any left." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." In the West lived an elderly man who had lost his wife. He had trouble sleeping, and whenever he finally dozed off, he was startled awake by the barking of the dog from the neighbor's house. Frustrated, he went to complain to the neighbor's wife, asking why they always fought at night and if the children didn't care. The neighbor's wife was left speechless and could only smile awkwardly, promising to be more considerate in the future. For 7 days, the man named Sha Zhu didn't let up on Hongying, feeling it was time to end things. However, he accidentally discovered some medicine Hongying had bought, which made him feel his pride was hurt. Furious, he beat her severely, leaving her bedridden for days, and no one in the family bothered to help her. His mother-in-law said it was better if she just died, and Sha Zhu listened to her. His father only drank and ignored everything else. In such a household, any child would suffer too. After lying in bed for 4 days, his mother-in-law ordered Hongying to get up and cook, insisting she stop pretending to be sick. They showed no compassion for her, only exploiting and oppressing her. Hongying struggled to get out of bed to cook, clean the yard, and wash clothes in the cold winter. Sha Zhu continued to beat her, and she remembered each moment. Her heart felt as cold as the winter, but the thought of Qi Liang was her only light. Hongying visited Qi Liang's home many times, but as the year came to an end, he still hadn't returned, and it seemed he wouldn't come back for the new year. Uncle Zhao, a neighbor, saw Hongying staring blankly at Qi Liang's door and kindly advised her, "Dear child, don't wait anymore. Go back and live well with Sha Zhu. I heard Qi Liang has already married someone else."
What?
"Qi Liang is married? Who told you this, uncle?" Hongying cried out in despair. "My son is in the south for business. He said he saw Qi Liang there with a girl, who he said was his fiancée," Uncle Zhao explained. When asked if he would return to the village, Qi Liang shook his head and said he wouldn't, since he would be alone anyway. Uncle Zhao sighed. Qi Liang has had a tough life since he was young. Maybe this is for the best. Now that he's married, someone will take care of him. Qi Liang is married. The light in Hongying's heart went out. Returning home in despair, her mother-in-law began to scold her again. "What are you doing every day? Just wandering around? You don't have children. You don't cook, and you brought home a burden." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Seeing that no one was protecting them, Hongying became as fierce as an angry lion. She decided to take a loss quietly. That night, Hongying took a sharpening stone and repeatedly sharpened a kitchen knife. The sound made Sha Zhu feel uneasy, and he awkwardly asked, "Hongying, what are you sharpening the knife for at this late hour?" Hongying didn't reply and shot him a fierce glare, her eyes filled with anger. Sha Zhu quickly apologized. "Hongying, I'm sorry. I won't hit you again. It's really scary at this time of night." Imitating a killer from a TV show, Hongying blew on the knife blade and said, "Sha Zhu, if you dare to touch me again, it will be like this carrot." With one swift motion, she chopped the carrot in half. Sha Zhu screamed in fear, I won't. When it was time to sleep, Sha Zhu kept his distance from Hongying. Every time she turned over, he jumped in fright. When she got up to use the bathroom, Sha Zhu also quickly got up. That night, he was so scared he couldn't sleep well, keeping one eye open. From then on, Sha Zhu never dared to lay a hand on Hongying again. During the new year, Aunt Wang next door slaughtered a pig and reportedly made over 3,000 yuan this year. Looking at his own family, who barely had 300 left, Sha Zhu's mother was furious and scolded them. In her anger, Sha Zhu's father said, "I have a way to make money. Who wants to work hard for little pay? What way do you have to make money? Besides bragging and drinking, what else can you do? Sha Zhu's mother shot him a disapproving look. Sha Zhu's father took a big gulp of alcohol and slammed the cup down, causing A to form. While others returned from the new year with full pockets, they were struggling financially. How would they celebrate? After thinking for a while, Sha Zhu's father remembered someone. The next day was the 22nd of the 12th month, and with the new year approaching, Sha Zhu's father went to find Old Song. As soon as Old Song saw him, he felt a headache coming on. This guy always brought trouble. Sha Zhu's father, you came at the right time. I have to go out, so I can't invite you to stay for a meal, Old Song said as he started to leave, but Sha Zhu's father followed him, insisting on talking for a moment. Old Song, can you lend me some money? We don't have enough for the new year. You know, Sha Zhu got into some trouble and lost a lot of money. Sha Zhu's father blocked his way. Old Song's face turned pale, and he flatly said he had no money. Sha Zhu's father pleaded for a while, but Old Song remained firm that he had no money. Are you really not going to lend me any? It's not that I won't lend, it's that I don't have any, Old Song replied harshly.
All right.
Then don't blame me for being rude. What do you want to do? Sha Zhu's father straightened his back and quietly said, Old Song, let's not discuss all the accounts from the past years today. What I want to say is, the other day I saw that boss outside your door giving you a big red envelope. You're talking nonsense, that didn't happen, Old Song said, starting to sweat. Sha Zhu's father replied, it doesn't matter if you deny it. I saw it. If I tell someone and they investigate, you might be fine, but if there's a problem and you don't cooperate, who will be in trouble? Are you threatening me? Old Song sneered. I've been the village chief for over 20 years. I've seen many people like you. Didn't you say you would report me? Go ahead. Seeing that Old Song wasn't afraid, Sha Zhu's father revealed his trump card. The other day, I saw a document on your desk at the village office. It had proof of you misusing the village's poverty alleviation funds. Old Song's expression changed instantly. His earlier bravado vanished. Sha Zhu's father, we can discuss this. You need to borrow money, right? Old Song asked through clenched teeth. Sha Zhu's father smiled and said, yes, I just want my family to have a peaceful year. I promise I won't say anything about this. After weighing the pros and cons, Old Song sighed and asked how much he needed to borrow. 500 yuan will do, Sha Zhu's father replied. Old Song turned and went inside to get the money, handing over 500 yuan while ensuring that Sha Zhu's father wouldn't speak of the matter. He patted Old Song on the shoulder and said, don't worry, Old Song. As long as you don't trouble my family in the future, this will stay between us. With that, Sha Zhu's father hummed a tune and left. Old Song stood there, watching Sha Zhu's father walk away, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, saying, those who threaten me won't have a good ending. One day, you'll know what that feels like. With the money borrowed, Sha Zhu's father went to the village shop, bought a pound of roasted meat, and happily ate it on his way home. The villagers asked if he had struck it rich. He replied that he was just buying some treats. What wealth? You can't get rich just by working. You need other ways, Sha Zhu's father said. Back home, he kept 200 yuan for himself and gave the rest to his wife. When she asked where he got the money, he didn't say, only mentioning that if it wasn't enough, he could get more. Sha Zhu's mother took the money to buy New Year goods and ran into Old Song and Lu Er's wife at the market. The two were engrossed in conversation, but upon hearing that Lu Er was coming back and her son would be home tomorrow, they knew Old Song would be anxious. Seeing the New Year goods and clothes that Lu Er's wife prepared, it seemed she received a lot of money. Sha Zhu's mother cursed Old Song in her heart 1,000 times. He didn't give her a single cent for anything new, and without releasing this frustration, the new year would surely be unpleasant. As the 26th day of the 12th month approached, Lu Er returned from working in another place, and his son also came home for the new year. Lu Er's wife was too busy to pay any attention to Old Song this time. In the village, Lu Er saw Sha Zhu's mother and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, are you almost done with your New Year preparations? My brother is back. My family is poor, and I don't have much money for New Year goods. Your wife is really capable, Did she buy everything? Lu Er smiled. I haven't been home all year, but my wife has managed everything well. She bought all the New Year goods, so I just came back to enjoy the food. Brother, you weren't home all year, so your wife must have had someone to help her. That must have saved her a lot of trouble, right? Lu Er's expression darkened. He understood what Sha Zhu's mother was implying but was frustrated because he didn't know who that person was. Lu Er pulled Sha Zhu's mother to a quiet place, took out 5 yuan from his pocket, and handed it to her, pleading, "Good sister-in-law, you must know something. My wife is acting strange. Normally, after a year apart, we should be close, but she always ignores me and won't let me touch her. It's infuriating." Seeing an opportunity to vent, Sha Zhu's mother slyly said to Lu Er, "Your wife. She can't be trusted. She's with old Song now." Lu Er was furious and wanted to go home and confront his wife. Sha Zhu's mother quickly grabbed him and said, "Brother, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Lu Er shook off Sha Zhu's mother and stormed away. She realized she had made a mistake. If this caused trouble, she wouldn't escape blame, and old Song wouldn't let her off easily either. Sha Zhu's mother hurried home, closed the door, and panted heavily. "What happened? Were you chased by a dog?" Sha Zhu's father asked impatiently. "Dear, I messed up. I told Lu Er about his wife and old Song." By now, Lu Er must be confronting his wife, Sha Zhu's mother said, worried, urging her husband to check on Lu Er's situation. Sha Zhu's father tossed away his cigarette, glanced at Sha Zhu's mother with disdain, and said, "What's wrong? Are you upset seeing them together? Ugh, if you want to go ahead. I can't afford to get involved." Sha Zhu's mother was sweating with anxiety, thinking about her loose tongue. But she didn't dare to go out herself. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door, almost like someone was trying to break it down. Sha Zhu's father opened the door and saw Lu Er holding his wife, followed by a crowd of onlookers at Sha Zhu's doorstep. "Sha Zhu's wife, you need to explain why you slandered my wife." Lu Er shouted, his eyes red like an angry bull. Sha Zhu's wife hid behind the door, trembling as she said, "Lu Er, I was just joking." Lu Er's wife cried out, "Sha Zhu's wife, why do you have to say such things? Lu Er will beat me when he gets home. If something happens, you will be the one to blame." These words frightened Sha Zhu's wife to tears. The neighbors began to murmur, and seeing the situation, Sha Zhu's father stepped in to mediate. "Lu Er, it's all a misunderstanding. Your sister-in-law just talks too much. I'll handle her later." Lu Er snorted. "This can't just be forgotten. You all need to apologize to my wife, or we won't be done with this. Plus, you owe us 200 yuan for emotional distress." Sha Zhu's parents exchanged glances. They could apologize, but they wouldn't pay any emotional damages. Lu Er continued to protest, saying that if his wife's reputation wasn't restored, he would stay for lunch at their house. His eyes landed on a big rooster that was crowing. It looked fat and delicious. Sha Zhu's wife sincerely apologized to Lu Er's wife. Lu Er's wife said, "Let's just forget it," he apologized. "It's not good to fight during the new year, and we don't need any damages among neighbors." Lu Er stubbornly replied, "No, I must have the damages. If not, I'll take that big rooster for the new year." He then reached for the rooster perched on the wall, causing it to panic and flee. Seeing this, Sha Zhu's father got worried. That rooster was the only one they had for the New Year's ancestor worship. Losing it would be bad luck. Lu Er didn't care, grabbing the rooster's wing. In the struggle, the rooster flapped its wings and flew onto the roof, dropping a mess right onto Lu Er's head. The crowd burst into laughter. Fuming with anger, Lu Er pointed at Sha Zhu's father and shouted, "This is all your fault. If I don't get my damages today, I won't let this go." Sha Zhu's father, equally stubborn, replied, "No money here, but I have my life." The atmosphere became tense, and at that moment, someone called for the village chief, Old Song, saying that Lu Er and Sha Zhu were about to fight. Old Song thought this was bad news. He originally wanted to hide, but where could he go? Besides, if he hid, people would only gossip about his character. So, he had no choice but to go, feeling anxious the whole way, afraid that Sha Zhu's father and Lu Er would beat him up. When he finally arrived at the scene, the fight was still going on. He saw Lu Er chasing chickens around the yard, scaring the other animals into a frenzy, with a chorus of clucking and barking. "What are you all doing here? It's New Year's, and instead of preparing for the holiday, you're out fighting," Old Song shouted. Everyone fell silent, even the chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. The village chief still held authority. Seeing the village chief, Lu Er hurried over to complain. "Chief, Sha Zhu's mother is slandering my wife, saying she has an inappropriate relationship with you." "Enough!" Old Song interrupted Lu Er, who was being foolish and almost got himself in trouble. "It's all a misunderstanding. Just apologize and let's move on. If anyone brings this up again, they'll lose their land rights for next year." "That's not fair, Chief. Sha Zhu's mother must pay me 200 yuan. Sha Zhu's father said he wouldn't pay a single cent, which worried Lu Er's wife and Sha Zhu's mother. They knew what was really going on. Sha Zhu's mother quietly told Lu Er's wife, "Don't let your husband cause more trouble. It might expose everything." Lu Er's wife stepped forward and took her husband's hand, urging him to go home. Lu Er insisted on causing a scene, but his wife reminded him, "Our son is a college student. Don't embarrass him here." This worked. Lu Er calmed down. After all, their son was the only college student in the village and had plans to take civil service exams. Fine. I won't cause any more trouble. Let's go home." The commotion finally settled down. Sha Zhu's father acted as if he understood everything, thinking, "Old Song, one day I will make you pay me back with interest." As everyone dispersed, Sha Zhu's mother returned home, feeling exhausted. She was most afraid of losing Old Song, her support. Seeing the look in Old Song's eyes earlier, filled with disdain, made her worry that he might abandon her, so she decided to treat her husband better. Sha Zhu's father disagreed, thinking they had managed for over 20 years and couldn't afford to lose their income now. He scolded Sha Zhu's mother for being foolish, saying, "Who will support us if you don't go apologize?" Sha Zhu's mother bitterly laughed to herself, realizing that money really does make things happen. Now she had to send her husband to apologize to his old flame. What a pathetic man. Sha Zhu hid in the house, watching everything unfold. He didn't want to go outside for fear of being laughed at. The things he had done in the city had already become gossip in the village. Lu Hongying watched the commotion openly, feeling pleased. Her mother-in-law was tough at home, but was nothing in front of outsiders. However, the father-in-law is quite strange. Why does he support his partner's actions? There is only one possibility: he also benefits from it. Back inside, Lu Hongying sat in front of the vanity, looking at her handsome face in the mirror. She was still beautiful, but a bit dry and haggard. Suddenly, a voice came from the yard. "Hongying, are you home?" The voice was so familiar. When she went out to check, it was her brother from her family. His visit probably meant trouble. Sha Zhu's parents also came out from the main room. They were surprised to see Lu Hongying's brother. After some polite exchanges, Sha Zhu's mother coldly didn't even offer a glass of water. Lu Hongying asked her brother why he was there. Her brother didn't beat around the bush. "I came to borrow money. Your husband has been working again, and he must have earned quite a bit this year, right?"
Huh.
When Sha Zhu's parents and Sha Zhu heard about borrowing money, their faces immediately fell. They began to complain about being poor, saying it was hard to earn money these days. Lu Hongying's brother also looked unhappy, clearly not wanting to lend. He asked Lu Hongying's sister, "Your family is here, and you don't seem to care. What do you want, for me to go back empty-handed? If I can't borrow money today, we won't have a good New Year at home." Lu Hongying felt troubled. She didn't have any money either. She pleaded with her mother-in-law to lend her brother 200, promising to pay it back after the new year. Her mother-in-law sneered, "Pay you back? That's just moving money from one hand to the other. It seems your family is the only one benefiting. Besides, I don't have any money." Having failed to borrow money from her in-laws, her brother angrily told Lu Hongying, "You're useless. I think you shouldn't go back to your family anymore. Let's cut ties." When her brother left, Lu Hongying chased him to the village entrance. He said, Why don't you borrow some for me? Is there anyone in the village you know well? Lu Hongying hesitated, saying that everyone was struggling and borrowing money was difficult. Then why did you come out? I thought you were secretly bringing me money. Her brother shot her a glare. Just as he was about to leave, Dagen came by carrying a bag of flour. He greeted Lu Hongying and asked who her brother was. Lu Hongying's brother quickly spoke up, I'm her brother. With the new year coming, I don't have money for supplies, so I thought I'd borrow some. But this girl can't manage anything. Dagen put down the flour and asked how much her brother wanted to borrow. Lu Hongying pushed Dagen away, telling him to leave. This was none of his business. Dagen said that since they had met, it must be fate.
Oh.
This young man seems capable. Luo Hongying's brother felt secretly happy. From his expression while looking at his sister, he could tell that the guy had feelings for her. Big brother, I actually don't need much. Just borrow around 200, Luo Hongying's brother said with an awkward smile. Dagen reached into his pocket and pulled out some money, all in $10 bills, counting exactly 200. Big brother, this is the leftover money from buying noodles today. If you don't mind, it's a little less, you can take it. Luo Hongying's brother grabbed the money eagerly and started counting, his eyes shining. Not bad, not bad. Thank you, young man. You're my sister's friend, right? I'm her neighbor. While Luo Hongying's brother was counting the money, Luo Hongying snatched it back and stuffed it into Dagen's pocket, knowing this might be all the money he had. Brother, we can't take his money. You should go back first and let me think of another way. What other way can you think of? Besides, the young man already said it's a loan, her brother said, looking at Dagen with a pleading expression, as if to say, hurry up and give me the money. Dagen understood and, while Luo Hongying wasn't paying attention, secretly slipped the money into her brother's pocket. Once he had the money, Luo Hongying's brother hopped on his bike and rode off without even saying thank you. Her brother ran off like a rabbit, and Luo Hongying knew he had the money. She told Dagen, I will pay you back, but I don't know when, because I have no money right now. Dagen replied, if you have it, pay me back. If not, don't worry about it. No one is forcing you. He said this while carrying the flour and left, leaving Luo Hongying with mixed feelings. When she got home, her grandmother sarcastically mocked her, saying it was ridiculous to borrow money during the new year. Even if they had it, they wouldn't lend it to you. You can't expect to take advantage of others. Dagen chimed in, exactly. Hongying, why is your family like this? Are they planning to rely on you forever? Luo Hongying found this harsh and retorted, you didn't lend anything, so don't make snide comments. Just as they were arguing, someone else arrived in the yard. Today was busy. Sha Zhu's mother looked out and saw it was her own family. Her brother had come. Every time she visited her family, she faced her sister-in-law's cold attitude, but when her brother came, Sha Zhu's mother was overjoyed. Even though he came empty-handed, just visiting from so far away was meaningful. Sha Zhu and his mother warmly welcomed their uncle into the house, serving tea and apples, treating him completely differently than they had treated Luo Hongying's brother. After sitting down, the uncle made small talk and subtly inquired about how much money Sha Zhu had earned working away this year. Luo Hongying stayed silent beside them. She realized that Sha Zhu's uncle was there to borrow money and was just waiting to see how her mother-in-law would handle it. Sha Zhu's mother was smart enough to understand this, so she tried to send Luo Hongying away to buy some fermented tofu from the small shop. Luo Hongying pretended not to hear, which made Sha Zhu's mother very angry. After a long pause, the uncle finally got to the point and said, Nephew, sister, I came back to borrow some money. With the new year coming, the village is butchering pigs, and each family needs to contribute over 50 yuan. We really have nothing at home. Sure, big brother. How much do you want to borrow? Sha Zhu's mother readily agreed. Wait a minute. Mom, didn't you say we can barely afford food? How can we lend money to uncle? Luo Hongying interrupted. Also, didn't you say you wouldn't go back to your family anymore and that there's nothing good with them? Sha Zhu's mother turned pale with anger and told Luo Hongying to stop talking nonsense. Luo Hongying turned to the uncle and said, Last time my mother-in-law went back to her family, your wife didn't provide any meals. My mother-in-law came back crying and said she would never go back again. Sha Zhu's mother's brother looked very displeased, while Sha Zhu's father appeared indifferent, as if it didn't concern him. The uncle stood up and said, "Forget it, I won't borrow anymore," and started to leave. Sha Zhu's mother rushed to the room, grabbed 100 yuan and ran after him, handing the money to her brother. She told him not to listen to that young woman. She was just jealous because her brother came to borrow money, and she didn't lend any. The brother didn't refuse the money, but looked at the small amount and frowned, muttering, "What can 100 yuan do? It's not enough for food and drink, and we still need to give out lucky money for the new year." Sha Zhu's mother said awkwardly, "Brother, this 100 is all I saved up. Your brother-in-law and nephew are just names on the job, and they haven't given me a penny at the end of the year. I'm struggling too." Her brother impatiently said to forget it and not to complain about being poor. After saying that, he took the money and left. When Sha Zhu's mother returned home, Sha Zhu's father grumbled, "Your brothers are like a bottomless pit. Just think about how much they've borrowed from us in total. Have they ever paid us back? This isn't borrowing, it's clearly taking advantage." Luo Hongying watched and felt angry inside. Her mother-in-law was being very unfair. Sha Zhu's mother didn't care, saying, "It's my money, and I can lend it to whoever I want. As long as I'm here, I'm in charge of this family." Luo Hongying didn't care about being in charge. She had a feeling that one day she would leave this place. On New Year's Eve, every household was busy cleaning their yards, frying meatballs, and putting up couplets, creating a lively atmosphere. Luo Hongying deliberately avoided passing by the chief family while fetching water. Their door remained tightly closed, and weeds grew at the entrance. Luo Hongying felt a deep sense of sadness, just like the meaning of the name Chiang, desolate. She heard that he had also gotten married and hoped that his wife would treat him well. On New Year's Eve, Luo Hongying prepared several dishes, including chicken stew with mushrooms and cold pig's head meat, and even made dumplings. It was a special meal for the occasion. Silly Zhu's mother was happy and brought out some wine to toast with her husband. Luo Hongying didn't drink, so she ate the dumplings and went to bed early. It was cold, and she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was New Year's Eve, a time for family reunions, but she felt incredibly lonely. In this home, she felt like an outsider. While other families happily ate and drank together, she couldn't fit in. With a difficult in-law family and no way to return to her own, did growing up really mean having no home for a girl? Outside, firecrackers exploded, mixed with the laughter of children, but Luo Hongying quietly cried into her blanket. She thought of her grandmother, wondering how she was doing on the other side. Was she hungry or cold? Her parents probably hadn't burned paper offerings for her again. Wiping her tears, Luo Hongying got dressed and left her bed, taking some paper and offerings to the village by the river. She decided to burn some paper for her grandmother by the small river in the village. Just as she was about to set up the offerings, she suddenly noticed a shadow moving under a tree by the river, followed by the sound of crying. Who could it be on such a festive day? Gathering her courage, Luo Hongying asked. The shadow stopped crying, and as she approached, she realized it was Aunt Li from the village. Her husband had passed away 5 years ago, leaving her with a son and a daughter. Her daughter had married and moved far away, and usually, Aunt Li lived with her son and daughter-in-law. It was said that they treated her poorly and had even hit her. Being scolded was a daily occurrence. Crying on New Year's Day meant she had likely faced more troubles. "Aunt Li, what happened? Did your daughter-in-law upset you again?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Li cried even harder. Luo Hongying stayed quietly by her side until Aunt Li finished crying and shared her grievances. Living with her son's family felt like being a servant, working tirelessly. She had prepared a large feast for the new year, but her daughter-in-law usually didn't allow her to eat at the table. She tolerated it, but today was New Year's. When she brought the last dish to the table, her daughter-in-law told her to take a bowl and eat at the small table nearby. Aunt Li looked to her son for help, but he ignored her. At that moment, her grandson came over and told her to leave the main table, saying she was dirty. Luo Hongying was very angry when she heard this. Sometimes, Women really have it tough. Aunt Lee cried as she spoke, saying she was so mad she needed to vent, but when she returned home, the door was locked. She shouted for a long time, but no one opened the door for her. Cold and hungry, she thought about jumping into the river to end it all and meet her late husband. Lu Hongying advised Aunt Lee, dying is the easiest thing, but we only live once. We've suffered so much and haven't enjoyed life yet. Isn't that a waste? Aunt Lee nodded in agreement. Lu Hongying set up some paper offerings and shared some with Aunt Lee, saying, Aunt, burn some for Uncle Lee too, so they bless us to have better lives. After the ritual, the two sat by the river and talked for a long time. Lu Hongying encouraged Aunt Lee to think about herself. Since she couldn't rely on her son, she might as well find a new partner at her age of over 50.
Aunt Lee sighed. Yes.
My life has been so hard. I raised a son and a daughter, and in the end, I can't even sit at the table to eat. I need to start planning for myself. After talking with Lu Hongying for a while, Aunt Lee felt much better. As it got colder, it was time to go home, but Aunt Lee felt anxious, fearing no one would open the door for her. Lu Hongying walked her home and found the front door still tightly shut. She knocked, but no one answered. Even though there were people inside, they wouldn't open the door. Lu Hongying, frustrated, raised her voice and called out, Oh, Aunt Lee, why are you outside on New Year's? If people see you, they'll think your son and daughter-in-law treat you badly. I just ran into the village chief, and he asked why you weren't inside. He said he would come by to check on you. Hearing this, the people inside panicked. Aunt Lee's son hurried to open the door, saying nervously, Mom, why did you have to involve the village chief? Come in quickly. We didn't know you were outside. Lu Hongying scoffed and pulled Aunt Lee into the yard. Aunt Lee's son forced a smile and said, It's all a misunderstanding, Mom. We didn't hear you knocking. Lu Hongying replied, Your mother was out here freezing and hungry while you all were warm inside eating dumplings. Aunt Lee has been through a lot. She added, If the village chief had really come, how would you explain this? Aunt Lee's son lowered his head, too afraid to speak, while his wife rolled her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Hongying said to Aunt Lee's son, I heard that our village is awarding the 5 good families this year, and if you win, there's a prize of 300 yuan. Did you hear? It might be your family. You should treat the elderly well during this time. Lee's sister-in-law's eyes lit up, and she quickly brought out the food and dumplings, warming them up in the pot. Mom, let's eat at the big table. Lee looked at Lu Hongying, feeling a bit hesitant to eat. Lu Hongying took the opportunity to say, Come on, Lee. What a dutiful daughter-in-law you have. It's hard to find someone like her. I think your family has a chance to be one of the 5 good families this year. With Lu Hongying's support, Lee felt hungry and started eating heartily. At that moment, her grandson came over and tried to take Lee's chopsticks, telling her not to eat because she was dirty. Lee's daughter-in-law pulled him away, giving a shy glance at Lu Hongying, explaining that the child was young and didn't understand. Lu Hongying stood up to go home, and Lee walked her out, advising her, Think more about yourself in the future. There's no place for you in this family. If you find someone suitable, it's best to get a companion. While advising Lee, she also thought about herself. Did she have a place in her own home? She was giving advice to others while struggling herself. Lee turned back to her and quietly said, Daughter, since you have such a good heart, I won't hide anything from you. What's wrong, Aunt Lee? Do you have a secret? Lee replied, Actually, my partner passed away a few years ago, and he left me some money. I haven't told my son and daughter-in-law. I've kept it at my sister's place. Lu Hongying said, That's good, Aunt. Just make sure they don't find out. Lee continued, I've noticed my son can't be relied on, so I kept a close eye on things. But there's something bothering me. The money is at my sister's, and I'm not too comfortable with it since she recently had a new grandchild and has more expenses. Daughter, after the new year, can you spare some time to help me get the money back from my sister? Lu Hongying thought for a moment and agreed. Lee added, There's one more thing. I have feelings for old Zhang from the village, and I think he feels the same, but we haven't said anything. Lu Hongying recognized old Zhang, a barber whose partner had also passed away years ago, and he only had one daughter who was married. His situation is good. Aunt Lee, old Zhang has a skill and earns a decent income. If it works out, you'll have companionship and support. Lee said, I initially didn't want to think about anything else for the kids' sake, but after tonight, I've realized that if the kids don't care for me, I should take care of myself. Daughter, can you ask old Zhang how he feels? That sounds good. Lu Hongying agreed. After saying goodbye to Aunt Lee and returning home, Sha Zhu's parents had gone visiting. On New Year's Eve in the small village, no one sleeps. The children stay up all night and sleep in on the first day of the new year. Seeing his wife return, Sha Zhu jokingly asked, Where have you been all day? Were you out with someone special? Not wanting to engage in conversation, Lu Hongying ignored him, lost in her own thoughts. Frustrated by her silence, Sha Zhu playfully tripped her, causing her to fall hard and bump her head. A bump quickly formed on her forehead. Instead of helping her up, Sha Zhu laughed at her misfortune. Lu Hongying, feeling both angry and embarrassed, grabbed the pot of leftover dumpling soup and splashed it all over Sha Zhu, soaking him from head to toe. In the cold winter, Sha Zhu shivered and yelled, Are you crazy? I was just joking. Sha Zhu's parents were visiting Aunt Wang next door when they heard his loud cries and rushed back. They found Sha Zhu sitting on a stool, dripping wet, with his clothes covered in soup. What's going on, Juzi? His mother asked. It's her. Lu Hongying poured dumpling soup on me. Sha Zhu was close to tears. Seeing her son bullied, Sha Zhu's mother, hands on her hips, scolded Lu Hongying with harsh words that were too rude to repeat. Lu Hongying remained calm and, when Sha Zhu's mother was done, pointed to her own forehead and said, This is what your precious son did to me. Sha Zhu's mother pretended not to see and told Lu Hongying to either stay or leave. If she left, she would tell Sha Zhu something good about her. Lu Hongying didn't respond, which made Sha Zhu's mother think she was scared, so she continued to scold her even more. Sha Zhu changed his clothes and came out, feeling pleased that his mother was defending him. Finally, Sha Zhu's father could no longer stand it and told his wife to stop. It was bad luck to argue on New Year's. That night, Sha Zhu caught a cold and developed a high fever. With no one at the village clinic, they hired a transport vehicle to take him to the hospital, where he was diagnosed with pneumonia and needed to be hospitalized. During this new year, Sha Zhu's mother grew to resent Lu Hongying even more. Hospital stays cost money, and their family had none to spare. The deposit was 200, and Sha Zhu's father told her to ask Old Song for help. Is Sha Zhu your son or someone else's? Why do we always have to ask them for money? Sha Zhu's mother was angry with her husband for being useless. Whose son is he? You know best in your heart. Sha Zhu's mother felt a jolt and asked her husband what he meant. Did he doubt that Sha Zhu was a son? How could he accuse a good person? Sha Zhu's father sneered, but didn't argue back. Sha Zhu's mother wouldn't let it go and insisted they do a paternity test to prove her innocence. Fine, I won't think about it anymore. Sha Zhu's father finally relented. He couldn't face the reality that at his age, he had only one child, and if the truth came out, no one would care for him in his old age. But he didn't plan to let that man off the hook. Sha Zhu was in the hospital without money, and Sha Zhu's father said he had a plan, so he went to find Old Song again. When in trouble, go to Old Song. Old Song was furious to see Sha Zhu's father asking for money again. His nose was almost bent with anger. Sha Zhu's father, looking sorrowful, said, This time it's a matter of life and death, Old Song. Sha Zhu has pneumonia, and if he doesn't get treated soon, he might die. But why do you always come to me when he has problems? Sha Zhu is your son. Sigh, Old Song, don't you understand? Look at Sha Zhu. Does he look like me? Those eyebrows, that big head, I won't say more. The village chief, Old Song, suddenly realized and obediently went to get money for Sha Zhu's father. He borrowed 200 but gave 300, saying he hoped Sha Zhu's father would take good care of the child and that he would be compensated for his troubles later. With the money, Sha Zhu's father paid for the hospital stay, and soon Sha Zhu's condition improved. After 7 days in the hospital, Lu Hongying stayed for 4 days, hardly sleeping, and her eyes were dark from exhaustion. Sha Zhu didn't appreciate it, blaming Lu Hongying for his illness, calling her a cruel woman. After being discharged, the village chief brought a large piece of pork ribs to visit Sha Zhu, his eyes filled with guilt and concern. "Child, are you feeling all right? I was so worried these past few days." He spoke with tears in his eyes. Sha Zhu replied he was fine and thanked the village chief for his care. "Oh, dear. Child, don't call me village chief, just call me." Old Song glanced at Sha Zhu's father and swallowed his words. "Just call me uncle. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell uncle." Sha Zhu's mother felt very awkward, while Lu Hongying secretly laughed, thinking this drama was getting more interesting. "Sha Zhu, you might become a wealthy heir soon." In this play, it seemed that Sha Zhu's father was the one suffering the most. With the village chief's support, Sha Zhu suddenly became bold, shouting at Lu Hongying. During those days in the hospital, he made her run back and forth, not letting her sleep at night. Out of guilt, Lu Hongying endured it all. Someone is paying and someone is serving. Silly Zhu got addicted to staying in the hospital, but in the end, the hospital kicked him out. The day he was discharged was the 7th day of the new year, and guests had just arrived at home, including his aunts. Silly Zhu took the chance to complain to them, and they all criticized Lu Hongying, wondering why his sister-in-law was so harsh. The 3 aunts brought various snacks and canned goods. He was the only precious nephew in the family, so they spoiled him. The eldest aunt was relatively well off and had made money raising geese last year. She prepared a big red envelope of 100 yuan for Silly Zhu, so he liked her the most. She seemed a bit kinder and, seeing Silly Zhu's mother glaring at her daughter-in-law, secretly advised her to treat her daughter-in-law better, saying, "You'll need her when you're older." "Do you think Silly Zhu is reliable?" Silly Zhu's mother dismissed her, saying, "You underestimate Silly Zhu. He has his wife under control. You know, if you don't discipline a woman for 3 days, she'll get out of hand. A few more beatings, and she'll behave." After the new year, the men prepared to leave for work again. At the village square, another farewell scene unfolded. Silly Zhu was eager to leave. Despite his appearance, he had someone special in the city, though she wasn't just his. He took all the money from home, including the lucky money from his aunts. Soon, Old Song came to see everyone off, but he really wanted to send Silly Zhu off. He pulled Silly Zhu aside and slipped something into his backpack, telling him to check it later. The love in his eyes was hard to hide, leaving Silly Zhu wondering why Old Song was suddenly so nice to him. It felt like a chance for Silly Zhu to change his fate. The bus slowly left the village. On the bus, Silly Zhu's father asked, "What did Old Song say to you?" Silly Zhu remembered the item in his bag and quickly took it out. It was a letter with some money inside. Silly Zhu could barely read, but his father had gone to school for a few years. He glanced at the letter, which was heartfelt, advising Silly Zhu to take care of himself and to call often, like a caring father worrying about his son going out. After reading it, Silly Zhu's father tore the letter into pieces. "Why did you tear the letter? What did it say?" Silly Zhu asked while counting the money. His father replied grumpily, "The letter insulted you. It called you a foolish pig." Silly Zhu laughed and said, "Let them insult me. As long as I get the money, it's fine." He counted the money and found he had exactly 250 yuan. Sha Zhu thought to himself that he could go see his girlfriend a few more times. However, when he arrived at her rented room with the money, she had already moved out. The landlord told him that the woman had found a wealthy man and moved to an apartment. She even asked him to tell Sha Zhu not to look for her anymore, saying she wasn't interested in him and his little savings. Once again, Sha Zhu faced heartbreak, and he worked every day feeling down. His co-workers teased him, saying he looked like someone who had never seen the world. They promised to help him find someone better. Sha Zhu shouted back, "What do you know? That was my love." His words made everyone burst into laughter, and a coworker named Xiao Chen said, "Wait until the weekend. I'll help you find love again, and you'll see that love is everywhere." Finally, the weekend arrived, and he could take a day off. It seemed Xiao Chen had forgotten about their plan, so Sha Zhu reminded him, "Didn't you say you would take me out to find love this weekend?" Xiao Chen laughed and said, "Oh, I didn't forget. Are you ready to let go of your old love? If the new doesn't come, I won't forget the old." "I need something new to forget the past," Sha Zhu replied. Xiao Chen said he hadn't forgotten, but he was short on cash. He made a gesture to show he was out of money. After thinking for a while, Sha Zhu decided, "I'll lend you some." So, Xiao Chen took Sha Zhu to a place called Red Rose Hair Salon. Sha Zhu asked, "Why are we here?" "I just got a haircut for the new year." Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll see when you go inside." Once they entered the salon, Sha Zhu discovered it was quite different from what he expected. There were several small rooms in the back. Xiao Chen led Sha Zhu into one of them. Although it was called a hair salon, there were only a comb and a pair of scissors in sight. The room was dimly lit and filled with a strong scent of cheap perfume. A few stylish young women were sitting there chatting. Xiao Chen winked at one of the girls, and she gracefully walked over. "This is Xiao Hong. She'll give you a haircut today," Xiao Chen said with a mischievous smile. Xiao Hong took Sha Zhu to wash his hair at the sink, then had him sit in front of the mirror. While massaging his head, she spoke softly and gently, and Sha Zhu began to relax. He took a closer look at Xiao Hong. She appeared to be in her early 20s, not very tall, petite, and curvy, speaking in a soft voice. "Where are you from?"
How old are you?
he asked. "Brother, I'm from the South, and I'm only 19 this year," she replied. Southern girls are gentle and beautiful, unlike the previous one who spoke loudly, like they were arguing. Even dogs would be scared and unable to sleep. In this comparison, Sha Zhu felt that the previous one was hardly a woman at all. The two were chatting happily when Sha Zhu noticed Xiao Chen and a girl in a red dress going upstairs. What were they up to? Xiao Hong smiled and said, "If you're curious, why not go up and see for yourself?" Of course, he was curious. As soon as he entered the barber shop, he sensed something was off. They only offered hair washing, not haircuts, which seemed suspicious. Sha Zhu wanted to check it out too, and Xiao Hong pulled him upstairs. The second floor was even stranger, with pink lights, pink curtains, and a small room that had a bed. Sha Zhu, having seen a lot in life, quickly understood what was happening. He felt both excited and nervous. Xiao Hong led him to a room, and Sha Zhu hesitated, asking, "How much for this room?"
That depends on what service you want.
A partial massage is 58 yuan, and a full-body massage is 98 yuan. Are there any other services available? Xiao Hong smiled sweetly, almost charming him. "Brother, we have all kinds of services, as long as you have the money." Sha Zhu felt nervous. He didn't have much cash, but didn't want to lose face in front of Xiao Hong. "Hey, I didn't bring much money today, but I won't shortchange you. Just tell me how much, so I have an idea." Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled, and she playfully said, "Since you're so honest, just give me 150 yuan, and you can come often to support my business." Sha Zhu thought it wasn't too much, so he decided to give it a try. Just as they were about to proceed, a loud commotion came from downstairs, followed by someone shouting, "We're here to check the rooms." Sha Zhu panicked and quickly looked for an exit. Xiao Hong's expression changed, and she hurriedly stuffed things under the bed. Not thinking much, Sha Zhu pushed past her and spotted an opening on the second floor. Without hesitation, he jumped down. He was lucky to land on his backside, which hurt a lot, but he wasn't injured. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he got up and limped outside. Standing by the street, Sha Zhu breathed heavily, relieved he hadn't been caught. He didn't care about Xiao Chen anymore and went back to the construction site. When he returned, he found Xiao Chen hadn't come back yet and thought, "Oh no, he must have been caught." He worried that Xiao Chen might reveal his involvement. Anxiously, he waited until midnight. Around 11 at night, Xiao Chen returned, looking exhausted. He was surprised to see Sha Zhu in the dorm and asked, "You weren't caught? I thought you were arrested, and I was planning to come back and find a way to help you." Silly Zhu talked about jumping out of the window. Xiao Chen said He had jumped out of that window before and broke his bones, lying in bed for a month. Since then, he has been too scared to jump out and just crawls under the bed instead. It turns out Xiao Chun had learned a lot from his past experience. That jump taught him a painful lesson. Later, he discovered a hidden space in the room, which was the bed. It looked solid from the outside but could actually be opened, revealing a storage box big enough for a person. He hid inside it tonight to avoid being caught. Silly Zhu felt a bit sorry that the beautiful and gentle Xiao Hong didn't get to enjoy anything. He asked Xiao Chun if he succeeded. Xiao Chun proudly replied, "Yes, I did. I'm a regular there, and they even gave me a discount. Next time, I'll take you with me." Silly Zhu, who can't save money, quickly spends what he has, forgetting about the tough life his wife is having at home. On the other hand, after Silly Zhu left, Lu Hongying felt much calmer and wondered what she was doing with that man. Next door, Aunt Wang's husband and son were still around because they were building a new house. Lu Hongying and her mother-in-law went to help, and Aunt Wang had invited many people, including Dagen. Dagen is well-liked and hardworking, so whenever someone in the village needs help, they often ask him. When Dagen saw Lu Hongying helping with the cooking, he was interested, but she deliberately avoided him. Aunt Wang's niece was also there helping out. This niece, 26 years old, had been on more than 50 blind dates but hadn't found a match, and now she was considered an old maid. She came to help at her aunt's house, hoping to find a suitable man. She was feeling anxious because people in the village joked about her being single. After looking around, she noticed a general. Although he wasn't exceptionally handsome, he had a strong presence and looked very manly. The niece asked Aunt Wang about Dagen, and when she heard he was divorced, she felt a bit put off. Aunt Wang, sensing this, encouraged her, saying, "You have good taste." Dagen is known in the village for being caring towards his wife. His ex-wife cheated on him and couldn't have children, which is why they divorced. Then Aunt Wang praised Dagen, making the niece like him more and more. Seizing the moment, Aunt Wang went to talk to Dagen's mother. "Jen's mother, what do you think of my niece?" Dagen's mother replied, "She seems great and is quite pretty." Aunt Wang said, "My niece, Jufang, is 26 years old and has taken a liking to your son, Dagen. Although she's a bit older, don't forget that Dagen has been divorced." Dagen's mother was delighted to hear this. "That's great, Aunt Wang. You see, Dagen has been infatuated with Lu Hongying. If he has a girlfriend, he won't have those thoughts anymore. I noticed that too. The way Dagen looks at Lu Hongying is like a wolf seeing a sheep. Just think about it. If he gets involved with her, what will happen? She's the village chief's daughter-in-law." Aunt Wang realized she was rambling and quickly silenced herself. Dagen's mother smiled knowingly. The two women quickly agreed to ask Dagen what he thought. His first reaction was to refuse. With tears and a runny nose, Dagen's mother begged him to forget about Lu Hongying. "You two are not meant to be. Look at Aunt Wang's niece. She may not be as pretty as Lu Hongying, but she's quite charming." Dagen's mother was eager to have grandchildren. While working at Aunt Wang's house, she had noticed Jufang, who was plump and cute, and she didn't dislike her at all. In the end, Dagen said he would think about it before giving an answer. Dagen felt conflicted. During a break, he secretly asked Lu Hongying, "Aunt Wang introduced her niece Jufang to me as a potential wife. What do you think?" Lu Hongying felt a pang in her heart but looked at Jufang and said, "She seems nice and cute. You two could be a good match. Dagen, is there no chance for us in this lifetime?" Lu Hongying hesitated and nodded. "Are you waiting for Qiliang?" Dagen felt a bit frustrated. Lu Hongying replied, "I'm not waiting for anyone. This is my fate. How things go in the future depends on destiny. Dagen, forget about me and find a good wife to live a happy life." That night, Dagen told his mother he would get to know Jufang better. Both Jufang and Aunt Wang were thrilled to hear the news. A 26-year-old single woman was almost a lost opportunity. Dagen and Jufang began to show affection for each other right under Lu Hongying's nose. Initially, Dagen wanted to provoke Lu Hongying, but he found that Jufang was quite enthusiastic, following him around, laughing and playfully teasing him. As Aunt Wang's new house was being built, Jufang and Dagen started sleeping together. Dagen seemed to have no boundaries, accepting her so easily. But it wasn't entirely his fault. Jufang was very forward, and Dagen was a bit scared of finding someone like his ex-wife again. Fortunately, Jufang was a decent girl. Since things had gone this far with Jufang, he knew he had to marry her. Two families began discussing the marriage. Jufang's family asked for a bride price of 2,000 yuan plus a large 14-inch color TV. This condition was a bit difficult for Dagen, as he only farmed a small piece of land and had lost some money in his divorce. He wasn't in a good financial situation. Dagen's mother was worried and couldn't sleep for days. Dagen suggested giving up on the marriage, but that wasn't an option since he had already made arrangements. Upon learning this, Jufang went home to discuss with her parents and brother about lowering the bride price. However, her brother disagreed, saying, "We have a precious daughter, and she shouldn't marry a man who has been married before. We can't lower the price." What could they do? After understanding the situation, Lu Hongying felt grateful for Dagen's past help and saw this as a chance to return the favor. She made a decision. Lu Hongying took out a treasured gold bracelet that her grandmother had left her. Although she was reluctant to part with it, she believed in gratitude and wanted to help Dagen find happiness, knowing her grandmother would support her. She went to a jewelry store in the city, but the owner offered only 300 yuan. Not willing to sell it for that price, she visited several other stores, but the highest offer was 500 yuan, which was far below her expectations. As night fell, Lu Hongying felt anxious and reluctantly returned to the first store, agreeing to sell it for 500. However, the owner changed his mind and only offered 300, knowing she was eager to sell. Lu Hongying was close to tears and argued with the owner, who said, "If you don't want to sell, then don't waste my time." She looked at the bracelet again and finally agreed, "Fine, 300 it is." The owner smiled, thinking he had made a great deal. With tears in her eyes, Lu Hongying was about to hand the bracelet to the store owner when a voice said, "Wait, young lady." She turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit, around 40 years old, about 178 centimeters tall, with a refined demeanor. His hair was neatly styled, with a few silver strands at the temples, adding to his mature appearance. His face had clear features, and he resembled a university professor. He stopped Lu Hongying and said, "You shouldn't sell that gold bracelet. It's worth much more than 300. If you sell it now, you'll regret it." "But I urgently need the money," Lu Hongying replied, feeling conflicted. At that moment, the store owner approached and said, "Sir, we're conducting business here. Please don't interfere." The man in the suit ignored him and turned to Lu Hongying, saying, "Miss, if you trust me, we can go outside and talk." Lu Hongying hesitated, as he was a stranger. Seeing her hesitation, the man smiled and took out a business card, handing it to her. "My name is Zhou Qiwen. I have a bit of a reputation in this city, so I won't deceive you." Lu Hongying looked at the card, which stated that Zhou Qiwen was the chairman of Hope Group. Noticing Lu Hongying's uncertainty, the jewelry store owner became anxious and shouted, "Miss, think carefully. Selling to me is straightforward. This man could be a fraud." Zhou Qiwen calmly replied to the store owner, "It's hard to say who the real fraud is." After thinking for a moment, Lu Hongying took a deep breath and said to Zhou Qiwen, "Mr. Zhou, thank you. I accept your offer. Let's go talk outside." "I'm sorry, but I won't sell the gold bracelet." Zhou Qiwen smiled and nodded. "Miss, can you tell me what trouble you are facing?" Once outside the jewelry store, Zhou Qiwen asked. Lu Hongying explained that she was selling the gold bracelet to help a friend pay for a wedding gift. Zhou Qiwen listened with appreciation but was puzzled. "You and Dagen are just friends and neighbors. Why would you sell the only keepsake your grandmother left you for him?" Lu Hongying replied that Dagen had helped her a lot and even saved her life. She felt she needed to repay him, and this was a good opportunity to do so, which would also give her peace of mind. Zhou Qiwen said, "Actually, I've been watching for a while. Your gold bracelet is of very good quality. That store owner is being unfair, trying to lower the price, and I couldn't just stand by. How about this, miss? I'll give you the money you need as a loan. You can pay me back when you have the funds. No, Mr. Zhou, if you like the bracelet, just give me 800 yuan. Lu Hongying replied. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. For now, keep the bracelet with me. I'll give you 1,000 yuan. If you have the money later, you can come back to redeem it. How does that sound? Lu Hongying was moved to tears, thinking she had truly met a benefactor today. She had never been so lucky before. Zhou Qiwen took out 1,000 yuan from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Hongying, saying he admired her character and her inherent kindness made him want to help her. Lu Hongying accepted the money, and Zhou Qiwen carefully placed the bracelet in his briefcase, promising her, I will take good care of it, so don't worry. Lu Hongying expressed her heartfelt gratitude and assured him she would repay him with interest. Zhou Qiwen waved his hand and said there was no rush. He just couldn't bear to see such a valuable family heirloom sold for so little. Then, Lu Hongying hurriedly left with the money, while Su Qiwen watched her thoughtfully. On the way back, Lu Hongying sighed, feeling that there were still many good people in the world. This warmed her heart, making her think she had encountered someone important, unaware that someone was secretly helping her. Who exactly was Zhou Qiwen, and who had encouraged him to assist Lu Hongying? That is a story for later. When she got home, it was already past 8 in the evening. Her mother-in-law was not home, and the house was cold and empty, with no hot water available. Thirsty, Lu Hongying went to the water tank and scooped some cold water to drink. Her mother-in-law was probably visiting Old Song again. It seemed that Old Song's new partner, Lu Er's wife, had been hard to meet lately. Perhaps Lu Er had sensed something and decided to stay home to watch over his wife. Lu Hongying casually grabbed a dry pancake and started chewing. Seeing that it was still early, she went to Dagen's house and called out a few times. Just then, Dagen's mother, who was in the yard, heard her and came out, her expression immediately turning sour upon seeing Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying, what do you want? My Dagen is about to get married. Don't cause any trouble. Just leave, Dagen's mother said rudely. Lu Hongying replied that she needed to talk to Dagen about something. Hearing the commotion, Dagen came out of the house, feeling complicated and unsure of how to face her. Lu Hongying asked Dagen, how much more do you need for the bride price? 1,000 yuan more, he replied. Lu Hongying took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Dagen, telling him to use it for the bride price and to live well. Dagen's mother was stunned. She had been borrowing money everywhere and had even considered giving up on marrying this daughter-in-law. Now, with Lu Hongying's timely help, her expression changed completely. Oh, dear, you have helped us so much. We will never forget you, she said, accepting the money for the general. Dagen looked at Lu Hongying with a mix of determination and confusion. Where did this money come from? If you don't explain, I won't take it. Lu Hongying said she borrowed it from a friend. A friend? What kind of friend would lend you that much money? Dagen felt both touched and worried, fearing she might be taken advantage of. Lu Hongying didn't want to explain too much and told Dagen's mother, Auntie, keep the money safe. Pay the bride price first thing tomorrow so Dagen can get married. Let's leave it at that. After saying this, Lu Hongying turned to leave, and Dagen stared at her retreating figure in a daze. Dagen's mother nudged him. Why are you still staring? She's gone. You don't have that luck. Dagen murmured to himself. She must have feelings for me. Does Lu Hongying have feelings for Dagen? Of course she does. She is not heartless. She has never forgotten the help Dagen gave her. She even had fantasies and feelings of dependence on him. However, she gradually realized that, aside from moral considerations, she and Dagen are very different people. Deep down, she is ambitious and unwilling to be controlled by fate, while Dagen is someone who prefers to live a simple, routine life. Therefore, he needs a straightforward woman to stand by him. Lu Hongying felt jealousy and resentment when she saw how quickly Dagen and Zhu Fong developed their relationship. Perhaps it was all part of fate. Now, she feels that her debt to Dagen has been repaid. Tonight, both Lu Hongying and Dagen are sleepless. This big man is hiding under the covers crying. If Lu Hongying could give him a glimmer of hope, he would be willing to give up this marriage agreement. As Dagen lies awake, a picture keeps replaying in his mind. Him, Lu Hongying, and their child. Lost in thought, he eventually falls asleep. Unfulfilled wishes in reality can come true in dreams. The dowry was finally gathered and they bought a big TV. Dagen's mother invited Aunt Wang to go with her to Ju Fang's house. When Ju Fang saw her beloved coming, she shyly ran away. She had been anxious lately, fearing that Dagen might change his mind about her. After some small talk, they got straight to the point. Dagen and Ju Fang's marriage was settled. To avoid any complications, they decided to marry at the end of the month. During this time, Dagen was busy with wedding preparations, temporarily forgetting his feelings for Lu Hongying. Happiness was waiting for him, something he could see and touch, while Lu Hongying could only meet him in her dreams. The wedding day arrived as planned, and Lu Hongying came to help. Dagen, dressed in a suit, looked particularly handsome and strong. The bride, Ju Fang, was beautiful, affectionate, and charming, a perfect match. The newlyweds were smiling happily, and Dagen's mother was crying with excitement. Lu Hongying remained calm inside. She didn't want to dwell on what wasn't hers. Instead, she thought of Qi Liang, who probably had a beautiful girl by his side now. During the toast, Ju Fang deliberately took Dagen's hand and walked over to Lu Hongying, wearing a sweet smile, but her tone was unfriendly. "Sister Hongying, today is a happy day for Dagen and me. You should drink a few more glasses. Our relationship owes a lot to you." Saying this, she affectionately leaned her head on Dagen's shoulder. Lu Hongying was taken aback for a moment, but then politely smiled. "I wish you both happiness and a quick start to your family." "Luo Hongying, Dagen is now my man and has a family.
I've heard some things from my aunt about his past.
I don't hold any grudges, but I hope there won't be any more bad words in the future." The people around sensed the tension in Ju Fang's words, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Dagen gently tugged at Ju Fang's sleeve and whispered, "Ju Fang, please don't say that. Hongying and I are like siblings and friends." But Ju Fang pretended not to hear and continued to challenge Luo Hongying with her gaze. Luo Hongying took a deep breath, raised her glass calmly, and said, "Sister Ju Fang, I sincerely wish you both well. The past is the past, and Dagen and I are innocent." After finishing her drink, she turned and left, leaving Ju Fang standing there with a smirk of triumph on her face. When Luo Hongying got home, she locked herself in her room and cried uncontrollably. She didn't even know why. She just felt the need to cry. At that moment, the village loudspeaker announced, "Luo Hongying, please come to the team office. There's something important." Startled, Luo Hongying hurried to the office and saw a postman in the distance. He handed her a letter. Curious, she wondered who would write to her. She opened the letter, and a photo fell out, along with 2 sheets of paper filled with writing. She examined the photo closely. It showed a couple, and she instantly recognized the man as Qi Liang, the one she had been thinking about constantly, with a lovely girl by his side. Luo Hongying's mind went blank, and the letter dropped to the ground. She picked it up and read the elegant handwriting that told a beautiful love story. After reading the letter, Luo Hongying learned about Qi Liang's situation. The letter was signed by someone claiming to be Qi Liang's wife. She explained that she and Qi Liang were married and shared the story of how they fell in love. It turned out to be a classic tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress. The woman who wrote to Luo Hongying was a well-off university student. Once, while dining with classmates, she was harassed by some troublemakers, and Qi Liang, who was working as a security guard at the restaurant, came to her rescue. During their time together, she fell in love with him and pursued him, leading to their marriage. Luo Hongying was unaware of the details and Qi Liang's true feelings, but now it didn't matter. All that mattered was his happiness. She carefully saved the letter and the photo. However, she couldn't understand why Qi Liang's wife would write her this letter. What was the intention behind it? They were both married and had found their happiness, but where was her happiness? Lu Hongying decided to let go of her feelings. The most urgent thing was to find a way to make a living. In this small mountain village, farming alone couldn't provide enough to eat. Now, she had made enough insoles for 100 pairs and wanted to sell them in the city. Last time, Qi Liang accompanied her, but this time she was alone. Sitting on the bus, tears streamed down her face. She returned to the same spot where she had set up her stall before and arranged the insoles neatly. Strangely, passers-by came and went, but no one showed interest in her insoles. Feeling very disappointed, she remembered how Qi Liang used to attract many customers. She felt shy to call out or sell, just sitting there blankly. Just then, a voice called out, "Hongying, what are you doing here?" She looked up to see Lu Dachuan, a fellow villager she hadn't seen in a long time. Lu Dachuan had been doing business in the city and had reportedly made a good amount of money in recent years. After understanding her situation, he kindly said, "Hongying, you can't sell like this. You need to call out and promote your products. I know some people who might help you sell the insoles." After hesitating for a moment, she agreed. Lu Dachuan took her to meet someone, the manager of a knitting factory. "Manager Wang, this is my fellow villager, Lu Hongying. She has a batch of handmade insoles. Can you take a look at the styles?" Manager Wang greeted Lu Hongying and picked up an insole to examine it closely. His expression changed from indifferent to surprised, and finally, he excitedly asked, "How many pairs of these insoles do you have?" "I want them all." "There are 100 pairs, Manager Wang. If you want them all, just give me a price." Lu Hongying said excitedly, relieved to finally make a sale. After thinking for a moment, Manager Wang said, "I'll give you 5 yuan per pair." "How does that sound?" "What? 5 yuan?" Lu Hongying exclaimed. "If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate," Manager Wang replied. Lu Hongying wanted to say she was very satisfied, but Lu Dachuan gave her a knowing look. Being a smart woman, she knew the insoles were worth more. She feigned hesitation and said, "Manager Wang, the designs of flowers, birds, fish, and trees are all hand-stitched by me. Could you possibly offer a little more?" Manager Wang thought for a moment and said, "I can add 1 more yuan per pair at most. If you agree, we have a deal." Lu Hongying happily replied, "Deal." 100 pairs of insoles were sold for 2 yuan each last time at the market, but this time, at the knitting factory, they sold for 6 yuan each. Lu Hongying was overjoyed. When factory director Wang handed Lu Hongying 600 yuan, she could hardly believe it was real until she heard the sound of the bills. These 100 pairs of insoles represented over 2 months of hard work, leaving her hands sore. Director Wang gave Lu Hongying a business card, saying he would buy more if she had them, but they would need to see how sales went first. After leaving the knitting factory, Lu Hongying gratefully told Lu Dachuan, "Brother Lu, I owe you for this deal. This 200 yuan is your commission." Lu Dachuan smiled and replied, "Hongying, you're being too polite. I didn't do much. Your insoles are just of great quality.
Keep the money."
Seeing Lu Dachuan refuse the money, Lu Hongying insisted, "Then let me treat you to a meal." "You must agree." "That's fine," Lu Dachuan said. "I know a new dumpling restaurant that has great food." They arrived at the dumpling restaurant, which was busy and required waiting for a table. While waiting, Lu Hongying noticed an elderly couple in the corner, wiping their tears with a 6 or 7-year-old child in front of them, with only a plate of dumplings and 2 bowls of dumpling soup. The dumplings were for the child, while the elderly couple drank the soup. Lu Hongying instinctively approached them and asked what was wrong. It turned out they had come to the city for medical treatment, and the little boy was their grandson, who had lost his parents. They had little money left and couldn't afford the fare to go home. Without hesitation, Lu Dachuan called the waiter to bring 2 more bowls of dumplings. Lu Hongying also took out 200 yuan and handed it to the elderly couple, saying, "Sir, ma'am, this should be enough for your fare home." The elderly couple thanked her profusely. Just then, a table became available and they sat down to order. While eating, Lu Hongying reflected on how many kind people there are in the world. Having faced hardships herself, she understood others' struggles better. Lu Dachuan smiled and praised her kindness. Then Lu Hongying asked him, "Why haven't you been home for so long? I often see your wife with the 2 kids, and no one is helping her." Lu Dachuan's expression darkened, and he sighed, saying, Hongying, I don't mind you looking down on me or calling me names. I've separated from my wife. Brother Lu, is it because your business has grown that you no longer appreciate your wife at home? Lu Dachuan took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, tears shining in his eyes. You could say that after years of wandering, I've met all kinds of women and slowly lost my way. Just then, Lu Dachuan's phone rang. He glanced at it with an annoyed expression but answered anyway. The voice on the other end was a woman, questioning where he was. Lu Dachuan quietly said he was having dinner with a fellow villager. The woman on the phone started yelling, accusing him of being with another woman. The loud voice was so clear that Lu Hongying could hear it. Lu Dachuan awkwardly hung up, but when she called back, he turned off his phone. Was that your current wife? Lu Hongying asked. Lu Dachuan replied that it was, and she constantly checked up on him, making him feel exhausted. He had only been attracted to her youth and beauty, but now he realized it came at a cost. What about your sister-in-law at home? You have 2 children with her, Lu Hongying said, a bit angry. She had seen the struggles of that family, while Lu Dachuan was living comfortably with his new wife. At this point, Lu Dachuan took out a large stack of money from his bag and asked Lu Hongying to help deliver it to his ex-wife and children. I feel sorry for her. After we divorced, she never looked for help and raised the kids on her own. Tears streamed down his face again. Lu Hongying counted the money, 2,000 yuan, which was quite a lot. After eating dumplings, she went to pay the bill. Before parting, Lu Dachuan said that if she ever needed anything in the city, she should come to him, and he would help. Then, Lu Dachuan drove Lu Hongying to the bus station, and she caught the last bus. Holding so much money made Lu Hongying extra cautious. Everyone looked like a thief to her. Finally, she arrived home, and her mother-in-law asked how much she had made. Lu Hongying replied it was 200 yuan and didn't engage further. Back in her room, she placed the 600 yuan from selling insoles under her pillow, then took the 2,000 yuan Lu Dachuan had given for his ex-wife and children, preparing to deliver it. When she reached the gate of Lu Dachuan's ex-wife's house, she heard shouting and crying. Lu Hongying hurriedly pushed the door open and saw several burly men pushing Lu Dachuan's ex-wife around, while the 2 children cowered in the corner, crying. One of the men shouted, "If you don't pay us back, we'll set your house on fire." Lu Hongying understood. They must be there for debts. She quickly went over to comfort the children and asked the men what they were doing, making things difficult for a struggling family. One man said, "She owes us money and can't pay it back, so we had to come here to collect." "Sister, how much do you owe them?" Lu Hongying helped Lu Dachuan's ex-wife up and wiped her tears. Lu Dachuan's ex-wife was so scared that she couldn't speak properly and just kept crying. Seeing this, Lu Hongying thought to herself, "What a shame, Lu Dachuan, your wife and kids are being bullied while you are out enjoying yourself." Once Lu Dachuan's ex-wife calmed down and stopped crying, she told Lu Hongying, "I owe them 600 yuan. At that time, my child was sick and hospitalized, and I didn't have money. I was introduced by Wang Motzi from the village to ask them for a loan, but now they want me to pay back 1,000 yuan. How can I afford that?" Lu Hongying understood that Sister Chun had fallen into a trap of loan sharks. She helped Sister Chun sit down on a chair and sent the 2 children to another room. Then she said to the men, "Don't you have any compassion? This family is struggling, and you are here demanding repayment, and it's loan sharking." The leading man arrogantly replied, "If she had the ability, she wouldn't have borrowed. Since she borrowed, she has to follow our rules. You can see their situation. I beg you to show some compassion. They can't even pay back the principal. Even if you push them to the edge, it won't help. Besides, what you are doing is illegal. If this gets out..." Lu Hongying's words made the leading man feel uneasy, and he asked, "So what do you suggest?" Lu Hongying replied, "How about you take less? Just the principal, is that okay?" The man said, "No way, that would mean we ran around for nothing." After some back and forth, they finally agreed on 800 yuan, 600 for the principal and 200 for interest. After sending the debt collectors away, Lu Dachuan's ex-wife gratefully held Lu Hongying's hand and kept saying thank you. The two children even knelt down to Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying quickly helped the children up and gave Lu Dachuan's ex-wife the remaining 1,200 yuan. She also told her about running into Lu Dachuan in the city. Lu Dachuan's ex-wife threw the money on the ground and said she would rather starve than take that heartless money. Lu Hongying picked up the money from the ground and gently patted Sister Chun's hand, saying, "Sister, you should take this money. Not only should you take it, but you should also take more. Can you bear to let the children continue to suffer with you?" Lu Dachuan's ex-wife hesitated a bit, and Lu Hongying placed the money on the table. She continued to persuade her, "Sister, being angry is not enough. Right now, we need to raise these two kids. As for Lu Dachuan's money, you should demand it later. If you don't take it, you're just saving it for that woman outside. Think about who will lose out." After being persuaded and comforted by Lu Hongying, Sister Chun came to a realization. She hated Lu Dachuan for abandoning her and their two children, but what good was that hate? It didn't affect him, and she was the one suffering with her sons. "Hongying, you're right. I was too foolish before," Sister Chun said, clenching her fists with determination. "I need to think about the kids and stop being so stubborn." Lu Hongying nodded in approval. "Sister, that's the way to think. You should talk to your brother about child support. You deserve it." Following Lu Hongying's advice, Sister Chun dressed nicely and gathered her courage to visit the factory owned by Lu Dachuan. When Lu Dachuan saw his ex-wife, he was surprised. He pulled her aside and asked, "What are you doing here?" Sister Chun took a deep breath and calmly said, "Lu Dachuan, let's not beat around the bush. You need to pay the child support on time every month. We can't go on like this." Lu Dachuan felt guilty. He hadn't expected his strong ex-wife to become so practical. Realizing he had let the children down, he agreed. "You're right. I will make sure to pay every month from now on." They agreed on a monthly payment of 400 yuan. Lu Dachuan was generous with his ex-wife because he and his current wife had been married for 2 years without children. It wasn't that they couldn't have kids. His current wife simply didn't want to, fearing pain and changes to her appearance. She had made it clear that she wasn't with him to have children. To keep his options open, Lu Dachuan tried to meet his ex-wife's requests as much as possible. After receiving the first full child support payment, Sister Chun bought some meat and fabric to take home. She made a dish of cabbage and pork with noodles and steamed rice for her sons. That evening, watching her children happily eat the meat, Sister Chun felt a surge of emotion and vowed to raise them well, promising never to let her stubbornness cause them suffering again. She was grateful to Lu Hongying. Without her, she might still be stuck in her old ways. Meanwhile, when Lu Hongying returned home from Sister Chun's, she discovered that the 600 yuan she had earned from selling insoles was missing. She asked her mother-in-law, but her mother-in-law claimed not to have seen it. It was strange. There were only the two of them at home, and no one else had come by. Did the money grow wings and fly away? Her mother-in-law glared at her. "What? Are you accusing me of stealing your money?" Lu Hongying suspected her mother-in-law had taken it, but had no proof. She simply said, "I just wanted to ask. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Unexpectedly, they ran into a TV crew doing interviews with passers-by. Seeing a couple who were still so affectionate at their age, the reporter thought they must have a secret to keeping their relationship fresh. The female reporter approached them enthusiastically with a microphone. "Excuse me, sir and madam, you are still so loving at your age. Can you share your secret for keeping your relationship fresh?" The woman turned bright red, as she had never experienced such a situation before and didn't know how to respond. The man was even more flustered and tried to pull his hand away, but she held on tightly. At that moment, a crowd gathered to watch. The man, feeling pressured, stammered, "There's no secret, just mutual understanding. If she scolds me, I don't argue back. If she hits me, I don't hit back." The woman finally regained her composure and agreed with him. After a while, they managed to send the reporter away and hurried back to their hotel, feeling flustered. The woman grew more upset as she thought about it, scolding the man, "It's all your fault. Someone in the village Must have seen the news. Where will we hide our faces? It won't be a problem. This show is only on one channel, so it might not even reach everyone, he replied, worried. After all, he was the village head. If the villagers found out about his questionable relationships, he would be in big trouble. Moreover, he was also concerned about his wife seeing it and about a few others he had been close to, as he was preparing to pursue them. The couple had been in the county for 2 days, and the village head's wife was getting frantic. The village head had left without telling her, making her worry and ask around. When she asked at a neighbor's house, thankfully, the neighbor was clever and said her mother-in-law was sleeping, which kept the village head's wife from becoming suspicious. She then went to another neighbor's house to ask if they had seen her husband. In front of her own husband, the neighbor's wife felt a bit flustered but tried to stay calm, saying, "Sister, that's funny. Why would you ask me about your husband being missing?" "Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I thought he might have come by again since he visited before," the village head's wife replied, not one to back down easily. These words frightened the neighbor's wife, who hurriedly pushed the village head's wife out of her home. Looking at her husband, the neighbor was furious, realizing the underlying tension. After the village head's wife was gone, the neighbor quickly explained, the village head came to collect taxes and she saw him, which led to the misunderstanding. The neighbor scoffed, "Collect taxes? Don't you usually go to the village office for that? Why would he come to your house?" Lu Er awkwardly changed the subject, which only confirmed that something was going on between the two of them. Meanwhile, the other two returned to the village after spending 2 days together, and rumors had already started circulating that someone saw Old Song and Sha Zhu's mother at a hotel in the county. Additionally, the show they were on aired on television, and the whole village saw it, including Old Song and Sha Zhu's mother. Now, their secret relationship of over 20 years was exposed, and there was no need to hide anymore. Not only did the villagers know, but Sha Zhu's father and Sha Zhu at the construction site also saw it. Sha Zhu angrily exclaimed, "How could my mother be this kind of person? No wonder Old Song has been so nice to me for no reason." Sha Zhu's father, while drinking, cried out in despair, "Sha Zhu, I've lived a difficult life. Now your mother has been taken away, and I'm left with just you. You won't leave me too, will you? Dad, what are you saying? I'm your own son, connected by blood." While Sha Zhu's father drank in silence, his co-workers teased him, saying he was living a pitiful life. Drunk, he declared, "I'm weak and useless, but tonight I'll do what a man should do." He went to the dormitory of the cook at the construction site, who had always taken care of him and had feelings for him. He had never had the courage before, but tonight, fueled by alcohol, he wanted to talk to her. The cook had already gone to bed, but when she heard him calling, she quickly got dressed, let him in, and poured him a cup of hot water. He grabbed her hand and said, "Sister, you are the best woman I've known in my life. What's wrong? Is your sister treating you badly?" "Her? It's not that she's bad, but her heart isn't with me." That night, they shared their feelings. The cook was also a person who had suffered, having escaped from domestic violence to work, and she wanted someone who could understand and care for her. They found solace in each other, and that night, Sha Zhu's father stayed in the cook's dormitory. After that night, he felt a sense of belonging. The cook, though rough around the edges, had a gentle heart that cared for him, providing him with support. At home, Sha Zhu's mother had no idea that her husband had found someone else. However, she probably didn't care, as her affair with Old Song was now public knowledge, which was just what she needed to show the gossiping villagers that no one could bully her. On the other hand, Old Song was having a tough time. First, his wife brought their son to confront him, and later, Lu Er's wife found out and became very jealous, insisting on breaking up with Old Song. Not wanting to let her go, he decided to offer her money instead. This matter has been talked about in the village for a long time. Old Song stayed at home, afraid to go out. He even found someone to attend meetings for him. Once the situation calmed down, he started to act as if nothing happened, confidently attending meetings and speaking. That's how it is in a small village. A topic rarely lasts more than a month before being replaced by something new. Old Song is still the proud Old Song, but for several days, no one saw him at meetings. Upon inquiry, they found out he was in the hospital. Did old Song get sick? Of course not. He was out at night and got robbed, resulting in a broken bone. It was said to be serious, with 3 broken ribs. What a disaster. Old Song's son reported it to the police, and Officer Ha went to the hospital to ask Old Song if he had any clues. However, Old Song hesitated and refused to cooperate, insisting he just fell and broke his bones. Who is he protecting? Or is he afraid of someone? Because of his lack of cooperation, Officer Ha had to give up. Old Song's son asked him, was it Lu Er who did it? Or was it Old Fan from the east side of the village? After guessing for a while, Old Song told his son to stop making wild guesses. He insisted that he fell and broke his bones. After spending half a month in the hospital, Old Song returned home, and his wife took good care of him. His son said, "Mom, don't worry about him. He spent half his life being irresponsible. I think this time he deserved it. Why didn't they break a leg while they were at it?" Is this how a son talks about his father? Old Song thought to himself, what a rebellious child. If he were my only son, I would be finished, but thankfully I have another son. One day, Old Song's wife served him noodles and nagged. Look at this. I have to take care of you now that you can't move. Now you know who is closest to you, right? Old Song replied with a blank expression. Yes, I should thank you. You showed mercy and didn't let them break my legs. His wife trembled while holding the bowl of noodles, and suddenly, she spilled the entire bowl on Old Song's legs. He yelped in pain. Are you trying to burn me? I didn't get my legs broken, but now I'm getting cooked.
Old Song, what do you mean by that?
Are you saying I had someone beat you up? Seeing his wife getting angry, Old Song stopped talking. He wanted to tell her that the person who attacked him that night was actually his brother-in-law, along with a few others he didn't know. But he didn't confront her directly. He thought about all the wrongs he had done to her over the years and decided to let this go. While Old Song was resting at home, many people from the village came to visit him since he was the village chief. After several visitors left, the door suddenly swung open and Lu Er's wife walked in, swaying her hips. She glanced at Old Song's wife and deliberately walked to the edge of Old Song's bed, sitting down and sarcastically saying, "Oh, Brother Song, how did you get such a bad injury? I heard someone hit you." Old Song awkwardly smiled. It's fine, it's fine. It's all in the past, and you all worried for nothing." Old Song's wife looked at Lu Er's wife with suspicion. "What are you doing here?" Lu Er's wife was unafraid. "I came to see Brother Song. After all, we used to be friends." Old Song's wife sneered, "Friends? You must have other intentions." Lu Er's wife briefly showed a smug expression but quickly returned to normal. "What are you talking about? I have no intentions." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Old Song, pretending to check his injury, her fingers brushing against his arm intentionally. Seeing this, Old Song's wife grabbed a broom and rushed over. "You shameless person, I'm still alive, and you're trying to provoke me." Lu Er's wife screamed and dodged, while Old Song shouted, "What are you doing?" The whole room became chaotic. Old Song lay in bed, afraid to move, while the 2 women outside were fighting. At that moment, Silly Zhu's mother came over with eggs, her eyes red, as if she had been crying. Seeing Lu Er's wife and Old Song's wife fighting, she sensed something was wrong and turned to leave. "Don't go. Silly Zhu's mother, didn't you come to check if my Old Song is dead or alive?" Old Song's wife dropped the broom. "Now everyone is here. It seems I can't keep my position as the main wife." Silly Zhu's mother ran quickly, dropping several eggs that broke open, but thankfully she was fast. Otherwise, she would have gotten into trouble. The village chief's son, who lived in the front yard, heard the commotion from the back and came to see what was happening. He found Lu Er's wife causing trouble and already had a bad impression of her. It was because of her that his father had been beaten. She should be staying at home, not causing more trouble. Old Song's son got angry and grabbed Lu Er's wife's hair, slamming her against the wall. Lu Er's wife cried out in pain. As she struggled, she shouted, "You little brat! How dare you hit me? Just wait until your father comes back. I'll make sure to deal with your whole family." Old Song's son was furious and didn't care what she said. He shouted, "Try to make a scene again, and you'll find out our family is not easy to bully." Neighbors heard the commotion and gathered around, all talking at once to try to help. Old Song lay in bed, anxious about the noise outside, but unable to get up. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, Lu Er arrived. He saw his wife being pulled by her hair and slammed against the wall. Without saying a word, he rushed over to confront Old Song's son, and they started fighting. After they were finally separated, Lu Er asked his wife why she was here. Was she worried about her old flame getting beaten? Lu Er's wife quickly covered his mouth and said, "Let's talk about this at home." Once they got home, Lu Er's wife knelt in front of him, crying and expressing her grievances. She said, "You work away from home for so long, and I'm here alone. He's the village chief, and he forced me to do this. I couldn't fight back." She added more details, and although Lu Er was initially angry, he felt guilty after hearing her side. He hated Old Song even more. "Wife, as long as you don't see him again, I will pretend this never happened, and we can live happily together," Lu Er said, crying as he hugged her. His wife nodded firmly, promising not to have any more contact with that old man. They reconciled, and Lu Er became even more affectionate toward her. Old Song's scandal spread throughout the village, and Sha Zhu's mother watched with glee, proudly telling her daughter-in-law, "Lu Hongying, I'm glad I was smart and got away quickly, otherwise I would have been beaten too. Getting beaten is nothing. Losing face is the real issue." Seeing her mother-in-law's shamelessness made Lu Hongying feel disgusted. "Now Lu Er's wife is famous in our village. Everyone knows she was involved with someone else," Sha Zhu's mother said. Lu Hongying thought to herself, "You've lost face even more than she has. At least Lu Er's wife only embarrassed herself in the village, while you and Old Song ended up on TV. Mom, we're both old enough. Can we please stop with the jealousy and drama? You little troublemaker. How dare you lecture me? I run this household, and if you upset me, I'll kick you out. If that's how you feel, then I'll take this seriously. Mom, did you take the 600 yuan from under my pillow?" Faced with her daughter-in-law's question, Sha Zhu's mother denied it. Lu Hongying felt helpless. She was trying to save money to pay back Chiang and buy back a bracelet, but now the money had disappeared. Just when Lu Hongying was at a loss, Dagen found her and returned the 1,000 yuan, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Lu Hongying asked Dagen where he got so much money. Dagen said, "This is Jufang's savings. She gave it to me to return to you, Hongying. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have this happy life today." Lu Hongying smiled and replied, "As long as you're happy, that's what matters, Dagen. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Since I'm married into this village, you've been quietly helping me. I, Lu Hongying, remember every kindness shown to me."
Hongying.
Dagen hesitated. "You know how I feel. I might not have the fortune in this life, but I hope in the next life we can meet earlier." Dagen's voice trembled. Lu Hongying was an unshakable thought in his heart. Lu Hongying felt a pang too. She had feelings for Dagen but felt too bound by her morals. Since Dagen wasn't very decisive either, they missed their chance. Lu Hongying took the money and put it away. Dagen then mentioned, "Hongying, Jufang is pregnant." "That's great. Congratulations, Dagen. You're going to be a dad." For some reason, Lu Hongying felt a sudden pain in her heart. Dagen seemed to have more to say, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Lu Hongying wasn't in the mood for romance. Her priority was to quickly return the 1,000 yuan to Zhou Qiwen. It wasn't safe to keep the money at home. What if her mother-in-law stole it again? Lu Hongying tidied up and bought a ticket to the county town. Following the address and phone number on the business card, she easily found Zhou Qiwen's company. In the office, Lu Hongying returned the 1,000 yuan to Zhou Qiwen, who also handed her back the gold bracelet. Holding the bracelet, Lu Hongying felt a sense of recovering something lost. She asked Zhou Qiwen, "I don't know you. Why did you help me?" Zhou Qiwen poured her a glass of water and invited her to sit down and rest. "Ms. Lu, we don't know each other, but someone asked me to help you. I can't say who it is right now, but He is definitely someone who cares about you a lot.
Someone who cares about me?
Lu Hongying said with a bitter smile, I've never had anyone who cares that much for me. Ms. Lu, do you know Qi Liang? Lu Hongying was taken aback. Qi Liang? The one who cares about me? Is it him? Zhou Qiwen's expression turned serious. He said he was a friend of Qi Liang and that he had been quietly watching over her life. He knew she was in trouble, so he arranged for their meeting at the jewelry store to help her. Lu Hongying felt like crying. Are you saying Qi Liang has always been by my side? Zhou Qiwen nodded, confirming that he had always cared for her. He originally asked me to keep it a secret, but I can see that you both care for each other. I believe that lovers have the right to know the truth. Where is he? Is he okay? Lu Hongying asked anxiously. Zhou Qiwen looked troubled and said, he is doing well now, don't worry, but
what?
Qi Liang is married. I had heard that Qi Liang got married, but hearing it directly was hard to accept. Zhou Qiwen mentioned that Qi Liang was once his employee and bodyguard. Later, he returned to his hometown mainly because he encountered some issues in the city. Zhou Qiwen said he couldn't share the details, and then he became friends with Qi Liang. Qi Liang is a good person, very loyal to the company and friends, which is part of his charm. Lu Hongying expressed her desire to meet Qi Liang and hoped Zhou could help arrange it. At first, Zhou Qiwen hesitated, but seeing the look in her eyes, he agreed. Zhou Qiwen picked up the phone on his desk and called. When the call connected, he asked, What are you doing? I have someone here who wants to see you. Are you available? The person on the other end asked if it was her. Zhou Qiwen nodded and said, Yes, it's her. Then there was a minute of silence. It was clear that the person on the other end was conflicted, and Lu Hongying felt a lump in her throat. After another 30 seconds, Zhou Qiwen hung up. He looked at Lu Hongying, worried she would be disappointed. He didn't tell her that Qi Liang didn't want to see her. Instead, he said he was busy and unavailable. Lu Hongying felt a wave of sadness. Was it really that hard to meet him? Suddenly, she squatted down and started to cry. Her tears softened Zhou Qiwen's heart, and he agreed to take her directly to find Qi Liang. Zhou Qiwen drove and brought Lu Hongying to a small restaurant. He looked at Lu Hongying and said, He's inside. Shall we go in? Lu Hongying nodded nervously and followed him inside. Qi Liang was busy in the kitchen. When he looked up and saw the two of them walk in, he was momentarily stunned. Zhou Qiwen gave him a signal, and Qi Liang quietly set down what he was doing, washed his hands, and walked over. Qi Liang, long time no see. Lu Hongying spoke first, her voice slightly trembling. Qi Liang glanced at her, his expression complicated, and quietly replied, Long time no see, Hongying. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, as Qi Liang's use of sister-in-law intentionally created distance between them. Zhou Qiwen laughed to break the tension, saying, You two are from the same hometown, so don't be so formal. Qi Liang managed a faint smile. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, looking like a restaurant owner, walked over and looked at Qi Liang and Lu Hongying, asking curiously, Qi Liang, who is this? Qi Liang opened his mouth but didn't know how to introduce her. Lu Hongying gathered her courage and said, I am his fellow villager. I came to the city for something today, and thought I would stop by to see him. The restaurant owner looked Lu Hongying up and down, seeming to understand something, and smiled. Oh, I see. We should have a good chat. Qi Liang took a deep breath and introduced them, saying, This is Lu Hongying, a sister from my village. Then he turned to Lu Hongying and said, This is my wife, the owner of this restaurant, named Chui Lian. Lu Hongying felt a shock, as if struck by lightning, even though she had prepared herself for this moment. Chui Lian warmly invited Lu Hongying to sit down, had a server pour water, and brought out fruit drinks. As it was almost mealtime, Chui Lian asked Qi Liang to go to the kitchen and cook a few dishes. Lu Hongying held back her feelings and forced a smile, saying she didn't need anything and that she would leave soon. Chui Lian grabbed Lu Hongying's hand and said enthusiastically, Don't go. Sister Hongying, you are from Qi Liang's hometown, so you are a family. Stay for a few days. Lu Hongying wanted to leave, but couldn't. Soon, The server brought out the dishes, and they all began to eat. Qi kept his head down, not daring to look at Lu Hongying, and kept drinking quietly. Cui Lian was straightforward and spoke quickly. While encouraging Lu Hongying to eat more, she praised Qi, saying he was a good man and that marrying him was a great blessing. She felt very happy now. As she spoke, she leaned her head on Qi Liang's shoulder. Qi felt a bit shy and wanted to move away, but Cui Lian turned his face toward her and gave him a big kiss, saying, "You're married now, so why are you blushing?" The other 3 people present felt a bit awkward, and Lu Hongying felt the most uncomfortable. Zhou Qiwen, knowing what was going on, joked, "If you two want to be affectionate, wait until no one is around. We still have 2 extra lights here." At this point, Zhou asked, "You are successful and handsome, so why are you still not married in your 30s? Cui Lian smiled and asked. Zhou Qiwen replied, "I haven't met the right person yet. Besides, I'm a bit of a loner and think marriage is too complicated." During the meal, Cui Lian kept serving Lu Hongying food and pouring drinks, taking care of her attentively. Lu Hongying thought to herself that Qi Liang was truly lucky to have such a capable and caring woman. In terms of appearance, Cui Lian is just an ordinary woman. She is not tall, slightly plump, and has some spots on her face. However, she has a good personality that makes people feel close to her, and both men and women like her. After finishing lunch, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and Lu Hongying stood up to say goodbye, as it was time for her to go home. Qi Liang's hesitant expression was heartbreaking. Cui Lian asked Lu Hongying to wait a moment, and then turned to go back inside. While she was away, Zhou Qiwen urged Qi Liang to quickly say something to Lu Hongying. Qi Liang shook his head. At that moment, Cui Lian came out with a cloth bag containing a lunchbox, several pounds of sausages, and some dried goods like mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. She asked Lu Hongying to take it home, saying there were dumplings in the lunchbox for her to eat on the way if she got hungry. Lu Hongying accepted the bag, thanked her, and tears welled up in her eyes, leaving her speechless. No matter her intentions, Cui Lian's gesture touched Lu Hongying. She was a good woman. As they were parting, Qi Liang reminded Zhou Qiwen to see Lu Hongying safely to the bus station. Zhou Qiwen drove Lu Hongying to the station. In the car, Qi Liang said, "Hongying, you saw that Qi Liang is living well and happy now, so just forget about him." Lu Hongying didn't respond, only gazing out the window as silent tears fell. She longed to hear an explanation from Qi Liang, but sadly, it never came. Seeing Lu Hongying cry, Zhou Qiwen quietly handed her a tissue, unsure of how to comfort her. After arriving at the station, he bought her a ticket and saw her off on the bus, waving goodbye from a distance. Just as the bus was about to leave, Lu Hongying spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Qi Liang? What was he doing here? She hesitated, unsure if she should get off and ask him. In the last moment before the bus departed, Lu Hongying hurriedly got off, but after stepping down, she couldn't find Qi Liang anywhere. Was it just an illusion? At that moment, the bus had already left, and Lu Hongying wandered through the crowd, calling out, "Qi Liang, I saw you. Come out." Lu Hongying shouted in despair for a long time, but no one responded. Perhaps she really had just imagined it. Qi Liang wouldn't have had time to come. She sat down on the ground, lowered her head, and quietly cried. Suddenly, someone walked up to her and patted her shoulder, saying, "Hongying." She looked up and saw that familiar and handsome face. "Qi Liang, is it really you? This isn't an illusion, right?" Qi Liang replied that it wasn't an illusion. He had come to see her while he was out buying groceries. Then, the two of them found another cafe and sat down, facing each other in silence, as if they were worlds apart. Neither knew what to say. Finally, Qi Liang spoke first, asking how she had been lately. "Sha Zhu, how are your in-laws treating you?" Lu Hongying smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, "I don't expect anything anymore. This is just my fate." "Why did you suddenly leave the village and then get married?" Lu Hongying finally asked the question that had puzzled her for a long time. Qi Liang looked at her for a long time before replying, "What is your relationship with Dagen?" This question left her confused. I have no relationship with Dagen. He did help me a lot in the past and expressed some feelings for me, but I turned him down, Lu Hongying explained. Qiliang, did Dagen say anything to you? Qiliang nodded and said, Dagen came to me and told me to stay away from you, saying that you have feelings for him, and also. What else did he say? He also said that you two had already been intimate. Hearing this, Lu Hongying was furious and understood why Qiliang had left the village. He must have felt desperate at that time. Everything is fate, and we have little control over it. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, everything has changed. Qiliang asked Lu Hongying what she planned to do next. Would she just settle for her marriage with Sha Zhu? Lu Hongying said she didn't know, just taking it one day at a time. She was already disappointed in marriage and just wanted to earn a good living. Lu Hongying asked Qiliang, what about you? What are your plans? Do you love your wife? Qiliang said he couldn't say it was love. She had been very good to him, which touched him. Plus, during that time, he was very down. You don't know, when Dagen told me you two were involved, the light in my heart just went out, and I felt hopeless. Later, he met her. She was a pitiful woman, divorced with her child living with her ex-husband. She treated him well, and gradually, feelings developed, and they ended up together. Qiliang spoke casually, but Lu Hongying was deeply moved. They talked for a long time, and soon it was dark. They couldn't return to the village tonight. Qiliang helped Lu Hongying find a decent hotel and helped her with her bag. Are you scared to stay here alone tonight? Qiliang asked. What if I am scared? You can't stay with me. Seeing Qiliang's face turn red, Lu Hongying laughed and said it was just a joke. She had her dignity and knew not to touch what belonged to others. Qiliang, however, said seriously, actually, I have imagined countless times what it would be like if we were together. Lu Hongying's heart suddenly trembled, her eyes filled with both surprise and helplessness. But what's the point of saying this now? We have already taken different paths. Qiliang gently held her hand. I know, but it's hard to keep some feelings bottled up. Seeing you today and clearing up past misunderstandings is a comfort. Lu Hongying slowly pulled her hand away. You should take good care of your wife, and I will try to live my life well. Qiliang nodded silently, his eyes full of sadness. I hope you find happiness in the future. If you face any difficulties, you can always come to me. We are friends, fellow villagers, and family. With that, he turned to leave. Lu Hongying watched him walk away, tears blurring her vision again. She knew this goodbye might last a lifetime, and they could only bury their feelings deep inside. As Qiliang stepped outside, he sighed softly.
Well, goodbye.
He then walked towards the door. After hearing the door close, Lu Hongying's body trembled slightly, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, Goodbye, Qiliang. Returning home in a daze, Sha Zhu's mother was scolding her again. A woman going out all day and not coming home at night. Do you think no one can manage you in this house? Lu Hongying explained that she went to the city to return some money and stayed overnight because it got late. Sha Zhu's mother scoffed. We're all women. We understand each other's little thoughts. Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just the two of us women in this house. Can you please stop bullying me? Lu Hongying cried. Sha Zhu's mother continued her complaints, but suddenly her gaze fixed on the gold bracelet on Lu Hongying's wrist. When did you buy this bracelet? It looks expensive. You say you haven't been out with any men, yet you have a bracelet? Lu Hongying replied that it was a gift from her grandmother. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu's mother's eyes lit up.
Oh.
Now that you are part of this family, that gold bracelet is part of this family too. Knowing her mother-in-law had her eyes on the bracelet, Lu Hongying took it off her wrist and hid it at the bottom of the box. When her daughter-in-law refused to give it to her, Sha Zhu's mother stubbornly begged her to let her wear it for just one day. Lu Hongying said even one day was not acceptable and then ignored her mother-in-law. Feeling disrespected by her daughter-in-law, Sha Zhu's mother held a grudge and decided to teach Lu Hongying a lesson. After thinking hard, she finally came up with a good idea. Lu Hongying has been feeling down these days because of Qiliang and has been staying indoors. Her mother-in-law, Sha Zhu's mother, made a bowl of egg soup and brought it to her, saying, "Daughter-in-law, get up and drink some soup. You look thinner these days." Luo Hongying was a bit uncomfortable with her mother-in-law's sudden kindness, but she didn't think much of it. She thanked her and drank the soup. After finishing, she felt warm inside and thought her mother-in-law had a good side. But then she wondered if this was some kind of trick. After drinking the soup, Luo Hongying fell asleep again. Suddenly, she woke up in pain, feeling her stomach churning. She heard gurgling sounds and soon had to rush to the bathroom repeatedly. All afternoon, Luo Hongying went to the toilet 7 or 8 times. What did she eat that upset her stomach? She realized it was just the bowl of egg soup her mother-in-law had given her. Looking at her mother-in-law, she seemed fine. Unable to hold back, Luo Hongying asked, "Mother, are you feeling okay?" Sha Zhu's mother smiled smugly. "I'm fine, why? Why do you keep running to the toilet? Did you eat something bad?" "But I only drank the egg soup you gave me." "What do you mean, Luo Hongying? Are you saying I did something to the soup?" Sha Zhu's mother shouted angrily in the yard, "Everyone, come and see what kind of daughter-in-law this is. She lies in bed all day while I cook for her, and now she accuses me of tampering with her food." Sha Zhu's mother's cries attracted the neighbors, who began to criticize Luo Hongying for being unfilial. Exhausted and tearful, Luo Hongying felt helpless. After this incident, Sha Zhu's mother spread rumors about her in the village, claiming she was lazy and greedy. Aunt Wang next door said, "Sha Zhu's mother, why do you talk about your daughter-in-law like that? She's not lazy. She goes up the mountain to clear land while you all sleep at home." Sha Zhu's mother argued, "She's not doing it to clear land. She's just trying to show off and attract men." In the village, Sha Zhu's mother tarnished her daughter-in-law's reputation, and everyone began to believe that Luo Hongying was lazy and of poor character. Luo Hongying suspected her mother-in-law was behind her sudden stomach issues but had no proof, just like the time she lost money, leaving her feeling wronged. One day, while sitting outside the village clinic chatting, the doctor asked Luo Hongying, "I heard from your mother-in-law that you had been constipated for days. How are you feeling now? Better?" Luo Hongying replied, "I haven't been. The doctor said that your mother-in-law took a bottle of laxative from me, claiming it was for your constipation." Luo Hongying asked her mother-in-law when she took the laxative, and it turned out to be the same day she had the egg soup. She immediately realized that her mother-in-law had put laxative in her egg soup. Furious, she turned to the chatting crowd and said, "No wonder I had such a terrible stomach that day. It was my dear mother-in-law's doing." The villagers around her expressed disbelief at such a mother-in-law. Luo Hongying angrily rushed home and found her mother-in-law sitting in the yard, enjoying the sun as if nothing had happened. Luo Hongying walked straight up to her mother-in-law and slammed the medicine bottle she had taken from the clinic onto the table. Seeing this, her mother-in-law's expression changed slightly, but she still stubbornly said, "What are you doing? You're being disrespectful." Luo Hongying scoffed and replied, "Mom, you are really something, secretly giving me laxatives. Why can't you accept me? We need to talk about this in front of everyone today." Caught off guard by the revelation, her mother-in-law stammered. At that moment, many neighbors had gathered to see what was happening. Luo Hongying continued, "You keep saying I'm lazy, but have I done less work than anyone else? You accuse me of being improper, but I've always been honest. Today, in front of everyone, you need to explain yourself." With no way to respond, her mother-in-law began to throw a tantrum, rolling on the ground and claiming that her daughter-in-law was attacking her, urging everyone to come and see. Some kind neighbors tried to help her up, but she kicked at them, which made the villagers ignore her and treat her like a performer putting on a show. Why was her mother-in-law so determined to belittle Luo Hongying? Was it because she didn't receive that gold bracelet? Of course not. Recently, her mother-in-law received a call from her son in the city, sharing some incredible news that he had struck it rich. It turned out that her son had of luck. One day, while he and his coworkers were at a barbershop, he found a black briefcase in one of the rooms. Taking advantage of the barber's distraction, he opened the case and was shocked to find it filled with money. His heart raced as he secretly hid the briefcase in his coat. Then he tried to act calm and asked the barber who the last customer was. The barber proudly replied. He's one of my regulars, a big official who pays well, about 400 or 500 each time. Don't underestimate the 400 or 500 mentioned by the barber. In the late 1980s, a worker's monthly salary was only 200 to 300. Seeing his old acquaintance showing off for wealthy patron, Sha Zhu felt a surge of jealousy. He initially thought about returning the bag to the man, but then decided against it, thinking, I'm doing well now. That time, Sha Zhu didn't dare to linger and hurriedly left the small red house, which made the owner unhappy. Holding the found bag, he anxiously returned to the construction site. Late at night, while his co-workers were asleep, Sha Zhu hid under the covers and secretly counted the money. The more he counted, the more excited he became, even thinking about marrying several wives. After a long time, he discovered there was a total of 10,000 yuan. Overnight, Sha Zhu became a wealthy man. After counting the money, he found a letter in the bag, which contained sensitive information about a deputy from a certain province. Sha Zhu was immediately frightened, but he cleverly hid the letter away. With his newfound wealth, Sha Zhu first went to a mall to buy an expensive suit, black shoes, and styled his hair. Looking around, he felt like a big boss and thought, now I can enjoy myself. Who would dare look down on me? Indeed, people say that clothes make the man. Looking like a big boss, Sha Zhu no longer wanted to visit the small red house, but instead went to a nightclub where the women were more beautiful and of a higher class. As soon as he arrived, the doorman greeted him, and a beautiful woman led him to a private room. That night, Sha Zhu was completely amazed and realized he would never look at the small red house the same way again. After enjoying himself for a few days, trouble found him. The owner of the black briefcase tracked him down through various leads. A few men in sunglasses and black suits invited Sha Zhu to a luxurious restaurant's private room. Inside, a short, slightly plump man with a friendly demeanor asked, "Excuse me, did you find a black briefcase?" At first, Sha Zhu denied it, saying he hadn't seen it. Then the man said, "If you give me the bag, I won't take any of the money inside, and will even give you an extra 5,000 yuan. This deal is not a loss for you." Sha Zhu's eyes lit up. The plump man signaled to his associate, who then threw a large stack of money in front of Sha Zhu, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and insisted he hadn't found the bag. The plump man began to threaten him, and Sha Zhu replied, "I left clues when I came here. If I don't return, someone will come looking for Uncle Hat." Not wanting to create more trouble for himself, the plump man changed his approach, believing that Sha Zhu must have picked up his bag.
What do you want?
"How can you hand over the bag?" Sha Zhu thought for a moment and said, "Find me a job. I've worked enough on the construction site." The chubby man smiled and said it would be easy, and he would arrange it right away. Sha Zhu added, "Also, give me 10,000 yuan, and I'll return the bag to you immediately." Although he was very angry, the chubby man gritted his teeth and agreed, promising to have it done within a week. Sha Zhu, being a bit foolish, said he would return the bag once everything was settled. Sha Zhu changed his fate. Soon, a week later, the two met again. The job was arranged. He would work as a security guard at a bank, which was a decent position. After giving Sha Zhu 10,000 yuan, he returned the bag, but he was now more cautious. The other party was a powerful person. To prevent any retaliation, Sha Zhu made several copies of the confidential letter to keep for himself. Suddenly wealthy, his co-workers began to flatter him, and Sha Zhu's father felt proud of his son's success, unaware of the questionable means. Sha Zhu arrived at his new workplace, wearing a striking uniform. He transformed from a construction worker to a security guard at a state-owned company. As soon as he put on the uniform, Sha Zhu felt his confidence rise. Surrounded by well-dressed colleagues, when his father came to visit, Sha Zhu felt embarrassed and told him to come less often, saying, "Is this really a place for you?" His father, unconcerned, replied, "Why can't I be here? I'm just here to save money. With your 2 coins, you might as well buy some drinks." Sha Zhu pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and urged his father to leave quickly, saying, "Don't come to my workplace often. My colleagues will look down on me." Now, Sha Zhu had moved up in the world and looked down on his co-workers, the villagers, and even his wife at home. He called his mother to tell her about his success. Upon hearing that her son had become wealthy and was now working for the government, Sha Zhu's mother began to plot. She complained about how Lu Hongying was flirting with other men and how she had caused her trouble, even starting to cry. Seeing his mother upset, Sha Zhu said, "I want a divorce." That was exactly what she was waiting to hear. So, Sha Zhu's mother began to scheme. She had never liked Lu Hongying, and now that her son was successful, the first thing on her mind was to get rid of this daughter-in-law. Fortunately, fate intervened. One day, Sha Zhu's mother suddenly felt a stomach ache. Lu Hongying quickly took her to the hospital, where the rural hospital quietly advised Lu Hongying, "You should transfer her. We can't treat her here. It seems the illness is serious." Lu Hongying called Sha Zhu, urging him to come back quickly because his mother is very sick. Sha Zhu was afraid of losing his job and refused to return, asking Lu Hongying to stay with her instead. He also called his father, who became anxious upon hearing the news and quickly took leave to return, accompanying Lu Hongying to take his wife to the county hospital. After examination, they found that Sha Zhu's mother had a blood disease and needed a lot of blood transfusions, but the hospital was short on supplies. Sha Zhu's father's blood type did not match, but coincidentally, Lu Hongying's blood type was the same as Sha Zhu's mother's. Sha Zhu's mother began to plead with her daughter-in-law, "Child, you need to save me this time. You can't just stand by and watch me die." Lu Hongying hesitated, recalling how Sha Zhu's mother had treated her poorly over the past 2 years. She felt it was unfair to be asked to donate blood for her. Lu Hongying refused, saying she was not feeling well. Sha Zhu's mother then tried to guilt her. "We are family. As a younger member, can you really just watch me die?" Sha Zhu's father also begged Lu Hongying to help, even kneeling down, which frightened her. After some inner conflict, her kind heart led her to agree. After donating blood and successfully completing the surgery, Lu Hongying felt very weak. The mother-in-law, who had once pleaded humbly, now changed her tone, saying, "It was just a blood transfusion. I shouldn't have to be grateful to her forever. She should have done it." During the hospital stay, Lu Hongying fulfilled her duties as a daughter-in-law, caring for her mother-in-law without complaint. Once Sha Zhu's father saw that his wife was out of danger, he wanted to return to the city. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Now that you've had surgery, you need to take good care of yourself. Why has an old song, the village chief, come to visit?" In reality, Sha Zhu's father wanted to use this opportunity to ask Old Song for some money. After returning to the city, he likely had his own concerns there. Once Sha Zhu's mother was discharged, Lu Hongying stayed behind to help. The news of the surgery spread throughout the village, but very few people came to visit. This showed that she didn't have many friends. However, Old Song did come, bringing 2 pounds of meat and 5 pounds of eggs, but he only spoke a few words before leaving. Sha Zhu's mother called out to him, "You're leaving just like that?" Old Song replied, "Yes. I have things to do at home, so I can't stay for a meal." "Who said anything about a meal? I mean, since I had surgery, shouldn't you give me some money to buy nutritional supplements?"
Oh.
"I'll make it up to you later. I'm a bit tight on money right now." Old Song looked at the busy Lu Hongying in the yard and said to Sha Zhu's mother, "You should treat your daughter-in-law better. Look, even when you're sick, she's taking care of you. And your husband, who knows which woman he's with outside?" Sha Zhu's mother replied, "He's not like you, always looking at what others have while eating from his own bowl." Old Song sneered, "You never know, just wait and see." He hurried off, needing to avoid suspicion. After the last incident with Lu Er's wife, everyone in the village knew about his troubles. But maybe it was true love, or maybe it was just a strong liking. Lu Er's wife and Old Song had a falling out, and everyone thought they would hate each other. Yet in the end, they got back together. Lu Er confidently went out to work, and feeling lonely, Lu Er's wife secretly found Old Song. She acted sweetly, charming him completely, and they reconciled. However, there was a condition. If they were to be together, he couldn't be involved with any other women in the village, especially Sha Zhu's mother, who was quite old. Old Song hesitated and said to Lu Er's wife, "Sha Zhu's mother saved my life. I can't be ungrateful. Besides, you just had surgery, and I need to check on her." Lu Er's wife agreed he could visit but insisted he shouldn't spend too much money. Old Song originally planned to give Sha Zhu's mother 500 yuan, but since his new love wouldn't allow it, he settled for buying 2 pounds of meat and 5 pounds of eggs. That wasn't enough for Lu Er's wife. "If you buy her 2 pounds of meat, you have to buy me 5 pounds of ribs and 10 pounds of eggs." Facing her playful demands, Old Song indulgently said, "All right, I'll do as you say, but don't let Sha Zhu's mother find out." Could she keep it a secret? Lu Er's wife proudly showed up at Sha Zhu's house with some radishes and 2 cabbages, claiming she was there to visit. As soon as she entered, she pretended to wipe away tears, saying, "Oh, my poor sister-in-law, how did you get this illness?" Sha Zhu's mother, half leaning against the bed, was furious.
Are you here to see me or to laugh at me?
"It's all right, sister. After my surgery, I'm just like anyone else now. That doesn't mean you're the same as us normal people. You need to rest more. We're both getting older, and some things need to be moderated." Sha Zhu's mother could tell there was more to her words. "Did Old Song come to see you?" "He did, and he brought me meat and eggs." "See, Old Song is really a good village leader, bringing warmth to every household. He even brought me 5 pounds of ribs and 10 pounds of eggs," Lu Er's wife said proudly. This nearly made Sha Zhu's mother furious. "You useless Old Song. After how she treats you, you still keep getting involved with her." Under the careful care of Lu Hongying, Sha Zhu's mother recovered well and could walk again, gradually becoming more independent. At this time, Sha Zhu's mother became stubborn because Sha Zhu told her he had a new girlfriend and would bring her home by the end of the year. To make room for the new daughter-in-law, Sha Zhu's mother tried different tactics. First, she told Lu Hongying that Sha Zhu was not ambitious and would struggle to provide for her. She urged her to leave while she was still young. Lu Hongying replied that she had married Sha Zhu and planned to spend her life with him. When reasoning didn't work, Sha Zhu's mother resorted to harsh words, criticizing Lu Hongying for not having children and taking up space without contributing. Lu Hongying defended herself, saying it wasn't her fault since she and Sha Zhu lived apart for a long time, and it could also be Sha Zhu's issue. With no success in convincing her, and the new daughter-in-law soon arriving, Sha Zhu's mother came up with a bad idea. One evening, after Lu Hongying prepared dinner and set the table, Sha Zhu's mother secretly sprinkled sleeping pills into Lu Hongying's porridge while she wasn't looking, then watched her drink it. Before long, Lu Hongying fell into a deep sleep. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Sha Zhu's mother quietly opened the gate, and a shady figure entered. She signaled to him as soon as he stepped inside. This man was a local bachelor in his 40s. After receiving Sha Zhu's mother's request, he had hardly slept for 2 days, feeling like he had stumbled upon a great opportunity. However, this advantage came with a price. Sha Zhu's mother instructed him to spread rumors that he was involved with Lu Hongying. The bachelor agreed, feeling honored to be linked to such a beautiful woman. Anxiously waiting at home, he finally received the message from Sha Zhu's mother to come over that night. He washed his face and put on clean clothes, looking as if he was going on a blind date. Having been single for over 40 years, he constantly thought about women. Unfortunately, due to his age, looks, and financial situation, no one was interested in him. Now, with Sha Zhu's mother's questionable plan, he thought it might solve his problems. That night, the bachelor quietly entered Lu Hongying's room. She looked beautiful while sleeping. He unconsciously swallowed hard and reached out to touch her face, but she did not react. He was so excited. It was his first time being this close to a woman, especially a young and pretty one. Overwhelmed with excitement, he trembled, wanting to take off his clothes, but his hands wouldn't cooperate. With great difficulty, he finally took off his socks. Just then, Lu Hongying turned over, startling the old bachelor, who quickly put his socks back on. This won't do. He took a deep breath, realizing that if he missed this chance, it might never come again. So, The old bachelor bravely took off his jacket and lay down next to Lu Hongying. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from the yard. "Help! There's a thief in my house." The scream frightened the old bachelor so much that he quickly jumped up and rushed to the door, but it was already blocked by villagers holding torches, who flooded into the room. Seeing the disheveled old bachelor and Lu Hongying sleeping on the bed, everyone looked shocked. What was going on? The woman shouted, pointing at Lu Hongying and the old bachelor, "You shameless couple! My son works hard to earn money, and you're here betraying him. If you're going to find someone, at least choose someone better." At that moment, Lu Hongying woke up, confused by the scene before her. "Mom, what's happening?" "I just fell asleep." The woman accused her. "How can you even ask? We treat you so well, and you do this to my son. How can you face him?" Lu Hongying was at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes. "Mom, I really don't know anything. Please believe me." The woman insisted. "I saw it with my own eyes. You can't deny it. Everyone listen. Tonight, Lu Hongying put sleeping pills in the porridge. I was cautious and didn't drink it, then pretended to be asleep, and that's when she brought a man home." Her words stirred the crowd, and many began to scold Lu Hongying for her actions. One woman said, "Lu Hongying, are you blind? Why would you choose this old bachelor when there are so many young men in the village?" Lu Hongying could only cry, unable to defend herself.
Just then, Dagen arrived.
Seeing everyone attacking Lu Hongying and glancing at the old bachelor sitting disheveled in the corner, he felt a surge of anger. He grabbed the old bachelor and knocked him to the ground with a few punches. "Now, tell me what happened." The old bachelor glanced at the woman and gritted his teeth. "I'm in a relationship with Lu Hongying. She invited me over tonight." Dagen, furious, raised his fist to hit him again. "Look at yourself. Why would she choose you? What's wrong with that? If she doesn't want me, does she want you? Don't forget, you're a married man. Stay out of this." The old bachelor became bolder. Dagen understood Lu Hongying's character and knew something was off when he saw this scene. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. There are too many questions about this. We all know what kind of person Lu Hongying is. How could she suddenly do something like this? And why would she want to drug her mother-in-law? It doesn't make sense." The crowd listened and agreed, falling silent. Sha Zhu's mother became anxious and quickly said, "Dagen, don't be fooled by this woman. The truth is right in front of us. She drugged me because she wanted to bring a man home." The crowd nodded. If she is looking for a man, why would she choose an old bachelor like him? Are there no other men in the village? Dagen's words carried a hint of personal grievance.
"Oh,
"My dear nephew, when someone is desperate, they will accept anyone." Dagen clenched his fists again, and the old bachelor, seeing the commotion, fled in fear. Lu Hongying became the target of everyone's blame.
why?"
Because even her mother-in-law accused her of being unfaithful. Could that be false? If it weren't true, would the mother-in-law blame her own son? That night, everyone left, and the mother-in-law, smiling victoriously, advised Lu Hongying, "If you have any shame, you should leave gracefully. You won't be able to stay in the village after this." "I won't leave. If I go, it would mean admitting to the accusations. I want to clear my name," Lu Hongying said firmly. Sha Zhu's mother felt a shiver of fear and thought, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." In the village, Lu Hongying went about her life as usual. One day, she went to the spring to fetch water. A few young wives were washing clothes there. When they saw Lu Hongying coming, they suddenly fell silent, and some children playing in the mud began throwing mud at her, covering her face and clothes. The children shouted, "Break the shoes! Break the shoes!" Unfortunately, the adults did nothing to stop them and watched with interest. Lu Hongying could take it no longer and pushed the leading child, who fell to the ground crying loudly. At that moment, the child's mother came over and pushed Lu Hongying hard. Lu Hongying couldn't dodge in time and fell into the ditch, getting soaked, which made everyone around burst into laughter. Feeling humiliated, Lu Hongying stood up, washed the mud off her face, and filled her bucket with water. She thought, I can't fight back, but I can avoid trouble. Just as she was about to leave with the water, a few children grabbed her bucket and started spinning around with it. Lu Hongying fell again, and the bucket rolled away. Why are you treating me like this? Did I offend you? Lu Hongying cried in despair, but no one paid attention to her. People were good at kicking someone when they were down. After crying for a while, Lu Hongying went to pick up the bucket that had rolled far away, feeling as if she saw herself in it, just like the bucket, battered and broken. At that moment, the old bachelor arrived. Seeing Lu Hongying being bullied, he felt a bit sorry for her and wanted to comfort her. However, the women doing laundry saw him and mocked him even more. Oh, feeling sorry for her, old bachelor? If you care, take her home and cheer her up, ha ha. The old bachelor scowled and shouted, You women who have nothing better to do, be careful. Your men might bring home another woman and kick you out. Among those women were some who had left behind spouses working away. They didn't think that way, believing that even if all men found other women, their men wouldn't. Lu Hongying kicked the old bachelor hard, feeling disgusted by him. But that action was twisted by the others into something flirtatious. Lu Hongying picked up the empty bucket and left, and on her way back, she saw Dagen trimming branches. What's wrong? Hongying, why are you covered in mud and water? Dagen asked with concern. Lu Hongying suddenly felt like crying. If only a man would protect her, no one would dare bully her. Dagen, why did you say that to Qi Liang, that I slept with you? Lu Hongying questioned. Dagen looked down, unable to meet her gaze. Have you seen Qi Liang?
Yes.
I said that because I didn't want you to have anything to do with him. I can see you like him a lot, and he likes you too. Seeing you both like each other made me feel hurt, jealous, and crazy. Lu Hongying cried, What you did is no different from those who bullied me. Dagen, just leave me alone. Dagen said he knew he was wrong and would explain everything to Qi Liang. Lu Hongying waved her hand, saying it was too late for that. You all have happy families now. This is my fate. Hongying, just divorce Sha Zhu. Can't you see? They want to push you out and are trying to trap you. What's the point of staying in that family? But if I divorce, where will I go? Dagen said he would take care of her, and if she wanted, he would care for her for life. Lu Hongying coldly laughed as she picked up the bucket and left. She didn't hate Dagen, nor Qi Liang, and certainly not the villagers. She hated herself and her fate. When she got home, Lu Hongying saw that she was covered in mud and carrying an empty water bucket. Sha Zhu's mother felt a rush of satisfaction, knowing her daughter-in-law had likely been tricked, and she happily hummed a little tune. Lu Hongying felt hopeless and miserable. Her gaze fell once again on the half-bottle of pesticide. She slowly walked to the windowsill, picked up the bottle, and opened the cap. A strong, unpleasant smell hit her. In an instant, Lu Hongying came to her senses. She couldn't do anything foolish. She had already faced death twice, and since heaven hadn't taken her, it meant she was meant to live. So, she decided to live well. At that moment, the village loudspeaker announced that Sha Zhu's mother had a phone call at the village office. Watching her mother-in-law happily head to the village office, Lu Hongying felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, Sha Zhu's mother returned with a gloomy face, sat down, sighed, and then called out, daughter-in-law. When she called her that, it couldn't be good. She usually just used her name. Daughter-in-law, Sha Zhu is coming back in a couple of days. Lu Hongying replied flatly, Oh, as if to say, let him come back then. But this time he has something to discuss, and is bringing a female colleague with him. Please don't make a fuss. Bringing a woman home and calling her a colleague made Lu Hongying suspicious. Sha Zhu's mother came over to persuade her to cooperate and suggested that Lu Hongying should say she was Sha Zhu's sister instead of his wife.
Why?
This is ridiculous. Oh, daughter-in-law, you know Sha Zhu is now a public servant. If people find out he's married, it could affect his job, Sha Zhu's mother explained. Seeing Lu Hongying's reluctance, Sha Zhu's mother pulled out a pink handkerchief from her room, revealing a roll of money inside. She handed the money to Lu Hongying, saying that if she agreed to keep quiet, the money was hers. Why did this money look so familiar? Lu Hongying counted it and found it was exactly 600. It was the same amount she had lost from selling in souls. Sha Zhu's mother had denied taking her money then, and still did, claiming it was given to her by old Song. Lu Hongying had marked the money. Each bill had a red on it. Upon checking, it was indeed the 600 she had lost. Lu Hongying confronted Sha Zhu's mother about why she stole her money. I marked it. Faced with the evidence, Sha Zhu's mother still tried to argue, scolding Lu Hongying for being ungrateful. If you take this money and listen to me, everything will be fine. If you refuse, you'll ruin Sha Zhu's chances, and I won't let you off easily. Lu Hongying accepted the money. It was rightfully hers. As for Sha Zhu, she would decide what to do when the time came. Sha Zhu drove his small car back to the village, and it quickly became big news. Who would have thought that the silly Sha Zhu would have his day to shine? Sha Zhu's mother went to the village entrance to greet him and asked Lu Hongying to stay home and cook. When the girl arrived, she could say she was Sha Zhu's sister. After giving these instructions, Sha Zhu's mother hurried out. At the village entrance, she saw her son's car parked there, surrounded by a crowd. Sha Zhu was handing out cigarettes, his face full of pride. As he distributed cigarettes, Sha Zhu boasted, I now have a government job, wearing a uniform. I don't work too hard, and I earn a good amount. The villagers praised him, saying, Sha Zhu looks like a lucky person. Sha Zhu then raised his wrist to check his watch, saying, Oh, it's already past 3. I bought this watch for over $100, and it keeps perfect time. The villagers asked to see the watch, and Sha Zhu took it off to show everyone. After showing off his watch, he started bragging about his small car, claiming he bought it for tens of thousands, but in reality, it was borrowed from someone else to impress people at home. Sha Zhu's mother was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. The villagers noticed a woman next to Sha Zhu and asked who she was. Sha Zhu replied, She is my colleague, named Chi. She's a true city girl, here to experience rural life. An older man worriedly asked, Aren't you afraid Hongying will argue with you? Seeing that the truth might come out, Sha Zhu's mother quickly stopped the old man and pulled Sha Zhu home. The woman named Chi asked Sha Zhu, Who is Hongying? Sha Zhu replied, She is my sister. Lu Hongying quietly cooked at home, feeling frustrated. After the meal was ready, Sha Zhu brought his female colleague inside. Lu Hongying noticed that the woman was dressed fashionably and clearly looked like a city person. She scanned the house with a look of disdain. The woman approached Lu Hongying and said dismissively, You must be Sha Zhu's sister? Lu Hongying remained silent, and Sha Zhu's mother quickly replied, Yes, this is my daughter. During the meal, Sha Zhu and Chi sat together, constantly serving her food, pouring water, and asking if she was comfortable. Chi was very picky about her food and complained about the cleanliness of the rural kitchen, yet she didn't leave any food uneaten, especially the chicken stew with potatoes. She almost finished all the chicken pieces, then remarked that it should have been cooked with soybean oil. Lu Hongying barely ate a few bites and felt uneasy in her stomach. Chi said playfully, Silly Zhu, Your sister doesn't seem very happy. Does she not welcome me as your future sister-in-law? If that's the case, I might just leave. Silly Zhu quickly reassured Chi, No. My sister is just like that, always frowning like a donkey. Don't mind her. Luo Hongying retorted, You're the donkey. Silly Zhu's mother, worried about causing trouble, quickly asked Luo Hongying to boil some water. During dinner, the villagers heard the news and crowded into the house, chatting excitedly to please Silly Zhu and asking about the latest happenings in the city. Silly Zhu became more and more pleased with himself and began boasting, If anyone wants to go to the city for work, just come to me. I can arrange it with one word. Luo Hongying couldn't listen anymore and made an excuse to go outside for some fresh air. In the yard, she heard laughter coming from inside and felt a deep sadness. At that moment, Dagen passed by and saw Luo Hongying looking dejected. He felt sorry for her, but was helpless. He called out, Hongying, are you really going to put up with this? He brings women home, and you still cook and serve him. Why do you have to suffer like this? Luo Hongying pretended not to hear and turned to go into the kitchen to clean the dishes. She knew she had to face everything alone. If she really got divorced, her family wouldn't let her return. She wasn't capable of that yet, so she had to endure. Inside, there was laughter as silly Zhu boasted wildly, enjoying this moment of glory surrounded by villagers, while his mother felt she had reached the peak of her life. Seeing that Luo Hongying was ignoring him, Dagen left. Luo Hongying sat alone in the yard, staring at the moon in a daze. At that moment, Chi came out and asked where the bathroom was. Luo Hongying pointed disinterestedly. When Chi went to look, she covered her nose and exclaimed, "How disgusting!" In the end, she held her breath and went to the bathroom. Then, Chi sat on a small stool in the yard and started chatting with Luo Hongying. Their conversation was one-sided, and Luo Hongying asked Chi what her relationship with silly Zhu was. Chi smirked and said, "We're just friends, not colleagues. He gave me 500 yuan to take home and show off." Luo Hongying felt a bit better, but then Chi-Chi's next words shattered her perspective. Chi said, "Even though I don't think much of your brother, he has money. For the sake of money, I'm willing to play along. You aren't really his sister, are you?" Luo Hongying was taken aback and asked, "How did you figure that out?" Chi replied, "From your expression and looks. You're so pretty. How could you possibly be his sister? What is your relationship with him?" Just as Luo Hongying was about to answer, Sha Zhu's mother suddenly came out and pulled Chi away. After dinner, Sha Zhu's mother called for Luo Hongying to clear the dishes, wash them, and make some tea, then prepare the bed in the east room because Chi would be sleeping there with Sha Zhu. "Mom, that's too much. The east room is my room. Why should they stay there?" Luo Hongying was so angry her heart raced. Sha Zhu's mother held her back, threatening her not to cause trouble and to just play along for now. Afterwards, she could do whatever she wanted. Luo Hongying threw the dishes down, saying anyone who wanted to could wash them. Sha Zhu tried to downplay it, saying Hongying was tired and they could wash the dishes tomorrow. "Mom, why don't you and Hongying share a room tonight?" After saying this, Sha Zhu took Chi to the east room, which was supposed to be his and Luo Hongying's room, but now he was going to sleep there with another woman. Luo Hongying felt humiliated. She rushed into the east room and yelled at Sha Zhu, "This is my room. You two get out." Sha Zhu, panicking, tried to push her out, but Luo Hongying held onto the doorframe tightly. Sha Zhu whispered in her ear, "Please, just give me some face. After this, I'll give you money." Luo Hongying ignored him and insisted they leave. At that moment, Chi sneered, "So, are you two siblings or a couple? You seem jealous." Sha Zhu's mother hurried in to pull Luo Hongying away, saying, "Silly girl, stop making a scene.
Give your brother some space."
Then she explained to Chi, "These siblings have been close since childhood. It's hard for them to accept this." Luo Hongying ran outside, and Sha Zhu's mother followed her, trying to convince her to let it go. "Don't all men act like this? Just turn a blind eye. As long as he comes home and doesn't divorce, it's fine." "Mom, do you really think Chi will stay with Sha Zhu? She said herself she's only after his money and doesn't care about him," Luo Hongying cried. Sha Zhu's mother didn't believe her, saying it was just jealousy among women. That night, Sha Zhu's mother locked Luo Hongying in her room to prevent her from causing trouble. It was the most humiliating night for Luo Hongying because in her own room, on her own bed, her man was with another woman. She would never forget that night and completely saw through this family. Her last hope was shattered. That night, Luo Hongying didn't sleep at all, and neither did Sha Zhu and Chi. The next morning, around 6, Sha Zhu's mother ordered Luo Hongying to get up and make breakfast, boil noodles, and prepare extra eggs for Sha Zhu. Luo Hongying replied, "Am I your servant? Even servants get paid." Luo Hongying didn't get out of bed, and Sha Zhu's mother was also too lazy to get up. They both stayed in bed until 7:30. When Sha Zhu got up, he complained about being hungry and asked why breakfast wasn't ready. Luo Hongying pretended not to hear and silently cried. Sha Zhu came in and shook Luo Hongying, saying, "Get up and make breakfast, we're hungry." "Then go eat somewhere else," Luo Hongying replied angrily. Sha Zhu's mother got up first, tidied the room, and went to make breakfast. Chi also got up, stretched in the yard, and said, "The air in the countryside is so nice." Lu Hongying felt nauseous, and then started to. When breakfast was ready, no one called Lu Hongying to eat. After Chi and Sha Zhu finished breakfast, they went hiking. Before leaving, Sha Zhu handed Lu Hongying 500 yuan, telling her to be sensible and not to cause trouble. Lu Hongying took the money. She really needed it. One day, she would throw this money back at Sha Zhu, but for now, she felt defeated. After coming down from the mountain, they went to the village, where Sha Zhu bought Chi several sets of clothes, snacks, fruits, and other treats, showering her with affection, while he bought nothing for Lu Hongying. Instead, Chi offered Lu Hongying some of her old clothes, which Lu Hongying threw into the toilet. After 5 days of eating and playing at home, Sha Zhu and Chi returned to the city, and Lu Hongying felt relieved. Her heart felt heavy with despair, facing the villagers' ridicule, her mother-in-law's disdain, and no support from her own family. What should she do next? Just when Lu Hongying felt lost and helpless, she received a call from Director Wang of the knitting factory in the provincial city. He said that the insoles Lu Hongying made sold very well last time and had collectible value. Now, there was a high demand in the market, and he asked if she could produce them in bulk. Lu Hongying was happy but also a bit anxious. These insoles were handmade and production was slow, making it hard to produce in large quantities. Director Wang suggested that she buy insoles from the village's young women and encourage them to keep making more. This was a good idea. Lu Hongying knew that many women in the village had spare insoles. So, Lu Hongying announced through the village loudspeaker that she would buy insoles at a high price of 3 yuan per pair. Once the news spread, the village buzzed with excitement. The women never expected that insoles could be sold for money, and such a high price. The women quickly brought their insoles to sell, many pairs at a time. In just one day, Lu Hongying bought 220 pairs. Soon, word spread rapidly, and in just a few days, Lu Hongying collected 400 pairs. The women's insoles were nearly all sold out. Lu Hongying told them to keep buying fabric and materials for insoles, taking as much as they could. Those who had tasted success rushed to the market to buy cloth and thread. After finishing their farm work, everyone worked extra hours to make insoles. Some girls calculated that selling 50 pairs earned them 150 yuan, nearly matching the harvest from a small plot of land. So, the men took on the farm work, allowing the women to focus on making insoles. Lu Hongying brought 400 pairs of insoles to Director Wang, who was very pleased and paid 6 yuan for each pair. This deal earned Lu Hongying 2,400 yuan, with a profit of 1,200 yuan. Director Wang advised her to continue buying and making more, as the next step was to export to countries like Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. This was the most money Lu Hongying had ever made, and she found a sense of purpose and hope in her life. With her earnings, Lu Hongying went to the mall and bought herself 2 outfits and shoes, and she even learned to buy cosmetics like the city girls. From now on, she wanted to take good care of herself. After shopping, Lu Hongying visited the cafe where Chiang had taken her before. She wanted to relive those memories. She sat at the same spot they had shared, but this time she was alone. Lu Hongying ordered a cappuccino with a lot of sugar, as she didn't like bitter things, having endured too much hardship in her life. As she sat there, staring out at the people passing by on the street, some hurried, some worried, and others smiling with joy, she realized that everyone was on their own journey, while her path with Chiang had diverged. Thinking of this made Lu Hongying's tears fall into her coffee cup. She lifted the cup and drank, as if consuming her past and present. Just then, a voice asked, "Excuse me, are you here alone?" Lu Hongying instinctively called out, "Chiang." But when she looked up, it wasn't him. It was Zhou Qiwen, a friend of Chiang who had helped her before. "What a coincidence, Mr. Zhou," Lu Hongying greeted politely. Zhou Qiwen smiled and said it wasn't a coincidence. He saw her come in and followed her. "Are you thinking about Chiang again?" Lu Hongying forced a smile and replied, No, it's all in the past. Zhou Qiwen mentioned that Qi Liang was doing well now and advised her not to disturb him. He said that Qi Liang was with a good woman, and they were planning to have a child soon, which led Qi Liang to quit smoking and drinking. Zhou Qiwen's every word pierced into Lu Hongying's heart like a sharp knife, causing deep pain. Yes, he was very happy now, so why should he be troubled? Noticing Lu Hongying's sadness, Zhou Qiwen changed the subject and asked her why she came to the city. Lu Hongying explained that she was there for business and shared details about selling insoles. Zhou Qiwen admired Lu Hongying and encouraged her to bravely step forward and start a new life. Whether it was about Qi Liang or her unfulfilling marriage, she needed to learn to let go. As they were talking, a young woman suddenly appeared in front of them. The young woman glared at Lu Hongying with hostility and turned to Zhou Qiwen, saying, "No wonder you didn't answer my calls. You're here on a date with another woman." Lu Hongying awkwardly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, miss. I just ran into Mr. Zhou." Just ran into him? What a coincidence. I can't reach him by phone, and you just happened to run into him? Who would believe that? Zhou Qiwen frowned and said, "Xueling, stop making a scene. She is truly my friend." Xueling huffed and said, "You have a lot of friends, all women. Have you changed your taste to someone from the countryside?" Lu Hongying's face turned red, and she stood up, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I have to go. You two can continue your conversation." Just as Lu Hongying was about to leave, a cup of coffee was suddenly splashed on her face. Zhou Qiwen quickly grabbed her and scolded the woman, "Xueling, have you lost your mind?" Seeing this, Xueling became even angrier and sharply said, "I'm crazy because of you." With one woman on the left and another on the right, who wouldn't go mad? Lu Hongying bit her lip, nearly in tears, while Zhou Qiwen took out a handkerchief from his bag to wipe the stains from her face. This only fueled Xueling's jealousy. She reached out and grabbed Lu Hongying's hair, pulling so hard that a handful came out, causing Lu Hongying to cry out in pain. Zhou Qiwen angrily shook off Xueling's hand, saying, "This is outrageous. Who do you think you are to control me?" Xueling didn't expect Zhou Qiwen to defend Lu Hongying like this. She stomped her foot and glared at him fiercely. "So you found true love, huh? Fine, I'll support you." After saying this, Xueling took a fruit knife from her bag and made a cut on her wrist. A spray of blood erupted, shocking everyone present. Zhou Qiwen was also shocked, while Lu Hongying remained calm. She quickly took out a handkerchief from her pocket and tied it around Xueling's wrist, then urged Zhou Qiwen to call for an ambulance quickly. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and took Xueling to the hospital. This scene was witnessed by Qi Liang and his wife Cui Lian as they passed by. "Why are they together?"
Cui Lian asked.
"But Lu Hongying isn't divorced yet, right? And Zhou Qiwen is quite the not even sparing married women." Qi Liang felt a storm of emotions inside him. One was his good friend, and the other was a woman he had liked. Seeing them together made him uncomfortable. He also knew Xueling, who was one of Zhou Qiwen's many girlfriends and his favorite, which made her quite spoiled. But why did Zhou Qiwen have to get involved with Lu Hongying? Didn't he have enough women? Qi Liang told Cui Lian to go back and take care of the restaurant while he went to the hospital. Cui Lian insisted on following him, saying she was afraid he might be attracted to another woman. Reluctantly, Qi Liang took her along. Outside the emergency room, Lu Hongying and Zhou Qiwen were anxiously waiting. Qi Liang and Cui Lian arrived at the scene, and when they saw the couple, Lu Hongying felt a bit awkward. Qi Liang stepped forward, looked at Lu Hongying, then at Zhou Qiwen, and asked, "What exactly happened?" Just as Lu Hongying was about to speak, Zhou Qiwen interrupted, saying, "This isn't Hongying's fault. Xueling was feeling down. It's a misunderstanding." At that moment, the doctor came out of the emergency room, and everyone hurried over. The doctor said, "The patient is out of danger and is fine now." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cui Lian advised Zhou Qiwen, "Mr. Zhou, you can't keep doing this. You should find a steady girlfriend. You keep getting yourself into trouble." Zhou Qiwen felt a bit embarrassed and unconsciously glanced at Lu Hongying. Qi Liang noticed this look, and the relationships among the four became quite delicate. After a while, Shui Ling was moved from the emergency room to a regular ward. Cui Lian took Qi Liang's hand and said, "Let's go back. There's nothing more to do here." Clearly, Qi Liang didn't want to leave, but felt he had to. After exchanging a few polite words, Cui Lian linked her arm with Qi Liang's and they left. Then Lu Hongying stood up to leave as well. Zhou Qiwen said, "I'm really sorry for all the trouble today. I'll come by to apologize properly another day." "No need, Mr. Zhou. Today's incident isn't your fault, and it's not her fault either. As a fellow woman, I understand her feelings. Mr. Zhou, if she's your girlfriend, you should treat her better." Zhou Qiwen hesitated to speak. After dropping Lu Hongying off at the station, he told her, "I don't really have a girlfriend. To put it bluntly, it's just to satisfy physical needs." "Then, why do you do it?" "I don't know. Maybe it has to do with my childhood experiences. When I meet a woman, I just want to possess her, not develop a long-term relationship." Lu Hongying smiled, her impression of Zhou Qiwen dropping significantly. She concluded that he was a man who toyed with women's feelings. After taking Lu Hongying to the station, Zhou Qiwen hurried back to the hospital, where he made a decision in his mind. He would leave the company to his assistant and focus on taking care of Shui Ling. With Zhou Qiwen's care, Shui Ling was as happy as a child. She said she was glad she had that moment of vulnerability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seen his gentle and caring side. Zhou Qiwen advised Shui Ling to take good care of her health and not to overthink things. Shui Ling replied, "You are so good to me. I don't want to leave the hospital." After a week in the hospital, Shui Ling was discharged. Zhou Qiwen took her home, and Shui Ling insisted that he move in with her, and then they would discuss marriage. Zhou Qiwen released Shui Ling's hand, looking serious. "Shui Ling, you are recovering well, and I want to talk to you." "What about? Marriage?" "I agree," Shui Ling said happily. "Let's break up." Zhou Qiwen struggled to say those 5 words. Shui Ling was stunned. This was not what she expected. She thought her tactics would force Zhou Qiwen to marry her. During her hospital stay, Zhou Qiwen had cared for her so attentively that she had the illusion he would realize his feelings and marry her. But now, why was he suddenly bringing up a breakup? Shui Ling frantically asked, "Is it because of that woman that you want to break up with me?" Zhou Qiwen replied, "Of course not. That woman is just a friend of a friend. I'm not very familiar with her. You treated her poorly that day, but she was the one who helped you in a critical moment." Through this incident, Zhou Qiwen realized his mistakes. He shouldn't play with life or be so easily swayed by emotions. He also saw that Shui Ling had an extreme personality and was not someone to provoke. Shui Ling was upset for a long time about the breakup. She didn't love Zhou Qiwen that much. It was more about his wealth and the material things he could provide. After a while, realizing it was futile since Zhou Qiwen was ignoring her, she finally agreed to the breakup, but insisted on a substantial breakup fee. She asked for 20,000 yuan, which could buy a house in the late 1980s. Zhou Qiwen agreed, thinking that spending some money to get rid of her after only a year of knowing her was worth it. After spending 20,000 yuan to resolve his entanglements with Shui Ling, Zhou Qiwen also dealt with his emotional issues with several other girls. Free of debts and emotional burdens, Zhou Qiwen felt at ease. He found Qi Liang and told him, "Bro, I'm going to start fresh." Qi Liang asked in disbelief, "What changed you?" Or, "Who changed you?" Zhou Qiwen replied that nothing specific had changed. He just wanted to live differently, tired of mingling with so many girls. He then added, "Don't think too much about it. I have no feelings for Lu Hongying." Qi Liang said it was normal to have feelings. She was a good woman, just hadn't met the right man. "You let her down too," Zhou Qiwen said. Qi Liang felt a pang in his heart and sighed, wishing she could escape that marriage and find true happiness. Meanwhile, Lu Hongying was gradually awakening. She returned to her small village and continued her business of buying handmade insoles. She printed many advertisements and rode her bicycle through the streets, placing signs in prominent spots during market days. Soon, Her reputation grew, and women from nearby villages learned that Lu Hongying was buying handmade insoles. This sparked a trend, and she earned her first significant income. However, busy with her business, she neglected her farming duties. Her mother-in-law was lazy, and the buckwheat they had planted in the mountain fields suffered from lack of care and died. Lu Hongying's mother-in-law was unhappy. Even though her daughter-in-law was making money, she questioned if this was proper for a woman, always out in public. Lu Hongying coldly replied, "What does it matter if he has a reputation? Can I spend even a penny of his money? Don't impose rules on me." Seeing Lu Hongying becoming more independent, her mother-in-law threatened to have her son divorce her. Now Lu Hongying felt confident and focused on her goals. Even if her mother-in-law threatened divorce, she wasn't afraid. She didn't want to waste too much energy arguing with her mother-in-law. As her daughter-in-law's earnings increased, her mother-in-law became jealous and asked for money, demanding 300 to 500 yuan. Lu Hongying would happily give her 50 when in a good mood, but nothing when upset, which infuriated her mother-in-law. She called her son to complain, asking when he would divorce Lu Hongying. Zhou Qi said they wouldn't divorce for now, as she was making money, and they would wait until she earned enough before considering it. Sha Zhu's little bit of cunning was all directed at dealing with Lu Hongying, while he acted humbly like a servant around his new love, Chi-Chi. Last time he returned home, he lied and said Chi-Chi was his colleague. In reality, she was someone from a less respectable background. However, after meeting Sha Zhu, she thought about turning her life around. After all, Sha Zhu had a decent job, savings, and a good salary. But Chi-Chi was used to spending lavishly, and Sha Zhu's salary wasn't enough. So, Chi-Chi suggested going back to her old job at the nightclub, saying she would perform but not sell herself, trying to keep her dignity. Sha Zhu disagreed, and Chi-Chi said, "If you don't agree, then I'll charge you every time we sleep together. Who do you think you're insulting? I see you as my girlfriend, but you treat me like a customer." Sha Zhu exclaimed in frustration. Chi-Chi pouted and said, "Oh, don't be angry, darling. Don't you think this is fun?" Sha Zhu thought to himself that this was just a way for her to trick him out of money. Perhaps seeing through the true nature of women outside, he began to remember the good things about Lu Hongying and lost the desire to divorce, deciding to just wait it out. But with Chi-Chi's charm, which was irresistible, how could any man resist? Even though he was unwilling, he agreed to her terms. Chi-Chi proposed charging 50 each time, or 500 for the month. Reluctantly, Sha Zhu agreed and paid her 500 at once, knowing his salary was only 300, which hurt his wallet. However, it wasn't long before Chi-Chi was no longer satisfied with the 500 a month. While Sha Zhu was at work, she brought her old clients home to earn some extra money. Sha Zhu was kept in the dark for over a month until he noticed Chi-Chi suddenly had money to buy gold earrings, which made his instincts tell him something was off. Then he noticed a strange smell in the bedroom. It had to be from some other man. So, Sha Zhu became suspicious. Having been tricked before, he decided to take a day off to observe her secretly. That morning, Chi-Chi thought Sha Zhu had gone to work, so she dressed up nicely and contacted her old clients. Little did she know, Sha Zhu was hiding nearby, planning to catch her in the act. About half an hour later, a plump man arrived outside, straightening his clothes and fixing his hair before knocking on the door. Chi-Chi quickly pulled the man inside, and Sha Zhu, hiding outside, heard the unpleasant sounds of their conversation, which made him furious. He kicked the door open, and inside, the two were on the sofa, with the man pinning Chi-Chi's legs down. When they saw Sha Zhu enter, Chi-Chi hurriedly adjusted her clothes and tried to defend herself, saying, "Darling, we were just doing sit-ups." Silly Zhu wanted to confront the man and chased him away, causing the man to flee in fear, wearing only one shoe. Silly Zhu turned around and angrily shouted at Chi-Chi, "Do you think I'm a fool? You could do something like this?" Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Chi-Chi decided to be honest and said, "With your little salary, how do you expect to support me? Am I supposed to just live on air?" Silly Zhu felt completely heartbroken. He realized that this woman only cared about money. He started packing his things to leave, but Chi-Chi grabbed his arm, trying to make amends and promised it wouldn't happen again. However, silly Zhu shook off her hand and left decisively. He thought it would be better to go home and treat Lu Hongying well, as she was someone who lived a steady life. After moving out from Chi-Chi's place, silly Zhu discovered that 2,000 yuan was missing from his bank account, and he knew it was Chi-Chi's doing. Unwilling to accept this, he contacted an old workmate from the construction site, giving him 200 yuan to deal with Chi-Chi. This workmate was not a good person to begin with, and seeing an easy opportunity, he agreed. Following silly Zhu's instructions, he found Chi-Chi and, knowing her profession, suggested they play cards together. Feeling down, Chi-Chi noticed that this workmate was quite handsome and agreed readily. They settled on a price of 100 yuan. The workmate accepted silly Zhu's money and the task, and while looking for Chi-Chi, he intentionally broke his small umbrella. In the end, the workmate completed the task and returned to silly Zhu to report back. However, silly Zhu felt uneasy. After all, she was a woman he cared about, and now this unsavory man had taken advantage of her. Angry, silly Zhu confronted the workmate and gave him a good beating. The workmate, furious, returned to Chi-Chi and told her about being hired by silly Zhu. Surprisingly, instead of being angry, Chi-Chi felt that silly Zhu actually cared for her, and they reconciled. Chi-Chi promised not to return to her old profession and to live a good life with silly Zhu. However, even though they were back together, silly Zhu was only interested in her physically and had lost his previous feelings. Seeing Lu Hongying thriving, he wanted to mend their relationship. Taking advantage of the weekend, silly Zhu borrowed a colleague's Santana car and drove back to his hometown. This time was different. He bought Lu Hongying skincare products and clothes, and as soon as he entered, he hugged her. This sudden warmth made Lu Hongying uncomfortable, and silly Zhu's mother quietly asked her son if he had lost his mind. How could she possibly consider divorce? Silly Zhu replied, "Why would I want a divorce? She's beautiful, earns money, and most importantly, she's dependable. I'm not leaving her." That night, Sha Zhu returned home early to rest. He realized it had been a year since he and Lu Hongying had been intimate, and he planned to make it up to her this time. However, when he tried to get close to Lu Hongying, she instinctively backed away. She felt disgusted and resisted, remembering how he had slept with Chi-Chi on this very bed, trampling her dignity. Now, he was trying to touch her with those dirty hands, making her feel sick. Sha Zhu wanted to reconcile, but Lu Hongying wanted to leave. Seeing his wife's physical rejection, Sha Zhu felt unhappy. "You are my wife, so you should listen to me and fulfill your duties as a spouse." Duties? Have you learned fancy words after just 2 days in the city? Didn't you fulfill your duties with someone else? In response to Lu Hongying's question, Sha Zhu dismissed her concerns, claiming that as a man, it was normal to have affairs outside as long as he returned home on time. But he didn't realize that Lu Hongying was no longer the submissive woman she used to be. That night, Lu Hongying rejected Sha Zhu, feeling that he was dirty. However, Sha Zhu did not give up easily and forced himself on her, making her feel humiliated and violated. Afterward, she desperately washed herself and took a blanket to the west room. The next day, Sha Zhu left for the city early, throwing out a harsh remark. "If you treat me this way, don't blame me for finding someone else. But Lu Hongying, you better behave. If I catch you doing anything wrong, you'll regret it." Lu Hongying coldly replied, "Do you think everyone is as dirty as you?" Sha Zhu also warned his mother to keep a close watch on Lu Hongying, saying if she dared to flirt with any man, he would break her legs. His mother replied, "Why bother with her? There are plenty of good women out there. Go find me a new daughter-in-law." Men's desire for control is strong. Even if they don't like their partner, they don't want anyone else to have her. Sha Zhu's mother took on the task of watching Lu Hongying closely, following her around whenever she spoke to a man. Moreover, when she saw Lu Hongying earning a lot of money, she insisted that Lu Hongying hand over her earnings for safekeeping. Lu Hongying wasn't foolish and refused, knowing that if she gave her money, it would be lost. Angry and embarrassed, Sha Zhu's mother cut off the water and electricity to Lu Hongying's room, saying, "Let's see how you manage without them." If you want the power back, you'll have to pay me. With no other choice, Lu Hongying paid the high utility fees to restore her services, realizing she had to survive in a difficult situation. Sometimes luck doesn't shine on everyone. Compared to the troubles with Lu Hongying, this silly Zhu always seems to have good fortune, which is hard to understand. One day, a bank was robbed and a masked person took cash from the customers. Silly Zhu saw this as a chance to be a hero and ran after the robber without hesitation. The robber ran like the wind, and Zhu shouted, "Hey, you little rascal, why are you running? Do you think this is a marathon?" Passers-by looked at him with admiration. Feeling proud, Zhu was still a bit scared, but he pushed through and chased the robber through several alleys. The robber, probably exhausted, turned back and shouted, "You fool! Aren't you tired? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" He waved a small knife in his hand. Zhu, panting, replied, "Oh, you think you can scare me? Today, you'll see how tough the hero silly Zhu is." He lunged forward. The two struggled, and despite Zhu's usual clumsiness, his experience from working on the farm gave him some skills. In just a few moves, he pinned the robber to the ground. At that moment, Uncle had arrived, handcuffing the robber while giving Zhu a thumbs up. "Young man, well done. With those skills, you could be a police officer." Zhu proudly patted his chest. "Of course. I've been training for this since I was little, always fighting bad guys." The crowd burst into laughter, and Zhu scratched his head, joining in the laughter, as if capturing a thief was just an everyday occurrence. Zhu was celebrated for his bravery and was promoted to security team leader, receiving a bonus from Uncle Hat. To top it off, the company even gave him an apartment. Now, Zhu was on cloud nine, frequently changing girlfriends and completely forgetting about Lu Hongying. However, living recklessly eventually caught up with him, and he contracted an illness that nearly scared him to death. The doctor looked at him with disdain and said, "Getting this illness at your age could ruin your life." That one sentence terrified Zhu, and he cried, asking the doctor, "How much time do I have left?"
Please be honest with me.
The doctor reassured him that it wasn't that serious, but he would need to take medication for life and should take precautions when with his partner. Zhu sighed in relief, glad he wasn't going to die. He took a bunch of medicine home, hiding it from his new girlfriend, Chi-Chi, and secretly took it. When he was with Chi-Chi, he made sure to use protection. In the small village, the news of Sha Zhu's brave deeds made it to the newspaper, and he got a promotion along with a new house. This news spread to every corner of the village, and Sha Zhu's mother walked around with her head held high, making others look at her sideways. Sha Zhu is really lucky. Not only did he find a good wife, but when he went out to work, he kept running into great opportunities. Originally, Old Song had lost interest in Sha Zhu's mother, but seeing her son succeed made him neglect Lu Er's wife and visit Sha Zhu's mother, his old flame, in the middle of the night. At that time, Lu Hongying was making shoe insoles when she heard barking outside. It sounded different today, only barking twice. Listening closely, it seemed like a secret signal. She turned off the light and peeked through the door. Soon, Sha Zhu's mother quietly walked into the yard, gently opened the door, and a shadow entered. Lu Hongying recognized it as the village chief, Old Song. The two of them held hands and went inside. Lu Hongying thought that Old Song hadn't visited her mother-in-law in at least 3 months, and this visit might be because of Sha Zhu's success. She initially thought about interfering, but then realized her mother-in-law was also a woman and felt a bit sorry for her. So, she decided to let it go. Lu Hongying lay back down but couldn't sleep, as she too was a woman in her prime and longed for a man's affection. The noise from her mother-in-law's room was quite loud, so Lu Hongying covered her ears. About an hour later, the village chief sneaked out again. The next morning, Lu Hongying got up to boil water and clean the yard. Her mother-in-law looked like she hadn't slept and glared at Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying thought, "I didn't expose your secret, and you still dare to give me that sour face." "Mom, did a mouse come into your room last night?" Lu Hongying asked. Sha Zhu's mother dismissively replied, "What mouse? There are no mice." "But I clearly heard you fighting a mouse." It was around 12:30, and I was still awake. Sha Zhu's mother turned red to her neck and said, "Yes, a big mouse came in and kept me awake. I had to find a shoe sole and killed it with that." Lu Hongying laughed and said, "It must have been a big, fat mouse if you took so long to catch it." Sha Zhu's mother sensed the sarcasm in Lu Hongying's words and felt angry, but couldn't express it. That day, Sha Zhu returned to the village with Chi to show off. This time it was even more impressive. Even the village chief was involved, hosting a celebration for Sha Zhu at the village office, saying that the first hero of the village should not be neglected. Sha Zhu's mother was even more eager to show off, bustling around to greet everyone. Lu Hongying watched coldly as everything around her was lively and bustling, but it had nothing to do with her. Chi sat beside Sha Zhu like the hostess, and when she saw Lu Hongying, she deliberately tightened her grip on Sha Zhu's arm in a provocative manner. Lu Hongying didn't want to upset herself, but someone was making things difficult for her. "So," she said in front of everyone, "it looks clean on the outside, but who knows how many hidden problems are inside." Sha Zhu's expression changed, feeling guilty as he thought, how does she know? He wanted to scold Lu Hongying, but was afraid of revealing his secret. Chi, confused, asked what hidden problems she was talking about. Sha Zhu stammered that it was nothing, and told her not to listen to her, because she was just jealous. The villagers noticed Sha Zhu's face didn't look as good as before, and began to whisper among themselves. Sha Zhu's mother quickly tried to change the subject. That night, Sha Zhu pulled Lu Hongying into a corner and warned her fiercely not to speak carelessly. Lu Hongying sneered, "Don't think you can always act so arrogantly. The bad things you've done will catch up with you eventually." Sha Zhu, feeling guilty, stubbornly replied, "What do you know, you woman?" After this incident, Sha Zhu lost interest in showing off in the village and hurried back to the city with Chi. Lu Hongying watched their departing figures and secretly vowed to free herself from Sha Zhu's family's control and find herself again. Sha Zhu openly brought a woman home, and the villagers no longer regarded Lu Hongying as a person. That's just how human nature works. When you're weak, there are always bad people around you. Good news came from Dagen's family. His wife Jufang had given birth to a daughter. Dagen was overjoyed, finally becoming a father. Otherwise, the villagers might think he couldn't have children. However, Dagen's mother was not happy. She wanted a grandson, but Jufang had given birth to a granddaughter instead. Her expression was not good, and she sighed, making Jufang cry. The villagers all came to congratulate them, and Lu Hongying bought a silver bracelet for the baby. When Jufang saw it, instead of thanking her, she sarcastically said, "Why buy a silver bracelet? It's uncomfortable to wear. If you want something impressive, why not give a gold locket?" Lu Hongying felt a bit embarrassed and realized Jufang didn't welcome her. She left a red envelope with 100 yuan inside and hurried away. Dagen thought Lu Hongying was too generous and chased after her with the envelope, while Jufang angrily shouted for him to come back. What started as a kind visit to see the baby ended in disdain. Lu Hongying felt very upset. She thought everyone in the village rejected her, but she couldn't leave just yet. With a heavy heart, she walked home, when someone called out, "Hongying, wait a moment." Dagen caught up and returned the red envelope to Lu Hongying, saying, "You've already bought the bracelet, so take this money back." Lu Hongying wouldn't admit it was for the child. "Take it. It's not easy for a woman to earn money, and with how silly Zhu and his family treat you, I know you're having a tough time, but I can't help you much." Dagen's words made Lu Hongying feel a pang of sadness. Yes. In this village, the only person who could speak to her like this was Dagen. Hongying, Jufang was a bit too much earlier. Don't take it to heart. I'll talk to her when I get back. No, Dagen, please don't argue with Jufang because of me. That will only make her hate me more. When Dagen got home, he looked upset. Jufang was still complaining and insulting Lu Hongying, which was hard to listen to. Dagen couldn't take it anymore and scolded Jufang, saying she shouldn't think so poorly of others. Lu Hongying is a good and kind woman. This made Jufang even angrier, and they started shouting at each other. She said he couldn't let go of Lu Hongying, and if he couldn't, he should just marry her. Sneaking around was pointless. The argument escalated, and in a fit of anger, Jufang ran out of the house. This scared Dagen, and he searched everywhere, worried she might do something drastic. Jufang went back to her family's home and told her brother about the situation. The next day, Jufang's brother brought some strong men to confront Dagen. Dagen tried to apologize and make peace, but they were relentless. Jufang's brother attempted to hit Dagen several times, but Jufang stopped him. This frightened Dagen's mother, who feared they would hurt her son, so she urged Dagen to apologize to Jufang and her brother and promised not to have any more contact with Lu Hongying. Dagen was a proud man and didn't want to bow down like that. Jufang's brother said, "If you don't apologize, we'll just go talk to that woman, and I'm sure she'll like it, ha ha ha." Hearing this made Dagen anxious, fearing for Lu Hongying's safety. Reluctantly, he apologized and wrote a letter of guarantee. This only made Jufang angrier, saying Dagen was apologizing because he cared more about Lu Hongying than her. Seeing his sister upset, Jufang's brother angrily warned Dagen, "We won't let that woman off easily." After they left, Dagen wanted to warn Lu Hongying to be careful in the coming days, but Jufang was keeping a close watch on him. Frustrated and worried, he silently prayed for her safety. One sleepless night, the next morning, when Dagen opened the door, Aunt Lee from next door told him to hurry to the village office. "You've been posted on a notice board." "What notice?" Dagen ran to the village bulletin board, where a crowd had gathered. As he approached, everyone instinctively stepped back. Dagen saw the notice and felt furious, tearing it down and shredding it. It was filled with nasty words, claiming he had an improper relationship with Lu Hongying, that they were having an affair in the buckwheat field, and that they had even gone to the city together. It even said someone had seen them, making it sound very believable. Now, the rumors about Dagen and Lu Hongying spread throughout the village, deepening the prejudice against her. Some busybodies went to find the old bachelor, the one who had previously said Dagen and Lu Hongying were close. They asked him, "What will you do now that Dagen has taken your girl?" The old bachelor replied, "She can be with whoever she wants. I had nothing with Lu Hongying. I was just paid by Sha Zhu's mother." Even though he spoke the truth, people still didn't believe him. Who put up the notice? Could it be Brother Jufang? Dagen thought it must be him. So he went home and asked Jufang, "Is your brother home these days?" Jufang replied that her brother had gone to the city. Then it wasn't him. The person who posted the notice must be in the village. "Did you do it?" Dagen asked Jufang. Jufang denied it, and Dagen looked into her eyes, saying he would find out the truth. Dagen's mother said, "Don't pressure your wife. She just had a baby." Dagen softened. After all, this woman had just given him a daughter. But just because she had a child, could she hurt another woman? Dagen and Jufang calmly talked things over, and during their conversation, the truth came out. It turned out that Jufang had indeed hired someone to write and post the notice. She hated Lu Hongying and wanted to drive her out of the village. As long as Lu Hongying stayed, Dagen's heart would be unsettled. Not only did Jufang want to push Lu Hongying away, but all the women in the village also hoped she would leave. Even though they had made money from her, they felt no gratitude. Jufang began to unite the village women to isolate Lu Hongying. No one spoke to her, sold her shoe insoles, or even refrained from spitting when they saw her. Lu Hongying felt the overwhelming malice directed at her. She wanted to leave, but this was still her home and her career, so she chose to endure it, believing that as long as she treated others sincerely, she could change their minds. But she was mistaken. In this isolated and poor valley, these uneducated women only made things worse for each other. If anyone spoke to Lu Hongying, the other women would unite to isolate anyone who was friendly with her. Over time, no one dared to associate with Lu Hongying. Those who bullied her also had their own mothers-in-law. It was hard to endure in this village, but Lu Hongying did not want to give up. If she left, it would mean that the rumors were true. "No, I won't leave. I want to show those who bully me that I can succeed." Every day, she made insoles and bought them. However, the women in the village, encouraged by Jufang, refused to sell her any insoles. The knitting factory was pushing her for supplies, so reluctantly, She rode her bicycle with a loudspeaker from village to collect them. It was tough, but she managed to gather some. After news of Lu Hongying collecting goods in other villages spread back to her village, the women began to cause trouble again. They sneaked into Lu Hongying's yard and trampled her drying insoles, leaving them muddy. Even worse, Sha Zhu's mother was home, but pretended not to see. When Lu Hongying returned and asked Sha Zhu's mother who did it, she sarcastically replied, "With your popularity, don't you know who did it? It wasn't me, though." "Well, at least keep an eye on things while you're home," Lu Hongying pleaded. Sha Zhu's mother leaned against the doorframe, munching on seeds, and said she couldn't see well enough to help. Things got even worse when Jufang encouraged the village children to throw stones where Lu Hongying walked, and she was hit on the forehead. When she chased after the kids and caught one, the child's father saw her and pushed her away, scolding her for bullying a child. Lu Hongying felt the harshness of the world and the coldness of human nature. She understood what it meant to be abandoned when times were tough. Alone in her house, she could hear the laughter of the village women gathering outside, but when she approached, they fell silent. Once she left, they resumed their laughter. Lu Hongying didn't understand what she had done wrong. But she gritted her teeth and continued sewing insoles under the dim light, feeling a strength within her. One day, they would all come to seek her help. The village girls, daughters-in-law, and mothers no longer sold insoles to Lu Hongying, which was also Jufang's doing, aimed at preventing Lu Hongying from making money. However, they overlooked one thing. They wouldn't be able to earn money either. Lu Hongying bought insoles from a nearby village. Although the quantity was small, she still made some money. Meanwhile, the women in the village, believing Jufang's words, decided not to sell insoles. Each household kept the few pairs they made for their own enjoyment. Gradually, everyone began to notice the problem and started to feel unhappy. Some secretly sold insoles to Lu Hongying at night, hiding it from Jufang. One night, after Lu Hongying had closed her door for the night, she heard a soft knock that startled her. Thinking it might be old Song looking for his wife. Lu Hongying asked, "Who is it?" A woman's voice replied, "Hongying, it's me. I'm Wang's wife from the west side of the village." "Wang's wife? What brings you here so late?" "I'm here to sell insoles." Lu Hongying opened the door and saw Wang's wife wearing a headscarf and carrying a bag, her face covered. Knowing she was there to sell insoles, Lu Hongying asked, "Why don't you sell them during the day? It's quite scary at night." Wang's wife awkwardly smiled and said, "You don't know. Jufang has convinced the other women not to sell to you because she doesn't want you to make money, but she's also cutting off everyone's income." As she complained, Wang's wife took out the insoles one by one. Lu Hongying examined them and said, "Wang's wife, the colors and thickness aren't great. You should sell them somewhere else." Lu Hongying had her own reasons for saying this. She wanted to make it difficult for Wang's wife for listening to Jufang and isolating herself. Wang's wife, feeling anxious, replied, "Sister, who else can I sell to? You're the only one buying here. Please help me." Lu Hongying coldly laughed and said, "Why not sell to Jufang? Didn't she tell you not to sell to me? Let her take the insoles off your hands." Wang's wife smiled and said she wouldn't listen to Jufang anymore and asked Lu Hongying to take the insoles, even if it meant getting less money. "Lu Hongying, I see you're a good person. I'll stand by you from now on," Wang's wife said gratefully. Lu Hongying smiled and replied, "You don't need to take sides with me. Just help spread the word about selling insoles. Show the others the money you make." Wang's wife eagerly agreed. Luo Hongying counted the insoles, totaling 26 pairs. At 2 yuan each, that makes 52 yuan in total. Sister Wang was thrilled to receive the money and said she would buy pork ribs at the market tomorrow. She also mentioned she would continue making insoles to sell to Luo Hongying. "Sister, in the future, please sell the insoles during the day, not late at night. Sell them openly, and see who dares to bother you. The money you earn will go into your own pocket." Sister Wang happily went home, while Luo Hongying found a way to deal with Jufang. The next day at the market, Sister Wang bought 3 pounds of pork ribs to take home. The young wives at the village entrance asked if her husband had sent money. Sister Wang casually replied, "No, It's from selling in souls. After saying that, she felt she had let something slip, and the news about her selling insouls to Luo Hongying got out. This news spread like wildfire among the wives, and someone reported to Ju Feng, Sister Wang sold insouls to Luo Hongying. What should we do? Ju Feng immediately ordered everyone to isolate and exclude Sister Wang, telling them not to pay her any attention.